Yes, people. So, with all of that, let us start our marathon. This is CA Inter Law Marathon applicable for September 2026 and onwards. And for people who are watching this even after that, it's absolutely fine, people. Law does not change letter by letter every single day. So if you guys are watching this, I'm saying even in the say September 2027 attempt also, this particular concepts will remain the same. Max to max, people, one letter here and there, that is the maximum amendments will happen. But especially when you guys are watching this on YouTube, you guys will have the doubt, sir, is this video relevant for this attempt? It is relevant. Because overnight there will not be so many changes where they will bring down one law and add one more law. So much changes and all, it will not happen. So you need not worry much about that. So irrespective of the attempt you guys are going to write, this particular video will be relevant for you. Now, what are we going to cover in this? We'll be going to cover 100% of your syllabus. Let us try to do it with tight timelines itself. Yeah, said and done that. And one more thing that we are going to do, people, is let us imagine we come across any good, a topic. Now, just I'll be explaining the topic as it is, whatever is required. Along with the topic, what we will do is let us try to take up a past question. If that particular topic is tricky, I'll try to take up a past question, and let us also try to do one question along with that particular topic, so that you will also understand, okay, this is how the questions are being asked from this particular topic. And towards the end, after everything is done, I'll be sending you this particular file where we are using in this particular marathon. This is nothing but your question and answer handbook. You will easily have around 100 to 150 questions in this, all asked from the past attempts, RTPs or MTPs. Everything will be covered in this. Clear? And the recent ones. And one more thing in addition to that, people, whatever your model papers are and the past MTPs, past RTPs, it is already solved. It is already available on YouTube as well. So if you guys want to just watch on a Sunday, if you want to revise, all you need to do is just open the video. If you already know the concepts, I'll be reading down the question. You also try to open the video and try to solve that particular paper with me. Easiest way to revise the concepts. Remember, people, revision is 60% of your attempt. The rest of the 40% is, people, you practicing. Are you getting the point? Put your pen down. From today, at least try to practice 2 questions every day until your day of your exam. At least 2 questions. Writing practice is the key. That is the most important thing that you guys need it in law. And the most crucial thing, people, remember, law will be that paper for you which will help you with regards to getting and sailing through in aggregate. If you guys are able to get good marks in law, you will not face the problem in aggregate. The rest of the subjects, there are chances. Your balance sheet may tally, may not tally. No such problems here. If you know the concept and go, it is very much accessible and it is easy to write. Correct? And next one, people, keep it in mind. The biggest trouble that you will face during the exam, I'm telling all those things now itself. What is that? Is lack of time. You will not be able to complete the paper. You will fall short of time. Yeah, because, people, especially the MCQ questions, each of the question will be at least like 1 paper, 1.5 paper. That's the question size. Now, if I directly go and if I start, solving the paper in the exam hall, you will not understand the language what they are using. It will be very, very complicated. It will not be very easy. The question that they are asking will be easy, but the way the question will be framed will be a little challenging to get it in the first go. It will consume a lot of time of yours. I can't pick up the question in 5 minutes and I cannot get the answer. It will expect you to see, if you go through, I don't know if you guys have done this, this particular exercise. Take up question papers, try to go through the MCQ questions and see how much time it is taking. So if you guys are able to finish that 30 marks, let us imagine within 50 minutes. So the more time you save, the better for you for writing your subjective. If MCQ itself is consuming 1 hour 20 minutes or anything like that, that means you're wasting a lot of time. Now it will be very tricky when you go and write your subjective papers. So save as much as time possible for MCQ. And the only key is, people, the more you read, the better for you. You become a master of the art. You will know how to pick up the question. Are you getting the point? So in this particular Q&A book, it's not like I've taken all the possible questions, I get it on the internet and I have not put it here. Something which is unique, tricky, only such questions are put here. Regular questions I have not put here. Are you getting the point? Yes. So do go through them. They have some substance in them. They are really challenging. Are you getting the point? Yes. So as I told you, towards the end, whenever is the last day that we'll be meeting, I'll be sharing this file with you guys. Clear? Yes. Okay. That's one thing that I wanted to say. Okay. Coming to the most things that you guys will have is, sir, which chapter is important, which chapter we can skip? Do we have such choices? Remember, people, if given a choice, I wouldn't suggest you to skip any of the topics. Yes, it is your duty to make sure, people, as I always say, remember, you need not be a master of all the chapters, but you need to be a jack of all the chapters. That means what? No matter what they are asking you from which particular chapter, you should have at least some idea about it. So people, don't leave anything, and especially, people, this is the order in which you guys have to concentrate. When you guys are reading, people, utmost importance, people, for these 4 chapters. I don't know how many of you even ignore it. I know iOS general clauses is just gone for a toss. You don't even care to read it. Yes, I know, people. At least whenever I'm interacting with students, I'm seeing at least 60% of the students just leave these 2 acts. People never do the blunder. Now I have the past data and I have it in front of your eyes. Now you do your math. And I'll tell you one more thing. There is nothing that they can, beat around the bush and they can ask you a question. It will be almost direct. Just that you need to know the content. So when you are revising, people, remember, this is the order you need to revise. Meaning, never leave these topics. Are you getting the point? Yes, and this is the weightage, people. If you guys want, you can make a note or however it is. If you want me to share, I can share. Anything we can do. Yeah. This is going to be the weightage. Clear? Yes. You want me to share? I'll share it to you later. Yes. Okay. So yes, remember, this is the most important thing, and especially, people, there will come these 4 chapters in between. You need to know section by section. Which are those 4 particular sections there? These are the 4 particular chapters. Why? If you combine everything, people, hardly these particular 4 chapters will be less than 35 sections. Less than 35 sections. And how many marks will it give it to you? Collectively, it will give you 20 marks. Whereas management and administration, section 89 to section 122, again 30 sections. How many marks is it giving you? And how much is this giving you? Easy to cover. Less with regards to difficulty. Very easy to approach. So that should be your second agenda. Your first agenda, try to cover the first 4 topics. Which one? Your part B and LLP put together, you should nail this. The second particular agenda has to be these 4 chapters: dividends, deposits, foreign company, charges. Now I'll tell you one thing. If you do this, you're already there, people. Passing is pakka. No one can stop you from passing. Why? People, part B, if you're thorough, people, that is 30. Let us imagine we will not get 30 on 30. Let us imagine we'll get 22 or 20. Now, the rest of the chapters, what is that? One is LLP. LLP will be asked anywhere between, people, at least an average 7 to 10. take 10. That is another 10 marks. Now, these 4 chapters put together, another 20. Now, in this 30, let us imagine you will get another 20. That means, people, you get 40 from only these topics. I'm not even taking the other mammoth chapters, management to share capital and debentures. So, I've not even considered them. Auditors. Are you getting the point? So, people, do a smart study. That is very, very important. Understanding, all of you? Yes. Are you all with me? Understanding? Yes. Okay. Chalo. So, this is your agenda, people. Remember and go. I'll be sending it to you. Don't worry. So, said that, let us start with, people, your chapter 2. Chapter 1, there is nothing directly that we will be doing, because with concepts only, let us try to cover your definitions also. If I sit and do all the definitions at once, nothing will go inside. Whenever that particular topic comes, let us try to cover that particular definition. So whenever a particular, we are doing a promoter concept. If promoter concept is coming, let us do promoter definition. We are doing listed company. Listed company comes, let us do listed company definition. Instead of doing everything at once, let us split and do the definitions part. Is this clear? All of you? Yes? Okay. Okay, sir. So let us start with, people, your chapter 2, incorporation of company and matters incidental thereto. Wherever a particular concept is very important, people, I'll tell you. Expected questions also I'll tell you. You guys can concentrate on that particular point a lot. Are you getting the point? Yes. Okay. So let us start with this, people. Section 3. It starts with types of companies. That is, how many minimum number of members are required to start a company? How many minimum number of members are required? It depends upon type of company, correct? One is called as OPC, private company, public company. You can speak, you can be interactive, so that you will also stay connected. Okay, there are 3 types of companies. One is OPC, one is private company, one is public company. What do you mean by a private company? A private company generally has 3 things for us to remember. What is that? One is, people, there is a restriction on transferability of shares. What do you mean by that? If there are 3 shareholders in a private company, now if there is one shareholder, A, B, C, if this shareholder wants to sell his shares to outsiders, he cannot directly go and sell it. He needs to first ask to the existing members, are you interested to buy my shares? If they are interested, people, they will only buy it. If they are not interested, then you can't stop C from selling his shares, because he need money. Now C can sell it to outsiders when our existing members are not willing to buy the shares. Such type of company which has restriction on transfer of shares is called as, people, private company. Can you guys tell me what type of company it is if there is no restriction on transferability of shares? Public company. That's why we say a company which is not a private company is a public company. That means, you know what? These 3 clauses will not exist in the public company. No one can stop you from transferring your share to an outsider. You can absolutely sell it. You need not have to ask anyone's approval if it's a public company. If it's a private company, you need to take the prior approval of the company. That is, the shareholder should be okay with it. The second one is what, sir? There is a limit. Limit is what, people? There is a limit on the number of members. How many members can be there in private company? Minimum is 2. Maximum is 200. But there is a special provision. What is that? If at all you are joint shareholders, should I count you as 2? What do I mean by joint shareholders? Together, if we are, people, you have bank account, no? You have joint account. In bank accounts, do you have joint accounts or not? We have no in bank account, joint account. Yes? We have no joint accounts. So will you consider them as 2 account holders or 1 account holder? Together they hold 1. So remember, whenever I'm saying you're a joint holder, I'm telling you are not 2 people in the eyes of private company. You both are considered as 1 only, irrespective of number of shares you hold. Hello? Now I have a doubt for you. Now there are three people holding shares together. Can you tell me who has a right to vote? All three? No. Then? Whose name appears first will have a right to vote. Remember that. All of you. And remember, at any given point of time, if the shareholders wants, you guys can split the share and you can separate each other. That means what? Let us imagine we had 100 shares. Together, two people are holding it. If you are not interested to continue jointly, you can make an application to the company and you can ask them to issue two different certificates. They will give you whatever is the proportion you want. 50-50, 60-40, 30-70, whatever is the proportion you want, the company will allot you the share certificate. Are you getting the point? So, right to vote will always be with that shareholder when we are writing the shareholder's name. Whosoever shareholder's name we have written first, he will enjoy all the rights. What are the rights? Right to vote, right to dividend, right to attend the meetings, everything he will enjoy the first priority. Are you understanding? All of you? Yes? Okay. Next one, sir. The past and present employees are not treated or they are not counted in the number of 200. So, if at all I have given any of my employees shares, please don't add them while you are counting 200. You are not supposed to add them, exclude them from the 200 list. Sir, what if I gave them shares, they left the company, but still they are holding the shares? It's okay. Don't count them in the limit of 200. Are you getting the point? Yes. So whether they are still with you or they left the company but still holding the shares, you are not supposed to add them in the limit of 200. The third one, sir, we prohibit inviting public to subscribe its shares. Correct? Huh? Hello? So I cannot do a IPO of shares to the public. I cannot issue a prospectus. Prohibited. Agreed? Okay. The next one is called as public company. What is a public company? A company which is not a private company is a public company. And remember, a subsidiary of a public company will be a deemed public company. Okay. Next one is OPC. And one more thing, yes, for your attempts it is applicable. What is a small company limits, people? The paid up, okay, what is small company limits, people? First of all, what is a small company? Can you tell me a definition? A company which is other than a public company. I'm waiting. A company other than a public company which is having a paid up share capital not exceeding. Remember, for your attempt it is 10 crore, it is amended. A company which is not having a paid up share capital not exceeding 10 crore and turnover not exceeding. Again, remember, that's an amendment. And what other companies cannot be considered as small company? Which other companies are not considered as small company? Remember, people, Section 8 company can never be considered as small company. Holding company or subsidiary company can never be considered as small company. Holding or subsidiary and statutory companies can never be considered as small company. What do I mean statutory company? ICAI, even if your turnover is less than 100 crore, even if your capital is less than 10 crore, you can never be considered as small company. Is this clear? All of you? Okay. Next one, people, what do I mean by this is the amendment. We don't have 4 here. It will be 10. This will be not 40. This will be 100. Yes? Okay. Next one is, people, what do I mean by subsidiary company, people? What is subsidiary company? Subsidiary company means a company which controls the composition of board of directors. What do I mean by this? Company A is controlling the composition of company B. What do I mean by composition of board of directors? What do I exactly mean by that? That means, people, if at all in my company, if there are 5 directors, if 3 directors are appointed or removed by company A, we call company A as a holding company and company B as a subsidiary company. So majority of the directors I should be appointing or I should be removing. Okay. Next condition is people, when one company controls more than one half of the total voting power. That means what? There is a company A, there is a company B. Which shares generally have voting power? Equity shares. Even though it is not written, we assume that it is equity shares. So when one company is holding at least how much? More than one half of the total voting power. That is how much, sir? Now say for example, if I am holding 50.1, we will consider this company as a holding company, this company as a subsidiary company. Is this clear? Remember the words used. We have used the word more than one half of the total voting power. More than one half of the total voting power. Okay. Because when we are seeing a subsidiary government company, the definition will little change. Generally, students will get confused between subsidiary and government company. Remember that. Okay. So, either on its own or together with its subsidiaries. What do you mean by this, sir? Together with its subsidiaries. What do you mean by this, people? Nothing but let us imagine company A is directly holding 50.1. In company B, I call A as holding, B as subsidiary. The second way it can happen is, people, there is company A, there is company B. In company B, A is holding, let us imagine 51% only. There is another company, people, called as company C. In company C, company B is holding 30%. In company C, company A is also holding, people, 25%. Now, what is the relationship between company A and company C? It is called as subsidiary company and holding company relationship. Why? If you actually see what is happening, company C, 30% is held by company B. In company B, 51% is held by company A. That means what, people? On company B, A is having the control. Yes or no? Now, in company C, let us imagine when we are deciding how to vote, what to pass a decision, when we are deciding that. In company C, when company C is calling for a meeting, B is having 30% of the control in company C. So A will tell B what to do, B will tell C what to do. Yes or no? Because I have control in B, B has 30% control in C. Correct? Now A will tell B what to do, B will tell C what to do. And A also has 25% in C. Yes or no? Then, people, don't you think 30 plus 25 is it is controlled by company A only in company C? That is why we add these things and we consider this, people, 55%, and that's why we call C as a subsidiary company of company A. Is this clear, all of you? Any doubt here? No? Hello? Any doubt? Okay. The third scenario, the last scenario, people, is called as deemed subsidiary company. What do I mean by deemed subsidiary company? Company A, company B, company C. Company A holds in company B, people, 51%. Company B holds in company C 51%. Remember, yes, this is holding, this is subsidiary. Correct. And this is holding, this is subsidiary. Correct. But don't you think ultimately A is controlling B, B is controlling C. Can I tell A is controlling C? Sir, grandfather tells what to do to father. Father tells what to do to son. Can I say grandfather is telling what to do to son? Hello? Yes or no? That's why we call the last case as deemed subsidiary company. Hello? Any doubts here? People? Yes or no? Okay. Anything? Let me know. If it is clear, say it of yes. Clear? Hello? Okay. Next one, sir, is government company. What do you mean by government company, people? What is government company? A company in which state government, central government, state government and central government together. That's all, only three. 4 has to be there. State governments, all state governments together. Now, if you guys are all holding how much? Not less than. Is it more than 51% or not less than 51%? Not less than. Sure, huh? All of you sure, huh? So remember people, we need to hold minimum 51%. You need to hold not less than 51% of what? Paid up share capital, paid up equity share capital, what? Paid up? Why people? There is paid up equity or share? So it is paid up share capital, but which share capital? I need to take this, whichever is having voting power. I am taking that share capital, not everything. So indirectly it will again become equity only, but the definition is written it as paid up share capital. Yeah. So whenever in one company, if central government, state government, or central and state governments, if they are holding people, how much? At least 51%, then this company will become what people? Government company. And what if you are a subsidiary of a government company? You will be a deemed government company. Is this clear, all of you? Hello? Okay. Now let us see if there is. Okay, can you Takatak try to take a guess? 2 minutes, we should keep moving forward. Okay. Narendra Motors Limited is a government company. Shah Auto Private Limited have share capital of 10 crores in the form of 10 lakh shares of 100 each. Narendra Motors Limited is holding 5 lakh 5,000 shares in Shah Auto Private Limited. Shah Auto Private Limited claimed the status of government company. Advised as legal advisor whether Shah Auto Private Limited is a government company under the provisions of Companies Act 2013. Huh? No? Why? Less than 51%? So, Shah Auto Private Limited is not a subsidiary company, is what you are saying, correct? I mean, it's not a government company. Okay. All of you, that's your answer? It's not a government company. Okay. Now try to think. Narendra Motors Limited is a government company. They have declared? Okay. Narendra Motor Limited is a government company. Fair enough. Have a share capital of 10 crore in the form of 10 lakh shares. That's the share capital. They have 10 lakh shares. Okay. Narendra Motor Limited is holding how much people? 5 lakh? 5,000 shares. So you are holding in Shah Auto Private Limited how much? 5 lakh 5,000. Can I say 50.05? 50.5? Okay. It is 50.5%. Correct? Huh? Now people, they are asking you, is this particular Shah Auto Private Limited, is it a government company or not? Is it a government company? Is it a government company? People, what? It is a government company. Why? 100th time I am telling you, the subsidiary and government, you have conceptual clarity, but together you will miss the point. Which one is 51%? Which one is more than one half? That's why when I took the example also, I said 50.1. You are a subsidiary company. Yes or no? What does subsidiary company definition say? Okay, now see here, people, that's why I said tricky. It will play with your brain. The concept is not difficult, but it will play with your brain. Are you getting the point? Now, try to understand. When a holding company is holding in, okay, there is one company. If I am holding out of 10 lakh shares, how much is one half? Exact one half means how much? 5 lakh shares. People, they have helped you. They have helped you by giving 5 lakh 5,000 shares. If I was an exam setter, people, I would have given you 5 lakh 1 share. Is it a subsidiary company? Answer is yes. More than one half. Even if you hold 1 share extra, people, you are a subsidiary company. It can be 50.001. You are a subsidiary company. And you know, people, a subsidiary of a government company is a deemed government company. Understood? Any doubts? Any doubts? Clear? Yes? Okay. Easiest question. XYZ is a company incorporated under Companies Act 2013. The paid up share capital of companies held by other owner. Government of India is holding 20% in XYZ. LIC is holding 8%, government of Tamil Nadu is holding 10%, government of Rajasthan 10, ABC is holding 15%. As per the above, they're asking you, is the XYZ Limited, can it be considered as a government company or not? What do you think? Is it a government company or not? No, you can take a guess, it's okay. It's not a government company. Why?
State governments such as Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, and government of India all together they hold 40% of shares.
Okay, you're not adding LIC and
So for government company,
ABC Limited?
there is no statutory government company was there.
Okay. People, one more thing. Remember, you just now you guys only gave me the definition of government company. Government companies clearly says, people, what is government company? It clearly says section 2 clause 45 says you need to only add central government, state government, central plus state governments. Here I have not written you take LIC also. Here I have not said if any other government company is also holding shares in your company, add that also. I have not written it in the definition, and hence you are not supposed to assume it. Because it is not there in the definition, you are not supposed to add these things when you are taking the shareholding. So because of that, what will I take here? As you guys rightly said, I am only going to take people, the government of Rajasthan, government of Tamil Nadu, government of India. That is 20 plus 10 plus 10. So I'll just take it as 40%. My 51% criteria is not met, people, and hence I cannot consider this as a government company. You'll not believe me, people. I can give you 10 different questions on government company, and every question will be tricky. I'm saying the basic concept of government company. Hello? They are brain teasers. We know it. But so many different ways of asking, and people, you know one thing, your threat is AI. Because as a human, I cannot think of a question in a different perspective. People, AI does not have boundaries. And I and you will be fools if we think it's only a human that is setting a paper. And that's why the questions are becoming tricky. Are you getting my point? Hello? So what am I trying to tell people? Glancing and going will not help anymore. You have to dive. You have to go deeper. Getting it? Hello? Yes? Now are you getting what is the purpose of Q&A handbook? You know the concept. But match the following won't happen. Yes? This is what exactly will all see, people. This is also government company. There is one more question on government company. Yes, there are many questions on the same government company concept. Okay, let us see. There is one more. Okay, can you take this question, people? Try. Stuti Textiles Private Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of SS Textiles Limited. It has only 5 members and restricts the right to transfer the shares to any person other than the person who is in employment of the company. Some members opposed the decision of the company as they want to invite a group of people to subscribe shares in Stuti Textile Private Limited. Decide with reference to the provision of Companies Act whether the restriction of company to transfer the shares, is it correct? All of you understood the question? Quick. Understood the question? Okay. Is the restriction valid? Is it correct or incorrect? Can you tell me why is it incorrect? It's a deemed public company, so you cannot have a restriction. Hello? Okay. Now see here, people. People, I hope you guys cracked it right. There is one thing called as, there is a government company. That is SS Textiles Limited. So SS Textiles Limited is public company. Now it has a subsidiary company which is Stuti Textiles Private Limited. Okay. Now, what is that they're asking you people? In this company, there is a restriction in its articles of association itself. What is that? You cannot sell your shares to anyone other than those people who are in the employment. Now the question is, can you have such restriction in your articles of association if you are the Stuti Textiles Private Limited? Is it valid? Is it valid? Invalid? Now try to understand. If you are a private company, you can have restriction on transferability of share. Absolutely fine. We just saw. If you are a government company, if you are a public company, I just told you, you cannot have a restriction on transferability of share. I just told you. And you also saw, if you are a subsidiary of a public company, you will be a deemed public company. People, exam question. Unfortunately, people, you have not connected the dot and read it. We know, subsidiary of a, so what? I know, you know. How do we write? What do we write? The way your brain is working is correct. Sir, a public company, when it is holding more than one half, it becomes a subsidiary company, and hence it's a deemed public company, and hence the restrictions will not apply because it's a public company. Correct? Most of you are thinking in the same way. When it's a subsidiary of a public company, it will be a deemed public company only. If it's a deemed public company, then you cannot have restrictions. Hello? Yes or no? Now my question to you, then why is the name still having private limited? Change it off to limited. Make sense? Now my question, it's a private company. Can I have 1,000 shareholders? Why? Deemed public company. Array, then what did we understand on deemed public company? There is something then. Now people try to understand which concept you remember. Okay, internal audit. When is internal audit applicable? For whom and all internal audit is applicable? Sir, internal audit technically should come after 2 days. Don't take it now. When is internal audit applicable? Listed company, public company having. We have that 25, 50, 100 and 200. We have those limits. Hello? Now people, wherever we are seeing that public company, no. If you are a subsidiary of a public company, even though you are a private company, all those strict regulations are there, no. In all those strict regulations, people, you will not enjoy the benefit of a private company. You will be treated as a public company only. For example, cash flow statement. Who and all are exempted from preparing cash flow statement? OPC, small company, dormant company, and startup. Yes. Now, sir, the question is, if at all I am a private company who is a subsidiary of a public company, now when we are seeing that startup provision, now that benefit will not be applicable to me because I am a subsidiary of a public company. I will not be treated as a private company. I'll give you one more example. Deposits. Hello? What is the maximum deposits a company can raise? 35%. Correct? Now, if you are a private company, if you have satisfied some limits, you can even go beyond 35%. Hello? Provided you have these exceptions and all you would have seen. Now, when I am a subsidiary of a public company, I will not be enjoying those benefits. So, what is the meaning of a subsidiary of a public company will be a deemed public company? What do you mean by this? This means just that, people, you can imagine like this. There is a company in the top. That is public company, ABC Limited. How did they get the money? They got the money from public. Correct? Now they further gave money to private company. Let us imagine XYZ Private Limited. Now people, because this fellow in the top, it's a public company, there are so many strict regulations applicable on him. But because you are a private company, you will enjoy a lot of benefits. Sir, what benefits, sir? People, you guys would remember people, section 101 to 107 and 109 is not applicable to a private company. You would have seen that disclaimer also, exception. Notice, explanatory statement, quorum, proxy, chairman, voting, nothing will apply to a private company. Why? Logically think, people, it is your group of friends who have formed a company. Why so many formal things? There is no outsider involved, no accountability needed. Are you getting the point? That's why we give lot of benefits to a private company. But public company, it is public's money that is involved. Now in this system, what happened? Directly, public money is not involved. But don't you think indirectly, they only gave them money, they are giving them money, capital. Can I say indirectly it is your money only? That's why they say whatever are the benefits available for a private company under Companies Act, that benefits will not be available to you under this model. You will also be treated like a public company only. Means strict regulations, no lenience. I'll not give you any exemptions. Hello? That is the meaning. I'm not giving you the benefits of public company. So benefits means you are a private limited, no. Your number of members limit is 200 only. Your name will be private limited only. You cannot go for an IPO. That's your basic character. That you cannot change. Hello? Are you understanding? So the basic character will remain a private company. What do I mean by basic character? Your name will not change. Your, what do you say? The restrictions which is there in AOA, the three things are there. No, that won't change. Are you getting a point? Hello? Now, how many of you think, sir, this is way too deep, sir? How do we think all of this? Even this can be right, this can be right. Half of you felt, sir, it is a deemed public company and hence there cannot be restriction. And hence, yes, sir, such restriction in the AOA is not valid. They should not have the restriction. We felt that as an answer. A few of you felt, no, sir. It's the end of the day a private company only, and hence the basic characteristics cannot be taken away from that, and hence having a restriction is valid only. We have both the thoughts. That's why remember, people, very, very, very important, in exam, you will have these things. This is given by the institute. Now what do I mean by that? People who wrote first also is valid. People who wrote second is also valid. He's like, sir, then why did you have to tell everything? Everything was correct only, no. But I'll tell you, this is because the institute is helping you. See, whenever it is written in law, then I can tell what you said is right or what you said is wrong. Because it is not written in your book, I cannot say this is right or this is right. So institute gave you an alternate answer. Anyone who wrote this also was given marks. Anyone who wrote this also was given marks. Now why did I take it here, people, is because it's an eye opener. Write something. It is still valid. Are you getting the point? But sir, we have a doubt in these two, which is right? Both cannot be right. Of course, which is right? The interpretation I told you is right. The basic characteristic of a private company will remain as private only. You cannot have what is that? More than 200. You cannot go off for an IPO. You cannot change your name from private limited to limited. Your basic characteristic will be a private company, and hence even the restriction is also a basic characteristic that will not go away. So having restriction is valid. That's the right answer. But this is from exam point of view. This is clear, all of you? Hello? I hope it is clear. Yes. Huh?
It has only 5 members.
Which one? It has only 5 members, correct.
So it cannot be a public company.
Correct.
So it's not a deemed public company.
That's what I said. The basic characteristics remain as a private company only, and hence the minimum number of members will not be 7. The minimum number of members will be 2. So the basic characteristic will remain as a private company only. That is also one of the reasons. That's why they have 5. Correct? Yes. So then what do I mean by deemed public company? Which none of us will get the doubt is also, then what is the point of deemed public company? I told you the other things. No, that is a meaning. So I'll keep telling you whenever we get that provision, whenever we are seeing benefits of private company, I'll tell you, people, if you are a subsidiary of a public company, you will not get this benefit. I'll tell you. When it comes, I'll tell you. Clear? Yes, sir? Okay. Okay, next one. What else? Okay, we did this. Okay, government company. Okay. Next one, sir. MOA. What is MOA, people? MOA has in total how many clauses, people? In total has 7 clauses, people. One is called as name clause. Next one is called as situation clause, which says which state the company is registered. The third one is called as object clause. The fourth one is called as liability clause. Fifth one, capital clause. Sixth one, subscription clause. Seventh one, nomination clause, which will be there only in the case of OPC. Agreed? Yes. Okay, sir. Next one, people, registered office clause, object clause and all is okay. Object clause, what are the doctrines, people? There are in total 3 doctrines. What is that? One is called as doctrine of ultra vires, constructive notice, indoor management. In short, if I have to tell you, what do you mean by doctrine of ultra vires? Whenever in my object clause, if I have said Arivu is into educational business, I cannot start a restaurant without intimating the registrar. I have to first tell, sir, we also want to do the restaurant business. So what I have to do, I'll have to call my shareholders for a meeting. I have to pass a special resolution and I have to add the restaurant to my object clause, and then I can do a restaurant business. That's the right way. I cannot directly start off a restaurant business. So, sir, without any particular object in my object clause, if I directly start my doing that business, people, that will be considered as ultra vires. What do I mean by ultra vires, people? Beyond the powers of the company. That means I don't have the power to do it. If I still do it, that act will be considered as void ab initio. That means it will not bind the company. Such contracts, the company will not lose anything over it. Then whom will we hold liable? Whoever are the people who entered into a contract, let it be directors. You can only directly hold them liable. The company will not be held liable. The next one is, people, doctrine of constructive notice. What do I mean by doctrine of constructive notice? The outsiders are deemed to have the knowledge about the company. Section 80 of Companies Act. What is Section 80 of Companies Act? Charges. You would have seen a cross reference of doctrine of constructive notice in charges also. When it comes again, I'll tell you. But remember, Section 80, it will come again. I'll tell you when charges come. Clear? What do you mean by doctrine of constructive notice? Doctrine of constructive notice means nothing but all the information about the company is already available in the public domain. If someone is doing a contract with the company, you are assumed to know everything about the company. You cannot say, I did not know. Hello? Whether you know it or not, it is assumed that you know everything about the company. That concept is called as, people, doctrine of constructive notice. What do I mean by doctrine of indoor management? It protects the outsiders from the company. Meaning what, sir? Not every small thing the outsiders are aware of. There are so many things that happen within the company, within four doors of the company, which the outsiders do not have an access to. Such things, people, we will assume we have to protect the outsiders because they don't have a knowledge of it. So that doctrine is called as what, people? Doctrine of indoor management. That means outsiders are not allowed inside. They have no idea about it. So any matter on that, people, we will try to always protect the outsiders from the company. So these are the three doctrines. Just know and go. Basics of it. I'm just trying to cover it. Okay. Next one is, people, what is liability clause? Liability clause generally says what is the liability of the company. Whether you are a company limited by shares, limited by guarantee, unlimited company, that is what is given here. Next one is called as, people, capital clause. What is capital clause? It says what is the maximum capital of the company, nothing but, people, your authorized capital. Last one is called as, people, subscription clause. What is subscription clause? Who the initial shareholders are. That is the clause that this communicates. Who the initial shareholders are. Remember, people, subscription clause will never change with time. It will always be permanent. Subscription clause is always the same. With time, it won't change. So one clause which will never be altered is subscription clause. Clear? Even today, if you guys see the what do you say, the MOA of Infosys, it will still have the name of Narayan Murthy. It will still have the name of Nandan Nilekani. All the shareholders of initial shareholders of Infosys. How many shares they have taken? It will have. They have taken one share each to start Infosys. Even today, if you see, that is the same. So the last page of MOA will never change. Hello? Clear? Okay. And the last one is called as, people, nomination clause. Nomination clause, nothing but it will come when we are seeing OPC part. Yes. So this is your MOA. What is AOA, people? A document which communicates rules and regulations. And in AOA, what is entrenchment means, people? What is entrenchment? To make the provisions more stricter. So I can make the provisions more stricter on the company possible, but how to entrench my articles? How do I do it? If it is a private company, to make your articles more stricter, remember, all the shareholders have to agree. Everyone have to agree. That means if I have 5 shareholders, all 5 have to agree. In the case of public company, people, I need not have to take everyone's approval. A special resolution is sufficient. If they agree, people, I can make my provisions more stricter possible. Clear? This is my entrenchment. Okay, next one, people. Incorporation of company. How to incorporate a company, people? We can have the total incorporation into 5 steps. The stage 1, people, is called as name of a company. Remember, they have not asked, people, but I believe they can ask you with regards to the name of a company. Important. It's been quite some time that they have not asked anything with this incorporation. Whenever you are applying for a name of a company, the name has to be unique. Correct? It should not be identical with any of the existing company's name. Now, what do I mean by it should not be identical? Our book has given us example. What do I mean by that? See, you cannot have plural or singular. That means what? Ocean Voyage Limited is same as Oceans Voyages Limited. Now, these scenarios are given in our book. So, it's there in syllabus. So, any day they can pick it up. In any way they can ask you. So, no and go. Next one, spacing and punctuations. ABC Limited is same as A space B space C. A comma B comma C. So, ABC is same as A comma B comma C. They both are same only. That is what they are telling you, spacing and punctuations. Next one is different tense. Bloom solution is same as bloomed solutions. They will not be considered as two different companies. Are you getting it? Next one is people, spelling variations. What do I mean by spelling variations, people? Advisor is same as advisor. Infosys is same as Infosys. Hello? So spelling variations does not change the name. Next one, people, you can actually combine these two and see. Phonetically same. What do you mean by phonetically same? Phonetically means, people, something which sounds the same. For example, ABC is same as phonetic means sounds same. Even this is also considered as, people, not a unique name. Okay, next one, translation. What do I mean by translation now? Pushpa, Flower Limited, they are considered as same. That means what? If you have read section 16, whenever my name is similar to someone company's name, what I can do? I can approach to central government within how many days? Within 3 years I can go and tell, no, this Pushpa Limited can go and tell, sir, this is same as my company's name. They have just translated. If central government is satisfied, central government will pass an order to Flowers Limited saying that I am convinced that your name is same. Now the Flower Limited will have to change its name within 3 months. Yes, when section 16 comes, we'll see. Okay, domain extension. What do I mean by that? ABC Limited is same as ABC or www.abc Limited. They are same. Just because you add a domain to it, it does not become a new name. Hello? Getting it? Next one, people, is order of words. ArivuPro Limited is same as Pro Arivu Limited. So if someone wants to start a company, you can't do it in ArivuPro. It's similar name, but can I do it in Pro Arivu? Not possible. Rearranging words will still be considered as similar name. Are you getting it? Next one, article. That means what, people? Bright Star, or I can't say a ArivuPro, the ArivuPro. It will not become a unique name. Next one, addition of a place. ArivuPro Bangalore, ArivuPro Coimbatore, it does not become a different name. It is still similar name only. Next one, people, numerals. What do you mean by that? ArivuPro number 1, ArivuPro Limited, ArivuPro number 2 Limited. It will be still considered as a same name. Not even once they have picked up anything from this, but this entire table is there in our syllabus. No and go. Exam point of view, important. Not even once asked. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir, with regards to, so first we are going to apply the name of the company. Okay, name is applied. What is the second one? So we are going to reserve the name. Whatever we saw, we have reserved the name. And first we need to file an application to ROC. We need to first reserve the name. So what they will do, now for example, I will first apply ArivuPro Limited. If the name is available, people, the name will be reserved for a period of 20 days. So if at all within 20 days, if I do not incorporate a company, what will happen? If you want, you can apply for an extension also. By filing 1,000 rupees, you can again extend for another 20 days. Sorry, even now I was not able to do. You can again extend for another 20 days by paying 2,000 rupees. So even now I was not able to do. Then die. We can't keep giving you extension. Correct? Huh? So remember, people, at any given point of time, this is the maximum time we will give it to you. Now even within this time, so generally what happens? First you need to reserve your name, ArivuPro. If ArivuPro is available, registrar will tell you now complete your registration process. I have to give the details about the company, address, directors details, shareholders details. I have to give everything. Now people, within 20 days, if I am not giving everything, then whatever is the name that was reserved, it will be given back to the public domain. I have to repeat the process. Are you getting the point? Yes. This is for first time incorporation of a company. What if I'm already existing company? I want to change my name. In such cases, your name will be reserved for a period of 60 days. Sir, give us an example. Zomato Limited change its name to, what is the name now? Eternal Limited. This is the name of Zomato now, correct? Yes, sir. Illa, in our apps and all, it still says Zomato only. I hope you guys know Zomato has changed its name to Eternal. When, sir? It's been a week? It's been close to 6 months. That's when they have changed its name. But, sir, in our app, it is still saying Zomato only. Remember, Zomato is a trademark. So the trademark is continuing as Zomato only, but the name of the company has been changed to Eternal. So in your, what is that, NSC, BSc and all, if you take the names and see, it will not be Zomato. It will be coming as Eternal. Understanding, all of you? So now what should the Zomato do? Zomato will first ask registrar, sir, is this Eternal available? Can you see, is it unique? Registrar will check and say, yes, it is unique. So the name will be reserved for a maximum period of 60 days. Now in this 60 days, I have to complete the rest of the process. If I don't complete, Eternal will be again released back to the public domain. Whoever now applies will get it. That's how they do it. Understood, all of you? Okay. Sir, once we register a company, once we reserve a company, now the name of the company. Next will be what? The next one will be people filing the rest of the documents. What and all will be filed, people? Remember, the documents part can be important from exam point of view. Majorly, people, we will file 2 forms along with the other details. So in the registration, we need to file one form called as people SPICE Plus. You guys would have heard of it. What do I mean by SPICE Plus? SPICE stands for Simplified Proforma of Incorporating Companies Electronically. Simplified Proforma of incorporating companies electronically. That's the full form. Yes, it's called as SPICE Plus. It's called as SPICE Plus. Correct? That's the form we use to register a company. Now, sir, we will file SPICE form. Okay. In this, what and all we will file? You will file all the details about the company, like capital, address, the director's details, shareholders' details, everything. I'll file it in the SPICE form. Along with that, people, I will also give 2 other documents. What are the documents? One is called as INC9. The second one is called as INC8. What do I mean by INC9? INC9 is nothing but, people, it's a declaration. What do you mean by a declaration, sir? It's nothing but, people, it's a declaration given by the shareholders and the first subscribers that, sir, there is no cases against us. The court has not prohibited us from starting a company. We have not done any fraud in the last 5 years. You give a declaration, sir, we are a good people, and whatever information we have mentioned in all these documents is true. You give a declaration that is given in the form INC9. And next one is, people, INC8. What is this? This is nothing but, people, what is a guarantee that whatever details are mentioned in these documents, that all these information is true? What is the guarantee? It has to be signed by someone. So remember, INC8 is nothing but a certificate given by a professional. For example, a CA checks all these documents and say, hey registrar, you don't worry, I have checked all the details and I am certifying the form. Remember, people, if you are certifying the form, the registrar is not going to further check the documents. The registrar is going to take the documents as it is in his records without checking them. That's why, people, this is called as certification. Are you getting it? Who can give this, sir? This can be given by an advocate or a practicing chartered accountant, cost accountant, company secretary, and a director, manager, or a CS if it is there in the company. They need to sign. So one outsider, one from the company will have to sign this INC8. Remember, somewhere these 2 were not asked till date. They can be a question from MCQ point of view, or they can be sub questions. They will ask you one main question. In that, this will be a sub question. Exam point of view, important. Know and go. Is this clear, all of you? Yes. INC9 and INC8. Next one, I'll give the details of all the directors, address and everything. What does this correspondence address means, people? Should the company mandatorily have an address from day one? From when should they have? It is your choice. If you want, you can have it from day one, or you need to have it within 30 days of incorporation. Remember this and go. Okay. Next, all this information is filed with the registrar people in form Spice Plus. What is the next step, people? In what is that? One more thing, you need to give along with the incorporation form, you need to give another main two documents. What is that? The first one is called as MOA, next one is called as AOA. And remember, with regards to the signature of MOA, who and all should sign the MOA? The first subscribers. Sir, what if that person is a illiterate? How do you sign? Thumb impression. And what if you are a foreigner? Notary public. What if you're a, what do you say, person of Indian origin? Business visa. Correct. Very good, people. Remember, all these scenarios are important from your exam point of view. Here should go. Okay, remember and go, people. Exam point of view, very important. Now, who should sign MOA and AOA, people? The MOA and AOA, very important from exam point of view. It says MOA and AOA has to be signed by every subscriber. So, if there are 5 people, all 5 have to sign. And along with that, people, there should also be witness. There has to be all subscribers who sign, and also there has to be one witness that who signs this particular document. So as I told, if you now see your Infosys ka MOA, it will have something called as your subscription clause, which says, can you see how many shareholders were there? One is NRN Murthy, Nagavara, Ramarao, Narayana Murthy. That is nothing but, people, your Narayan Murthy whom we know. Next one is Srinivas Raghavan, Gopala Krishnan, Nandan Neelkeni. Yes, so everyone will have to sign. How many shares did they take? Subscription clauses is 1 share each. This is what it is. It will never change with time. This is the most recent copy. It won't change with time. Now, sir, we saw who will sign? Every subscriber will sign, and there has to be one witness. Now, this person is witness. Understanding? Sir, now, if Narayan Murthy is literate, that's why he signed his name on himself. Sir, what if I'm illiterate? You need to put a thumb impression, but on behalf of you, someone will have to make the entry that this person is illiterate, and hence I am signing it on his behalf. So, for example, let us imagine if Narayan Murthy is illiterate now, I am doing it on his behalf. So, what I will write? Narayan Murthy will put his thumb impression. I will write the name. I will say, I have signed it. I have explained everything to Narayan Murthy. He has read everything and then only affixed its thumb impression. And I will sign in my capacity that I have read everything to Narayan Murthy. So, if thumb impression is there, someone else also should sign the document. Remember that. Clear? Okay. And sir, what if a person is a foreigner? If a foreigner is there, in such scenario, what will happen? This is important. Know and go. What is that? Where the subscriber is a foreign national. If that person is residing outside India, if you are a foreign national, if you are residing outside India. So in such case, what will happen? How should I sign the document? They are telling you, people, see, very simple. What is the guarantee that you signed? And you only see here you are mentioning your, what do you say? You are mentioning your address here. People, what is the guarantee that this is your address? If it's in India, I can know, people. If you are mentioning somewhere in China, you are mentioning somewhere in Russia, how do I believe that it's true? That's why what do they say? If you are a foreign national people, then the condition is you need to go to someone called as notary public. Who is notary public? You need to go to a person appointed by your central government and you need to ask them, sir, I'm going to India, I'm registering a company. They have a requirement that can you please put your signature to my particular document. Your notary public will take money, there will be some fees involved and they will affix a seal. They will say approved and you need to bring that document to India, only then we will take it. Now if at all the details are fake, your notary public will never sign. So your notary public signature is mandatory. When sir, if you are a foreign national coming outside India, you are coming from outside India. Is this clear? Hello? Pakka? Sir, so always this is mandatory. Always it is mandatory. Are you getting the point? Yes, all of you. Sir, and there are a few people. There are some countries. So all these countries together, they have come and formed something called as people Commonwealth countries. We call them as Commonwealth countries. What do I mean by Commonwealth countries, people? There is a list of countries. They have all signed their name to this treaty. So if you are a person, now say for example, you are Donald Trump, you're coming from US. US is a member of Commonwealth country. So if you're coming from a country which is a party to Commonwealth, only notary public signature is sufficient. So what if I'm coming from a country which is not party to a Commonwealth? If I have to give you an example, there is a country which is not party to a Commonwealth. Which one is that? Say example. See here, Netherlands. This was asked in exam. Yeah, there is a lady called as, we'll be seeing, there is a question. So this is a lady, Eliza. She's come from a country called as Switzerland. Now Netherlands. Netherlands is not a party to Commonwealth. Now where is Eliza coming from? Netherlands? Now the question is, people, when Eliza is signing MOA, what and all have to be kept in mind by Eliza? First thing, people, she has to get all the documents. She has to go to notary public. It has to be signed by notary public. In addition to that, people, you're not coming from a country which is member to Commonwealth countries. You're not Netherlands. You're not Commonwealth country. And hence, in addition to notary public, I should also get a signature from consular office, or we also call it as foreign diplomat. Sir, in general, sir, give us in a simple language, nothing but, people, in Netherlands, you will have Indian embassy. You go there, you also need to get the signature from the Indian embassy. That's the meaning of consular or diplomat. Sir, if I am coming from US, you are a party to Commonwealth. This is not required. Hello? Are you understanding? Sir, in exam they have asked the exact question. I'll show you what they have asked. Eliza, she's a college friend of Amrish. You want to read the complete question? This is the exam question. Jan attempt they have asked. Okay. See here, Amrish people wants to start a company after coming back to India. Amrish belongs to Barmer district in Rajasthan, where his parents have agricultural land of 20 acres. He planned to manufacture customized dress for tourists. For this purpose, he planned to incorporate a company, and the following people are the subscribers to MOA. Who? Amrish. Robert is a college friend of Amrish. He is a citizen of UK, has technician expertise, and in order to incorporate the company, he visited India on a valid business visa. What is that? We'll see. Eliza, she's a friend of Amrish. She's a citizen of Netherlands and has good business contacts in European countries, which will immensely useful in marketing of company's products. Next one, Goma Devi, who is illiterate, who is Amrish's mother only. Next one is Good Work Technologies LLP. That is also one of the shareholderisms. And Mohit Electronics Private Limited. Even they are also one of the shareholderisms. So all these people together are planning to start a company. Now they are asking you people, tell them how should they affix their names for the MOA. How should they sign the MOA? Hello? So you need to start people Amrish. How should Amrish affix his name? What and all he need to keep in mind? Amrish has to be aware of what people. He needs to affix his name, address, occupation, and along with that people there should be one witness. That is what we saw for Narayan Murthy. Next one people for Goma Devi. Goma Devi is illiterate and hence thumb impression, and someone has to make the entry on their behalf and sign. Next one people, now whatever we are just seeing, Eliza. Eliza is a foreign national who is residing outside India. You're staying outside India. Now people, what I will write? Of course people, we will not know whether Netherlands is even I don't know. Then how are we supposed to write in the exam? Remember, in exam you're always free to write a word called as assumption. You can write if it is a member nation to Commonwealth. If it is a member nation, then people I can tell you it is only notary public sufficient. If it is not a member nation to Commonwealth, then in addition to notary public, it has to also be certified by a diplomat or a consular office. Hello? Are you getting the point? Sir, what if it's a foreign national but not residing outside India? They have come to India only. When they are in India, it is easy, no? Remember, when you are in India, people, it is okay. You can skip this notary, you can skip this consular office, you can do that. That means, sir, Trump has come to India. Now, when he is in India, he can sign in right in front of you, right? You can see it now. Yes or no? That's why people remember, whenever a person is coming from outside India to India, if you are in India, people, in such case, the notary public or consular office signature is not required. Provided you come to India, you sign it here only. You need to have a valid business visa. You can come to India for many ways, right? You can come to India for vacation, trip. You can come in tourist visa. You need to have a valid business visa. Now that is what you need to write for Mr. Robert. He is a citizen of UK and he has visited India and he is having a valid business visa. That is fine, people. He can directly come to India and sign all these documents. He need not have people what? He need not have to take the notary public or the diplomat or consular office signature. Not required. Make sense? Hello, all of you. Easy? Okay. The next one is people. It says, what if this is your foreign national residing outside India but visited India, he needs to have a valid business visa. Okay. Next one, sir, is if you are a body corporate, that is if you are a company, then how can one company be a shareholder in another company? How is it possible? They are telling you it's very simple. The company has to authorize one of its directors or any of its officer or any of its employee. You guys authorized to go and sign on behalf of you. That person will come and sign on behalf of the company. Remember, important exam point of view, remember and go. So if a company is a shareholder, who will sign on behalf of the company? The company will pass a board resolution authorizing its director or officer or employee to go and sign on behalf of the company. That person will sign it and that is how he will sign his name to the MOA. Sir, what if it's a LLP, people? LLP, it has to be signed by a partner. Here it is director, officer or employee. Here it will be signed on behalf of the LLP by a partner. But what is the difference? Who will sign the document? It has to be approved by all the partners. That means what? If at all in my LLP there are 5 partners, all 5 of us have to approve. Mr. B will go and sign that document on behalf of us. All have to approve. That's the difference. Now, when will it make difference, people? When they ask in the exam. You can see here. Good Work Technologies LLP, LLP having the expertise in the field of remote sensing devices. Now, if that is becoming a shareholder, now how do they do it? You need to clearly write it, people. On behalf of the LLP, one partner authorized by all the partners will have to sign the MOA. That's how this particular thing will be valid. Are you getting the point, people? Yes. Remember and go, most of them had left this particular question. Very tricky because you will fail to understand what is consular office. That is one thing. Second thing, you will fail to give attention to all the partners. And remember, people, wherever the words director, officer, employee, such things are given, they are very important MCQ point of view. They will clearly ask who can sign the documents on behalf of company. Option 1, director, officer, employee. Option 2, KMP. They will literally give KMP, officer, director. While you guys are in exam, you will feel KMP has more power noda, so KMP only can sign. It will be confusing. Are you getting the point? Wherever designations are there, people, very, very important. You tell me, who can maintain books of accounts? Whose duty? Books of accounts. Whose duty it is to maintain books of accounts? Section 128. Whose responsibility? KMP? I'll help one. CFO. CFO and managing director, whole time director. Somewhere you remember? Managing director, whole time director, in brackets, in charge of finance, CFO, such other person authorized by the board. Very, very important. Accounts da, your dilkha dadkhan no, accounts and auditor. Yes, why I am saying that is, these are short questions. And I am telling you where they will ask also. It will come in MCQ. Getting the point? Illa, yes or no? Okay. Remember and go, important. All of you. Clear? Okay. Signing part, any doubt here? Hello? So who and all have to sign the subscription clause, people? If it's a name, directly name and witness. If it is in the case of illiterate, thumb impression and someone else will be signing. If it is a body corporate, director, employee, officer, authorized by board resolution. If it is LLP, partner, authorized by all the partners. If it is a foreign national residing outside India, notary public. And what if you are not from a Commonwealth, diplomat or consular? What if you are a foreign national who is coming and visiting India? Business visa is what you need to check. Sir, what if you are a person of Indian origin or also called as overseas citizen of India? You have heard of them? Overseas citizen of India? What do you mean by overseas citizen of India? Sundar Pichai is OCI. Who is Sundar Pichai? Don't ask me. Here, Google Sundar Pichai. But don't you think he is an Indian? But is he an Indian citizen? Is he coming to India to vote? No. Why? He has green card. But does he belong to India? We call such people as OCIs. Overseas citizen of India or person of Indian origin. We call them as. That means you are settled abroad. You have taken up the foreign citizenship. But you belong to India. We call such people as PIO. Person of Indian origin. That's what. See, this is very important. Most of them will ignore also. In such case, what is that? That means Sundar Pichai, can he come and start a company in India? Is it possible? Yes. He's a foreign citizen only. He's having citizenship of US now. So can he come and start business in India? Possible, people. remember, the only benefit is we will not ask Sundar Pichai to give business visa. It's okay. Without that also, Sundar Pichai can start a company. That is the thing. That's the only difference, remember and go. So if you are a person of Indian origin, business visa is not required. Even without that only, you can affix your signature to MOA. Clear? Huh.
Does that mean notary signature is necessary?
Which one?
It is only mentioned that the business visa is not necessary.
Huh.
If that's the case, do we need to require like a signature from the notary?
The other aspects of it, say for example, if you're getting any document from outside India, that has to be notarized. Now, why we are taking this one is, let us imagine you are outside India itself. You have not visited India. Now I will follow these steps only for you. This scenario will come into picture. Now if Sundar Pichai is visiting India, if that's what, if he is not, then this scenario will come. Notary public will come, Commonwealth, that will be as it is. Because now there I don't know whether you are actually signing it. That is not happening in front of me. This is happening in front of me. Getting the point? So here, yes, everything will as it is apply. Okay, INC 8, INC 9, okay, done. Next one, sir. Okay, we submit everything, people. The certificate of incorporation will be given by ROC. Stage 5, order of tribunal. Now, people remember at any given point of time, if at all the company has done any fraudulent or you have given any incorrect details, and if you have submitted the information, people, the tribunal may pass an order for what? They can pass an order for regulation of management of the company. The tribunal, let us imagine someone comes and proves that, sir, they have given incorrect details and they have incorporated a company. They have given incorrect Aadhaar numbers. They have given fake details. In such case, if tribunal is convinced, the tribunal can pass any of these orders. What is that? Order number 1. I can regulate the management of company. What do I mean by that? Hey, all you directors, you step down. I can replace the entire set of the board. The tribunal has the power. Second one, people, I can suggest any changes to your MOA and AOA. The third one, people, I can make all your liabilities unlimited. Fourth one, I can even directly remove the name of your company from the register. The fifth one, I can even order for winding up of the company. And not only that, people, the promoters, the first directors, and not only that, whoever is the person who has attested our documents, they will be liable under section 447, fraud. Clear? Yes, because you have given incorrect information. So you will be liable for the fraud section. Clear? Simple? Yes? Okay. So this is your incorporation of company. Important, people. See, 99% they will not ask you the complete process, but they will pick these internal things. If you ask me overall for this attempt, what is more important? Remember and go INC 8, who should give? INC 9, who should sign? And what is the content of INC 9? Name of company, remember and go. And also try to focus on the subscription of MOA part. Important. Hello? And even the name of the company, remember, it will be reserved for 20 days for the newly incorporated company. If you want, you can extend by another 20 days by paying 2,000 rupees. If I want, I can again extend by 20 days by paying 2,000 rupees. So in total, maximum is, people, put together is 60 days, not beyond that. If it is a new company, that is, if you're already existing, then people, if I want to change my name, the name will be maximum reserved for 60 days. Clear, all of you? At any given point of time, if I want to change my name of a company, how do I change? Remember, if at all I want to change the name of the company, there are two ways you can do. One is, people, under section 13.2. This is nothing but, people, voluntary. That is, whenever I want, I can change. Best example I can give you of, people, is Zomato. Zomato wanted to change to Eternal. They can change it whenever they want, as simple as that. The only thing they need to follow is, you will call for a shareholders meeting, you will pass a special resolution, and you will intimate to the registrar, sir, this is my new name. That's all done. This is the most easiest form of changing your name of a company. The next one is called as people rectification of name of a company, which is given in section 16. Sir, what do I mean by rectification? Let us imagine if there are two companies which is incorporated with the same name. So one was incorporated in the year 2023, one was incorporated in the year 2025. Same name. Let us imagine XYZ, XYZ. Now what happens? The company whichever got incorporated first, they will go and file an application where they will file an application to central government. Sir, my name is also XYZ, their name is also XYZ. Can you please tell them to change the name of their company because my customers are thinking that we both are same. Now central government, if it is convinced, central government will pass an order to this dummy company, the second formed company, hey, can you please change your name? Now this dummy company will have to change its name, people, within 3 months of central government giving you a notice. What if I don't change my name? Central government itself will allot you a new name. Good, no? Nice, no? But remember, you are not going to enjoy the name. The name will be little bad. The name says the central government order not complied, in the brackets order number private limited. That will be the name of the company, and you will be issued a fresh certificate of incorporation, and according to the rule you have to update all your places with the new name. Let it be even for 1 day, you have to change it. Correct? Sir, so once central government gives me a name, can I change it again, sir, further? Is it possible? Can I change it? Yes, possible. There is no restriction. You are free to change it in the future. There is no hard and fast rule that you cannot change. Sir, now this first formed company, within how many days they have to come and apply to central government, sir? Within 3 years. Sir, what if 3 years period is passed? I can't do anything. What I can do? Okay, one is Trademarks Act. Okay. Trademarks Act. Okay. According to Companies Act, is there any other way, people? They can ask you your opinion, people. Remember, central government hope is still there. Remember, the 3-year condition is only for a company to go. Central government on its own can tell you to change its name even after 20 years of incorporation. In law, there is no time period written, and 100% of us will miss to see that. The time period is only for someone to go and complain to central government. Central government can on its own tell you to change your name without any time restrictions. Remember that. One route is this: when application is filed by some other person, even central government on its own can also tell you to change your name without any time limit. Getting the point? Hello? Understanding or no? That means what, people? One random day, if registrar is checking everything, I find that 2 names are same. It's been 6 years now. Can't registrar do anything? They can do. The 3-year rule will apply only if what? Some external person wants to come and file a case. If central government on its own want to tell you, there is no this 3-year rule and all will not apply to central government. Hello? Are you understanding? So remember and go. So note, yes. If company obtains new name, you need to intimate ROC within 15 days. If company fails to comply with central government, then we'll allot you a new name and certificate of incorporation will be issued to you. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, and one more thing, people. Okay, this is okay. At any given point of time, what is the minimum number of members, people? If you are a OPC, 1. If you are a private company, public company, sir, if at any given point of time, if this number goes below the minimum requirement, what will happen? Within 6 months, I need to appoint new members. Sir, what if I don't appoint? What will happen? The liability will be starts from when? After 6 months. So the contract, anything we have entered, it will become unlimited liability. Which contracts? Let us imagine, people, 1st Jan 2026, That is when the number of members went below the minimum requirement. The 6 months period is people 30th June 2026. This is a 6 months period. For your understanding, let us take two contracts. One contract was entered on 1st May 2026. There was one more contract entered on 1st August 2026. Now my question to you, in this, which contract the liability will be unlimited? 1st August? How many of you think both? Both? How many of you think 1st August? How many of you think only 1st May? Okay, no one. Remember people, this 6 months is given for me to make good my fault. Anything done in this 6 months is not a fault. So whatever contracts that I have entered during the 6 months people, my liability will not be unlimited. This will be limited liability only. When will my unlimited liability start? My unlimited liability will start after the 6 months. That means what? In my case, for this 1st August 2026, my liability will be unlimited. Hello? Now my second question to you, let us imagine sir, the capital of the company is 10 lakh rupees. The contract value is 40 lakh rupees. Yeah? The contract value is 40 lakh, the capital of the company is 10 lakh. So the number of members went below the minimum requirement. Let us imagine it's a private company. So there is one person called as Mr. B. Now he is the only surviving shareholder. Now you tell me what will be the liability of B? MCQ question. Is it a complete 40 lakh? Or is it 30 lakh? Or is it any amount? Say for example only 10 lakh? None of the above. What is the liability of Mr. B? Understood, huh? What you all remember, you know, I know what is happening in your mind. $30 lakhs? 30 lakhs only? Not 40? Hopefully no. See, very, I'm saying AI question. This is AI question. The law says people, the person who is continuing below the lesser number, if you still continue, such person will be liable for the whole of the debts. And hence it has to be 40 lakhs. Very unfortunate people that they are picking up such, possible people. Very much possible. Are you getting the point? Hello? Yes? So remember, I'm telling you people, we all know the concepts, but people, I don't know if you guys are realizing people. People see here, you can get 60 people. I'm telling you can get 60, but you should be focused. The perspective matters a lot. You're seeing in, I'm here to tell you in section 3A, your perspective is only to see, okay, less than this 6 months unlimited. There are other words also which are important. I hope you are understanding. And I'll tell you when we'll realize that will cost us an attempt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No. Now, for example, that overseas citizens will not go till that point. Business done. And they'll ask off in the exam. Hello? Getting it? Okay. So I'm just taking those tricky ones and I'm telling it to you. Clear? Okay. Next one, people. Okay. Declaration INC 8 is done. Subscribers INC 9 is done. Okay. Allotment. Fraudulent information. Tribunal can pass an order. Okay. OPC we have done? No. What is OPC, people? One person company. And what can OPC do? Who can form a OPC, people? Natural person. A person who is natural person. And Indian citizen. Natural person, Indian citizen, or the third condition? Resident in India or otherwise. What do I mean by resident? A person who has stayed in India for 120 days. When? This year or previous financial year? Previous financial year. Remember and go, in exam, you guys will get confused between this and LLP, designated partner. There it is during the financial year. OPC it is previous financial year. Okay. And what else, people? Natural person, Indian citizen, resident, 120 days. Nominee, people, can a minor be a nominee? No. Whenever there is a change in nominee, what and all you need to do, tell me? 3 things you need to write. This is what I call it as keywords. If you have these 3 things, you will get full marks. So whenever there is a change of nominee, what you should do? You need to tell me 3 main things. The new nominee should be filed within how many days? Within? Okay, remember people, whenever there is a change in nominee, whether because of resignation or you want to change, you are free to change. You need to change the nominee within 15 days. Yes? Now then what is 30 days? You need to inform ROC. Inform? Oh, sorry. Okay. You need to inform ROC. I'm asking in form. Which form? INC 4. So you need to inform ROC in INC 4. This is called as keywords. When they're asking you about nominee, these are 3 things. Rest I don't see what you have written. Okay, next one, people. OPC cannot do certain business. What is that? It cannot be converted into Section 8 company, nor can it carry on the Section 8 activities. Next one, it cannot do non-banking financial investment activities. Next one, people. It cannot invest in any body corporates. These things are absolutely prohibited. And next one, people. Can it be converted into any other form of business? OPC can be converted into private company, public company. Absolutely fine. Yes. So those are the most important things. Remember and go. Nominee thing, important, remember. ROC within 30 days in form, INC 4. Okay. Next one, people, Section 8 company. The most important, what is Section 8 company? Generally formed for the purpose of non-profit organization is something we generally say, but it for the purpose of charity or education, society or research, sports, you can do anything under Section 8 company. Only thing to remember, if it is, what is that? You are not supposed to declare dividends, and if at all you have not carried your business as per the Companies Act, or if you have violated any of the provisions of Companies Act, then what will happen? The central government can withdraw the license given to you. Once the license is withdrawn, what will happen to such Section 8 company? Any of the 3 things can happen. 1, I can tell you to convert yourself into a normal business. Do business as a private, public, whatever. But convert yourself into a normal company. Next one, people, I can tell you to amalgamate with another existing Section 8 company. Or people, I can wind up your business. So once I wind up, what will happen to all the money? Settle all your liabilities. If still any money is left, people, then I can do 2 things. 1, transfer that entire money to some good Section 8 company. Let them at least use that money. Or if still excess money is there, people, I can transfer it to a fund maintained by central government. That fund is called as, people, insolvency bankruptcy fund. Clear? This part is important. Remember and go. Yes. Hello. Sir, can I alter my MOA? Is it possible? Remember, any changes, people, you need to take the prior approval of central government. Important. Okay, that's the most of it. That is a Section 8 company. Next one. Section 7 we saw, Section 8 we saw. Okay. Effect of registration, nothing, you can ignore that. MOA, AOA. We saw 7, we saw 8, we saw 9, we saw. Okay. Effect of MOA and AOA. Section 10 says what, people? Once the MOA, AOA is registered, the members are bound to the company. Company is bound to the members. I hope you guys know, Noda. Once the company is incorporated, what will happen? The members are bound to the company. The company is bound to the members. Hey, what do you mean by this, da? Members are bound to the company. What do you mean by that? There are 4 case laws here. After day, members are bound to the company means what, people? Whatever is written in the AOA, I cannot go back. So once you have filed your MOA AOA, you cannot say, sir, I am not bound by what is written. For example, I'll tell you one simple thing, people. In one of the company's articles of association, it was written that if at all a person becomes insolvent, so one outsider will come, you will call him as liquidator, he will come and take all your shares, he will sell it, he will take money, he will repay liability, correct? That is what a liquidator will do. In one company's AOA, it was written, if at all a person becomes an insolvent, when a liquidator comes, when he wants to sell the shares, the company decides at what price you can sell the shares. It will be at the price decided by the company. You cannot decide the price. Where is it written? It is written in the articles of association that the company decides the price. Now wonder what happened. One person became an insolvent. The liquidator came. He wanted to sell the shares at a particular price. The company said, no, not possible. As per the articles of association, we will decide the price. The liquidator said, who are you to decide? If the shareholder becomes an insolvent, I will become the trustee. I will handle it. Who are you to decide the price? The liquidator questioned back the company. Both of them fought, went to court. In the court, it was decided, get your AOA. They checked the line by line. In one line, it was clearly written, whenever such scenario happens, the price will be decided by the company. And now you have signed it on that day. The shareholder signed the MOA AOA. Once you signed it, people, you are bound by whatever is written in MOA AOA. And hence, it was decided, people, that once the MOA AOA is registered, the shareholders are bound to the company. Whatever it is written there, you are agreeing to everything. And hence, the price will be decided by the company only. That was a decision passed in this particular case law. That's the meaning of company. I mean, the members are bound to the company. Once the MOA, AOA, you have seen everything, you have signed, you are agreeing to everything there. Tomorrow you can't challenge it. The other way around, even the company is also bound to the members. That means, once you have given me the money, paid up share capital, tomorrow I cannot say you have not paid. Once I have written your name as my shareholder, tomorrow I cannot say you are not my shareholder. You are eligible to the financial statements. You are eligible to the notice of general meeting. That's the meaning of the company is also bound to the members. Hello? Hello? The third one is, remember, company is not bound to the outsiders. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, in one of the articles of association, it was written, the company will never remove its advocate except on the ground of misconduct. We will not remove the advocate at all at any given point of time. We will not remove. But one day what happened, people? After 2 years, the company actually removed their advocate. The advocate went and filed a case in the court saying that, sir, I was appointed for 5 years. In their articles of association, it is clearly written that they will never remove me. See, they have written, except for misconduct. I did not do any misconduct. How can they remove me? The advocate went and challenged this in the court. Now, people, in the court, it was clearly said that, people, remember, the articles of association is an internal document. It is a document for the people within the company. You are an outsider. You do not get any benefits from this particular document. It is only between the company, its shareholders, its directors. Who are you? You are an outsider. You have nothing to do in articles. Amongst them, they will agree 100 things. They have not entered into an agreement with you. So based on articles, you do not get any right. It is only for them and between them. As an outsider, you enjoy no right. That is a decision passed. What is the judgment? The company is not bound to the outsiders based on AOA. It is only internal document. Even I can tell 100 things in AOA. I am liable internally, not externally. Hello? Understood? Pakkana. And members are not bound to one another. That means Partnership Act. In your childhood, you would have studied mutual agency. One shareholder, one partner will go and sign. I am binding all other partners. One shareholder cannot go and sign and cannot bind all the other members. So, one member cannot bind the other member. That is not possible. Clear all of you? That is section 10. Any doubts? No. One more section we missed is section 6. What is section 6, people? This is section 6. Correct? So, first comes AOA, next comes MOA, next comes Companies Act. Correct? So, your AOA can never override MOA, your MOA can never override Companies Act. They all have to be subordinate to one another. Your AOA should be subordinate to MOA. Your MOA has to be subordinate to Companies Act. This is clear? Okay, next one is people section 10A. What is 10A? Certificate of section 10A. Commencement of business. What is commencement of business, people? People, I hope something you guys have revised it. Right? Search on is not working. Okay. What is 10A? Certificate of commencement of business. Simple, people. Whenever a company started, certain initial shareholders said, we will take 100 shares, we will take 5,000 shares. What is the guarantee that they have actually they have brought in that money or not? What is the guarantee? So people remember, within 180 days of incorporation, the directors of the company will file a form with the registrar saying that, dear registrar, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Mr. Nandan Nilkeni, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, who said they will buy one share and we will give 10 rupees. They have given 10 rupees. We have given them a share. Sir, this is one. Okay, what if it's 1 lakh share? We will say, registrar, we have received 1 lakh share into 10 rupees. We have received 10 lakh rupees from Mr. A. We are giving you a certificate. Who? Directors say, we have received the money. And sir, we have also intimated our registered office with ROC. If you have any concern tomorrow, if you want to send us any notices tomorrow, please reach us out on the address which is filed to you. So, we file this form with ROC. Now, ROC verifies everything, people, and ROC gives you something called as Certificate of Commencement of Business. Now, you can start your business. So, within 180 days, if I do not give this declaration to ROC, what is going to happen? It is one of the ground for strike off. Your company's name will be removed if you fail to file this within 180 days. So within 180 days, 2 things you have to file to register. What is that? All the money has been received from the shareholders. We have filed the address to the registrar. Sir, what is the guarantee, sir? The director can also lie, no, sir. That's why remember, this form has to be professionally attested by a professional. It can be CA, CS, CMA. They have to affix their sign. If they do not sign, this form will not go through. This is only called a Certificate of Commencement of Business. Section 10A. Any doubts, sir? No? Okay. Section 12, I told you, every company should have a mandatory registered address which is filed with ROC within 30 days of incorporation. Correct? Can I change my address, people? Yes. How? There are four ways. One is within city. Next one is out of the city, same state. Third one is outside the city from within same state but jurisdiction of one ROC to another. The fourth one is one state to another. Example people, now you are in say Coimbatore. From Coimbatore I go to say for example, I don't know. Okay, let us not take the case of Tamil Nadu because you have internal jurisdiction. Let us take a case of say for example Bangalore only. Now I was in Bangalore. From Bangalore one area to I'll go to Bangalore another area. That is the most simplest change in address. Yes? So for that what should I do? Nothing. Just pass board resolution. Done. Easiest. Only director's approval is required. The next type of change is called as what people? One city to another within the same state. That is, sir, we were in Bangalore. Imagine we go to another place called as, I don't know, Mysore. Another city in Karnataka. Yes, sir. So this is second scenario. The third scenario, sir, now let us come to the case of Tamil Nadu. You were in, say, Coimbatore. From Coimbatore, you go to Chennai. That is within Tamil Nadu, from one jurisdiction of ROC to another jurisdiction. For this, what is the scenario? This is board resolution. This requires a special resolution. The second scenario requires a special resolution. The third scenario, what and all we need to take? We need to take one person additional approval. That person is RD. There is a timeline given here. The timeline is people 30 days, 60 days, 30 days. What do I mean by this 30, 60, 30 here? Now, we will give our application to RD, Regional Director. Sir, I want to go from Coimbatore to Chennai. Can you please approve? RD has to approve the application within 30 days of we filing it. So, we give our application, RD has to approve it within 30 days. Now, RD approves. Let us imagine. He gives our approval to us. Now, people, we will have to inform registrar within 60 days. So, RD has given us approval. Now, we need to intimate to the registrar. We need to do the rest of the things within 60 days. Now, we have given our application to ROC. Now, ROC has to reply us back within 30 days with the new certificate as the case may be. That is the meaning of 30, 60, 30. So, here who is on approval? Board is mandatory. In addition, you will also pass special resolution. In addition, RD's approval is required. So the last case, sir, we were in Bangalore, we are moving to Chennai. Let us imagine. The last state, last scenario from one state to another. In such case, sir, whose approval is required? I need to take the approval of central government. Of course, background, everything is same. What? You need to take board resolution, that is mandatory. You also need to pass special resolution, that is also mandatory. In addition to that, you need to take a central government's approval. Clear all of you? Hello? Simple? That's your section 12. MOA, AOA. Can I amend my MOA? Is it possible? How do I amend my MOA? Which resolution? I need to pass special resolution. If for everything special resolution, then can I change my object clause with special resolution? Yes. Can I change my say registered office clause with special resolution? Name clause? Special resolution. What about capital clause? Capital clause, which resolution? Ordinary or special? Ordinary? Where is it written? There is another section people called section 61. The change in capital clause does not come only in this particular section. It will come in section 61 also. In section 61 it says ordinary resolution is sufficient. Remember, wherever it is written only ordinary, no, remember them and go. They may pick up and ask you. Hello? In which other place you saw ordinary resolution?
And auditors appointment.
Okay, Adda and Adda, okay. AGM things and all. Okay, and if you want to issue DVRs, people, remember it is again ordinary resolution. Remember it all this in one place. If I want to issue, what is that? DVRs, ordinary resolution is sufficient. If I want to alter my capital clause, even that is also ordinary resolution. And where else you saw ordinary resolution? To raise deposits, people, which resolution I should pass? Ordinary or special? If I have to raise deposits from public.
Within certain limits, ordinary resolution is
Very good. Deposits, people, write down. If within, if you want, make a note somewhere. If it is within section 180, subsection 1, clause C, if it is within this, then ordinary resolution. If it is beyond that limit, then I will pass special resolution. Wherever they have given ordinary, remember and go, exam point of view, they may ask you. Hello? Clear? Such unique things is what they will pick it up. Getting it? Yes? Okay. What is that 181C? When deposits come, I'll tell you. For now, just write it somewhere and leave it. Clear? So 13 speaks about alteration of MOA, 14 speaks about alteration of AOA. How do you alter AOA? Again, passing special resolution. People, okay, because we are doing alteration of MOA, we'll do one more section also. Alteration of object clause. If at all a company has issued prospectus, that means what? There is a public company called XYZ Limited. They want to alter their object clause. Can they alter their object clause? Is it possible? They say, let us imagine if XYZ Limited, if they have issued prospectus and if they have raised money for a particular purpose, you are supposed to use that money only for that purpose, whatever you have mentioned in prospectus. For example, if Zomato has gone for an IPO and they have said we will use this particular money for the purpose of delivery business, if they have mentioned in the prospectus, that means people, they need to use that money only for the purpose of delivery business. Sir, now I want to use this money even for hotel. I want to start some, because imagine we raised 9,000 crores. With 6,000 crores, we were able to settle our delivery chain. I still have another 2-3,000 crores left. Now, can I use it for any other purpose? Is it possible? Can I add a hotel business also to it? I will call all of you. I will pass a special resolution. I will add it in my object clause. Can I do hotel business going forward? Possible? Possible? Remember, you need to follow another section called as section 27, which says, remember, you need to pass a special resolution. Condition number 1. These are all the keywords. The special resolution has to be through postal ballot. Condition number 2. Condition number 3. You have to give something called as exit opportunity to the dissenting shareholders. That means if someone is not okay with you doing the hotel business, the shareholder said no, you have to give him a fair opportunity to leave the company, pay him a fair price and make them leave the company. It's okay. And you have to publish all of this in the newspaper that this is what is happening. We are planning to change or we are planning to add our object clause. Hello? And remember, most important, you can never use this money for what? Buying shares? Buying? Can I buy preference shares? Can I use this money to buy preference shares? You remember only shares. Remember the restriction is on equity shares. It's not shares. It is equity shares. I cannot use this money. Which equity shares? Listed company. Very, very important. That means what? Unlisted I can. Debentures I can. Preference I can. Not even once asked. Not even once. Remember, exam point of view, important. Hitting the point? Yes. The restriction is you cannot use it for investing in equity shares of any listed company. That means you are not supposed to trade. Other, absolutely fine. Getting it? All of you? This is section 27. Because we are doing object clause, we also did that. Section 27 is done. Okay. Any doubts? No? Okay. That is section, okay. What is section 13, 14, 15, 16 is your rectification of name. Okay, what is 17 da? Done? Okay, what is 17? Ignorable section only. Copies of MOA, AOA. Okay, let us imagine a creditor makes an application to the company asking for the copies of MOA. Should the company give the copy of MOA to the creditor or not? Yes? Read. It provides that a company shall on payment of the fees and send a copy of each of the following documents to a member within 7 days. If an application is made by him for MOA, AOA, and there are some things given in section 117. What is that? When chapter 7 comes, I'll tell you in management and administration chapter. But if a shareholder is asking for this, the company will have to give a copy within 7 days of the request made by the members. Creditors are not covered. Hello? Which may be picked up, you never know. Sir, if at all any default is made, sir, a failure, sir, then the penalty can be 1 lakh rupees. For each continuing day, it can be 1000 rupees, whichever is less. That can be the penalty. That is your section 17. That's the only thing, nothing else apart from that. Clear as 17? Hello? Next one is 18. 18, nothing is there, people. Can you convert one form of company into other form of company? Is it possible? Absolutely fine. The procedures are not there in our syllabus, but you can convert a company limited by guarantee into company limited by share. You can convert private company into public company. For all of that, the procedures are given in section 18 and rules, but rules are not there in our syllabus, so it's okay, leave it. Next one is people, section 19. Can a subsidiary company hold shares in a holding company? Generally not possible, but there are 3 exceptions. What are the 3 exceptions, people? You can continue to hold it in the capacity of a trustee, legal representative. You are a shareholder even before you became a subsidiary, in which case you will not have a right to vote. Can a subsidiary company hold shares in holding company? You gave me 3 exceptions. My question is, in all these 3, can I go and vote in the holding company's meeting because I'm having their shares? Can I go and vote? No? It becomes void. Or can I still go and vote? In one exception is there. Remember, whatever are the shares I was holding before I became a subsidiary, only those shares I will not enjoy right to vote, because that is my personal capacity. Legal representative and trustee, I am representing someone else. So in these 2 scenarios, I will have a right to vote, not asked. Remember and go, exam point of view, important. People, okay. Crux is simple, people. What I see, what you see, ICAI has already seen. Hello? Are you getting the point? Most obvious is not the obvious. That's not the question that they are going to ask. Hello? Yes? Okay. Sir, next one, sir, section 20, service of documents. I hope you know service of documents. Yes? Read it, I'll show you a question. Let us do it this way. After reading, I'll ask you a question. Yes? So we'll read and then see a question. Yes, Sam? We'll see how confident we can answer it. The mode in which the following documents will be served on the company, members and the registrar. That means if you want to communicate with any of these people, how can we communicate? So if I want to communicate with the company, registrar or your members. So serving of documents to a company. Now as a shareholder, if I want to communicate anything with the company or the registrar wants to communicate with the company, how should they communicate? They are telling you, you can communicate people by a registered post or a speed post, or you can even take a courier service like your private. The third one is leaving at its office, meaning send any of your officer, personally go and deliver. The fourth one, any other electronic means, like it can be fax, it can be email, etc. So you can communicate to the company in all these four ways. If you want to communicate with a registrar or a shareholder, then what are the ways? Same thing, whatever we have seen above, 4 plus 1, that is people, the normal post also gets added. I hope we know the difference between ordinary post, registered post, speed post. I hope we know. Say yes. Yes, very good. Speed post, zub. Ordinary post, zub. Registered post, sir, zub. Hey, speed is speed, we know. But what is the difference between ordinary and registered post? Ordinary post is nothing but when you come to your home, somewhere right side corner one post will be lying. You always think, how did it go there? That is your ordinary post. It was not handed over to anyone. It was just dropped in front of your in your home. Who cares whether you took it or not? My job was to deliver it in your home. I delivered. That is called as ordinary post. Registered post is when the post office officer will come, he will give it in your hand and he will take an acknowledgement back. Is called as registered post. Hello? So here the word used is post. That means what? Put it in home, where it goes, who cares? That is the ordinary post. People, ordinary post is not here. Acknowledgement is mandatory. That's the meaning. Clear? Huh? Hello? So these are all the ways I can give. Any doubts here? No? Okay. Very simple question they have asked it seems. What is that? See here. Which one? People see, easiest. Articles of Association of AB Limited provides that the documents may be served upon the company only through speed post. Suresh dispatches some documents to the company by courier under a certificate of posting. The company did not accept it on the ground that it is in the violation of AOA. As a result, Suresh suffered from loss. Explain with reference to the provision of Companies Act whether refusal of document by the company is valid, whether Suresh can claim damages for it. What is the answer? If the AOA is entrenched, then it is okay. Okay. So the answer goes, people, if we see the section does not give us any way where your articles of association can prescribe any other format. The section, that means the law has told me I can serve the documents in any of these ways. It can be registered post, speed post, courier. Now, what does this particular thing say? Sir, section 6 says AOA, MOA, Companies Act. That means what? It's a flexibility given for the shareholder. If you are doing only speed post, you are taking away articles of association, you are going beyond Companies Act because Companies Act is giving you an option to do so. Hello? Hence, the rejection of the company is invalid. Point 1. Now point 2. This is the most trickier one. I'll tell you why also. It says whether Suresh can claim damages. Who knows? Because the section is silent on it. There is nothing on this damages part in section at all. So we have to write this with an assumption. Assuming that Suresh has suffered a loss and section is silent upon it, and hence he can claim some damages, which is a compensation, which is not there in Companies Act. It just goes on Indian Contract Act. So should we write Indian Contract Act and all? No, I'm just saying the section is silent. What else I can write? What do I mean by this? Remember, people, for you to write an assumption, you need to have a clarity whether it is there in that law or not. Now we read the complete section. Did you see anything about compensation? No, because section is silent. So they'll ask all this, sir. People already asked is what I'm discussing with you. Hello? Hello? I hope clear, na? That's what I told you, people. Whatever questions are there here, they are a little challenging. Don't think, sir, then all questions are like that. I'm saying that I've brought there only the tricky questions, such challenging questions, silent interpretations, where you Netherlands. Students had come and asked after that time, sir, why, sir, they have given Netherlands? They could have given Maldives, no, sir. Or they could have given US, no, sir. Why Netherlands in specific? I said, you forget what they gave. Do you know that the Commonwealth condition is there in your exam, or, your syllabus or not? It's there. Write an assumption. I'm telling you guys 100 times. Writing the word assumption is allowed in your exam. You are allowed to assume. Are you getting the point? Of course, we are not expected to know geography, people. Of course. Getting the point? Hello? Okay. The last two sections. Section 19 was at section 20, people. Easiest. This Nidhi company part, we will do it when we are doing notice of general meeting. Section 20 was serving of documents. Section 21, people, authentication of documents. On behalf of a company, who will sign? It will be either KMP or any other officer or employee of the company. Whoever is authorized by the board, they will authenticate the documents on behalf of the company. The last one, section 22, execution of bill of exchange. If it is bill of exchange, hundi, promissory note, it shall be executed, accepted on behalf of the company. Whoever is authorized, such person can sign the check, bill of exchanges on behalf of the company. Sir, in any other documents, any other agreements, who can sign on behalf of the company? Whoever has been expressly authorized to do so, they can sign on behalf of the company. Sir, how do we authorize any person? If you have a common seal, you please affix a common seal and tell Mr. A is authorized to execute all the deeds on behalf of the company. A will be authorized. Sir, what if we don't have a common seal? Then two directors, or if a company has a company secretary, one company secretary and one director has to sign and authorize Mr. A is authorized to enter into all deeds on behalf of the company. And that's how we authorize. Clear? Yes, sir. That's your, people. Section 22. Any doubts here? Hello? Hello? Yes. So see, there is a question like this. Yeah. When I send this to you guys, go through, there is many questions like this. Now, what is that you can take out from this particular question? I'm telling you here only. Whenever they are giving you dates, for example, in this particular section, it is talking about you filing your name reservation. You filed it on 2nd April, you got approval on April 6th. Remember, people, learning number 1. Whenever in your syllabus you have timeline, 20 days, 30 days, 60 days, you will just remember and go the timeline. You will forget to remember from when. You will remember 20, you will remember 60, you will not remember from when does that 60 start. And that's the today's questions. So they will ask you directly in MCQ, when will the due date fall? And they'll give you 2 dates. And I will be confused from when do I take the 20 days? When will the 20 days starts? Question number 1. Question number 2. There can be a lengthy 15-line question which is irrelevant information. What is the right approach? Bottom to top. MCQ though I am telling you, directly apply this particular approach. Bottom to top. Directly go to question and then go and read the story. Because now I know, okay, these 3 are the questions. Who cares where my registered office is? Who cares digital signature? Who cares DIN provision? Because I know my question. Why will I even care to read that? Now what happens? In the approach, you will be more liberal. Okay. I'm a little happy. You will find it a little, the pressure will go down. Or else what happens from top to bottom approach, your mind will make more questions. Mumbai, oh, registered office address. Oh, they're asking shifting of registered office from one jurisdiction to another. Done. So your mind will frame the questions which we do not want. Getting it? Hello? So remember, from when the time, that is very important, and bottom to top approach whenever the question is lengthy will help you a lot. And remember, the first 8 to 10 years from the date Companies Act 2013 was passed, in that 8 to 10 years, all the questions on limits are done. That means small company, whatever, 10 or 100 crore, internal audit, everything is done. Still they will not ask questions only on limits. Then today the questions are on those words around the limits. That means 60 days is a word, it's a limit. 60 days was asked from 2013 to 2020 or 2022. Now 60 days, all of you know. It's the words around 60 days, that's the question now. That's the formula that ICAI is following. Are you understanding? And directly data. Everything is data. There are so many questions where they're asking you to write down the date on which it will be applicable. You need to know how to count, where to count. Understanding? Yes? Hello? Okay. Question. Okay. So let us start our next chapter, people. Prospectus and allotment of securities. Easy breezy. No complication. Okay. First one, sir. Section 23. What does section 23 say? Nothing much here. It says whenever a public company wants to raise money, how and all a public company can raise money? It can raise by IPO, FPO, private placement, rights issue, bonus issue. Now how and all can a private company raise money? I can raise money through private placement, rights issue, bonus issue. Correct? And there is one more section that was also introduced called as section 23 subsection 3. What does section 23 subsection 3 says? Whenever a company wants to raise money, remember you can raise money in Indian market. That is, I can directly issue guys equity shares. I can raise money from you guys. The second approach is, people, I can issue the shares out of my country. I can raise money from even outside the country as well. Till around 2022-23, we did not have this provision. Section 23, subsection 3 is an amendment. What did it say? Indian companies need not just have to raise money from Indian market. You can also raise money from global markets. Go and list your securities on New York Stock Exchange. Why are you thinking only NSE, BSE? Raise money from there. So section 23, subsection 3 allows you to raise money from international markets. That's the beauty. Understanding? Remember this 23 subsection 3. I'll be giving you a reference when I'm doing listed company definition. Clear? Okay. That is section 23. There is nothing much. How we can raise the money. Section 24 says, who is our regulator, people? If you are a listed company or if you are in the process of listing, if you are a listed company or you are in the process of listing, remember, for all the matters related to how to issue securities, how to transfer securities, and non-payment of dividend. I repeat, how to issue securities, transfer securities, non-payment of dividend for listed companies and the companies which are in the process of listing. The regulator will be SEBI. All other matters, the regulator will be just like however other companies are regulated. Central government, registrar, tribunal, they will only be the regulators. But only for these three matters. One is issue of securities, transfer of securities, non-payment of dividend. For listed companies, companies in the process of listing, the regulator will be SEBI. Rest all the matters apart from these three, the regulator will be our central government only, our registrar only, our tribunal only. Sir, we did not understand, sir. You are a listed company. You want to change your name of the company, Zomato to Eternal. Who is the regulator? Is it SEBI? Is it SEBI? It is central government, because I will check. Okay, you are listed, correct. Is this matter regarding issue of securities? No. Is it regarding transfer of securities? No. Is it regarding dividend? No. That means, people, whether you are listed, unlisted, it does not make difference. For me, the regulator will be central government, registrar, tribunal. Hello? That's the meaning of it. Sir, okay. Eternal wants to do a FPO, further public offer. Who will be the regulator? Issue of securities, I will say this entire thing will be monitored by SEBI. That will be my upper hand. Hello? Understood, all of you? People, I tell you frankly, this chapter in reality is actually fit for nothing. It's waste. Why? Listed company, people, there are hardly some 20 sections here. On listed company, people, SEBI regulations, I'm telling you, if you want to go for an IPO, here I'm telling you 20 sections. There are, people, 4 complete regulations applicable on you. Meaning, regulation you can imagine like an act. 4 SEBI acts will apply on you. Where will these 20 sections go? Absolutely irrelevant. But only from Companies Act point of view, we are seeing it, that's all. Just for your information. Now they are telling you, in CA final, that law chances of coming back is there. If it comes back, people, that SEBI will be there for you. Pakka. If it is not there, I'll change my name. SEBI provisions pakka will be there for you in final if it comes. Sir, 2 minutes silence. Easy only, people. Nothing much. It's just one more law, that's all. Okay. Understood this part? Done. Next one, people, prospectus. Most known things. What is that, sir? There are different types of prospectus. What is prospectus? Whenever a company wants to raise money from public, you have to mandatorily give a prospectus. Prospectus is nothing but a document which has all the information about the company without hiding anything. We have to disclose everything in the prospectus. Prospectus are of different types. What is that? One is red herring prospectus, shelf prospectus, abridged prospectus, deemed prospectus. Any other document which is named as prospectus is a prospectus. Correct? Yes or no? Now, what do I mean by red herring prospectus? What is red herring prospectus? A prospectus which has all the details in it except price or quantity. Price of the share is not there, quantity of the share is not there. Such type of prospectus is called as red herring prospectus. Meaning, people, everything else is there. Only these two informations are not there. That's all. So such type of prospectus is called as red herring prospectus. The next type of prospectus is called as, people, shelf prospectus. What do you mean by shelf prospectus? Shelf means what, people? For example, if I tell you, I bring some, biscuit. It has a shelf life. What do I mean by shelf life? It is valid for 12 months. That means after that, this particular biscuit cannot be, it is not edible. Same cut, copy, paste name we have derived for this also, called as shelf prospectus. What do you mean by this? It is a prospectus which comes with a shelf life. What is a shelf life? This prospectus can be used for any number of public offers during a period of 1 year. That means I file it once with the SEBI, I file it once with the registrar, I can use the same document. If you want to use it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, I can do any number of public offers. Again I want money, I will issue securities, I will raise money. Again I want. You can do it n number of times for a period up to 1 year. Such type of prospectus is called as what, people? Shelf prospectus. Is this clear? Shelf prospectus, certain things we need to know. What is that, sir? In case of shelf prospectus, whenever there is any alteration that happens, yeah. So for example, sir, I filed my prospectus in the month of, let us imagine, May. Now, in the month of August, I'm again doing a subsequent offer, meaning again I'm issuing securities, I'm raising money. But I've given my prospectus in May, I'm doing an offer in the month of August. There is a time gap. So there is a lot of changes in the company with regards to its financial position. We have taken new debts. We have created new charges, which was not there in my first prospectus. Now, if you ask me, it's an information which I need to know. My decision taking ability will change based on this information. Now what do I do, people? I have to disclose this in a separate document. That is, sir, in my prospectus all this was there, but these information was not there. My debt was not there. My charge was not there. I have to communicate that alone, people, in a document. That document is called as, people, information memorandum. We call it as, people, information memorandum. Information memorandum will be in the format PAS2. What will be there in information memorandum? Any new charges created, any change in financial position of the company. We will only disclose that in the document called as information memorandum. So whom do we file this with? We will file it with the registrar. I hope you guys understood. Sir, I file prospectus, missing information alone is filed in information memorandum. This is clear? Such type of document is called as shelf prospectus. Remember, in shelf prospectus, if at all there is any shareholder who has given the entire money, even advance money at the first offer only, I gave advance also. Sir, when you come for a subsequent offer, I want allotment at that time also. So you need not have to refund. You keep the extra money. The shareholders send it to the company. Now, after this information memorandum is disclosed, now I feel, arey, this company is not good. So many debts are created. Charges are created. That means the company can fail any day. So I want my money back. I thought that day the company was good. Now it is not looking good for me. Remember, whenever an information memorandum is disclosed, if the shareholder does not want to go ahead, the company must give him an option to take the money back. You have to refund if the person is not interested to go ahead. That is what is given in shelf prospectus. Understood this entire concept? This is called shelf prospectus. Done. Any doubts here? No. Next one is called as, people, deemed prospectus. What do I mean by deemed prospectus? Deemed prospectus is nothing but, people, I'll tell you the crux of it. Generally what used to happen, if at all the company issues this particular shares to the public, the concept was simple. You have to disclose everything about the company and then only you have to give your securities to public. You cannot hide any information. So when public are investing in your company, they should be aware of complete information about the company. That was the intention. Are you getting the point? So now what people used to do, so if they directly give securities to public, you have to mandatorily give them a document called as prospectus. That is mandatory. Now what people started doing, if I give them prospectus, That means if something goes wrong tomorrow, there is something called as section 34, 35, criminal liability, civil liability. I can be arrested if I go wrong in prospectus. I can be put behind the bars. They can collect penalty. If you suffer any loss, I will be unlimitedly liable. All those risks are there. Now, sir, I realized why to give public. Let me try to do it indirectly. So what people started doing, if a company issues it to public is when I have to give prospectus. No, instead I will do one thing. I will give the shares to a third party. The third party will give it to the public. Now what happens? I am not giving it to public. What did the law say? If you are issuing your securities to public, you have to issue prospectus. I am not giving it to public. Now this fellow will further sell the shares to public. Now what did the law say? If you are giving your shares to the public, you have to issue prospectus. He is not giving shares. His shares, Allah. It is not his shares. So neither should he give prospectus. Arre, the Companies Act said, hey macha, what and all you guys are doing they wanted to cover this scenario also. Directly I have covered you. Indirectly also I should cover you. That's why they brought in a provision called as section 25 and that is only called as people deemed prospectus. I give you shares, you sell it further. If you are selling it to public, I will consider it as a public offer only. Hello? Who does it, sir? Who is this third party? Who does all of this? These are called as people merchant bankers. Heard of them? Merchant bankers, investment bankers. Examples if you want, your Northern Trust, JP Morgan. All these are investment bankers. The merchant bankers. What do? They do all these services. Bridge. I'm not saying what they're doing is illegal. I'm not saying they are doing this. But they are capable of giving these services. I'm not saying this is illegal or legal. If you are trying to do indirectly also, there is a law to cover that. Are you getting the point? All of you. Now people, JP Morgan genuinely had one question. Sir, let us imagine, I thought your company is good. I invested some 10,000, 20,000 crores. I held it for 6-7 months. There was a good capital appreciation and hence I sold it in the market. What did you say? If I buy your shares, I sell it to public, it is considered as public offer. Sir, here I did a proper investment. I had money, I purchased, I got my return, I sold. Should I still come and give you prospectus? Will you still consider it as, deemed prospectus? Should I follow all the rules? Now that was a question. That's why they said, okay, macha, let us not have confusion. If I have to consider this as a public offer, I'll ask you 2 questions. You should have not come under these 2 scenarios. If you have not come under these 2 scenarios, then I will consider it as you had done an investment. You are not doing a public offer. What are the 2 scenarios? First one. Let us imagine this company's name is Reliance Industries. When did Reliance Industries give you shares? Sir, Reliance Industries gave me shares on 1st Jan 27. Okay. You are saying you are keeping it as an investment, right? How long did you keep? 1 month? 2 months? I kept for 7 months. People, they said, 7 months means, okay, I am convinced it is an investment. Sir, what if I kept only for 3 months? That means I invested. Within 3 months, I sold it off. Array, this is speculation. That means you never had an intention to invest. Your intention was always to sell off to public. Now, what will the law say? If at all you sell it further after 6 months, people, then it's okay. I'm not questioning, I'm not calling it as a public offer. If you sell it within 6 months, people, I will call this as a public offer only. So if Reliance Industries is giving the shares on 1st Jan 2027, if the third party, let us imagine JP Morgan, further sells it before 30th June 2027, if they further sell it, it is a deemed public offer. If they sell it afterwards, it is not a public offer. It was just their investment strategy. So let us imagine if they sell it on 1st August 27, it's okay. It's an investment, it's not a public offer. So what is the scenario number 1? What is the criteria you will consider? You will consider whether did you further sell it within 6 months or after 6 months. Within 6 months, public offer. After 6 months, not a public offer. This is clear. Second question I have. Sir, you got the shares on 1st Jan 2027, correct? Huh? What is the value of shares they gave you? So the value of shares they gave me was 10,000 crores. 10,000 crore? Yes, sir, 10,000 crores. Now, my question to you, hey, you JP Morgan, have you paid this 10,000 crore to Reliance or not? Have you paid or not? If at all you have paid people, that means it is an investment. If you have not yet paid means people, that means what is JP Morgan trying to do? Sir, I will sell it to public. The public will give me money. That I will come and give it to you. Array, you are trying to do it indirectly then. That's why the condition came. You settle me the money first and then you go and sell it. You do whatever you want. Think people, no one can have a surplus of 10,000 crores. You cannot settle the money upfront if you are trying to do this indirect route. You should have your own money. Hitting the point, huh? Hello? You're understanding? If you're having your own money, you will pay the money and you will get the shares. It becomes investment. If you're trying to do it indirectly, so what you will do? You will take the shares, you will not pay the money immediately. You will take it from public, you will do a public offer, you will get the money, that money you will give it to Reliance. The law said that means it is a public offer. Now come to the scenario. What is that? When will it be considered as a public offer? When will we consider it as a deemed prospectus? Simple people, on the day when the third party is further selling it to the public. On the day when the third party is further selling it to the public, I have only two questions. Question number 1, people, did you further sell it within 6 months or after 6 months? Within 6 months, people, deemed prospectus. Second question, when you are further selling it, was the money paid or not paid? If the money was paid, it is not a prospectus. If money was not paid, then if I sell the shares to the public, it will be considered as a prospectus. So the two questions I need to ask myself is, people, whether the further sale I am doing, was it within 6 months or such offer of shares was made to public within 6 months of allotment, or on the date of offer, the whole consideration in respect of securities had not yet been received by it. What do I mean by this, people? I hope you understood this. If within 6 months the JP Morgan had paid the money, well and good. I mean, within 6 months, if the JP Morgan has not sold within 6 months, then it's okay. I will not consider it as public offer. If you are selling it within 6 months only, it is a public offer. Same way, when I am further selling it, have I paid the complete money or I have not yet paid the complete money? If you have paid the complete money, then I will not consider it as a public offer. If you have not paid, I will consider it as a public offer. That means what? Now try to think. If Reliance Industries is giving, if it is giving shares to, say, JP Morgan, if it is giving to JP Morgan, if JP Morgan is now giving it to public, hello? Let us imagine, if you are giving it within 6 months, that means I gave you on 1st Jan 27. If you are further selling on 1st May 27, whatever document JP Morgan uses, this document will be deemed to be prospectus. If it is deemed to be prospectus, people, all the prospectus provision will apply. That is, matters to be stated in prospectus, section 26. Misstatement in prospectus, 34. 35, every provision of prospectus will apply. And not only that, now someone has to sign this prospectus. No, who will sign? That depends on who this third party is. If the third party is a company or if it's a partnership firm. If the third party is a company people, then at least 2 directors of JP Morgan shall sign. If JP Morgan is a partnership firm, that prospectus shall be signed at least by half of the partners. So if JP Morgan is a partnership firm, if you have say 6 partners, at least 3 partners have to sign for this entire thing to be valid. This is your section 25. Understood? Only 2 questions you need to ask is, when I'm further selling it, whole money is paid. Second one, is it within 6 months or after 6 months? Any one condition satisfied also, it is a deemed public offer. If it is a deemed public offer, document has to be signed mandatorily by, if you are a company, 2 directors have to sign. If you are a partnership firm, half of the partners have to sign. That's all. Simple.
What if half of shares were sold within 6 months and half shares were sold after?
Now, whatever you are selling within that 6 months, it is a public offer. You have to follow this entire scenario. Even if you are selling 1 share, it is a public offer. Understanding? Yes, I hope this is clear, people. All of you? Yes. So this is your section 25, deemed prospectus. Any doubt? No. Okay. Next one is, people. What is that? Offer for sale. What is offer for sale, people? Again, connected topic only. What is offer for sale? OFS, heard of it? Offer for sale is nothing but, people, the company wants to issue shares to public. Correct? But which shares it will issue? It will not issue its shares. It is going to issue shares of already its existing shareholders. Like, imagine there is a person called as promoter. The company will take the promoter's shares. That shares they will give it to the public. Company, what is it doing? Taking shares from me and giving it to outsiders. What is that company getting? Is company mad? First question. Second question, promoter, you can only do it, Noda. Why are you giving it to me and giving it to me? Indirectly. Why? People, there is a lot of background story for this, but remember, if I have to give you an example, one simple concept I'll tell you, in a listed company, always remember, there is something called as minimum public shareholding that every company has to maintain. That means if you are a listed company, at least 25% of shares should be with public. If you are a listed company. If it goes less than that, it is a ground for delisting. They will remove you from stock exchange. Hello? In 2020, there was a company called as Patanjali. You know Patanjali? What happened now? Mr. Baba Ramdev, in the, he thought it's a good company. Company is going good. He started acquiring so many shares that as a promoter, his shareholding was increasing. When his shareholding is increasing, then someone has to decrease. Whose shareholding decreased? Public shareholding decreased. It became 23%, 22%. It reached 19.5% at one point of time. What did SEBI do? SEBI gave a notice. Baba Ramdev did not do it. SEBI finally freezed Baba Ramdev shares, and SEBI sent a circular saying that if you fail to now increase the public shareholding, we are going to delist your company shares. Now what did Baba Ramdev had to do? Baba Ramdev has to sell his shares now. He don't have a choice. Now see, logically think, public shareholding should be 25. Now how much it has become? 19. Now company has 2 options. What? 1, go for a further public offer. Issue few more shares to public, increase your capital. Now you think, people, does company need capital? What do I do in giving it to public? What do I do with the money? I don't have an agenda with that. Hello? What do I do with more capital? My earning per share will go down. Company will come and tell, Baba Ramdev ji, I don't need capital. You better reduce your capital. Remember, promoter comes and sells 6% of shares on stock exchange. The company will just dilute. It will die. Hello? No, sir, we didn't understand. Imagine, people, you are in an aeroplane. Aeroplane is dancing a little. and from your window you are seeing that your pilot jumped off using parachute. What will you do? People, promoter for a company is pilot. You are investing in company, believing him. He is jumping in front of you. 6%. My God, forget 6. 1% also. Stock exchange will die. 6 is way too high. You can't give it as a bomb in the stock exchange. People will not understand. So to maintain the the system, law says, okay, company, you take it, you give a proper circular, you tell the people why you are doing, and then give it to the public, so that there will be less impact on the company. And that's why people will do something called as OFS. OFS is nothing but taking money, taking shares from promoters, giving it to public. Now public will give money. What will I do with that money? Company will take it? No, company is just a bridge. Company will take money, it will give it to the promoters. Company will not take it. Company has no role to play here. Getting the point? Hello? Understanding? Now people, don't you think all of this happened because of Baba Ramdev? You should have been wise and you should have been in control when you're accumulating your shares. Yes or no? Now why should company bear all this expense? Is it a matter of 1 rupee, 2 rupee? The moment you touch prospectus, 1 crore will go off from your account. 1 crore, I'm telling, bare minimum expense. Whosoever will take, we only will take the professionals, we will only take. Of course, so many documents you have to certify. We will take. It's not easy. Now company will come and say, Baba Ramdev ji, kyun ji? Why ji? Simply went off ji 1 crore. You could have been a little conscious, no? So don't mind ji. Please give us that 1 crore. Don't you think so? Company is fair in asking. Why should company take that expense? Remember people, that's why the entire money will be reimbursed by the person who does this OFS. The company will get back the entire money from the promoter. Make sense? And remember people, when you are going for a public offer in prospectus, you have to clearly say why, for what purpose we are going to utilize this money. We saw in section 27 also, delivery business. We are going to utilize this particular money for delivery business. Now sir, in this OFS you tell me, what do I put in prospectus? I have to give entire 100% to Baba Ramdev only. Yes or no? That's why remember, these conditions are not applicable. I need not put it in my prospectus that what? Sir, the prospectus money will be used for so and so purpose. That purpose is not required. I need not have to tell it because it is not applicable. I will not be using it for the purpose of the company. Yes? Next one, can you tell me what is the minimum allotment for an IPO to be successful? How many shares has to be subscribed? Minimum 90%. If 90% is not met,
They have to refund the application money to the.
they have to refund the application money to whoever people subscribe. Because in a public offer, there has to be minimum subscription. That means what people, if you are selling 100 shares, at least 90 has to be sold up. Then or else what type of company are you? Entire prospectus comes to an end. IPO is unsuccessful. Hello? Now people tell me, now in Baba Ramdev case, if I say 90% minimum has to be subscribed, people, that means I have to refund. That means I am not satisfying the condition. Arre. No people, they said that's why, okay, let us give you a one more exemption. Baba Ramdev ji, that entire minimum subscription condition itself will not apply to you. Even if 50% they buy, it's okay. Even if 70% they buy, it's okay. Even 30% they buy, it's okay. The minimum subscription concept itself will not apply. Make sense? Logical? Hello? Correct? Yes, sir. And what is the minimum application money you have to collect when you are issuing prospectus? Some 5%? 5% of the nominal value or 5% or as prescribed by SEBI. Any other percentage SEBI prescribes, you need to follow SEBI. SEBI has prescribed 25%. So we will follow 25%. So whenever I am coming for an IPO, minimum I have to take 25% as your application money. Minimum. Hello? Getting it up? Remember people, that condition is also not applicable to a person coming up for an OFS. So three things are not applicable. What and all people? Minimum subscription is not applicable. Minimum application money not applicable. What is the purpose I'm going to utilize the IPO money, the prospectus money for? These three things are not applicable. That is your section 28. Any doubts? Hello? Done. Next one, sir. Section 26. Matters to be stated in prospectus. What and all I'll state, people? Matters to be stated in prospectus. I will clearly say, people, that we have not done any non-compliance and we have followed two acts mainly. What are the two acts? One is SCRA Act, one is SEBI Act. We have followed these two acts. We have to tell it in the prospectus. Correct? And the prospectus has to be dated. Correct? The prospectus, before you give it to public, it has to be first given to whom? It has to be first given to the registrar, ROC. So before you show it to the public, you have to first show it to the registrar. If there are any changes, he will tell, hey, change this, change this. Getting the point? Yes? So whatever changes are suggested by registrar, you have to incorporate it in your prospectus. Sir, once I show it to the registrar, within how many days I have to give it to public? The prospectus will be valid for 90 days. Within 90 days, you have to give it to the public. Sir, in my prospectus, can I have an expert statement? Possible? Yes, provided. He is the person who should not be engaged in the formation, promotion or management of the company. What do I mean by that? I should not be a promoter. I should not be a director. Or, you remember when you came for incorporation, INC 8, given by PCA, PCS, advocate. Sir, I should have not formed your company. Then I will take your statement as an expert. Okay. And who else can give an expert statement? What else is the condition? I should have given my written consent. It's okay. Put my expert statement in the prospectus. I should have given you my consent. Third one, I should have not withdrawn the consent. I've given the consent. I should have not taken it back. The fourth one, I have to clearly give a statement that I am following all this. So if you satisfy all these people, then yes, these are the things that you can disclose in prospectus. Simple one, section 26. Next one is, people, abridged prospectus. What is abridged prospectus? Abridged prospectus is nothing but, people, a prospectus in its summary form. Correct? A prospectus in its summary form is called as abridged prospectus. What does the abridged prospectus have, people? It will have only the salient features, meaning what? All the important features in the prospectus, all the important details alone will be there in the abridged prospectus. What is the whole purpose of abridged prospectus? Try to understand, people. Who will read, people? You know what is the size of prospectus? Minimum 300 pages. 300, bare minimum. I'm telling very minimum. No prospectus will be less than 450. Normal class I would have shown you where to see prospectus also. Today also there is one very good IPO coming. SME it is. Yeah, it's a good IPO. Minimum 40% returns you will get. So now how? Go through prospectus. Go through fundamentals. Yes. Now, when I'm seeing the prospectus, now 400 pages you are telling, who will read 400 pages? We are barely reading our textbook, sir. We are asking for a chart book. Same chart book concept, people, in prospectus is called as abridged prospectus. That's the reason. Who is reading? You are reducing it into summary form. Only key details give it. So remember, today, no one can give you an application form to apply for an IPO without an abridged prospectus. You have to give abridged prospectus at least. And I'll tell you the funny part is, abridged prospectus is also, people, around 80 to 100 pages. That's a summary. Then what else you can? You only expect me to give acronyms or what? I have to give something. So abridged prospectus is also around 80 to 100 pages. Clear all of you? Yes. Sir, important question. Abridged prospectus is not required to be given along with the application in two scenarios. Can you tell me when is that? Yes. One is it is not offered to the public. Along with it, I will tell it, you will be giving it to the existing members. That means what, sir? I am not issuing it to the public. Then whom are you giving it to? I am giving it to my own people, my already existing shareholders. What else I need to explain them about the company? They already know. Then people, abridged prospectus is not required. The second one, people, is when an application is filed, when you are issuing the shares, people, for the purpose of underwriting. Who are underwriters, people? I hope you guys know underwriters. Underwriters, people. When people, what is the minimum subscription, people, for an IPO to be successful? 90%. Hey, what if 90% is not met? Then who are underwriters? Means they only are the underwriters. You guys don't tell me that time. Underwriters are the people who come and make sure they safeguard your IPO. If at all 88%, 85% is subscribed, they will come and buy that 5% so that your IPO is successful. So I'm selling that 5% or I'm entering into an underwriting agreement. Sir, if they don't buy, can you please buy? I'm asking them to buy, no. Sir, should I give you prospectus? Not required is what they're telling you. So three scenarios, if you look at it, when IPO is not, when abridged is not required, is one is underwriting agreement. Next one is you're giving to not to public, existing members. In such cases, abridged prospectus not required. Remember, important exam point of view. Hello? Hello? Okay, that is 26, that is 28. What is this one? What if I go wrong? Misstatement in prospectus, people. If I am giving any fraudulent information, in such case, what happens? There are two liabilities. One is 34, one is 35. What is 34? What is 35? People tell me, any one liability will be there or both can be there? Both can be there. What is criminal liability? What is civil liability? Criminal liability is to punish you. It is to make sure you will not repeat the mistake. Civil liability is, whether you repeat or not, who cares? But I lost money because of the mistake you did. Who will pay me the loss that I have suffered? That is civil liability. I repeat, criminal liability is to punish you and to make sure you don't repeat it. Civil liability is to make sure to take care of the people who lost money. To take care of them, people, we have something called as civil liability. Criminal liability will put you in jail. Civil liability, we will take money from the director. We will give it to the people whoever lost that money, whoever suffered loss. Example, people, Satyam case, all the fraud happened. The Ramalinga Raju, he made a profit of 7,200 crore. But in reality, our people lost money because the market crashed. I invested at 100 rupees, the market came at 10 rupees. That means I lost 90 rupees. Who will pay for it? The entire system failed. The law says, okay, let us take money from Ramalinga Raju, give it to him. Only Ramalinga Raju, na? Take from everyone. Promoters, take and give it to them. Expert. Whoever said, hey, expert statement, prospectors, arre macha, don't miss this company. Take it from him also, give it. Directors, what are you doing? Take it from them, give it. Sir, auditors, you will not take money. Hey, why did you not tell? You should have certified it when you guys felt it is not right. Why did you certify? Take it from them also and give it. It will not come here. It will come later. In auditors chapter you will see. Here it will not come. Auditor's name is not there. But I will tell you when it will come. Because people, don't you think based on your sign, we are thinking the company is fine. Macha, yes or no? KGF said, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Tan, tan, tan. He thought, sir, KGF 3, yes, sir. Understood, na? Clear, all of you? So section 34 speaks about criminal liability. Section 35 speaks about civil liability. Criminal liability is to punish. Civil liability is to compensate. That's the word. Clear? Okay. Sir, criminal liability, when will it not be applicable? If the person proves that the statement was immaterial or he had a reasonable ground to believe that whatever I said was true, if you can prove that, people, then yes, there will be no criminal liability. Civil liability, people, important, where and all people are there, you are liable. First one, who and all will be liable? See, whoever suffered the loss, then company and every person who did this, they will be personally and unlimitedly liable for what? To compensate every person who suffered the loss. I have to pay them. Who and all? Director, take from him. Whoever authorized himself, sir, I will sign, take from him as a director. Promoter, take from him. Sir, expert, take from him. Whoever authorized people, take from him. So here you can also be there. Merchant banker can also be there. A professional can also be there. So all of us will be held liable. Sir, no exception, sir. Just because I signed, I will be liable, sir. Exceptions, people, are these three. What is that? Sir, I gave my consent, no. As a director. Now I'm withdrawing my consent. So I signed as a director, but I've withdrawn. No, sir, I got to know I am withdrawn. So if you have withdrawn your consent, people, you cannot be held liable. Next one, sir, I was on leave. You're saying every director is liable. I was on leave. I did not know all of this happened. Okay, whenever you got to know, as soon as you get to know, you have to give a public notice that the prospectus was issued without my knowledge and I'm nowhere involved with it. If you can give this particular statement or a circular, then as a director, you will not be held liable. See, the prospectus was issued without his knowledge or consent. And upon becoming aware, he forthwith gave a public notice that it was issued without his consent. I did not know. The third scenario, the statement made by expert was correct and fair to his knowledge. Now let us imagine I said the company's valuation is 13,000 crores. How did I say? The CA says, sir, I relied upon a registered valuer's certificate. He gave me a valuation. According to the law, he is recognized to give a valuation. I relied upon his statement. So if you can prove to the law that, sir, whatever I gave, I believed it to be true and I gave it. If you can prove, then people, you will not be held liable. Understood? 34, 35. Important from exam point of view, these two, no and go. Sir, what if anyone does it wantedly? Always liable for fraud. Yes? Okay. How is fraud calculated? I hope you guys know. 447. We'll quickly run through or. Okay, fraud, I can ask you, see here. Fraud, people, what is section 447? What is the difference? If you do it wantedly, people, you will be liable under 447. That is only fraud. Yeah. So how much will be the fraud amount? They are telling you. What will be the compensation? The liability will be amount involved if the amount involved in the fraud is rupees 10 lakh or 1% of turnover of the company, whichever is less, or the amount involved in the fraud is less than 10 lakh or 1% of turnover of the company, whichever is less. What is the amount involved in the fraud? That is the first question they ask. Let us imagine the amount involved in the fraud is, let us imagine it is say 30 lakhs. Now what is the turnover of the company? Let us take a random number. Let us imagine it is 10 crore. How much is 1% of 10 crore?
10 lakhs.
10 lakhs. Now what I need to do? 10 lakh or 30 lakh, whichever is less. Which is less? 10 lakh. Now how much is the money involved in, amount involved in the fraud? 30 lakh. Now you tell me, is it less than or is it more than? So amount involved is 10 lakh or more, or is it less than 10 lakh? In our case, how much is the fraud? 30 lakh. So is it coming under less than 10 lakh bracket, or is it coming under 10 lakh or more? 10 lakh or more, the amount, the fraud that you have done, people, will come under this scenario, and you will be liable with people, what? You'll be liable with imprisonment, which will be minimum of 6 months. It can go up to 10 years, and fine of minimum amount involved, which can go up to 3 times of the amount of fraud. And if the fraud, people, if it involves public interest, what do I mean by that? I have done fraud, but whom did I cheat? Underwriters I cheated. It's a private. I cheated public, or then people, imprisonment will not start with minimum 3 months. It will start only with 3 years. Understanding? Sir, what if the amount involved is less than 10 lakh? In such case, sir, punishable with imprisonment up to 5 years, or fine up to 50 lakhs, or LLP you guys have studied, compounding of offense you have seen. What type of offenses can be compounded? Fine only, fine or imprisonment, and what cannot be compensated? 447 is the best example. Compounding. If it is this, you can compound. If it is this, you cannot compound. Hello, compromise. Okay. When LLP comes, we'll see. Okay, section 29 says what, people? Going forward, all the securities of a company has to be mandatorily dealt in demat form. No longer physical form. That is your section 29, simple one. Okay, next one, sir. 34, 35. Okay, allotment of securities. Come to section 39. What is this? Whenever a company wants to go for a public offer, now whenever people have applied for it, the law says what, sir? I need to make sure. Okay, now people, what is that? Whenever public apply for the IPO, the company has to allot the shares to the public people within 30 days. So if within 30 days, if I do not allot, then what to do? Or say, for example, within 30 days, we did not get the full subscription. Now what to do? The law says within 15 days from the date of closure, I will have to completely refund the entire money. Sir, what if even within 15 days, if I do not refund the money, I am liable to pay an interest at the rate of 15% per annum. Now, when will this 15% will start? It will start from, people, technically you have 30 plus 15. When will it start from? Remember, section 39 is silent about it. It doesn't say from when. But I will tell you, when we are doing section 42, there it is saying how to calculate. So we are taking the same principle and applying it here. And hence I am able to tell you need to take it from the 31st day. The penalty will start from the 31st day. Why? Logic I'll tell you when we are doing private placement 42. Is this clear, all of you? Hello? Done. Okay, sir. Minimum application money, as I told you, 5% or such percentage as prescribed by SEBI. SEBI has prescribed 25% as on today. We will follow this only. Next one, sir. Return of allotment. Remember, whenever you go for an allotment, people, you need to mandatorily file with ROC a form called as Form PAS3. What does it say? This form will clearly tell people which shareholders we allotted the shares, which security we allotted, what was the securities premium amount, everything, how many shares did we issue, every detail we will give it in PAS3. We will file it with ROC. And within how many days we have to file PAS3? You will have to file within 30 days. 30 days from when? 30 days from the date of allotment. Hello? Understood? Okay. Penalty, sir. Company and every officer will have a maximum. Understood? Yes, sir. People, remember, exam point of view, sir, penalties are important or not important? I can give you an advice in two scenarios. One as a friend, one as a teacher. Which one you want? First, I'll give you as a friend. Much very difficult. It's okay. Leave it. It will give you maximum 2-3 marks. Max. That too, in every 3 or 4 attempt, once they'll ask. Every attempt will not have penalty based question. Once in a while, they will drop a bomb. But it is very difficult for you to read and go all the penalties of Companies Act and LLP. Very difficult. This is a friendly advice. Teacher, anything in the book you have to read. You can't afford to miss anything. Yes? Hello? What I would say is, the time that you put to remember the penalties, rather put it to remember the limits. It will definitely fetch you mark compared to this. Yes? Okay. Next one, people, securities to be dealt in stock exchange. Simple. Whenever a company goes for an IPO, you have to make sure you have to at least list your securities on at least one stock exchange, right? NSE, BSE, wherever. At least list on one stock exchange. All money received, you have to either use it for allotment. If minimum subscription not met, then at least refund. Rate of commission, how much commission I can pay to the underwriters. If I am issuing shares, the maximum I can pay is 5% of the issue price, or whatever is given in my articles of association, whichever is higher or lesser. Lesser, remember. If at all it is, I'm issuing debentures, then what is the maximum commission I can pay? 2.5% or articles of association, whichever is lesser. Visuals can be deceiving. Okay, see, in case of debentures, whichever is lesser. So 5% or 2.5%. Okay. Next one, sir. What is 41 da? Global depositories. What is GDR da? Very good. You know, no. Very happy for you. Now we will. I hope you guys know. Okay. Okay. What is GDR, people? People, you remember? What is 23.3? Overseas listing. Correct? This is 2023. Before that? Sorry. Now people, global depository receipt is nothing but earlier people, our Indian law did not allow us to directly list our equity in foreign stock exchange. We did not have a law. 2022 we introduced 23 subsection 3. Until then nothing was there. Then we had to do it in an indirect route. How? What we used to do is, Infosys has done. Infosys will go to any local custodian. Custodian will generally be banks. They will give their shares to this custodian. I mean, like a bank. The bank, what he will do? The bank will call someone in America. He'll say, a person, let us give that person one name, a depository. I have a small work from you. I have a client who wants to raise money from your market. Can you please help? He said, what is the guarantee? What if you run away? I will take money, I'll give it to you. What if something happens? I'll say, don't worry, I've taken something as a custody, as a security. I've taken their equity shares. They can't run away. Are you sure? Yes, yes, we are sure. We are calling the depository. The depository says, okay, let me think. The depository will take a while and he will issue one plan. The plan is, now the depository outside India will create a fresh instrument. And the depository, what he will do? The depository will issue that instrument to everyone outside India. That is, I'm talking about US. No, we will issue that instrument to this US market. And the depository will collect money in dollars. Hello? Are you getting the point? So using one instrument in India, which is there with the custodian, we gave equity shares. We created one more instrument outside India. And this we went and listed on New York Stock Exchange. Now people could buy it and sell it. Sir, but how will that price is determined? Simple. If Infosys is doing a good job, even this will also go up. If it is going down, this will also go down. So this allowed Indian companies to raise money from outside India. Hello? In short, I'll tell you of that's all. Understanding why do we need dollars, da? Can't we take that money from Indian market only? Why you want dollars? Why da? Why do you want dollars? Foreign exchange, sir. FEMA is there? No. Take one answer. Foreign exchange. People, remember people, if I'm expanding my business to US market, I would need dollars. Now you all have read FEMA. You know how difficult it is to get dollars from RBI. And I have to start one whole office. Do I have to spend at least some 500, 800 crores? Infrastructure. I'm not setting up one small, one kutti office. I'm talking about Infosys. How much money should I spend in infrastructure? Law said, okay, da macha, do one thing. Raise from there. Spend there. Earn from there. Repay there. What do I have to lose? Sensible? That's why we allowed people to raise money from global market. If you're raising money from global market, we call it as GDR. Global Deposit. He created an instrument, that is Global Deposit Receipt. If you are selling it in American market, we call it as ADR. American Deposit Receipt. Anywhere in the world, GDR. In America, American Deposit Receipt. Understood? Huh? Other way around, if an outside Indian company wants to raise money from Indian market, we call it as IDR. Understood? Getting a fair idea? Done. The last one section, people write, hey, one thing da, now this fellow is there, no, this last fellow. This one. These two were good fellows. This fellow is there, no. Last fellow. He wanted to vote. Because equity shares are there, no. Here, equity. He said we have right to vote. The question is, does he have right to vote or not? Does he have right to vote or not? Does he have right to vote or changed? Does he have right to vote or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? You should be confident. Yes or no? No. Yes or no, people. Equity shares do you have? Which share has voting rights? Then GDR, do you have you studied? Any book has given you GDR has voting rights? Who has GDR? Who has equity? In our case, custodian has. That means it is in the control of depository. What you have is a security which does not have voting rights. Then how will you get voting rights? Getting it? So remember, GDR comes with a maturity period. It can be 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, as the case may be. After maturity, there will be two options. One is redemption, one is conversion. After conversion, if you choose so, if you get equity in your hand, then yes, you will have a right to vote. Until then, no. Done? Okay. The last one, people, is section 42. What is 42, people? Private placement. What is private placement, people? Done. Private placement is nothing but people. When an offer is given to the group of selected people is called as private placement. So if I clearly, people, let us imagine you're all public. I'll come and tell people, you, only these two benches. I'm making you an offer, only you both. It's not for all of you. It's only for you two benches. I have some, need of money. I'm willing to sell you guys, say for example, 5,000 shares. If you guys are interested, then invest in my company. I'll allot you shares only for these two benches. And with name I will give. They say, okay, we are interested. Now what I will do? I will print a offer letter in the name of Mr. Sudhir. Anana, yours lovingly. Understood? Now people, I gave it to Sudhir. Mugil? Now Mugil says, sir, enakilliya. Now people remember, an offer which is made only to a specific person, no one else can participate. Now for example, I gave an offer to Sudhir. Sudhir is not interested. Can Sudhir pass it on to Mugil? Sorry, anyways, I'm not investing. Papa sir. Our fellow sir. We'll give it to him. No people. You cannot pass on this right to anyone person. Pavam. Hey Bhagwan. Her only concern was GDRL, ADRL. Who is Papa? Sorry. Understood? Huh? Hello? Okay. Now, people, now you cannot pass it on to any other person. Not allowed. I've given it to you, only you can invest. There is a big backstory. Some other day I'll tell you. That is how private placement is made. Clear? So, what is the maximum number of people I can issue private placement to? 200. At once? In 1 year. In a financial year. Sir, is it every security or all the securities put together? For every security it is 200. Sir, which resolution I should pass? If it is, remember people, if you are issuing equity shares, you have to pass special resolution. Sir, if I am issuing convertible securities, which one I will pass? If it is equity, special. If it is convertible securities, tell confidently, special or ordinary? Huh? Special or ordinary? Okay, special resolution. Sir, what if it is non-convertible securities? Huh? Very good. Remember, if it is within the limit, people, of section 180, subsection 1, clause C, if it is within that limit, people, then I can just pass a board resolution. What is 181 CEDA? Paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium. You add all of this. Imagine my paid up capital is 2 crore, my free reserves is 1 crore, my securities premium is 5 crore, adding everything is 8 crore. I am issuing non-convertible securities worth 8 crores. Absolutely fine, macha. Ordinary resolution venda, only board is sufficient. So if I am issuing 9 crore, you have to pass special resolution. Beyond the limit, special. Hello? Understood? So in this limit of 200, certain people are not included. Who are they? Joint shareholders, employees, debenture holders. They only 2 people. One is qualified institutional buyers and next one is employees. Where are joint shareholders and all came? Yes, only these 2 people. One is employees and one is qualified institutional buyers. Who are qualified institutional buyers? Who are qualified? Means what, people? Institutional means, people, there are 2 types of investors. One is individual, one is institutional. We are individual. Institutionals are mutual funds, banks, insurance companies. They are about QIBs. So if they are investing, they are telling you, do not count them in the limit of 200. Debenture holders? I didn't get you. We should not take, you are saying? We should take. Employees, QIB. Only these 2 people are excluded. Rest all, everyone you include. Clear? Huh? Next one, sir. Private placement. How can I subscribe to private placement? Any way you want to subscribe. But people, remember, it cannot be in cash. Electronic mode, DD, check allowed. People, it cannot be in cash. Clear? Next one, sir. What is that? What is the three forms you have in private placement. One is called as, before I issue to the people, I have to write down the name. Sudhir, Mugil, Anna. I have to first write down to whom and all I am going to issue my offer. Once I write down their name, within 30 days, I have to give them an offer letter. The record of all their names will be written in the format called PAS 5. PS4. PS5 only. Now people, PS5 is called as record of private placement. Now I've written the names. Now I have to give you offer letter. I have to give you an offer letter, no? An offer letter given in your name will be in the format PAS4. People, I am telling this, people, private placement offer letter. Understood? Yes or no? Now people, once the people start giving you money, what should I do? I'll have to allot them the securities within how many days? 15 days or 30 days? Double it, 60 days. 30 days public offer. Private placement, 60 days. I was not able to allot the people 60 days from when? Date of offer. Date of application. Receipt of application money. From the day you get the receipt of money, from that day 60 days. If I do not allot within 60 days, people, what is going to happen? I have to make sure I refund within 15 days. Sir, failure, sir, what will happen? I have to pay interest at the rate of 12% per annum. From when? 61, 76, first day, option A, 76th day, option B, 61st day, option C, first day, option D, next attempt Paklam. 61. Yes, sir. So remember people, it is 61st day. Now I told you, when we are doing public offer, it is not given, but in 42 it is given. 42 clearly says it starts from 61st day. The same logic we apply, but this the section is silent. Getting it, all of you? Hello, all of you? Okay, 12% per annum, 15 days. Okay, people, once it is done, I have to allot and I have to intimate ROC that, sir, this is my final list. These are all my shareholders. This is what I have done private placement. This is the money I have raised. These are the total shares I have issued. I have to file everything with ROC. Inform PAS 3. These are the three forms that will come in private placement. 3, 4, 5. PAS 3 is nothing but return of allotment. Always filed with registrar. And remember, when one private placement is going on, you cannot start another private placement until the return of allotment is filed. Understood? So if I'm running one private placement, I have to first complete it and then only I have to do another private placement. Second one, remember, I'm not supposed to use the money until I file PAS 3. That means what? People have applied. I have money in my bank account. I cannot touch it until this entire process is done. Yes?
Not even different securities also not. Yes.
Technology. Yes?
Not even different securities.
That is possible. Different is possible. Yes, so remember this. Clear, all of you? PAS 3. Okay. Private placement, any other doubt? No? Okay. Then that is your private placement. Any doubts? Clear this part? Yes, people. So let us do the what is that? Share capital and debentures and deposits after this. Let us take up charges meanwhile. So charges, people, yes, what does the procedure say? Whenever, let us imagine a company, let us imagine some company. Which one? My popular, I generally take Kingfisher. Kingfisher takes any loan from a company called ICICI Bank. In such case, what I need to do? I've borrowed a loan. So both of them have entered into a loan agreement. We call this loan agreement. Of course, right? ICICI Bank will not give you a loan without a security. So I have taken loan and in return I have given you a collateral that is only called as security. Now remember, people, when we have entered into this loan agreement, this is only called as what? Creation of charge. So charge is nothing but, people, you have created an interest in respect of a other party. If I do not repay the loan, you will have a right to tomorrow recover that money from me using this particular document. Now the question is, when and all this charge has to be created, and when and all it has to see. One is, yes, creation of charge we have seen. Now why did this chapter even come into picture? Try to think. We have created a charge. Now Kingfisher is going to another bank called as Axis. Now Kingfisher has one building. On this building I have taken loan. Now what is Kingfisher doing? On the same building I am going and approaching Axis Bank also. Can I get one more loan? Now the question is, people used to do that. Now how do I stop it? That's how, people, they introduced a provision called as registration of charge. This creation, you have created a document, but the document is not seen by anyone today's date. Now what did we do? Let us keep it in public domain so that if the same property is taken to a different bank, they should know that on this property already a loan is borrowed. I should not give the loan on the same property again. You should know that. With that process, that thing in mind, they brought in a procedure that, hey Kingfisher, whenever you borrow a loan, it is your duty to register that charge with me. With whom? I have to register the charge with ROC. So creation of charge is different. The registration of charge is different. Creation is you entering into a loan agreement. Registration is bringing it to the notice of the registrar. Understanding? Yes? Okay, the question is, sir, on which properties can I create a security? That is, what and all I can create a charge on? Remember, you can create a charge on movable property, immovable property, tangible assets, intangible assets. Whether assets can be in India, the assets can be outside India, anything, people, this particular thing will apply. You have to intimate ROC for every charge you create. Understanding, all of you? Yes, this is very, very important. Now, sir, the thing is, whenever the charge is created, sir, who will authenticate this particular charge? Meaning, who will sign this particular charge document? It depends upon, people, where the the property is. Is it within India or is the property outside India? Based on that, people, the party who signs the document differs. That is, if the property is in India, people, it shall be verified by, okay, let us take first the property situated outside India. So Infosys there, Infosys has some properties in New York. Based on that, we have taken a loan. Now, who should verify these documents? Who should sign? Who should authenticate these documents? It can be authenticated by a company's common seal. Next one, it can be a director or a CS or any other officer of the charge holder. Can you tell me who is a charge holder? Charge holder, people, is always the creditor. Creator of a charge is the borrower. Charge holder is always the creditor. Creator of charge is borrower. Remember that. Clear? So they are telling you, director of my company, CS of my company, or any other person on behalf of the bank can come and authorize this particular document. They can check and file. or people, some other person other than the company who is interested in the mortgage. That means what? So neither the borrower nor the lender can come and authenticate it seems. Array, how can that happen? Who is this person? Some other person means why will he come and sign? Neither borrower nor lender, then who is coming and signing? Who is this person? Generally, we will not find examples for this, but who is this people is, they can be a surety. Correct? I am neither a borrower nor a lender, but I have given a guarantee to this loan. If the borrower does not pay, I will pay. I have given no surety. That person is interested in the mortgage. I am not a borrower, I am not a lender, but I have some interest in this mortgage. Make sense? Agreed? So this fellow can go and authenticate the document. So give us one more example. You guys have heard secured debentures? What happens in that? I have issued debentures and I have taken loan. So there is a company, there is people. Whenever secured debentures are there, you have to mandatorily appoint a person called as debenture trustee. He has not given me loan, but that person is interested in this particular mortgage. He can authenticate the document. Understanding? All of you? So whenever the property is outside India, the documents can be signed by company seal, company's director, company CS, officer of the lender or people, any other person other than these people, but who is interested in the mortgage. Who is that person other than these people? That is people, your guarantee, surety, debenture trustee, as the case may be. Understood? So what are the properties in India? The third guy won't come. Only the two people will come into picture. Understood? Simple? Done. So next one is different types of charge. What are different types of charge? One is called as floating charge. One more is called as fixed charge. What do I mean by fixed charge? A charge that is created on an asset which does not frequently get sold is called as a fixed charge. And remember, if at all you are creating a fixed charge, you cannot sell the asset without the approval of the lender. Sir, floating charge, you can sell it any number of times without the approval of the lender. So examples of floating charge people is your stock in trade, debtors, raw materials, etc. So you can keep on selling them. You can sell them, you can restock them, sell them, restock them. So you can take loan even on these particular floating assets. Provided until you can keep on selling it until the floating charge gets crystallized. When does the floating charge gets crystallized? Whenever the company goes into liquidation. That's all. You cannot sell it any longer. Whatever is the stock in the godown, that will get crystallized. You cannot sell it going forward. Next one, when the company ceases to carry on business, meaning you will stop production. Third one, the creditor or debenture takes steps to enforce security. What do you mean by take steps to enforce security? You have seen the person called as manager or receiver. What is CHG 6? You appoint a person called as receiver or a manager. Yes or no? Simple people, if at all Kingfisher is not taking, he's not paying loan, imagine he did not pay interest for 2 months. What will we do? We will send a person, ICICI Bank will send a person, a recovery agent. He will go, there will be goods in this godown. I will go, I'll seize them, I'll close the door, I'll put a lock, I'll wrap up with the cloth, I'll put a seal, and I'll say, people, this property belongs to the bank. Seized. Who did it? An official receiver or a manager on behalf of the company. We took steps to recover the property. If not, that will also go, no? Yes or no? So, a creditor or debenture holder takes steps to enforce security. I am trying to bring that in my control. How do? I do it by appointing a person. Generally, remember, in a loan agreement, I will reserve a right. That is, tomorrow if you do not repay the loan to me, I reserve a right to appoint a receiver, a manager. If you do not repay, he will come and he will take away that entire property from you. I will seize that entire property. I will put that clause in my loan agreement only. Some people will not know, they will miss to put that point in the loan agreement. In such case, you cannot randomly walk and you cannot put that white cloth and you can't put red seal and all. That is not possible because you don't have a right. Then in such case, what should I do? Apply to the court. Sir, Anana, not repaid, Anana, I'll die. You come and explain everything to the court. Now court gets convinced. Court will pass an immediate order. Go, first take away, take an action. I am appointing one person, he will help you. The court will give you the support. That person appointed by the court is called as official receiver. He will come and do that job for you. That's the words official receiver or manager. Whenever you appoint him, you have to intimate ROC, inform CHG6. Within how many days? Within 30 days. When and all you will inform. You will intimate people, registrar also. You will also intimate company. A Kingfisher, I have appointed the. He will do his job. Done. His purpose is served. When his purpose is done, that time also will intimate, sir, my purpose is done. I'm, the official receiver's job is done. I'm taking back him. His responsibilities have come to an end. Even on cessation, that is when his responsibilities come to an end, also I will intimate the registrar and company, sir, his responsibilities are done. I will intimate in the form CHG6. Understood all of you? Pakka? Yes? He is your official receiver. Done. One section. Next one, sir. Happening of any event specified in the deed. In the event, if I have clearly said, if you don't repay interest for 3 things, 3 months, 4 months, I'll give you one particular date. If you miss that, that means the floating charge will get crystallized. Done? Next one, sir. Consequences of non-registration. What will happen, people? What is the consequence of non-registration? Void against liquidator, void against creditor. What do I mean by void against liquidator? Liquidator, people, on the day, imagine you have gone for a winding up. Liquidator will tell all the creditors to come in queue. I have to repay, no? Papa, our fellow ICICI Bank, let us imagine. We have taken a charge. We have created a charge. Okay, somewhere ICICI Bank fellow went. ICICI Bank, we have created a charge, but we forgot to register. Now what happened on the date of repayment? ICICI Bank is coming and standing in the queue. Now in the queue, people, there are 2 set of people. We are very bad people. Why? We do differentiation. There are 2 important people. One is VIPs. One is normal ordinary people. For VIPs, a separate queue. Ordinary people, separate queue. VIPs are secured creditors. Ordinary people are unsecured creditors. Now, Papa, our ICICI Bank stood in secured creditors queue, VIP queue. The liquidator saw your document, asked, did you intimate ROC? Is your charge registered? He said, no, it is not registered. Then please move your queue from secured creditors to unsecured creditors. I will not give you VIP treatment. So remember, people, not only creation of charge is important, registration of charge is equally important. If you fail to register your charge, people, that means what? You will lose your right to be treated on a priority. Point number 1. Point number 2, this is void against liquidator. Void against creditor means, so the same property, the Kingfisher went and took loan from Axis Bank, but Axis Bank went and registered it off. He registered, you did not register. The first priority will be given to Axis Bank, then the priority will be given to you in repayment. But remember one thing, non-registration of charge does not discharge you from liability. You are liable, but order will not be priority. You will not stand in the VIP line. That doesn't mean that you will not stand in line at all. Goda, you did not register, now go home. If money is there, we will repay. Order is changing, that's all. Hello. Pakka. Not even once that point is tested, remember and go. According to me, important. You are not discharged from liability. You are liable. Order changes, that's all. Is this clear? All of you? Okay, done. This is void against liquidator, void against creditor. Now coming to, within how many days should I register my charge, sir? I need to register my charge within 30 days of creation of charge. First it starts from 30 days. So within 30 days, if I do not register, the next thing is, see, within 30 days, if I do it, then I need to pay normal fees. Within 30 days, if I don't register, the law gives me people additional 30 days. The words used are 60 days from creation of charge. So imagine if charge is created here, creation. First time is 30 days. Next is 60 days from creation. That means what? 30 days only, no? Hello? Sir, what if even in 60 days I did not register? If you are registered in the 60 days people, then you need to pay normal fees plus additional fees. Sir, even in that also I did not do, sir. The law gives you maximum additional 60 days time. In total, you will enjoy 120 days. But remember here people, we will take extra money from you. That is why we call this as people ad valorem fees plus additional fees. That will definitely be there. Understanding? So we will take all of this. Then why simply do it within time, no? Understood? Sir, which is the form we use for registration? If you are issuing any loan, it will be CHG 1. Sir, if it is secured debentures, then the form you use CHG 9. Sir, I am filing CHG 1. What is the reply the registrar will give me? The registrar will give me a certificate. Thank you for intimating. Here, this is your registration of your charge. So, the registrar will give me a reply in CHG 2. That is nothing but certificate of registration of charge. Clear, all of you? So, this is your timeline of your registration. Any doubts? No. Done. Sir, what if in this 30 days I did not register? But you said, sir, if at all the charge is not registered, it is void against liquidator, void against creditor and all. Papa, that fellow is suffering. That's why people, we have section 78. In 77, if the creator of charge fails to register a charge, in that case, the creditor can register the charge, people. So that is what is given here. If the company fails to register within 30 days, the charge holder may apply to the ROC for registration. In simple words, if the borrower fails, the creditor can go and register after 30 days. Sir, if within 30 days means normal fees, no additional fees and all is coming, no. Remember, as a creditor, you have a right to recover that all expenses from your borrower because he should have done. You can recover. Now people, now you understand the logic. Who can authenticate the charge documents? Who? Who can authenticate the documents? Company seal, director, CS. Understood why? Yeah? Because people will ask me, why, sir, any other person on behalf of who is that? Charge holder. This one, I hope you guys are understanding. Now, when I am filing it, I need to authenticate. Where will the company come and authenticate? That's why we are having this here. Understood, all of you? Okay, now what will ROC do? The bank has filed. People, what is the guarantee it is genuine? So, what will the registrar do? The registrar will cross-check with the company. Kingfisher, I got an application from ICAI Bank that they want to register a charge. Is it true that you have taken loan? And is a particular true? Now, people remember, Kingfisher has to reply to registrar within 14 days. Yes, sir, I have taken loan. Sir, what if I don't reply? Failure to reply is considered as deemed approval. I don't have any objection. The charge will be registered and certificate of registration of charge will be given to the company as well as to the lender. Done. Clear? Hello? Yes, sir? Okay. 79 will come back later. 80. What is section 80, people? People, one day, you know what happened? On this property, ICICI Bank has registered the charge. No. On the same property, people, Sudhir wants to buy this property from Kingfisher. Which property? Some property. Sudhir wants to buy it. Hello? Now, people, Kingfisher never informed. On this property, there is no charge, nothing they informed. On the date of registration, Sudhir figured out, Array, Kingfisher have taken loan on this property. They never disclosed it to me. Now, Sudhir wants to file a case on Kingfisher for cheating him, that not informing me at all. Now, the question is, you tell me, whatever Sudhir is telling, is it valid or invalid? The reason is, people, once the charge is registered, doctrine of constructive notice will apply. Whether you read it or not, you are assumed to have read all the documents. The company did not inform you, correct? Macha, Companies Act clearly said doctrine of constructive notice. Then why did we file CHG 1 and all with ROC? It's for a purpose. It is your duty to check. Understood, all of you? I hope you guys know it'll cost you 100 rupees to download these documents. 100. That's all. Can't we spend 100? And what is the value of transaction? I'm talking about crores. Correct, no? That's all, people. That is section 80. Any document filed with ROC is deemed public notice. Done. 81 will come back. Company to remote satisfaction. Simple, people. When you have registered the taking of loan, you should also register repaying loan. How will I register? You will register in the form CHG 4. I'll file form CHG 4. When will I have to file? I have to file it, people, within 30 days of repayment or satisfaction. Sir, what if I don't do it within 30 days? The law gives you 300 days of payment. I'll give, technically it is 30 plus 270. It is not 30 plus 300. Key exam point of view, landmine only. Yes, it is not 30 plus 300, it is 30 plus 270. So 30 days from the date of payment, 300 days from the date of payment, I can still file it by paying additional fees. So what if in 300 days also I am not able to go? Then come to the last section, section 87. It is like this. I connect it like this. I come here. Sir, if at all I do not do it within 300 days also, people, then go to central government. How much ever you know to cry. If central government is satisfied with your crying, people, central government may allow you to file the form even after 300 days. Sir, but what is the difference? Remember, registration of charge 120 plus impossible. Satisfaction of charge 300 plus possible. I hope you are understanding the registration 30 plus 30 plus 60 plus illa. That's all done. Dead end. Sir, my God, my die. Satisfaction, no end. This is called as, this crying is called as what? In posh language, condonation of delay. Condonation is, sir, please excuse. Condone means to excuse. Condonation it's called. The process of you going and applying to CG, explaining everything. And if they are satisfied, I'm not saying pakka you will be blessed. Depends. You can be exempted. Understood? Pakka na. So how will we go and do it, sir? You will go and do it, people, in the form CHG 8. Clear? All of you? Yes? So even beyond 300 days is also possible. Remember, this does not apply to registration. Remember, not even once they have asked it, but they can always pull it up. Okay. Sir, when else we will file CHG 8? You file CHG 1, no. Sir, in that there are mistakes. I wrote the creditor's name wrong. Sir, I have taken the property details wrong. Sir, in such case, please apply CHG 8. Sir, can I please rectify those details? I have filed wrong details. Apply to central government. Central government will allow you to rectify any errors in your form already filed. So CHG 8 can be used for two purposes. One, satisfaction beyond 300, condonation of delay. Second one, rectification of any errors with CG approval. This is what is CHG 8. Understood? Yes, sir. That is your section 87. Now going back, 82. Sir, I filed it. Let us imagine I repaid money. Kingfisher is telling ROC, I have repaid I filed CHG4. No, people, just like when I registered, I checked with Kingfisher. No, a bank is telling that you have taken loan, should I register or not? Now, company is telling I have repaid. What will registrar do? Registrar people again will cross check with the bank. A bank, the company is telling that they have repaid the loan. Is it true? Shall I close it? The bank will have 14 days time. Within 14 days, if you respond, good. If not, deemed approval. Remember, this checking will not work when the form that you have filed, in that only both debtor and creditor both signed. Yes, it is closed. In such case, the registrar will not check with the creditor. Not even once asked. Remember and go. Hello? Note. Very important. Not even once asked. Clear? No cross checking with creditor will apply if during the filing only both of them sign and apply. Why will I again ask? Correct? No? I hope you are understanding. Yes? Okay, done. That is 82. The next one is which section? That's all. What is CHG 7? Okay, tell me how many days will you maintain the instrument of charge? 8 years from when? From the date of satisfaction of charge, you need to maintain it for 8 years. The register of charge, how long you will maintain? Permanently. Remember, instrument creating charge 8 years from the date of satisfaction. Register of charge will be maintained for permanently, life of the company. What is the format of register of charges? CHG 7. CHG 7 is the register of charge. Clear? All of you? Okay. Register will maintain. Section 81 is nothing but whatever the details you are filing, no, all the details will be available in MCA website. That is available for public to inspect. Anyone can inspect by paying the prescribed fees. One they will maintain, one company will maintain. That is only section 85, which is the form CHG 7. It is maintained forever. Sir, who will make the entries in the register of charges? It will be made by a director or the secretary of the company or any other person authorized by the board. Who can inspect the charges? Any member or creditor. Without people, this fellow will not come in every place. Remember this and go. Creditor will not come in every place. For example, inspection of registers, he will not directly come. Section 17, he did not come. So, creditor will come rarely, remember. By any other person on payment of prescribed fees. That means, sir, for member and creditor, free. For any other person, you need to pay some fees. Okay, remember. Company to report satisfaction we saw. Power of registrar to make entries of satisfaction. Okay, 17, 9 and 83. Okay. Acquisition of property subject to a charge. Now what does this mean, people? Try to concentrate. What does it say? Now let us imagine Kingfisher has taken loan on its property. It has taken loan from ICICI Bank. Now sir, let us imagine there is another company called as Reliance Industries. They are purchasing this property from Kingfisher. Yeah, they said, can you please give it to me? Whatever is a loan to be repaid, we will repay. Getting the point? Now remember, people, whoever acquires the property which is subjected to a charge and the money is not repaid yet, in such case, Reliance Industries has to file form CHG1. Again, you need to register a charge saying that, sir, you know that property on which Kingfisher had taken loan, that property we have acquired now. So going forward, we are liable to ICICI Bank. It is our duty to intimate whoever acquires a property on which there is already a charge registered. It is your duty to further again register the charge, because now you will be the borrower. In the ROC details, it will be Kingfisher. It is unfair because you have purchased it. I will file again CHG1, ICICI, with ROC. ROC will check with ICICI. Same procedure will repeat. Time, everything is same. 30 days, 30, everything is same. If everything is satisfied, ROC will issue CHG2, Certificate of Registration of Charge. Understood? Hello? Now you tell me that Reliance Industries filed the form. Correct? Now in its name, a new charge is created. Then what about the old charge? What will happen to the old charge? It will revise? It is cancelled? We use a word called as satisfaction. Now the question is, people, did Kingfisher intimate registrar? No. Did ICICI intimate? No. But don't you think the registrar got to know indirectly through Reliance that that property is now acquired by someone? Hello? That's why remember section 79, read it with this section. Section 83. Now see, what does the section say? Power of registrar to make entry of satisfaction and release in absence of. Kingfisher also did not intimate, ICICI also did not intimate, but still I got to know. So now what will what will ROC do? ROC will issue a satisfaction. To whom will I issue? I'll give it to Kingfisher, I will give it to ICICI Bank. Your charge is satisfied. I will give one copy to you, I'll give one copy to you, because I got an information from some other party. Allowed. Understood? So section 79 says, whenever a person is acquiring a property, it is your duty to register that charge. Yes? And when else 79 will apply? Whenever, whatever charge you have already filed, if there is any changes to the charge, again you will file form CHG1. So I did not understand. Kingfisher has borrowed loan with ICICI Bank. The tenure, sir, is 10 years. Now we want to decrease it to 8 years. You're modifying. So remember, again section 79 will apply. Sir, the rate of interest was 10%. Now we want to make it 6%. Modification. Again same form will apply, CHG1. So whenever you modify details, again you need to intimate it to the registrar. Form CHG1, section 79. CHG1 will come 3 times. One is first time registration, second one is acquisition of property subject to charge, third one is modification. Sir, I filed. What will registrar give me? Certificate of modification of a charge, CHG3. Understood? Pakka? Hello? Yes? Appointment of receiver, we saw 84. CHG6. People, a person can be appointed by a court's order or Directly appoint because I have a power in. Make sense now? I will be appointing in CHG 6. Within 30 days, I need to intimate. Punishment for contravention. Rectification people section 87. Nothing but central government's feet CHG 8. 300 days. Form summary. Taka tak tell of CHG 1 is creation, modification, acquisition. CHG 2 reply by registrar. That is certificate of registration of charge. CHG 3 modification. CHG 4 satisfaction, repayment. CHG 5 reply to that. Memorandum of satisfaction. CHG 6 appointment of receiver or manager. CHG 7 register of charges. CHG 8 central government's continuation of delay. CHG 9 debentures. Simple. Very easy. Don't leave a single word. Like, people will tell, sir, I know everything. I'll tell you will know everything when. You know 300 days from when. 60 days from when. Who can inspect the charge? Who can inspect the registers? Is the instrument creating charge is also available for inspection? You need to have a conceptual clarity on all of this. Then I will tell you you are perfectly prepared. Charge don't leave. Pakka 5 marks question will come. Yes, people? Hello? Getting it? We're good? Okay. So, before we start, there is one question in charges. Try to see this question. See if you guys are able to answer. A good question. LMN Limited created a charge on one of its plant and machinery in favor of financial institution. The company secretary was on leave when the charge was created. To avoid delay, an accounts officer of the company entered the particulars of the charge in register of charges without any authorization of the board. Later, a dispute arose between two creditors regarding priority of charges. One creditor challenged the validity of the register entries, claiming that the entries were unauthorized and not duly authenticated as per the law. Based on the company's registration of charges rules 2014, examine whether the entry made in the register of charges by the accounts officer is legally valid and what consequences may follow in case of non-authentication. Understood the question? Yes? What is the answer? I hope you guys understood the question. Who should authenticate the entries in the register? Charges. Who should authenticate it? Yesterday we saw. That was the last thing almost we saw. A director or a CS, a company secretary, or any person authorized by the board. So here who has done it, people? An accounts officer of the company entered the particulars of the charge in the register of charges without any authorization of the board. Correct? Now the question is, was the entries made in the register of charges, was it properly made as per the law? Is it valid? Is it valid? No. Now I hope you understood the question. So what is happening? There are two creditors, it seems, who have both given loan to the company. One creditor has given the loan and the entries were made in the register of charges, that is CHG 7. Who made it? The accounts officer made it. The next creditor is coming and telling, because both the charges were created on the same property, the next creditor is coming and telling the first charge is never valid because it was not entered by the right person. Because the person who made the entry was a person who is not authorized at all, and hence he is challenging that particular charge is not valid at all. Now that is what is the question you guys have to answer. Whether is that particular charge valid? What will happen to the first creditor? Will the charge be considered as valid or will it be considered as invalid? What will be the consequences? What they're asking you. What do you think? It loses its priority? Yes? No. So will the first creditor lose on the priority? Will the first creditor lose on the priority? Why did I call it a tricky question, people? Is because remember, what does the Companies Act say, people? Whenever a particular charge is created, you need to register the charge. Where do you register the charge? You file it with ROC, correct? Now, that is a different procedure. The second procedure is when you file everything with ROC, you also maintain every document internally for the company's purpose. One is internal. How do I maintain? I maintain one register called as CHG7. In that, I will make an entry that we have created a charge in favor of so and so person. So there are two procedures here. One is external, one is internal. Where has been the problem? Is it in the external or internal? Now you tell me, did the law tell anything about the internal procedure? Now this is something which the company has not done within themselves in a right way. How will the creditor get affected because of that? Is it written in the law? Answer is no. I hope you are understanding. See, the company did not make the entries properly. For that, you punish the company. How would you and why would you punish the creditor for that? Don't you think so? It was an internal procedural lapse. You're understanding or no? See, simple. There is a register of charges. Who is supposed to make an entry? It is director or a CS or any other person authorized. Some other person has made the entry in the registers. Just because someone who is not authorized is making the entry in the registers, why would ICICI Bank has to suffer because of that? Isn't it logical? Correct? Now people, the answer is, now yes, why am I saying this as a tricky question? See, these are the scenarios, just like our private companies yesterday. We saw that scenario, right? How would you take an interpretation? Is it a public company or private company? We saw that question. Similar grounds, people, the law is silent about it. That's why people remember the answer is 2. That means those people who write that because of the sufficient, not being following the law, as it is authenticated by some random person, one answer is, people, yes, the creditor will be considered as unsecured only. The register will be, because you have not done the entries in a right way, so whatever is the creditor's position, it will be unsecured, and hence, yes, it's a procedural lapse. You will not enjoy the charge, whatever is the benefit, you will not enjoy it. That is the first answer. The second answer is, people, it is a procedural lapse which happens internally in the company. For that, people, an external person, that is a creditor, will not be punished for that. Both are valid as per ICAI. If you write this also, you will get answer. If you write this also, you will get answer. Hello? Hello? Are you understanding? He is impressed, sir. So we can write in every answer both, sir. It is nice, no, sir. People, these are some cases where the question itself has a loophole. Meaning the provision itself has a loophole. In such cases alone, you will be seeing, people, an alternative answer. Are you getting the point? And people, I'm telling you, it is for our age and our level now, that is your exams level, I will call it as a loophole. In reality, there is only one answer. And what is that answer? The creditor is valid. The internal procedural lapse will not have an effect on the creditor. It is an internal procedural lapse. What did we see when we saw what is the consequences of non-registration? The consequences of non-registration was void against liquidator, void against creditor. It was not consequences of non-authentication in the register in a right way. That we didn't write. I hope it is making sense. So when will we consider this as a creditor will suffer? Only when it is non-registered. It's not when the internal procedural lapse is there. So if a company does not make any entries properly inside the company, there will be no, because of that there will be no consequence on an external person. Why will he suffer? That's the actual answer. But yes, for our exam point of view, we have both. Alternative is also given. Clear, all of you? I hope this is clear. Good question. Doctrine of indoor management. Okay, the question is, should we write doctrine of indoor management? Very good. Yes, you can write, because that is also one of the ground where you can say that internal procedural lapses, the external person will never know. I will check with the MCA website if CHG1 is filed or not. That is there in the public domain. Whether you have made the entries in the CHG7 or not, that is not there in public domain. You can very well write doctrine of indoor management. Absolutely. Good. Clear? Yes, sir. A good question. Yes, people, the full almost in this material, that is how the questions will be. I mean, in the past, all this is not, I have made the questions, all this is your past questions that they have made it like this. Clear? Yes? Okay. Fair enough. The next one will start with share capital and debentures. Okay. The share capital and debentures, sir. Okay, let us start with section 43. The types of share capital. What are the different types of share capital? The different types of share capital are, people, one is equity, one is preference. Equity also can be of different types. One is with normal voting rights, one is with differential voting rights. Differential voting rights is nothing but, in short, one share will have different votes. Generally what it is, one share is equal to one vote. But the company can make a variation in that. That means they can say 5 shares will have one vote, or probably one share will have 2 votes. They can make different votes for one share. That is possible. Generally no, but possible. If they want, they can do it. That is only called as DVR shares. The first company that issued DVR shares were Tata Motors in 2007-2008, which they discontinued it in the year 2024 December. Tata Motors discontinued its DVR shares. Clear? Another company which had issued was Future Group. They also discontinued. Yes. So today's date, there is no such DVR that is listed on stock exchange as such. Clear? Yes. Okay. Now, sir, who can issue DVR shares? Can anyone issue? You need to satisfy certain procedure. What is the procedure? The conditions are, it is given in people, companies, share capital and debentures rules. Rule 4. And what does it say? The first condition is, it has to be authorized by articles of association. People, important. Ordinary resolution is sufficient. Where will they check this? This will come in MCQs. Yes. Next one, sir. So ordinary resolution is sufficient and postal ballot. Correct? When you guys do 110, you will get this postal ballot requirement also. Next one, sir. The maximum issue of DVR. How much DVR can I issue? Maximum. The maximum is, people, the DVR shares at any given point of time should not be more than 74% of the total voting power of the company. Are you getting the point? Remember, indirectly they have not asked this question till date. Indirectly means like putting the number of votes, adding everything, like that they have never asked. So remember, the maximum votes that can be there with DVR cannot be more than 74%. Next one, sir, not defaulted. This entire thing, people, is very, very important. The most favorite topic of your examiner. What do they ask? They say, when can a company not issue the DVR shares? First one, people, if at all you have failed in filing your financial statements and annual returns for 3 preceding financial years. That means what, sir? For 3 consecutive financial years, if I have made a default in filing my financial statements and annual returns, I cannot issue my DVR. Then what should I do? First, I have to make sure all my financial statements and annual returns are filed up to date. If there is any default, no DVR possible. Next one, sir, no subsisting default. What do I mean by subsisting? In the past, there was a default. It's okay. But today, is there a default? No. That means what, sir? Let us take an example. There was deposits in my company. Yeah, the maturity date of deposits was 2023. Now, we made a default. We did not repay. But in 2025, we had money and hence we repaid. In 2026, we want to issue DVR shares. Can we do? Answer is absolutely yes. Because in 2023 there was a default. In 2025 we have repaid. So in 2026 if someone asks, is there a default? Answer is no, I have repaid. Subsisting means people existing. On today there should not be a default. Remember the timelines very important. This is 3 years. In last 3 years I should be clean. This is today I should be clean. Yesterday I'm dirty, absolutely okay. Today I should be clean. That's the meaning of subsisting. Hello? Okay. Next one, redemption of preference or debentures. I should have not done any default. Payment of interest on deposits and debentures. I should have not made any default. This is no subsisting. Next category is people. If you have made default in these 4 categories, what is the 4 categories? Imagine, sir, I have not paid the dividend on preference shares. I have not paid the loan amounts or any loan taken from banks or public financial institutions. I have not repaid the loans. The third one is people, any statutory payments to be made to employees like people, provident fund, gratuity funds, your pension funds, which has to be paid to the employees. I have not paid that. Or people, any amount which I have to credit to IEPF. Which one you will credit IEPF? Unpaid dividend 7 years and lot of other things as well, which you will be seeing, right? In IEPF 125, you saw. Yes. So now these things I have to credit it. If I have made a default here, people, then the law is telling you what? I cannot go for a issue of DVR. Until when? Until you satisfy the default, and people, there is a cool off of 5 years. That's the difference between this point and this point. Here, yesterday I have made a default, yesterday. But today there is no fault on me. That is absolutely fine. You can issue DVR. But here that is not the case. That means what? Let us imagine we did not repay some employees' provident fund. We did not repay. We made a default. When we made a default in the year 2022. And what happened? Let us imagine in the year 2023, 1st November 2023, we repaid the money to the employee. Whatever the provident fund we repaid. Now the question is, can I go for issue of DVR immediately? Is it possible? No. I have to wait for a period of 5 years. Now the question to you, when will the 5 years start? Finish the financial year. 1st November 23 is when I repaid. No. Finish the financial year. What is that? 31st March 24. Now 5 years will start from the end of the financial year in which you repaid that particular money. Start 5 years from here. So people, it will be 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So that means, sir, 1st April 29, I am eligible to issue DVR. Exam point of view, important MCQ, they will give you dates. Hello? I hope this is clear. Any doubts here? Nope. Thank you. Next one is, sir, you should not be penalized. Penalized means what, people? You should not be punished. In the last 3 years, under 4 acts. What are the 4 acts, sir? One is SEBI, one is RBI, one is SCRA, one is FEMA. In these 4 acts, people, you shouldn't be punished. If in these 4 acts, people, you are not punished, you can go for a DVR issue. The last one, remember, people, your existing shares cannot be converted into DVR. DVR cannot be converted into shares. And rest all the rights, people, there will be no difference between DVR and a equity shareholder. Even they have a right to attend the meeting. They have a right to get dividend, rights, bonus, so everything will be same. Cut, copy, paste. Remember, from exam point of view, these 4 things are very important. Financial statements, 3 years. Subsisting default, today there should not be a default. Next one is a 5-year cool off period for these 4 scenarios. The default is there. First you have to repay, wait for 5 years. The next one is, people, you should not be penalized in the last 3 years under these 4 acts. Exam point of view, very important. Remember and go. Done. Next one is called as, people, preference share. Tell me, what do we know about preference shares? What is preference shares? A share which has a priority in payment of dividends and payment of capital amount at the time of winding up. Does preference shareholders have a right to vote? Do they have a right to vote? Preference shareholders do not have a right to vote generally, but they have a right to vote in the case of anything that is directly affecting their interest, winding up of the company, capital reduction. These are generally they have a right to vote. These three scenarios. What are the three scenarios? Winding up, anything directly affecting them, capital reduction. In these three scenarios, they have a right to vote. Sir, and when else they have a right to vote? Simple people. Whenever the preference dividend is not paid for a 2 consecutive years, in such case, the preference shareholders will have a right to vote on everything that is placed in front of the meeting. And next one, sir, remember, whenever you have repaid the dividend, I did not pay for 3 years and they are voting on everything. After 3 years, if I repay, till date they have not asked. Again, you may get an alternative answer because the answer is silent. The provision is silent. What is that? If at all you do not repay the preference dividend for 2 years, what is going to happen? You will have a right to vote. Now, what happens after 3 years? I repay the entire dividends. Whatever I had to pay, I repaid. Can they still enjoy the right to vote or will that come to an end? Remember, the law is silent about it. It is an interpretation we take. That after 2 years, because whatever is a default we have to pay, we have paid, and hence their right will come to an end. It's an interpretation we take. But is the law clear about it? No, it's silent on it. Is this clear? Hello, all of you? Okay. What is the maximum maturity of preference shares? Generally 20 years, but in the case of infrastructure companies can go up to 30 years, provided from 21st year onwards, 10% at least has to be repaid at the option of the preference shareholder from the 21st year onwards. Correct? Okay. And next one is, whenever you are repaying preference share, how can you repay the preference share? You can repay preference share out of profits of the company. Second one, out of the proceeds of fresh issue. You can repay the preference shares out of the profits of the company or proceeds of fresh issue. Whenever you are repaying the preference shares out of the profits of the company, you need to transfer equivalent amount to CRR account. And what can you utilize CRR for? Only for the purpose of issuing bonus share. That is your section 55 and your capital redemption reserve, means CRR account. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. And okay. People, and one more question is, just like that for you, can a company have only preference shares? No equity? Without equity shares, only preference shares can a company have? No? Only preference share? Not possible. Remember, a company cannot have only preference share. It has to have equity. What do I mean by preference? I am giving a priority with compared to someone else. When equity itself is not there, then on what am I giving you a priority? Getting the point? Yes? Okay. Next one, people, section 46, certificate of shares. What is section 46, certificate of shares? It says, technically, exam point of view, nowadays, the question on this is reducing. I'll tell you the reason also. Because in section 29, we saw people, today's date, almost every company is going towards dematerialization of shares. Who and all? Today, listed company, mandatorily demat. Public company, mandatorily demat. People, private company, also mandatorily demat. Today, only company that is following the physical share certificates, people, is only one company, and that is small company. And your OPC. Rest of 3 companies also today, according to section 29 and rule 9, it says every company should mandatorily convert their shares into demat form. And that because of that, people, section 46 is no longer that relevant. But still, whatever is there, we will see. Who can issue share certificate? Share certificate can be issued by a company. And whenever you are issuing a share certificate, for it to be valid, it shall be signed by either the company's common seal If common seal is not there, 2 directors, or if a CS is there, 1 director and 1 CS has to authenticate that particular share certificate. At any given point of time, if I lose this share certificate, then what do I do? Or imagine if it is torn, defaced, lost, you can apply to the company for a duplicate share certificate. The company will provide you the duplicate share certificate. The company shall maintain the details of such duplicate share certificates issued in one register. That register is called as people register of duplicate share certificate. That will be in the format, such register will be in the format SH2. What is the format of share certificates? SH1. The share certificates will be in the format SH1. The register of duplicate share certificate will be in the format SH2. Remember. Clear, all of you? Okay. 47 is your voting rights of preference share. Okay, what is the voting rights of preference share? Generally, I told you that every equity shareholder can vote on every meeting. That is absolutely fine. But preference shareholder cannot vote on everything. They can only vote on those things which will directly affect their rights. And during the winding up and for reduction of capital is what they can directly vote. These 3 things. Apart from that, if the dividend is not paid for 2 years, then you can vote on everything. That is what we saw. But the question is, sir, till date again they have not asked. Let us imagine the company is going for winding up. That means equity shareholder also has a right to vote. Preference shareholder also has a right to vote. Now let us imagine in general, if only equity shares are there, if let us imagine if 1 lakh shares are there, 1 lakh shares put together is 100% voting rights. Correct? Huh? But now when it is winding up, people, equity shareholders also has a right to vote. Preference shareholders also has a right to vote. Now what will be the voting percentage? How many votes will equity shareholder have? How many votes will preference shareholder have? How will you make it together 100%? They have not asked till date. Remember and go. One example that I've taken here is, people, now let us imagine in a company, it has in total 300 crore worth of preference shares. Example, how much they have? 300 crore worth preference shares and 1200 crore worth equity shares. Now let us imagine there is anything where even preference shareholders also has a right to vote. Now what will be the proportion? First you need to take a ratio. What is the ratio? How much is it the preference shareholders is equal to equity shareholders? That is 1:4. I got a ratio. Now try to apply that in the voting. How is that? Example number 1. Let us imagine there is a person, a equity shareholder, whoever is having 50 shares. How many votes he has? He enjoys people. If he has 50 shares, he has 1 vote and hence he enjoys 50 votes. Whereas, people, if at all you are a preference shareholder, what is the ratio? For every 4 shares, you will get 1 vote. That means if at all there is a preference shareholder holding 20 shares, for every 4 shares he enjoys 1 vote and hence 1 share is carrying 0.25 votes. Or can I say 4 shares is equal to 1 vote? That means he is carrying, people, 5 votes for this particular meeting. They can club this provision and they can ask you a question any given point of time. This is not asked till date. Remember and go. First, what do we need to do? We need to take a proportion. You will get a proportion. How much is equity and how much is preference? So equity will enjoy 1 share is equal to 1 vote, and how many preference shares will make up that? You need to count that, and accordingly you need to derive a voting ratio. Understood this one? All of you? This is, people, section 47. Any doubts here? No. Next one, people, section 48. Variation of shareholders' rights. What is variation of shareholders' rights, people? Now let us imagine if at all we have raised any capital. Let us take, for example, preference share capital only. Now the preference share capital we have issued is 8% preference shares with a maturity period of, let us imagine, 6 years. Now, people, we want to make some changes. we want to make this 6 years as 8 years. And we want to make, okay, we are increasing the tenure, no. So let us make 8%. Instead of 8%, we will give you 10%. We want to make this change. Can we make this change? They're telling you to make this change, you need to call the preference shareholders for a meeting and you need to take their approval. How many of them have to approve? It has to be approved by 3/4 of issued share capital of preference shares, or you need to pass a special resolution. So you need to take an approval of 3/4 capital of issued shares of preference shares, or you need to pass a special resolution. If they have agreed to it, people, then you can reduce or you can increase the tenure, you can increase the percentage, you can do anything possible. Hello? Provided, remember one thing, people, I can make such change only when, if at all in my MOA or AOA, I should have power to make such variation. Sir, what if my MOA, AOA is silent? Even if it is silent, it's okay, people. When you have issued an offer letter, when you are taking the money from preference shareholders, you would have issued them an offer letter. In that offer letter, you shouldn't have said that I will never vary your rights forever. I will never vary your rights in the next 6 years. You shouldn't have said that. If you have said in the offer letter that I will never vary, in such case, you cannot vary. So these two things are important. Remember and go. What is that? If I want to vary any shareholders' rights, two things are mandatory. One is, people, if your MOA OA has given you the power, then you can do. If MOA OA is silent, then whatever is the offer letter you have issued, in that you shouldn't have said that I am not going to vary the rights in the future. You shouldn't have said that. Yes, if that is the case, people, you can very well change the shareholder rights. But sir, now we have a problem. You said we are making 6% as 8% as 10%. In such case, what is happening, people? Now, whenever, see, until yesterday, I was paying them 8% dividend. Now you are telling I'm making it 10%. Does any other shareholder will have a problem here? Will they have a problem? Someone will have a problem. Equity shareholder will have a problem, because whatever the dividend we pay to them, with the money left, I used to get my dividend. Now you're increasing their particular dividend rate, and hence my dividend will go down because the amount available with the company will be less. So remember, people, whenever you are varying one class of shareholder rights, if it is affecting another class of shareholders, you need to take approval from the other class of shareholders also. That is what is given here. What does it say? If variation by one class of shareholders affects the rights of any other class of shareholders, the consent of 3/4 of such other class of shareholders shall also be obtained, and the provision of this section shall apply to such variation. That means what? Now I need to even call the equity shareholders also. I need to ask them, people, is it okay we change the rights of preference shareholders? Is it okay if we decrease it, reduce it, increase it? Is it okay? We are going to ask them. Even if equity shareholders are okay with it, people, now I can go ahead and vary the shareholder rights. But when we were about to vary, people, in the preference shareholders, we got approval from 75%. But people, 10% of the preference shareholders are saying, no sir, we don't want this variation. Remember, if at all there is dissenting shareholders who are not okay with it, if they go to the tribunal, people, if they say, sir, we are not okay with it, if you go within 21 days from the date the others gave consent, if you go within 21 days, people, then whatever tribunal says, that order will be final. Understood, all of you? So remember this much and go. Here, all of you, there is one question also on this topic. They have asked once. See here. Rarely they ask. Again, most see this question. MNO Limited has the following equity share capital. Class 1 equity shares, which is 3 lakh equity shares of rupees 10 each. They carry one voting right for every one share. Next one is class 2 equity share capital, which is 50,000 equity shares of 10 each, which is one voting right for every 5 shares. See, we will call this as DVR. Yeah. Okay. At the time of issue, the company had fulfilled all the conditions related to issue of equity capital. Okay. The company wants to vary the voting rights of class 2 equity share capital from one voting right for every 5 share to one voting right for every 10 shares. The company's memorandum and AOA have given the company the power to vary. Then absolutely fine. We don't have a problem. The holders of 40,000 equity shares have given their consent in writing for this variation. Out of the dissenting shareholders, the holders of 4,500 equity shares wants to apply to the tribunal against the company's action. Examine with reference to the relevant provision of Companies Act whether a company can change the rights of its shareholders, whether the dissenting shareholders can apply to the tribunal. Can they change people? Is it possible? How did you say that? That is one, not prohibited. But how many people have to agree for the change? 3/4 or special resolution. Now, did they 3/4 of the people agree? People, tip number 1, remember in your exam, please show calculation. Let them know that numbers or the answer did not come by fluke. So please do. How many people agreed? It is 40,000 people on 50,000 people in terms of percentage. And how much is that? 80% of the people have agreed. And how much have people have to agree? 75. And then hence I say the requisite majority of approval has been received. And hence the company can go for such a variation. Now coming to the second part, tribunal. Can these people apply for tribunal? Is it possible? Yes or no? No. Why? Yes, why? You need to get... It is possible, but in the given case, what is happening, people? 4,500 equity shares have gone, but we need minimum 10%. That is, out of the 50 shares, we need 5,000, but we got only 4,500. Because of that, people, we will not be allowed to go for a tribunal's appeal. Understood, all of you? That will be my answer. Very rarely they have tested. Understood, all of you? Clear? Okay, that is your answer for this. Okay, coming back, 48 is done. Next one, three sections together. What is 49, 50, 51, people? 49 says whenever you make a call, if there are 100 people, you cannot make a call in a different way. For all 100 people, you need to make a call uniformly. You can't say one person to pay 5 rupees, one person to pay 2 rupees. Everyone should be asked to pay 5 rupees only. So if you belong to one particular class, the entire class has to be treated equally. The next one, people, says section 50. Can a company accept calls in advance? Yes, possible. On that, can I pay dividends? Can I pay dividends on calls in advance? Not possible. Can I pay interest? Yes, possible. Whenever I pay calls in advance, I'm eligible to get some interest on it, but not dividend on it. And remember, whenever you pay calls in advance, do I get voting rights on that? No. Always voting rights are with regards to paid up capital, and for calls in advance, you will not enjoy any voting rights. This is section 49, 50, 51. Done. Next one is, people, section 52, issue of securities at premium. The securities premium account can be used for what, people? 5 purposes. And what is that? One is bonus, another B is buyback. The next one is, people, I can use it for writing off my pre-incorporation expenses or preliminary expenses. The third one, I can write off my expenses, commission or discount allowed on issue of shares or debentures. Yesterday, if you remember, we saw what is the maximum underwriting commission you can pay for shares. 5%. Debentures, 2.5%. That money can be paid. That is what is this they are telling you. It can be paid from your securities premium account. Next one is, you can provide premium on redemption of preference shares of any debentures or preference shares. You can pay. That is what they are telling you. Hello? Yes? Done. Next one, sir, section 53. What does section 53 say? Prohibition of issue of shares at a discount. Can I issue my shares at a discount? Can I issue my equity shares at a discount? Can I issue preference shares at a discount? Okay, sweat equity is an exception. Any other?
Bank, if they decide that it is so
Okay, something like a debt reconstruction plans. For example, I have to give some money to bank. I have taken loan. I did not give. In return, I am giving them equity. I can give it at a discounted price. Allowed. So these two are the exceptions. Sweat equity and debt reconstruction. But okay, can I issue preference shares at a discount? Equity I cannot. Okay. Can I issue preference shares at a discount? Hello? No? Can I issue preference shares? Can I issue debentures at a discount? Yes. Remember the section says people you cannot issue shares at a discount. There is only equity and preference but not debentures. So equity and preference cannot be issued at a discounted price. But remember debentures can be issued at a discounted price. Exception is people sweat equity and your debt reconstruction. Okay. Next one people, that is your section 54. Means section 53. Section 54 people, what is 54? Sweat equity shares. What is sweat equity? Whenever you are giving some shares for, you are giving it to the directors, employees at a discounted price. So you can give it. What is the maximum you can give it at discounted price, people? How much can I mean, what is the maximum number of sweat equity shares I can give it? 15%. 15% of paid up equity share capital. So see, the limits will be two people. One is in one financial year, next one is at any given point of time. In one financial year, how much I can give maximum? In one financial year, I can give maximum 15% of my paid up equity share capital or issue value of rupees 5 crore, whichever is higher. Sign, while going sign off the what is that? The maximum they can issue is 15% in a financial year and or your 5 crore rupees value, whichever is higher in a year. However, at any given point of time, that means what? This year I will do 15, next year 15, next year 15. Can I do 45, 60% and all? Upper limit people, putting all the percentages together, it cannot go beyond 25% of paid up equity share capital of a company at any given point of time. So every year you add. Together it should not go beyond 25%. However, if you are a startup company, it is exempted people. You can issue up to 50% of paid up share capital. Every other place it is equity. Here alone it is paid up capital. That means what? Equity plus preference. Both I will take. Till date they have not tested this part. Remember and go. So up to 10 years from the date of incorporation, people, if you are a registered startup, you can go up to 50% of paid up share capital. Clear? Yes, Sam. Any doubts, Sam? Tell me. Some doubt? No? Okay. Sir, lock-in period. Can a company lock in its shares for 3 years? Yes. There's one exam question. I'll tell you the question in short. A company says in its articles of association that the company's sweat equity will be locked in for a period of 5 years. Is such clause valid? A company in its article says that a company's sweat equity will be locked in for a period of 5 years. Is such clause valid? Yes or no? Bega fast. Yes or no? Answer is no, people. Remember, the words used in the law is people. The company shall have a lock-in period of 3 years. It is non-negotiable. 3 years has to be 3 years only. You can't make it 2. You can't make it 4. Entrenchment not possible here. Clear all of you? Yes. Because you can think, sir, then what is the use of entrenchment, sir? People, if I allow a company to take it beyond 3, no, they will put lifetime. That means an employee will become a bonded labor. He can never leave the company. Then what's the use of you giving him share? You can stop him from leaving the company for some reasonable period. If I allow entrenchment, companies will put 10 only. That means for 10 years he can't leave. Hello? Then what's the use? Understanding? Illa. Hello? Okay, next one. Price return. Okay. Correct. What that means what people? An employee, what has he given to us? Why are we giving him sweat equity shares? He has given us three things, right? What? Technical know-how, value addition, IPR, intellectual properties. Now let us imagine a person has given us a patent. Who knows what is the value of the patent? How do I know? We will call a registered valuer. We will ask him, sir, he has given us this. You tell me how many shares we can give it in return to him. At what value we can give. Please tell us. A registered valuer will fix the value. That is what we are telling here. Next one is, sir, treatment for non-cash consideration. What is non-cash consideration? As I said, what is the employee giving us? Employee can give us two things, people. One is an asset. One is people, or you take it this way. One is a tangible asset, or the second thing the employee can give us is a intangible asset. We call a tangible asset as people depreciable asset. We call the intangible asset as a amortizable asset. Example, an employee gave us probably, I don't know, some plant and machinery. It is a depreciable asset. So what will I do? What will I show in my books of accounts? I will show the asset given by the employee under my balance sheet. Hello? Sir, what if the, the employee has given us, patent or trademark? Where will I show? I will show patent. Okay, please take that also under balance sheet. So what if an employee has not given us neither patent nor depreciable asset? In such case, what to do? But the employee has really given his sweat for us. Sweat. Where do I put the sweat here? Balance sheet? P&L account? You will put it under, yes, under employee expense. So you will treat it under P&L. So remember, whenever an employee is giving us an asset, whether amortizable or depreciable, you will take it to balance sheet. If an employee is giving any other thing other than amortizable or depreciable asset, then what I will do, I will treat it as an expense, like an employee expense. I have to give it from my pocket. The company will pay it from its pocket and it will treat it as employee expenditure. They will take it under P&L. They will expense it. Understood? It's been quite some time. Remember and go. Exam point of view. Important. Clear? Okay. And the register of sweat equity people will be in the format SH3. What is SH6? Very good. Register of ESOP. ESOP register is SH6. Okay. 55 was preference share, 56. Transfer and transmission of securities. What is transfer and transmission? Quickly, whenever a shareholder wants to transfer my share, now for example, I want to transfer my shares to Sudhir. Can I do? Yes. How? I will be called as transferor. Sudhir will be called as transferee. We both will enter into an agreement. That agreement is called as SH4. That we will have to sign everything. I will have to sign. Sudhir has to sign. We have to give it to the company. What will the company do? The company will take the SH4. They will register the shares in Sudhir's name. They will issue a fresh certificate of shares in the name of Sudhir. Sir, now when should we give this SH4 to the company? You need to give it within 60 days of you entering into this particular agreement. You need to do it within 60 days. Is this clear, all of you? Sir, what if it's a partly paid share? That means only 5 rupees was paid. Still 5 rupees is to be paid. Now what will happen? I am transferring my shares to Sudhir. That means tomorrow if the company makes a call, Sudhir will have to pay the 5 rupees. Remember, that's why if it's a partly paid share, the company will send a notice to Sudhir. They will ask, Sudhir, do you know that these shares are partly paid? Tomorrow when we make a call, you will have to pay 5 rupees. Are you okay with it? If Sudhir confirms people, we will register the shares in his name. Sudhir has 2 weeks to confirm. Failure to reply, deemed approval. Hello. Sir, what if the company does not respond or they do not register the transfer within this 30 days? Now what to do? I mean, we give our transfer request form, we give it. The company does not register. Now what to do? It depends upon whether you are a private company or a public company. If you are a private company, I gave my request, correct? the company will have to respond to me within 30 days. What will they respond? If at all they have registered, they will respond that yes sir, we have registered the shares in the name of Sudhir. Or they have to reject. So sorry, because of our provisions, we cannot register the transfer from you to Sudhir. They have to reply something, either an yes or a no. Within how many days? 30 days. From the date of receipt of the request of transfer. Within 30 days they have to register. Sir, now within 30 days they did not respond to me. Now what can I do? If within 30 days if they do not respond people, then what I will do is I will have another 30 days time. Now what will I do? They did not respond to me. Within next 30 days people, I will file an application to the tribunal. Are you getting the point? So generally what happens is you can take it like this. I gave a request to the company. Company has to respond to me within 30 days. Let us imagine the company rejected my application. They rejected. Whenever they rejected my application, they gave me a notice. So sorry, we cannot respond. We cannot register your transfer. From the day they gave me the request, I will have to file it with the tribunal within 30 days. So now let us imagine they never replied to me at all. That means, see, if they had replied, then I will go and file it within 30 days. What if they never replied? In such case, people, I will take it 60 days from the date of we submitting the request to the company. From that day only, it takes 60 days. If they do not reply within 60 days, I will directly go and appeal it to the tribunal. Sir, do you know that the company did not register our transfer? So the timeline is, people, 30 days for the company to respond. After they responded, 30 days for me to apply to the tribunal. If they did not respond, 60 days for me directly to go to tribunal. If it is a public company, instead of this 30-60, read it as 60-90. That's all. That means 30 days for the company to respond. Once they responded, I have to go to tribunal within 60 days. If they did not respond, I will have to go to the tribunal within 90 days. Timeline, very important. Dil ka dhadkan, remember and go. Hello? Now what will a tribunal pass? Tribunal can pass three things. One is dismiss the order. Hey Goda, what the company did is fair. Second one, I will direct to rectify the registers and I will tell the company register the transfer. If I pass an order, the company has to do it within 10 days of the order. They have to register the transfer and they have to rectify the register. And not only that, people, don't you think I came to tribunal? I have to pay legal charges, advocate charges, CA charges. Some charges I have to pay, no. Why should I pay? It was your default. Hence, I can also claim damages from the company. Remember. Understood all of you? So, I can ask these three things from the company. Possible. Clear all of you? Yes. Okay, done. Next one is 59 is nothing but rectification of register. Again, you need to apply to the tribunal. If at all any mistake is made in the register, you can rectify the register by applying tribunal. Again, same thing. 60 is not there in syllabus. Next one is 61. What is section 61, people? Alteration of share capital. How will the alteration of share capital happen, people? Alteration can happen in 5 ways. What are the 5 ways? One is called, how will the alteration happen? Increase of authorized capital, consolidation and division into larger denomination. Next one is conversion of shares into stock, stock into shares, subdivision of shares into smaller amount. The last one is cancellation of shares. So these are the 5 ways your capital can alter. The first one is increase of authorized capital. Second one is, what do I mean by consolidation into larger denomination? Simple, people, let us imagine we had 10 shares. Each of the paid up value is 10 rupees. And the total paid up value was 100 rupees. Correct? 10 into 10, 100. Consolidation and larger denomination means people, I will say instead of having 10 shares, I will make it what? Say for example 5 shares of 20 rupees each. This will always remain the same. You can't make any change here. When the face value is increased, we call such a change as people consolidation, larger denomination. Next one is called subdivide or split. What do I mean by that? Sir, we had 10 shares. 1 share is equal to 10 rupees. The total value was 100 rupees. Now, what do I mean by share split? This will increase. 20 shares, 5 rupees. This remains 100 only. This is called as what people share split. When we bring down the face value. Why will a company bring down its face value? Whenever the market price is becoming so high that people will stop trading in your securities. Example, MRF share, how much is it today? More than 1 lakh, 1 share. So will anyone trade? If the company thinks that no one is trading in my share, what will they do? They will do a share split. If you have 1 share of MRF, they will say, okay, let us do one thing. Let us bring down the price to 50,000. They will give you 2 shares of MRF, which will be 50,000 each. That is when they will go and do subdivision. That means you are splitting the price. Understanding? Hello? Pakka? Yes. And next one is conversion of shares into stock, stock into shares. The last one is what people? Cancellation of shares. What do I mean by cancellation of shares? Some companies will have people, for example, the first company which I had only incorporated, their authorized share capital people was 1 crore. Their authorized share capital was how much people? 1 crore. But how much was their paid up capital? Their paid up capital was people 5 lakh rupees. For the world to see this, the authorized capital looks 1 crore. But how much is your paid up capital? 5 lakh. So much of gap. Confusion. And remember, there are some laws. If this company is doing something, you need to pay stamp duty on your authorized capital. Fit for nothing, no? Why 1 crore? Now, if you think, no, I want to reduce this down. So, the first step is increase of authorized capital. No, this is the opposite of it. Cancellation means what? Whatever is this unsubscribed part. We have the 95 lakh. Why to just have it on my balance sheet? Take it away. Bring down your authorized capital from 1 crore to 5 lakh. This is only called as what people? Cancellation. Hello? Now the question is, had anyone purchased those shares? No. Does this reflect in any of the paid up share capital? Answer is no. That's why remember, cancellation of share capital will not be considered as reduction of share capital. Cancellation is different. Reduction is different. That's why we are calling just as alteration. It is not reduction. I hope it is clear. Hello? Pakka? And remember, sir, whenever you are altering your share capital, you have to intimate someone. Who is he? You need to intimate to registrar. In which form you will intimate? SH7 within 30 days. Sir, and remember, alteration of share capital, which resolution have to pass? Ordinary resolution is sufficient. Remember? And one more thing, people, whenever we are doing the second step is there, consolidation and division into larger denomination. If at all the voting percentage is changing, you can't do it without the tribunal's approval. Understood? Illa? What do I mean by that? Say, for example, we took this example, larger denomination. Let us take, for example, there was, in total, a company had 100 shares, into 10 rupees each. So, total is 1000 rupees. Correct? Now, we are doing larger denomination. That means what we are doing, we are bringing down the face. Okay, let us imagine we are increasing the face value to 100 rupees. So, we are making this as 10 shares. This will remain the same. Yes. Now, let us take a scenario. You want, okay, well, let us keep it simple. Direct? Okay. Let us imagine one shareholder had 15 shares, one shareholder had 20 shares. Hello? Now what happened, people? Whenever I am having 10 shares, that means I'll get 1 share. That was a conversion. Correct? For every 10 share, I'll get 1 share. Now this fellow is safe. I had 20 shares. I'll get 2 shares. which is of 100 rupees each, no change to my capital. It is same, no problem. But Papa, this is a poor fellow. Why? For 10 shares, I'll get 1 share. Very good. What about the 5 shares? What do? We'll give half share. In our scenario, Companies Act, remember, a fractional share can never exist. Now what happened? Technically, this fellow had 20% of voting right. This fellow had 15% of voting right. Now the 20 is remaining 20, but this 15 will not remain 15. I can never issue a fractional share. Then what will a company do? The company will settle that 5 share rupees in value, money. And for the 10 shares, I will give 1 share. Now what happened? His voting power was 15%, but it became 10%. If such a change is happening, you need to mandatorily take tribunal's approval. They haven't asked till date. Remember and go. Very, very important. There is a note. Understood all of you? I hope it is clear. Okay, done. Next one is, sir, section 62. What is 62, people? Section 64 is done. What is section 64? Nothing but asset 7. Whenever you alter your share capital as per section 61, you guys have to file asset 7 as per section 64. Done. Next one is, people, section 62. Section 62, there are majorly 3 things. What is that? One is rights issue. What is rights issue? It's an offer given to the existing shareholders to buy more shares of the company. Can I give you a rights issue to debentures? Preference shares, can I do rights issue? It's only done with equity shares. Remember, debenture holders cannot do rights issue of debentures. Preference shareholders cannot do rights issue of preference shares. It can only happen with equity. Rights issue can happen only with equity. Yes? Okay. So it's an option given to the equity shareholders to buy more shares of the company. And so it is given to the existing shareholders. If I got an offer, if I am not interested, remember, I can pass on my right to someone else to buy the shares on behalf of me. Yesterday I told you, private placement we cannot do, but rights issue, we can give our right to someone else. And that is only called as renunciation. Right to renunciation, by default, you can have it. However, if a company wants to take away that right of renunciation, it can restrict it by its articles. Exam point of view, important. Can a company restrict its renunciation rights? Yes. By its articles of association, it can restrict the right to renounce its shares. Possible. Remember, not asked from exam point of view, important. Sir, what are the timelines of rights issue? What is the minimum period of offer? How many days it should be open? Minimum is 7 days. Maximum is how much? 15 or 30? Maximum is 30 days. Minimum is 15 Allah, 7 days. Remember and go, 15 Allah, 7 days. Yes? We would have written in Act as 15, but rule says 7. That's why we follow 7 days. Clear? So it is minimum is 7 days, maximum is 30 days, offer period. Can I follow less timelines? Can I keep the offer period open just for 3 days? Is it possible? Can I do it? No chance at all? How? In a private company, you guys know this? If it's a private company, if 90% approval is taken, I can follow the period lesser than that given in the act. So I can even do 5, I can even do 4 days, I can even do 3 days. Possible. Now I'll tell you what is the question. That 90%, people now look at me in the eyes. Is that 90% in number of members or is it in number of shares? How many people have to agree? Is it 90% in value or 90% of people? People, huh? Sure, huh? You remember, huh? In case of private company, if 90% of the members give their consent, the period lesser than those above shall apply. Remember, very important, people, in exam, we will know only 90% and go. We will not know whether it is value or the number of people. I'm telling you, they can twist this in such a way, they can play with your brain. And how is that? Imagine in a private company there are 10 people, 9 people agreed, but how much is that 9 people holding their shares? The 9 people are holding only 10 percentage, but that one person is holding 90 percentage, and the 1% rejected. He said we shouldn't follow lesser than the minimum period prescribed in the act. They will ask you, what is your opinion? Trust me, macha, we will see all stars. Chaitra, Vaishakha, we will see everything. Are you getting it? Hello? So remember, don't just focus on number. Please focus on the words around it. Clear? Very, very important. Understood? Okay. So 1530, that is your rights issue. The next one is called as people ESOP. What is ESOP, people? Option given to employees. Okay. Generally what happens, people, in ESOP, we'll have something called as three things. One is called as grant of option. Next one is called as vesting period. The third one is called as exercise period. Grant is when we identify the share employee who is to be eligible for a ESOP. Next one is he has to wait for some period. That is called as vesting period. Today I will identify you. I will give you an offer today, but you cannot buy the shares immediately. You have to be with the company. You have to wait for some period. That some period, people, generally, according to the law, is 1 year. You have to wait at least for a period of 1 year. After 1 year, you get a right to say yes or a no. If it is beneficial for you, you will buy the share. If it is not beneficial for you, you will not buy the shares. Such option is called as ESOP. Remember, whenever during the ESOP, people, the employee will not have a right to vote, no dividends, nothing until you exercise the options. You have to first say yes, you should become a shareholder, only then you will enjoy a right to vote, dividend and all of that. Until that, people, you will not enjoy the right to vote, you cannot get dividends, all that is not possible. Clear? All of you? Any doubts? Okay. And remember, I'll ask you a direct question. Can I give ESOP to my independent directors? Independent director? No. Can I give sweat equity shares to independent director? Possible? Yes or no? Yes, the law, according to your syllabus, it is silent. According to your syllabus, I say, okay, sweat equity can be given to independent, but ESOP cannot be given to independent directors. This is only from your syllabus point of view, but sweat equity also cannot be given to independent directors. It comes after your syllabus. In your content, it is not there. Okay. Can I give your sweat ESOP to part-time directors? Not full-time directors. Part-time directors, can I give? Employees. So can I give it to directors first of all? So part-time directors can I give? Tell me. Yes or no? Understood? We would have read people, employee, director, we would have gone. In exam, when they ask you, they will just question those things. Possible, not possible. That is the problem. Yes, directors we can give. People now look at me. Can I give my ESOP to the employees of not my company? Can I give my ESOP to the employees of subsidiary company? Not my company employees. Can I give my shares to my subsidiary company employees? My holding company employees? My associate company employees? Understanding? Hello? So, can I give my ESOP to a director? Yes. What if the director is holding 10% of capital in the company? 10%. I'm not saying less than 10%. Now don't look at book. 10% is holding. Can you give it to him or not? Huh? No, why? Remember, people, if he is holding more than 10%, he is disqualified. Up to 10 he is qualified only. You can give him ESOP. You can give shares to your subsidiary company employees. You can give shares to holding company employees. You cannot give it to associate company employees. Not covered in the definition. Can I give it to independent director? No. Can I give it to part-time director? The answer is yes. Yes. Hello, people. Very important. Remember and go. Yes. So see. See what does the law say? This can be asked as a standalone question. Employee, a permanent employee of company who has been working in India or outside India. People, a director of the company, whether a see AIA. That means part-time director, whether a whole-time director or not. So even I'm a part-time, yes, possible, but excluding a independent director. But this is not there in sweat equity. But don't worry, they'll not ask you. Sweat equity, impossible. They can never ask you. An employee as defined in clause A or B of or where is associate? So associate, not possible. Okay. An employee who is a promoter or a person belonging to the promoter group. We cannot give it to our promoters, not possible. And I cannot give it to a director who, along with his relatives, if he is holding, then up to 10% possible. And remember, if you are a startup up to 10 years, these two conditions will not apply. Hello? Clear? Okay, that is your ESOP. And next one is people, the last one. Yes, with regards to ESOP rights, what is this? Whenever a person dies or permanent disablement, immediately the options will vest. You need not wait for 1 year. So remember this particular thing and go. Register of ESOP is in the form SH6. Hello? People should, to issue ESOP, which resolution have to pass? Special or ordinary? Public company, special, private company, ordinary. Remember and go, very important. Wherever we wrote our ordinary thing, write down this also there. If a private company is doing a ESOP, then only ordinary resolution is sufficient. They'll ask you from exam point of view. Generally, people will come and say, no, your sir, attempt was very difficult. This is what they would have asked. They would have gone to so much of details. Okay, next one, people, preferential offer is nothing. Last one is people, government company. Government. What is this, people? Remember, whenever a government is giving loan to any company, in the interest of public, if the government thinks it is right to convert the loan into equity of a company, the government can on its own convert the loan into equity of the company. Meaning what I'm saying, if government has given loan to Infosys, and I think in the public interest, it is good. I don't want Infosys to give me back the loan. I will say, instead give me back your equity. Who is deciding? Government is deciding. Government can pass an order, the debt may convert into equity. This option is given only for government. But if a company wants to convert the debt into equity, they do not have a right. They have to first ask their shareholders. When they have taken a loan, that time only they should have asked. They should have passed a special resolution to convert debt into equity. But for government, it's an exception. Even if special resolution is not passed, you can convert your debt into equity. However, if anyone is not okay with it, if the company has an objection, people, the company can go and object it in people, tribunal. They can go and say, sir, we are not okay with this particular conversion. Can you please stop this conversion? If the tribunal says yes, yes will prevail. No, no will prevail. The company can go and appeal it with tribunal. Clear? This is section 62. Any doubts? No? Done. Next one, people, bonus share, section 63, easy. Bonus can be issued out of three things. What is that? One is free reserves, securities premium, CRR account. Conditions, it has to be authorized by AOA and it is recommended by the board. and it has not defaulted in payment of interest to principal or FD. You should have not defaulted in payment of statutory dues to your employees. Partly paid up shares can be made fully paid up. The bonus shares, people, should not be issued in the place of dividend. Remember, and once you declare bonus, you cannot withdraw it. Next one is, people, reduction of share capital. What is reduction of share capital? How do we generally do reduction of share capital? Remember, for reduction of share capital, 4 people's approval is required. Who and all? One is board, next one is special, next one is creditors, next one is tribunal. All 4 people have to agree for the capital reduction. Capital reduction can happen, people, in 3 ways. What are the ways the capital reduction can happen? Let us imagine I started a business, people, with a paid up capital of 10 lakh rupees. I started, but after 1 year, people, the business is in loss. My 10 lakh, people, it's there on liability side. On my asset side, people, I don't have 10 lakh. I'm left with another 6 lakh. Where is the 4 lakh? It's a business loss. It's gone. If I go to the banks with this balance sheet, people, it is absolutely unattractive. No one will look at me. In that case, what I can do? I can call the shareholders and say, people, we did a business, we tried, but we lost money. Is it okay if we reduce the capital? We will never be able to repay this to you. Are you okay? If the shareholders agree to it, people, this 10 lakh will become 6 lakh. Now we will make the balance sheet look attractive. Understanding? Hello? Yes, this is only called as what, people? Capital reduction. Yes, this is one way. What is the second way to reduce the capital? How else we can reduce? Buyback is, it is called as diminution of capital, but not reduction of capital. The another 2 ways to reduce the capital is, let us imagine we have a paid up capital of 10 lakh, but we don't need 10 lakh. Now what do we do? Or take it this way. For example, face value is 10 rupees. We have called 6 rupees. 4 rupees you are yet to pay. But with the 6 rupees only, I'm able to manage. I don't want this 4 rupees at all. You guys would have seen, no? Application money, allotment money, first call, second call. I have called 6 rupees. 4 I don't want, because the company is able to survive with 6 only. So that means what? 4 rupees is excess. I don't want. So I can pass a special resolution and say, people, let us do one thing. Let us alter our capital from 10 rupees paid up to 6 rupees paid up. That 4 rupees will be taken off from the balance sheet. That is the second way of reducing your capital. Understood? The third way, people, we have called the entire 10 rupees. We have taken. But the 4 rupees we feel now is extra. We can repay the 4 rupees and we can keep the capital as 6 rupees. One is, before repayment only I tell you don't pay. Second one is, after payment I will refund you. This is the third way of reducing the capital. These are the 3 ways. Now answering, what is the difference between this and buyback? Buyback is always disproportionate. I cannot buy back from everyone. The company wants to buy back. Let us imagine if I have 1 crore shares, I want to buy back 1 lakh shares. I cannot select that 1 lakh from everyone. Some people wouldn't even know the buyback is happening. So you wouldn't even have participated. So this is uniform. Everyone's capital will be reduced. That's the difference. Understanding? Yes? Okay. So you need to apply to the tribunal. What will tribunal do? Tribunal will ask the other authorities like central government, SEBI, or your ROC, other people. So I will apply to the tribunal. Tribunal will ask all their approval. See that if you guys have any objection, let me know. You will have 3 months time to respond. If these people do not respond within 3 months, people, it is considered as no objection. Yes. Now tribunal will satisfy itself what? Tribunal will pass an order. But when will tribunal pass an order? Whenever people that, the creditors, whoever are shown as creditors, you have not done any defraud, or you have made arrangements, or you have repaid the money, you have made provisions for them. After the tribunal is satisfied that the creditors will not be cheated if I reduce your capital, only then the tribunal will pass an order for capital reduction. Whatever is the order passed by tribunal, we will file that particular order in the newspaper, as well as we will also file it with ROC. And remember, at any given point of time, any creditor comes and says, sir, they had missed my name when they have given it to you. So I never knew all of this happened. If anyone comes and tells you, the shareholders will be liable to repay his debt according to their previous capital. We have reduced our capital from 10 rupees to 6 rupees. We said no, don't pay 4 rupees. Now you will have to pay that 4 rupees to such creditor. I'm not saying you will become unlimitedly liable. Whatever was your previous liability, that you have to pay until the creditor is satisfied. Understood? This is your capital reduction, section 66. Any doubt? No? Okay. Next one, sir, important one, buyback, section 68. So what are the conditions of buyback, people? First one is sources of buyback. How and all I can do a buyback? Using my free reserves, securities premium, proceeds of fresh issue. Next one, sir, post-issue debt equity, people. It should not be more than 2:1. That means my debt can be maximum 2 times of my equity. If my equity is 1, the maximum my debt can be is 2 lakhs, not more than that. Next one, all securities should be fully paid up before buyback. No further buyback shall be made within 1 year. A cool off between 2 buybacks should be at least 1 year. And next one, remember, whenever you're going for a buyback, the same security cannot be again issued within the next 6 months. If I'm buying back equity today, I can again not issue the equity in the next 1 month. Then what are you doing? So you're not supposed to do it. However, exceptions are there. For example, if you had issued convertible debentures 5 years back, the conversion is coming now. You have to give them equity. It's an exception. You can give them equity. Imagine you are issuing bonus share out of your CRR account. It's okay. Give it. Imagine some employee is saying, I will leave the company. You have to give them sweaty equities. Allowed. Give it. No exception. I mean, no problem. It is an exception. Next one, people, extent of buyback. What is the maximum buyback we can do? It depends upon who is approving the buyback. If shareholders are approving or the directors are approving. If the director is approving your buyback, the maximum buyback, people, shall not exceed 10% of paid up equity share capital plus free reserves. If at all you are taking special resolution, now people, what is the maximum buyback? The maximum is, people, which security you are buying back. That is question number 1. And what is the total value you are buying back? Sir, the total amount the shareholders approve, the total amount, the maximum total amount the shareholders can approve, people, is 25% of paid up share capital plus free reserves. This can also be considered as resource test. That means this is the maximum amount they can spend on buyback. Hello? And this one, buyback of, let us imagine we are buying back equity shares. What is the maximum buyback we can do? The maximum buyback we can do, people, is 25% of paid up equity share capital. Sir, is there any difference between these two? I hope you would have seen some examples in class and all. What is the difference between the paid up equity share capital and paid up share capital plus free reserves? Hello? Yes, people? People, here you will get value. Here you will get shares. Are you getting the point? Let us imagine my company, okay, you guys only tell me, you guys will let us make one question only. A company has a equity shares of, let us imagine 10 lakh shares into 10 rupees each. The total paid up capital is 1 crore. Let us imagine a company also has, okay, preference shares are paid up. Let us not confuse at all. Let us directly take free reserves. The company in total has, people, free reserves of, let us imagine, somewhere around, say, 2 crores. Yes? Okay, this is the total free reserves of the company. Now, can you tell me what is the maximum equity shares the company can buy back? Question number 1. Question number 2, what is the maximum value per share you can pay for buyback? One is maximum equity shares you can buy back. Next one is, what is the maximum per share you can pay? Value. per share you can pay. Dude, huh? Why are you guys staring me? Easiest provision if it can exist on earth, it is this only. Got it, how much? Huh? How much? How much? Huh? 25 lakhs. Equity shares you can buy back. Okay. What is the value you can pay maximum? 2.5 rupees per share. Okay. 3 rupees per share. I hope you guys understood how to calculate. How do I calculate? Now people, see, first to calculate this. Paid up share capital plus free reserves, take 25%. How much you guys got? In 3 crore, how much is 25%? 75 lakh is the maximum value I can spend on my buyback. Now, what is the maximum number of equity shares I can buy back? Whatever is my equity, I can maximum buy back 25% of my shares. Correct? And how much is that? See, this is my paid up equity share capital. This gives me my total number of shares. Correct? What is my second question? What is the maximum value I can pay? Hello? Now people, how do I generally calculate? You take your number of shares. In 10 lakh, can I take 25%? The 25% is what? 2.5 lakh shares. Hello? Yes? Now people, 2.5 lakh shares is the maximum equity shares I can buy back. Correct? Now 75 lakh rupees is what I can spend. So if you do 75 lakh divided by 2.5 lakh shares, how much you guys get? 30, 30 rupees per share is what I can maximum pay per share for buyback. This is how you guys calculate. Understood? One gives you value, one gives you number of shares. I hope you guys understood something. Yes, that's why I wrote here. One is resource test, that is money. One gives you number of shares you can buy back. Getting it? Okay, done. Next ones are all easy. Declaration of solvency, it shall be signed by 2 directors. In that one MD, if at all appointed, they need to give. What is declaration of solvency? Sir, we are buying back our shares. We have extra money. We are giving that money back to the people. Now tomorrow, what if we become insolvent? That's why we are giving a solvency declaration. That is today, sir, in the next 1 year, we will not become insolvent. See, we are giving you a promise. Go. If you become insolvent, the directors will be held personally responsible. And this is given in the format SH9. Last one, return of buyback. It is given in form SH11. We will intimate ROC, and if you are listed, we will also intimate SEBI that how many shares we bought back, what is the value at which we bought back, everything we are going to intimate. Last one, remember, whatever securities we are going to buy back, after buying back, we need to tear them. We need to extinguish those securities. Because remember, you cannot invest in your own company. Not possible. Buying back is like you're giving money and getting back the shares. You cannot treat it as an investment. So you have to tear them. Clear? Done. There is one important section, sir, that is nothing but section 67. What is section 67? Restriction on purchase of company of its own share. Correct? Huh? What does it say? Start from here. No public company shall give by means of loan, guarantee or otherwise any financial assistance. You guys know the section? You want to directly see the question? Hello? You will try? Yes? Okay, give it a try. A good question again. Yes, we will. Here. Silk Segment Private Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Silk Block Limited. a listed, I hope you guys know this section. Should we do the section and question or question and section? Okay. Sir, no public company shall give by means of loan, guarantee or otherwise any financial assistance for the purpose of purchase or subscription made by any person for any shares in the company or in its holding company. What do I mean by that, sir? The company cannot give any loan, any assistance for any person to buy its own shares or to buy the shares of its holding company. Not possible. For example, imagine if there is a company called XYZ Limited. XYZ Limited has an employee. They're telling you this company cannot give any loan to this employee. Why? Or any person or any whoever is to buy its own shares or to buy the shares of its holding company. I cannot give any loan. It is restricted. That is what section 67 says. However, this particular section has some exceptions. You can give when the first one is the lending of money by a banking company in the ordinary course of business. That means what, people? Now I have my bank account in ICICI Bank. It's a public company. I will go and I will take a personal loan. With that loan, what will I do? I will buy some shares of ICICI Bank only. Will they know? Can they restrict? How will they even monitor it? They'll call me. So do you want personal loan? I'll say yes, give. And with that, some shares I'll buy of ICICI Bank only. A banking company in its ordinary course of business, if they are giving loan, you can't restrict what the person is using the money for. I can't restrict. It is not in my hands. I hope you are understanding. So that's why the first one is exempted. The second one, what does it say? A provision is made for purchase of a subscription of fully paid up shares in a company or holding company. What is this? Trustee. What is this? You would have seen in section 19. Generally what happens, people, there is a company called XYZ Limited, correct? XYZ Limited wants to give some ESOP shares to its employees, correct? The company can give ESOP shares in two ways. One, directly you only give, you only monitor, you only give, you only monitor. Very difficult to do it. When a company has 500 to 200 employees and all, this is okay. Infosys, the number of people eligible for ESOP is around 15,000 employees. How will you monitor? What is happening with whom? How will you monitor? So what does Infosys do? Infosys has created one trust. They have formed a subsidiary company and they have created one trust. Just saying Infosys ESOP Trust. Now what does it do? Infosys will not handle all of this. That entire work has been outsourced to this trust. Now what will this trust do? On behalf of Infosys, they will identify the employees. They will allot the shares. They will take the payment. They will monitor the entire work. Who is doing it? On behalf of Infosys, the trust does. But sir, we have a question. How is the trust getting the shares? The trust can get the shares in two ways. One, directly Infosys will do a FPO or a private placement and Infosys will directly allot shares. Hello? Option number two, Infosys gives ESOP Trust something called as loan. I will not give you shares, I will give you loan. With this loan, what will the trust do? The trust will wait. The Infosys share is going at 1200, it becomes 1300, I'll wait. Sir, if it comes to 1100, you know what will the trust do? The trust will go and buy from the open market, it will buy some shares. Even I will have a demat account, I will open my demat account, I will go from the market, I will buy some shares. What is the advantage of this? In the first route, people, unnecessarily, even if I don't need capital, I am creating capital. In the second route, why? I don't want capital. I'll give you money. You directly go and buy from the market only. Our shares only, no? Hello? Now what will the trust do? The trust will hold the securities and sit. Now there is any eligible employee. The trust will allocate that particular share to him because it is ESOP. You will pay value. Money will be involved. It's not sweat equity. Sweat equity is free. Now what will the employee do? Employee will pay the money. The trust will take the money, repay the loan. And this is how the listed companies operate. Hello? What did we start section 67 with? No company can give loan, money, financial assistance to anyone to buy its own shares. Exception, ESOP trust. Understood? Hello? People, getting it on? Yes, sir, that's the whole point. And remember, what is the maximum shares we can buy, sir? We can buy any number of shares in this route. The maximum we can buy, people, is the company is listed. If the shares of the company are listed, people, then the maximum we can buy cannot exceed, where is it? Shall not exceed 5% of the aggregate of paid up capital and free reserves. That's the maximum we can buy using this route, not more than that. Remember. Hello? So imagine whatever is my paid up capital, whatever is my free reserves. That's the maximum money I can spend on open market, not more than that. Clear? Yes? Hello? Okay. In case made only through a recognized stock exchange. I can only make through a recognized stock exchange and not by way of private offers or arrangements. In case the company is listed. If you're unlisted, you can have other options also. But if you're listed, I can only do it from such a recognized stock exchanges. This is the second exception. Understood? The third exception, sir. Sir, we are giving our employees ESOP. I give my employees 10 lakh shares, macha, you buy. But what is your salary? My salary is, sir, 5 lakhs. How will I buy these shares? Can I afford it? No. So remember, a company can give a financial assistance to its employees to buy the ESOP. How much I can give? You can give up to maximum of 6 months salary. However, remember, this option is not available if you are a director or a KMP. Remember, they will not directly call it KMP. They will ask you a question, a CFO, a CES, a whole-time director. They will ask you the question indirectly. Can the company give loan to a CFO? Not possible. Understood, all of you? And sir, what about a private company, sir? If you are a private company, will these conditions apply? They're telling you it shall not apply to a private company in whose share capital no body corporate has invested any money. If the borrowing of such a company is less than twice of its paid up share capital or 50 crore rupees, whichever is less, and such a company should have not made default in any borrowings. If all these three conditions are satisfied, that condition will not apply to a private company. If not, even for me also it is applicable. Clear? Huh? Yes. Huh? Now you see this particular question. See if you guys are able to answer. Silk Segment Private Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of a Silk Block Limited, a listed public company. The board of directors of Silk Segment Private Limited have collectively decided upon the proposal to grant a loan of 15 lakh and 20 lakh to Mr. Sohan and Ms. Subarna respectively for the purchase of wholly fully paid shares in Silk Segment Private Limited. Mr. Sohan is the Deputy Marketing Manager of Silk Segment Private Limited with a monthly salary of 1 lakh. Whereas Subarna, Qualified Chartered Accountant, is a CFO of Silk Segment Private Limited with a monthly salary of 2 lakh. In view of the provision of Companies Act, decide whether the proposed loan to Mr. Sohan as well as Subarna can be disbursed by the company, keeping in view that Silk Segment is a private limited company. Whether the answer would be different in case only 25% of shares of SSPL are held by SBL. What people? Can we give loan? What is the first question? Whether the proposed loan to Sohan as well as Subarna can be disbursed by the company keeping in view that Silk segment is a private limited company? Why?
The amount exceeds the loan amount exceeds their monthly salary. 6 months.
But don't you think the section started saying
Public company, no public
and what type of company was this?
company.
Understood? Huh? Yesterday I told you. Now technically it's a private company, no? Hello? This is what I told you yesterday. Whatever are the benefits you should enjoy as a private company, that benefits will not be given to you. You will be treated as a public company. See, benefits are not there. Whatever restrictions are there on public company, even on you that restriction will be there. Now because you are a subsidiary of a public company, you will be a deemed public company and hence tell me, can I give it to my CFO? CFO is a KMP and hence not possible. Can I give it to that lady?
No, sir.
No. Why?
It exceeds their
It exceeds the limit. Monthly salaries of 1 lakh. They are giving I think 15 lakh. So I cannot give 15 lakh rupees. The maximum I can give is people 6 lakh rupees. What is the second case? Whether the answer would be different in case only 25% of shares of SSPL are held by SBL. I can't issue ESOP. Why? No, I'm saying that private company wants to give it to its employees. That's what they're asking you. Can I give it or not? The first scenario you said you cannot give it. Second scenario, can I give it? When they're telling you, instead of assuming SBL was a holding company, SSPL is a subsidiary company because more than 51% was there. Here they're telling you assume they have only held 25%.
So as body corporators, understood.
Very good people. Remember, with regards to the exceptions, what does the exception say, people? When does a private company enjoy the benefit? In whose share capital no body corporate should have invested money. That means what? If a public company, okay, you are not a subsidiary company, even if you have invested 1%, that means some body corporate has invested money in my company, I cannot enjoy this benefit irrespective of the percentage. Only individuals should be the shareholder. Even if one company is a shareholder in your company, you as a private company cannot enjoy these benefits. In our case, the public company is holding 25%. Yes, it is not a holding subsidiary, but because a body corporate is investing in my company and hence people, I cannot enjoy these benefits. Understood? Pakka all of you? Yes? HUF? When you are seeing LLP, in the LLP that there is a clarification given by MCA that the Karta and HUF cannot be considered as body corporate. LLP, body corporate. Partnership firm, not a body corporate. So we don't have it in Companies Act, it is there in LLP. Clear now? Yes, Sam. Okay, the last one, let us directly go up to people, your debentures. What is debentures, people? Yes? Okay. With regards to debentures, people, what is the maximum debentures we can have, people? Tenure of debentures? The maximum what is that? Maturity period of debentures, people, which is secured debentures, it cannot be more than 10 years. Exception, again, infrastructure only. All companies related to infrastructure, project, finance, debt fund, and any other company which is permitted by RBI, National Housing Bank, or statutory authorities. Like, for example, TRAI allows me, IRDA allows me, PFRDA allows me. Then I can do it even beyond 10 years possible. But remember, for all of this, the maximum tenure is not more than 30 years. Next one, sir. how to issue debentures? If at all you are issuing convertible debentures, remember you have to pass special resolution. But what if it is non-convertible debentures? Ordinary resolution is sufficient, provided you need to keep that in mind. Section 180 clause 1c. If at all the total money you are borrowing is more than paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium, then I have to pass special resolution. If it is within that, people, ordinary resolution is sufficient. Hello? Hello? Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, sir. Secured debentures. Whenever I'm issuing secured debentures, I have to mandatorily appoint someone called as debenture trustee. When should I appoint? You need to appoint the debenture trustee even before issuing the letter of offer. I need to appoint a debenture trustee. I need to enter into a debenture trust deed. This is within, when you get the book corrected, this is within 3 months. Within 3 months of the offer, you need to enter into a debenture trust deed, which will be in the format SH12. It is nothing but like an agreement. You need to do it within 3 months of your allotment. You need to enter into a debenture trust deed. Appointment should happen even before issue of offer. Agreement should be entered within 3 months from the date of allotment. Remember and go. Charge is not required if at all it has been given by central government or state government. Okay, next one is, people, DRF and DRR, which is both important. What is DRF and what is DRR? DRR, people, is debenture redemption reserve. Debenture redemption reserve is always created at what is the percentage? 10% of total outstanding debentures. What is DRF? Debenture redemption fund, debenture redemption reserve. What is the difference? People, let us imagine, people, in my company total debentures are 100 crores. I have to create a reserve, 10%, which is 10 crore. And imagine this is total debentures in my company. In that, people, in 26-27, let us imagine out of this total 100 crore, say 10 crore debentures are maturing during this year. So what do I do? Out of this 10 crore, people, whatever is maturing during the year, I will take 15% and I will invest it in certain permitted places. So whatever is the total debentures which is maturing during the year, I will take that amount, I will calculate 15%, and by 30th April 2026, I will invest the money, people, into certain permitted places. Example, government securities, scheduled banks, government bonds. Unencumbered means I should have not taken these investments and I should have not gone and pledged it in any place. Are you getting the point? So I can go and invest in these places. How much I have to invest? I have to invest at least 15%. So DRR is a reserve. DRF is an investment made. DRR is 10% on total debentures. DRF is on debentures which is maturing in the year. Remember. Hello? And I hope you guys know which debentures, when you have to create DRR, when you have to create DRF. Hello? I just skipped off this topic or what? You guys have read it or not? Left it? You left it, Ra? You have read it, no? Then? Read it only, no? Okay. Yes? Because not that important. From marathon's point of view, I will tell, just to remember, wherever 15 is coming, wherever 10 is coming. Yes? So basically, if you are a non-banking financial company, if you are a public financial institution, if you are a housing financial company, if you are all these, for you, this DRR, this, DRF, directly it will not apply. Except a few companies. For example, if you are a listed NBFC and a HFC, for you DRF will be applicable. Hello? Okay, let us do one. You want me to do this? I'll do. If you can manage with the table, we'll skip it. Whatever you tell. Hello? Macha, very easy call. Either we will do it or we'll skip it. Tell me. Okay. Remember, people, people, okay, tell me from which one. Do you know DRR, DRF? Yes. People, just like people, our banks, we have cash reserve ratio, statutory liquid ratio. In the same way, companies are taking debentures. What if on the date of repayment, they are not able to pay back? That's why Companies Act said at any given point of time, a percentage has to be maintained as a reserve so that even if it fails, something is safeguarded. And how much is that? That reserve is always 10%. And how do I calculate it? Whatever is your total debentures in the company, whenever it is maturing. But if it is still outstanding, you take the total debentures multiplied by 10%, that is your DRR. How much is DRF? Now this is reserve I am maintaining. Sir, it is not giving me any return. It is sitting idle. Please allow me to invest. Okay, I told, okay, whatever are the debentures that is going to mature during the year, this year, you take that amount multiplied by 15%, whatever is the value, you are allowed to invest that. Sir, where, sir, can I invest in commodities, stock exchange, F&O, money will skyrocket, I'll make the money double or triple, can I? Macha, double or triple, forget, you don't make it divided by 2. You don't reduce it. That is my first priority. You should not lose the money. That's why what did the law say? I will allow you to invest in safe places, scheduled banks, government securities, government bonds. Where is it given? It is given in Indian Trust Act. Whatever are the securities mentioned, whatever are the bonds mentioned under Indian Trust Act, you can go and invest in that. You can't invest wherever you want. Hello? Are you getting the point? Sir, now you said this DRR, DRF. No, is it applicable to everyone? It is not applicable to everyone, people. There are some companies who need not have to follow that. Example, the first one, categorize the companies into two. One is listed companies, one is unlisted companies. Now, listed companies further classify it into various other categories. The first category is people, all India financial institutions and banks. For them, none of these rules will apply. DRR also not applicable. DRF also not applicable. Sir, who are these all India financial institutions? NABARD, SIDB, Small Industries Development Bank of India, Exim Bank, Export Import Bank. They are directly regulated by government. What can happen with them? Why reserve? Government only is there. That's why we do not have these provisions. Banks, RBI is there now to take care. That's why we don't have these provisions. Next category, other financial institutions like PFI. PFI, we have a definition also. What is PFI? LIC, IDFC. These are considered as PFI. So they're telling you, even for you, there is no need of doing DRR or DRF. Now, what is the third category? Other listed companies. So leave away AIF, banks, PFI. Who are the other people left? They're telling all the other listed companies. Sir, now if you are doing private placement, then don't worry people, all of this not required because you are issuing it only to your private people. Now come to the next. Sir, if you are other listed companies, if you are doing a public issue, now you can be of two categories. One is non-banking financial companies and housing finance companies. Example people, Bajaj Finance, LIC Housing Finance, L&T Finance, all Muthoot, Manappuram. Hello? They're telling you people, if you are doing a debentures public issue, then they're telling you, sir, DRR not required. DRF is required up to the percentage of 15. Sir, I am other category, sir. Meaning people, Infosys, Tata Steel, ICA, not ICAI Bank, what is that? Any other manufacturing company. All of you guys will come here. For you, DRR not applicable, DRF is applicable. So if I have to summarize, listed company, first comes AIF banks, nothing required. Next comes PFI, nothing required. Other listed companies, private placement, public issue, private placement, nothing required. Public issue, NBFC, HFC, DRR not required, DRF required. Other listed companies, DRR not required, DRF required. Hello? Done? Cut, copy, paste the table, bottom, unlisted companies. This is listed, this is unlisted. Same thing will apply. Only thing is, see, NBFC, HFC, nothing is required. The only thing is directly go to other sectors. So that means what? I am not a unlisted AIF, I am not unlisted bank, I am not unlisted NBFC, unlisted PFI, unlisted HFC, I am nothing. Then people, for you, 10% applicable, 10% applicable. I mean 15% of DRF is applicable. Hello? Pakka? I am not taking up the question, but there is a question in the QA that you just go through. Clear, all of you? I have created a question on this. From after I send it to you, just go through once. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir. That is the reserves. That is this. And with regards to who cannot be a debenture trustee, people, a person shall not be appointed as a debenture trustee. Important exam point of view. Who? A person who is beneficially holding shares, a promoter, a director, or a KMP, or a relative of any promoter or any person who is in the employment of the company as a director or KMP. So, promoter of director, promoter of director, sorry, relative of promoter, relative of director, relative of KMP can also not become debenture trustee. Next one, beneficially entitled to the money otherwise than as remuneration. That means whenever you are appointing a debenture trustee, you are eligible for salary. Apart from that, if you are getting any money, you are disqualified to be appointed as a debenture trustee. Next one, a person who is indebted to the company or its subsidiary, holding, associate. What do I mean by this, people? I have taken loan. ICAI Bank, I have taken loan. I have to repay. Until I repay, I cannot be a debenture trustee. Sir, I have not taken loan. Someone has taken, but I have given a guarantee to it. Even you also cannot be a debenture trustee. Or any other person who has a pecuniary. What do I mean by pecuniary, people? Monetary, money related relationship with the company. How much? Amounting to 2% or more of its gross turnover or total income, or 50 lakh rupees, whichever is less. That means what? You take company's turnover or income. Take how much 2% is coming to. If my turnover is, say for example, people, 10 crore. How much is 1%? 1% is 10 lakhs. So 2% is 20 lakh. 20 lakh or 50 lakh, whichever is lower. 20 lakh. Now let us imagine Mr. A is entering into a contract with a company, ICICI Bank. We have a business relationship, monetary relationship. The value is, people, let us imagine, people, 22 lakh. They are telling you, what is the money value? More than 20 lakhs, sir. You cannot appoint Mr. A as your debenture trustee. Whether you are paying or you are receiving, anyways. Are you understanding? Generally, people will get confused between what is the difference between the third point and the sixth point. Third point also, you are getting money. You said you are prohibited. In sixth point also, we are telling money. Third point says the debenture trustee is earning. Sixth point says, in general, monetary relationship if you are having with the company. That means I can be paying also. Possible, no? If I am paying the money also, I cannot become a debenture trustee. How much I should be paying? You take this 2% of the company's turnover or income, or 50 lakh rupees, whichever is less. If at all I am paying an amount during the preceding 2 financial years, if I am paying this much, people, I cannot be appointed as a debenture trustee. Understood? Hello? And remember, sir, whenever the debenture trustee, if there is a casual vacancy, the board of directors will only appoint the next debenture trustee. However, if the debenture trustee is resigning and going, in such case, if we have to appoint someone else in the place of the old person, remember, we need to take the approval of majority of the debenture holders. Very, very important. Remember, when we are seeing deposit trustee, this will change. Hello? Yes? Next one, sir. Can we remove the debenture trustee? Possible. How? It should be approved by not less than 3/4 in value. People? This is number of people. This is in value. Exam, they will ask you. Remember and go. That's the important thing. And can a debenture trustee call for a meeting of debenture holders? Possible? Yes. Whenever a request is made by the debenture holders, how much? Whoever is holding 1/10 in value, if they are asking, sir, can you please conduct a debenture holders meeting? The debenture trustee may conduct the meeting. Or whenever any default is made, imagine interest is not paid, principal is not paid, the debenture trustee can conduct a debenture holders meeting. Clear, all of you? Yes? Okay, that is your debentures and debenture trustee. Done? That is your chapter 4. Okay, people. The next chapter is, people, acceptance of deposits by companies. Quickly coming to the topic, the question is, what is not considered as a deposit? There will be a question. There has been a question in lot of scenarios on this topic as well. So remember and go, what is not considered as a deposit? We need to know. Now, what is not considered as a deposit? On the face of it, I'll quickly glance. Yeah. Any important topic, I'll tell you in detail. Yes. Okay. What is not considered as deposit? Not many questions will come here. Basically, any money that we have received from government, any Indian government, local government, state government, even foreign government, will not be considered as deposit. So if at all we have received any money from these people, we need not have to take it as a deposit. Okay. Next one is, come to a point where I'm telling you they'll ask money. I mean, they'll be asking you the questions. We'll be seeing about that in detail. Next one, any amount received as a loan or a facility from a banking company, or basically I can put all of this and I can say, if at all you have received any money from banks, will not be considered as deposit. Next one, any loan if you have taken from again any scheduled banks or public financial institutions, it will not be considered as deposit. Amount received from commercial paper by issuing commercial paper according to RBI guidelines is not considered as deposits. Any amount received by a company from any other company, important exam point of view. What is this? It's called as intercorporate deposits. Example, if I have to give you, let us imagine Tatas have given loan to Reliance Industries. In each other books, they show it as, people, intercorporate deposits. You will not treat them as deposits, and hence this particular thing will not apply. Understood this one? They have asked once, remember and go. Next one, people, amount received and held towards subscription of any securities. What do I mean by that? You take the private placement scenario. So here, whenever a person has applied the money for the purpose of allotment, I need to make the allotment within 60 days. If I do not make an allotment within 60 days, what was happening, people? Within next 15 days, I have to refund. If I do not refund within 15 days, what happened, people? I was liable to pay interest also there. And now we are telling here, okay, I will pay interest, but how long I'll keep paying interest? Second thing, is it governed somewhere? Shares means it is regulated, but where is share application money regulated? It's not deposit. I mean, it's not debenture, it's not shares, it's not preference shares. Where is it regulated? To regulate it somewhere, they said, if at all you guys do not allot the shares within 16 days, 60 days, if you do not do the refund within 15 days, I have to show it somewhere. I will show it under deposits. Understood the scenario? So you have 60 days, you have 15 days, you cross that also. From the 76th day, it will be treated as deposit. And very important, you cannot adjust that to any other scenario and you cannot show it as a refund. You actually have to do a refund. You cannot say that person had to pay us some money, so we adjusted towards that. Not possible. You have to refund. Understanding? Yes? Okay. Next one, sir. Any amount received, asked. Any amount received from a director of the company or relative of the director of private company. What do I mean by that, people? Remember, in a public company, if a director is giving any loan to the company, can I give? Absolutely fine. I can give. If you are a private company, director also can give, relative of the director can also give. Very important, they will play with this particular word. Hello? Are you understanding? Yes? Okay. But what is the concept? Only one condition we have. What is the condition? We can take money from our directors. Only condition is that, people, the money should be your money. You should have not borrowed it from any other place. As long as that is happening, people, we don't mind. We will not consider this as a deposit. That means what? Director has borrowed from someone and that money I am giving it to the company. I will treat it as deposit. So a director is coming and giving his own funds. I will not treat it as a deposit. How will I know, sorry, whether it is his own funds or not? How will I know? I will know it, people, by a declaration. A director has to give a declaration. The declaration clearly says, people, that it is my own funds and it is not borrowed funds. The company has to disclose this fact in a report, that is board's report. The director has sent us money and the company has to give a report. During the year, we have taken money from the directors, so and so amount, we have to disclose it in our director's report. Clear, all of you? Important, remember. And remember, in this particular section, you are taking money from so many other people also, right? This condition will apply to everyone. Now, even if I am participating, I am supposed to give my own money. I am not supposed to take money from someone else. Now, people ask me, what is the logic for that, sir? For director, okay. Why is it the same for others also? Because now private company can borrow only from its members. Yes or no? Now, public I can't borrow. Yes or no? Now, what if, people, I am a member. I don't have money. I will go to public, I'll say, you give me money, I will put that money into the company. Indirectly, they are trying to do. To stop that, they are asking for this declaration. So that you don't invest the money indirectly. We wanted to stop that. That is the scenario. Understanding, all of you? Yes? Pakka? Okay. That's the whole point. Remember and go. Next one, people, amount raised by the issue of bonds or secured debentures. Important, they can ask you. What is that? If a company has issued secured debentures and if they have raised any money, should we consider it as a deposit or not? They're telling you, don't consider it as a deposit if you have created a first charge. Point 1. You should have created first charge. What is first? Same property, if we have created 2-3 charges, the person who has the first right is called as first charge. Okay. Second one, sir. Such charge is always created on tangible assets and it should not be created on intangible assets. Remember, very important. People in general, remember, secured deposits can never be created on intangible assets. It has to be always on tangible assets, whether this or not. I'm telling in general, it should only be on tangible assets. Remember, that means what? I can't create a secure deposit on my patents, on my goodwill. It should be on plant and machinery. It should be on building. Understood? All of you? Okay. Third one. It should be compulsorily convertible into equity within a period of 10 years. And the last one, the amount of bonds. This is also very important, applicable to even debentures also and deposits also. Yeah. The tangible part I meant for deposits. I said deposits only or debentures I said? Sorry, that is for deposits. You cannot issue secure deposits for intangible. It has to be on tangible. I'm telling about deposits. My mistake. I'm talking about deposits. Debentures, there is no restriction. Here it is there. But in general, I'm telling, can I create on intangible asset? There is no restriction in general. But deposit, there is a restriction. You cannot create a security on intangible asset at all. It has to be on a tangible asset. If it's a secured deposit. Is this clear? All of you remember that. Sir, what about the secured debenture? Can I not create on intangible? You create, you will treat it as deposit, that's all. But the law still allows you to create. But secured deposits not possible at all. But secured debentures, I can create. But conditions are different, that's all. But I still can do it. Getting the point? Remember that point. All of you. Clear? Okay. Next one. The amount of such bonds or debentures shall not exceed the market value. What do I mean by that, sir? Sir, the value of the debentures we have raised is 1 crore. And we have taken it. The security is created on a building. What is the value of the building? So the value of the building has to be more than the value of debentures. It should never be less than the value of debentures. Of course, right? If the debentures I am raising is 1 crore, if the security is 80 lakhs, if they don't repay, what will I do with 80 lakh worth asset? I need to have something more than that. That's what they are trying to tell you. Understood all of you? And there is one more condition. I'm telling in general also, always remember, whenever you are creating, this can be important from exam point of view. Whenever you are creating any secured instrument, it can be secured debenture or secured deposit, always remember the security should cover the principal amount as well as the interest component also. That means if my deposit is 1 crore, if per year interest is 10%, if the tenure of deposit is 3 years, that means how much is my total amount? 1 crore principal, 30 lakh interest. Your security should cover the principal plus 30 lakh interest. So my security has to be 1.3 crore, not 1 crore. They can test you in your exam, remember and go. Always. I hope you understood. Yes? Okay. So if you satisfy all of these, sir, the secured debentures will not be considered as deposits. Next one, sir. Any amount raised by issue of non-convertible debentures. Here you are seeing convertible. What if I am issuing non-convertible debentures? Will I consider it as a deposit? For that, people, 2 conditions you need to satisfy. What is that? If it is a non-convertible debenture, you need to mandatorily list it on a recognized stock exchange. So it has to be listed. Point 1. Next one, you should not have a security. It should be unsecured. So it should not have a charge. So if 2 conditions also satisfied, people, you will consider that particular debenture as not a deposit. Exam last attempt they have asked. What is that? They said it's a non-convertible debenture listed on a recognized stock exchange, but they have created a charge on it. Is it considered as deposit or not? The answer was it is considered as deposit because it should not constitute a charge. That was the answer. Understanding? Hello all of you. Okay. Next one, sir. Amount received from an employee not exceeding his annual salary. And remember, it should be non-interest bearing and it should be taken as a security deposit. In such case, people, it will not be treated as deposit. For example, people in Arivu, there are employees. We give work from home option. Along with that, if you are working in sales, you will be getting a laptop, you will be getting a mobile. Now you will take it home. What is a guarantee that interns will be there? Their package might be 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. But the value of the assets, what is the guarantee? Now can we ask you to keep some security deposit? Possible. I'm not telling we are taking. I'm telling that's all. Yes, that is why you take security deposits. We can ask employees to deposit some money so that I'm giving you a valuable asset. How much we can take? You can take up to 1 year salary, not more than that. And you should not be paying interest on it. If I pay, then where is it a security deposit? It became an investment. So if you're taking, absolutely fine. It will not be considered as what? Deposit, not exceeding his annual salary. Hello? Okay. Next one. Any amount, non-interest bearing amount held in trust. What is this? Section 67, whatever we just saw. The company will give loan to the trust, no? Did the trust pay interest to it? No, that is what they're telling you. Any amount received from or held in trust. Now, whatever is the money received by trust, can I consider it as deposit? They're telling you no, don't consider it as deposit. Next one, any amount received in the course of, for the purpose of the business. This is important exam point of view, remember and go. So, if a business is receiving money, it is not considered as deposit provided it is satisfying these conditions. What is that? The condition number one. People, now for example, you guys would have been students of ArivuPro. You would have paid one group. Now you guys are no. One group is done. Second group is about to be done. It should yet to start, or is it done for all of you? Done. Second group is also done. Any subject is still going on? Accounts is good. That's the last subject. If for anyone else, at least one group is done and second group is going on? No. Okay. Fair enough. But when did you pay the full money? When the first subject was going on or before the last subject? When did you pay the full money? First subject only? People, that is this scenario, people. ArivuPro has taken advance from you, saying that we will give you services. Within how many days we have to give it? The law is telling, if at all any company is taking advances, you need to give the goods or services within a period of 365 days. If I don't do, the next day it will be treated as deposit. That means if I don't teach you within this 365 days, my services is still outstanding. 366th day, it will be treated as deposit. Understood? All of you? Yes? Okay. Second one, sir. Advance received in connection with the immovable property. What is immovable property, people? For example, I see some very good property, some builders. I don't know, builders here probably Prestige or Brigade. I like their building. Now what I will do? They're still in the stage of construction. But you know, they take this early bird offers. The real estate will be given at a very lesser price when compared to the market price. Now, if you go and buy today, the flat can be 80 lakhs. Once the property is done, constructed, it will go to 1.1 crore. 20 to 25 lakhs difference will be there. Now, I have given advance. For the Prestige or Brigade, I don't know if any other builder is there here. For 3 years, what will that person treat this money as? Is it a deposit? They're telling you, it's okay, don't treat it as a deposit as long as when you're collecting the final amount, you have to adjust this amount as well. That means if the total final cost is coming to 80 lakhs, I gave an advance of 5 lakhs. Please adjust it at the time of paying the complete payment. So that time you have to take 75 lakhs. If that is the case, whatever the 5 lakh they collected on the day one will not be treated as deposit. When, if at all you are taking it in connection with a immovable property. Understood? Hello? All of you? Third one. As a security of performance, the contract will long-term good supply of goods. Understood? What is this? Nothing but people. Security deposits, people. For example, if you go to any religious places, you take a locker facility. They say you have to pay 100 rupees. After you vacate, you give back the keys properly. They will give you back your 100 rupees. So, any money in a contract taken towards security deposit will not be treated as deposits. Allowed. The next one, people. Any amount received as an advance under a long-term project, for a supply of capital goods, except for immovable property. Example, sir, a hospital has given a, okay, let us even not take hospital. There is a company called as Cochin Shipyard. Yeah, what do? They manufacture ships. Now, one company has given an order to manufacture a big ship. You tell me, how many days they will take? 5 days? 10 days? 22 days? 8 months? People, for a ship, people, it will vary between, anywhere between 15 months to, it can go up to 36 months. That's the period. Now, can I say, sir, you give me order, after the ship is done, you make me the final payment. Can I say? That's what is the meaning of capital goods. If at all I'm taking up a project, that person will insist me to pay 50%. Now he's taking no in business. Should he treat it as a deposit? They're telling you no, not required. Hospitals. What is that? That photo? X-ray. X-ray machine only, no? X-ray machine, that scanning, I don't know what and all. Ultra wires. What is that? Correct, no? So, sir, for all of that, I need to take it as a capital goods. Any advance taken, I need not have to treat it as deposit. Next one, any advance for providing future services for a period providing such does not exceed the period prevent business 5 years, whichever is less. What do I mean by that, sir? For example, people, I will take washing machine. Let us take some 3 brands of washing machine. One is LG, anything else? Whirlpool, anything else? Samsung. There are 3 companies. Let us imagine LG gives you something called as warranty. For anything happens, sir, you come within 3 years, I'll give it to you. Whirlpool also give it to you. I don't know how many years. Let us take 3 years only. Samsung, 10 years. Okay. Samsung gives you 10 years. Now, people, what do I mean by warranty? Do you really think they are saying you don't give us 1 rupee, sir? Anything happens to you in next 10 years to your washing machine, we will only take the entire, cost. We will not take 1 rupee from you. Do you really think that's how warranty works? People, remember, the price of your product is 25,000. Without you knowing, people, the warranty charges gets added to your product. This is how the MRP is derived. Now they have collected this money towards something called as warranty. Should we consider this as a deposit is the question. They said any money collected by the company as warranty or maintenance will not be treated as deposit provided it does not exceed the average period prevalent in the market or 5 years, whichever is less. Now what is the average? Can I say 10 is the average? That is one fellow providing. Sir, so my other competitors are taking 3 years. That's a generic. Now it will become 3 years or 5 years, whichever is less. Now 3 years will become my maximum warranty period I can provide. Now, sir, for 1 year it is 1000. So for 3 years we have taken. If anyone takes 4,000 rupees, people, now this will be treated as deposit. Because you are taking more than whatever is your standard or 5 years, whichever is less. You are taking more than 3 years. So I will consider this as a deposit. If you have taken it for 4 years. Understood? Hello? That is how you need to read this. Getting it? Hello? People, you know what I am doing? I don't know if this is going and sitting now in your head. What you need to do, go home. When you are reading it, that time you will not understand what these points are. As I told you, I'll be uploading this marathon. When you are studying, no. Open this, play this. I would have explained, you come and read. That time it will sit. Now just try to understand the concept. I know it will not, you will not be able. Hey, tick tick pen. Oh, sorry. Yes, so that is one thing that is the teacher's enemy. Tick tick pen. Yes, so you try to just understand the concept. At home, try to memorize it. Clear, all of you? Because remember, they will not directly ask you what is not a deposit. There will be a scenario based question. You need to know letter by letter for you to answer it. Clear? Yes? Okay. Any advance received or allowed by any sectoral regulator. Easiest. Sectoral regulators are my regulators. For example, for telecom companies, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India allows you take packages for 2 years. Okay, take it. Who am I to stop? IRDA, you can take insurance money, medical insurance. I can pay everything upfront. 5 years I can pay at once. IRDA is allowing me. Take it. That's the meaning of sectoral regulator. The last one, as an advance for subscription towards publication, whether in print or electronic, public. What is this, sir? Nothing but people. You have those magazines, right? We have to go and pay an annual subscription. They will keep sending you this particular magazines. So telling you that also will come under people. You are provided. I've paid money. You have to make sure you supply the goods. What if you don't supply me the magazine or the newspaper? The law says, people, I'll be giving you 15 days time for you to refund the money. If you do not refund the money within 15 days, you're neither giving me the product also, nor the product, nor the money. I will treat it as deposit. Either give me the product or 15 days refund the money. Both no, deposit. Done? Okay, next one. Important. Any amount brought in by the promoters or by their relatives of the company by way of unsecured loan in pursuance of stipulation of any lending financial institution or a bank. What do I mean by this, people? Nothing but people. Let us imagine, people, you guys go to buy anything, phone or TV or bike. I don't know what is the value of the bikes now. 1.5, 2 lakhs. Now 2 lakh rupees. Now people, I want a bank loan. Will I get or not? I'll get bank loan. Now you tell me, will he give me the entire 2 lakh as loan? No. He will say, I will give you 75%. 25% you need to put. Why do we say that? Because, people, logic is simple. Macha, if you can't afford 25%, why can I or how can I invest 75% on you? How can I believe you? In the same way, when a company is taking up a project, I need a loan. Now I want to build this infrastructure for this academy. I need a loan. I'll go to ICAI Bank. I'll say, can you please give me a loan? ICAI Bank says, okay, I will give. What is the value of the project? Sir, 10 crores. Okay. I will give you 8 crore loan. 2 crore you bring in. So the promoters will say, okay, I will give 2 crore to the company. Bank, you give 8 crore. Is it okay? That's why the promoters gave money to the company, not because we wanted, because the financial institution said you have to put in. That's why I have put in this particular money. And people, I will not treat it as a deposit. Why? Because I brought in because of a condition which has been put by a financial institution. Hello? So just directly, if I have to show you how the question will also come, see, for deposit they have asked the question. Suraj, Raj and Tejas are the promoters of Precious Jewelers Limited. They borrowed a sum of 200 crore from ABC Bank Limited for its working capital purpose. The bank imposed a stipulation that the promoters should contribute at least 20% of the amount borrowed. Hence, Suraj brought 10 crore, Raj brought 15 crore, Mr. K, father of Tejas, brought 15 crore. In exam, people, appadida adrenaline rush will happen. Why da father is coming? Can't Tejas only bring in money? Now the question is it considered as deposit or not? Is it deposit? Yes or no? Just now I did provision and I'm doing question, and now if you are feeling confused, you imagine, people, what will happen in the exam. You definitely need a lifeline. Yes, it is not treated as deposit. Any money brought in by the promoters or relatives. People, 2024 May, 2026 May. Is the difference, sir? We never went to relatives and all, people. Now you think where and all relatives are there. I'm not taking personal life, in Companies Act. Yes, there are so many places relatives given. Where and all you will remember. Director, only private company relatives can come. Hello? Yes? Okay. Pretty Cosmetics Limited issued non-convertible debentures for 125 crore and adhering to SEBI rules, the company created on its asset in favor of debenture holders and duly registered the charge. They are asking you, is it considered as deposit or not? Understood? People, we saw, I said, I also showed the answer, and again I am asking question. You are saying yes or no means you are getting confused. People, charge should not be created. There shouldn't be a charge. See, I explained, again she is also explaining. Acha, are you getting the point? Yes, it is treated as a deposit because you have created a charge. You shouldn't have created a charge. If no charge means not a deposit. If charge means deposit. Yes, I know. It is becoming very challenging. People, you think I'm mad at to go letter by letter. Yes, people, you will not believe today I used to do CA inter law in 60 hours. Today I do it in 115 hours. Needed people. Because we were also saying, okay, people, know this and go. When word by word is questioned, I don't know now. Now you see, in the class, I'll be explaining every word. How will you remember? And how will you know which one to focus? There also I'll tell. I'll come and draw rangolis also. Where is it? Sir, people, important people, market people, landmine, everything I'll draw. And still, yes, we can't help it. That's how this particular system is becoming now. But remember and go, important. Any amount received by Nidhi company, it's not a deposit. Chit funds, not a deposit because they all have a regulator. Collective investment scheme, not deposit because they have a regulator. SEBI only regulates. Convertible note, quite some time they have asked. What is this? Convertible note is an instrument specifically created for one person. That one person is called as startups. Startup, just like we are issuing equity, preference, debentures and raising money, startup companies can issue something called as convertible notes and they can raise money. Hello? Sir, provided they have to satisfy certain scenarios. What is that? Using convertible note, you can issue money and you can issue convertible note, you can raise money provided you have to be mandatorily a startup. Second thing, the minimum amount you need to raise should be 25 lakh rupees from a person, at least. Here they will question, a person has given 15 lakhs through a convertible note. Is it considered as deposit or not? It is, because minimum amount has to be 25 lakh. Okay, 25 lakh startup. The third thing, people, it is convertible. That means what, sir? The redemption period should be maximum 10 years. In 10 years, you should either give an option to repay or convert. Either of it should happen, but the maximum tenure is 10 years. And sir, you told me this 25 lakh, no. Is it okay if I give it in 4 installments? 3 installments? It has to be given in a single tranche. What do you mean by single tranche? Single tranche means single transaction. That means in one shot I have to give. In different attempts, they have questioned different points also of this particular scenario. Each point has been questioned. Once they said 20 lakhs. Once they said they are giving in 2 transactions. Once they said it is not convertible nor redeemable. Every point is questioned. Remember and go. Start up with drill. Okay, last one. Any amount received by a company from alternate investment funds, domestic funds, infrastructure investment trust, real estate investment, mutual funds, understand? Yes, sir. Just remember these things and go. Okay, so if you receive any money from all these people, it will not be treated as a deposit. Okay, now sir, coming to the procedure, directly let us go to the procedure. Sir, if I have to raise deposits, what are the 2 important sections we have? We have 2 sections. One is section 73, 76. 73 says you can't raise money from public, you can raise money from members. If I have to raise money from members, then what is the procedure I need to follow? If you want to raise money from members, the procedure will be given in section 73, which says if a company wants to raise deposits, first thing you need to do is, people, you need to pass a resolution. Which resolution you will pass? Directly you shouldn't say, you have to say, sir, it depends on section 180 subsection 1 clause C. If it is within that, sir, ordinary resolution. Above that, sir, special resolution. Hello? Clear? Okay. Next one, sir. I need to come up with a circular. How will people know that there is deposits in my company? That means I'm raising FD. How will people know? You can print a circular. The circular will be in the format DPT1. You can't change it. There is already a pre-given format in Companies Act. You have to follow that DPT1. In that circular, you have to clearly discuss about the financial position of the company, give your financial statements. You have to give your credit rating. The third thing you need to tell, as on today, what is already the number of deposits which is existing, which we have already raised. You have to give the details about all of this. Yes? Okay. If it is 76, we'll come back and continue this in section 76. Next one, sir. Remember, before I give this circular to the members, I have to first show it to the ROC. Registrar has to approve. So before at least 30 days prior, I have to first show it to the registrar. Next one, sir. Same thing. 73(2)(c) says same like your DRF. Here also have to create something called as deposit repayment reserve at the rate of 20% of the total deposits which is going to mature during the year. I have to keep it aside by 30th April each year. So in my year, if at all the total deposits maturing is 50 crore, take 20% of it. That is people 10 crore. I have to deposit by 30th April 2026. That's how you calculate. Clear? Yes, sir. Done. The last one, sir, 73(2)(e). Who can raise deposits? The company shouldn't have defaulted in repayment of deposits. In the past, we have taken, I should have not made a default. So, what if I have made a default? If you have made a default, people, 5 years cool off period. And all of these people, remember, it should be certified by an auditor. CA certificate is mandatory. Clear? Yes, sir. Hello? Sir, so 73A to E, what does it say? A, circular. B, registrar. C, repayment reserve. D is deposit. E, 5-year cool off period. A, circular. B, registrar. C, DRR. D, deposit. Macha gave full form, sir. D for deposit. E, cool off period. People, D does not exist. 2018 amendment, they removed the D condition. Hello? There was one lucky batch. They have asked question on that also. Earlier, if you have a FD or RD, you should take insurance on that. If you fail, insurance company would have paid the money back. That was condition D. That condition is removed now. In 2022, they have asked that question. One of the director is of an opinion that the company has to take insurance on its deposits. Is the contention of director tenable? That was a question. Who cares? Sorry, who knows? In 2025, we didn't even know that that provision is there. Amended, removed. These are called as people questions which test your awareness. Awareness means you should know what is there in the book, what is not there in the book. Based on that, you will have to answer it. Assumptions are okay. You have to assume and write. Hello? Yes? Okay. Sir, 73A to E is not applicable to a few companies. Who is that? It is not applicable to a private company which is raising money not more than 100% of its paid up share capital free reserve securities premium. They need not have to follow A to E. Next one, a registered startup for not more than 5 years. I don't know why, but 5 years. In rest of all the cases, startup you will see 10 years. This is the only case you will see 5 years. Next one is which fulfills all the conditions, similar to what we saw in section 67. Private company. We should not be an associate subsidiary of another company. Borrowing should be less than twice of its paid up share capital or 50 crore, whichever is less. You should have not defaulted in repayment. A private company which satisfies any of these conditions, you will be exempted from following 73 A to E. That means what? I can raise deposits without following all the above conditions. Understanding? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, if it is public, how do I raise money from public? Same conditions applicable, people. Little changes will be there. What is that? First of all, who can raise money from public? Eligible companies can raise money from public. Now, who is an eligible company? Eligible company is defined as a public company which is having a net worth of at least 100 crore or turnover of 500 crore. So, any one condition satisfied, you are eligible to raise money from public, and you have to pass ordinary or special resolution as the case may be, depending upon 181C. That is forever. If you are passing special resolution, of course you need to file form MGT 14 with ROC. Next one, sir. Because it is public deposits, people, remember you have to mandatorily appoint a deposit trustee. Debenture trustee, deposit trustee. Debenture trust deed, SH12. Deposit trust deed, DPT2. Hello? Yes? Okay. You have to mandatorily obtain credit rating. They have asked this twice, but it's been quite some time. What is this mandatory credit rating? Imagine, people, my deposits tenure is 3 years. When I took deposits, I've taken credit rating. Credit rating is nothing but like a CIBIL score. Yeah, they will tell whether the company is worth or not. Now, sir, when I've taken the deposits, I've taken credit rating, but the maturity is 3 years. The law says if you're taking the deposits from public, people, for all the years, as long as your deposits are running, if it is 3 years, every year you need to freshly take a credit rating again. That means it's not that you take credit rating only when you are accepting deposits. Next year again you have to renew it. Next year again have to take credit rating, because, people, at any given point of time, if you are doing bad, the deposit holder should know and he should be allowed to withdraw his money. If you are doing bad, I can't force you to be in my company, right? So remember, credit rating should be done every year until the deposit exists. You have to submit with ROC, very important. And the credit rating should not be less than the minimum grade which is prescribed under the Act. It should not be less than that. It should be at least that minimum credit rating. If it is meaning, people, for example, I'll say when someone is applying for jobs, I'll say minimum percentage is 60%. Above that, you should not apply. If they say that, that means a person above that only is eligible, below that not eligible. Same thing applicable here. Understood, all of you? Okay. Now, sir, next what will happen? Now, people will start applying for deposits, correct? Now, what should I do? Whenever people start applying for deposits, the first thing I need to do is, people, once I get the money from them, I have to get a declaration that the money is given from their own money. It is not borrowed from anyone. And I need to give them a deposit receipt within 21 days of receipt of money. Whenever they give me money, within 21 days, I have to give them an acknowledgement. And from the day I give a deposit receipt, from there, people, within 7 days, I need to make an entry in the register of deposits. They will test you the timelines, important, remember and go. And I have to maintain DRR at the rate of 20%, and periodically I have to tell registrar how much deposit was repaid, how much is still outstanding. I have to tell it throughout the tenure. By every 30th of June, every year, I have to file a form called as DPT3. Every year I have to file. Yes. And after that, sir, if company fails, the depositor may apply to the tribunal for asking the money back. Clear, all of you? Yes. So whenever a company is raising the deposits, especially from public, the circular can also be, it shall also be published in the newspaper. How long will the circular will be valid for? It will be valid for 6 months from the closure of financial year or the due date of AGM. Whichever is earlier. So your circular will be valid for 6 months from the closure of financial year or whatever is your date of AGM, whichever is earlier. That will be the last day. Until that, you can keep on raising money using one circular. After that, that circular is closed. You can't raise money anymore. So once I print it, I can take money up to a period of 6 months. Any doubt? No? Okay. Clear? Yes, sir? Hello? Okay. So what is the maximum deposits I can raise, people? What is the tenure? What is the maximum tenure I can raise money? Remember, people, in general, minimum is 6 months, maximum is 36 months. However, can I take it less than 6 months? Yes. For short-term working capital requirements, I can take it, but not less than 3 months. However, what is the maximum I can take for this less than 6 months? It cannot be more than 10% of your paid up share capital, free reserves and securities premium. It cannot be more than 10%. The maximum you can take it is 10%. Okay. So prepayment, I have deposited money for 3 years. Now after 1 year, I want my money back. Can I get my money back? You can get your money back provided whatever is the tenure, the deposits have run. The company can deduct 1% of rate of interest from the years the deposit has run. That means you have completed 1 year. I can deduct 1% from your rate of interest while I am repaying your deposit. So if it is 2 years, for 2 years also I will deduct 1%. So whatever is the deposit that has run, for that tenure I will deduct your 1% for that particular years. Clear all of you? Hello? Yes? So in calculating this year, sir, remember this was asked in May attempt, this question. So when you're calculating the years, people, how do I have to calculate? Let us imagine, sir, if at all I've completed 1 year, 4 months, I'm asking my money back. They're telling you whatever is this partial period, that is 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, anything less than 6 months, they're telling you just ignore. So 1.4 will be treated as 1 year only. Your 4 months will be ignored. Sir, what if I've completed 1 year, 6 months and above? 1 year 6, 1 year 7, no, 1 year 8. You will round it off as 2 years. So when I'm repaying interest, how I will pay? Now for your 2 years, you would be eligible for 9%. Instead, I will say no, deducted by 1%. This is what you will be eligible for. Understood? But sir, this you need not have to do. You need not have to reduce. Even if you are repaying in advance, when? If you are repaying it, people, for the purpose of meeting the limits given in Rule 3. The limits given in Rule 3 is this. What is the maximum deposits we can raise? To satisfy that, if we are repaying, people, they're telling you need not have to deduct the rate of interest. Or, sir, we are giving it, sir, for emergencies, sir. During the emergency period, if at all I am giving money back to people, the army, navy, military, or their families, if we are giving their money back to them during the emergency, you need not have to deduct the rate of interest. Clear? Yes? The recently asked. So don't worry, they'll not ask again. Higher rate of interest, sir. Am I eligible for higher rate of interest? Yes, possible. I am eligible for higher rate of interest. When? That means, let us imagine, people, I have taken initially 3 years deposit. 2 years is completed. Another 1 year is pending. It is not yet completed. For 3 years, when I subscribed, they were paying 9% rate of interest. Now the company has a new scheme. For now, whoever joins, they are paying 10% rate of interest. I feel, even I want. Now the question is, can I renew my deposit? Can I ask for 10%? Is it possible? Answer is yes, provided I need to renew my deposits for a period longer than the unexpired period. What is my unexpired period here? 1 year. I have to renew my deposit for a period longer than the unexpired period. That means I have to at least renew for another 2 years. Now for this 2 years, I will be eligible for 10% as rate of interest. Possible. Instead of 9%. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay, what is the maximum, what is it, quantum of deposit? How much can we accept, people? It depends upon what type of company you are. If you are a eligible company, you can raise maximum 10% from your members, 25% from public. Sir, can I change this from, can I put this here or can I put from this to here? Is it possible? Not possible. You cannot put one limit to another limit. Not allowed. So if it is public 25, it is public only 25. You can't take from public 35. Not allowed. Sir, what if I'm a other than eligible company? I can take maximum 35% from my members. All the limits, people, are on paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium. Sir, what if I'm a government company? I can take the entire 35% from the public, not even 1% from the members. Not possible. Remember, they can ask you a question. Hello? Yes? If company fails to repay the deposits, they shall pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum. And what is the maximum interest the company can pay as deposit? Whatever RBI has fixed for NBFCs. RBI would have said, hey, NBFCs, you are not supposed to pay interest more than this percentage. The same percentage will apply to this also. Getting the point? So if NBFCs, RBI has put a limit, you can't pay more than 12%. Even a normal company accepting deposits also can't pay more than 12%. It's the highest limit. Understood, all of you? Yes? Okay. And in deposit, one more very important thing is deposit trustee. Who can be, who cannot be? Deposit trustee. Similar to your debenture trustees only, but here you don't have that limits part. 2% of income or revenue or 50 lakh. That is not there here. Who cannot be a deposit trustee? Director, KMP, officer or employee? Yes, same thing. See, or related to anyone specified in EA. They cannot be a deposit trustee. Who else? Same thing, indebted. Same thing, guarantee. Hello? And see, any material pecuniary relationship, there we saw pecuniary relationship of 2% of income or revenue or 50 lakh, whichever is less, there's nothing. Here if you have pecuniary relationship, you are disqualified. You cannot be a deposit trustee. Remember, that's the difference. Difference number one. Anywhere they can ask you a question, remember and go. People, there can I remove a deposit trustee? Is it possible? Deposit trustee can we remove? Yes. When 3/4 of debenture holders in value have to agree. Casual vacancy appointment is majority number. I told you, you will get confused there. Now see, what does deposit trustee say? Can we remove a deposit trustee? The trustee shall not be removed after the issue of circular. Okay. Except with the consent of all the directors present at a meeting of the board. That means what? You have to conduct a board meeting, not deposit holders meeting. You have to conduct a board meeting and all the directors have to approve. Not only that, if your company has an independent director, that independent director should also be present in that meeting. If independent director did not attend, you cannot remove the deposit trustee. Remember, difference number 2 between debentures and deposits. Very important exam point of view. Remember and go. Hello? Clear? Okay. One more thing that is important. Deposit registers. How long you will maintain? Register of deposits. 8 years from the date of latest entry made. Good. Maintenance, common. Okay. Obtaining credit rating we saw. And one more important thing is what? I think I told you, right? You cannot create on intangible assets. You cannot create a security on intangible assets. The value should always cover principal and interest. And you have to register the charge within 30 days. Remember these three things, very, very important. Clear? Hello? Yes, that's your deposit. Any doubts here? You want me to do anything else here? Or it's clear? Hello? People? I'm not taking punishment and all of that. Leave it. So punishment is a punishment for us. Okay, clear? Yes, people. Let's start your chapter 7. People, one more thing. There is one more. There is already a summary chart. People said, sir, this summary chart is also around 70 pages. So there is one more summary chart. This I think is around 20 pages. Now what does it have, people? It has only, now say for example, incorporation of company. Now whatever are the forms and days. Now for example 10A, 180 days, INC 20A. You're getting what I'm saying? Approvals and forms. Now for example alteration, which company, how many consent. So this, wherever possible, wherever there are limits. I'm not saying every section will have something. If there is no limits, there is no forms, there is no days, I have not done anything there. If there are limits, if there are forms, if there are days, and even if there are signatures, I have put it here. I have been telling you, right, there is something called as signatures which is very important. That also I am trying to do. Yeah. So for example, you can see it in section, see something like this. Books of accounts, yesterday I asked you whose responsibility it is. Managing director, whole-time director, CFO. Now say 134, who will sign financial statements? Very, very important. Who will sign board's report? Very, very important. They will ask you, they'll pick up the questions. So remember these things, it's very, very important from exam point of view. Know it and go. Yeah. So I will send this also to you. Wait until the last day. I'll definitely send it, this particular thing also to you guys. Yes. I think you are all in that group. I'll be forwarding this also in that group only. Okay. Yes, people. Let's come to the next chapter. Chapter 7, Management and Administration. Now in this, what and all is there, sir? First, let us take the first section only, section 88, which says Register of Members. Every company has to mandatorily have a register of members. It will be in the format, people, MGT1. It will have the details of equity plus preference shareholders. It has to be preserved permanently by the company. If you are having debenture holders or any other security holders, the format is, people, MGT2. It shall be preserved for a period of 8 years from the date of redemption. Now, where do we keep the registers, people? I will keep the registers. This is technically given in section. Where do we keep the registers? This is given in section 94. The place of maintaining the registers, people, is, where do I keep it? By default, I'll keep it in the registered office. Can I keep it in any other place? Possible. Pass a special resolution and you can keep it in anywhere in the city, the same town or village. You can keep it there only. So I want to take it out of my city. You can take it provided from such place at least more than 1/10 of the people should reside. 1/10 alla, more than 1/10. So in such case, now imagine in my company there are 100 shareholders, 11 shareholders are from Kerala. You go and keep it in Kerala, absolutely fine. Understanding? Yes? Okay, done. Next one, sir, index. Should I maintain an index of registers? Yes. When? It is not required if you have less than 50 members. If you have exactly 50, required. Less than 50, not required. Foreign register, if you want, you can maintain. It is absolutely optional. Whenever you maintain a foreign register for the purpose of foreign security holders, you can maintain it. We don't have a problem. Just that you have to intimate ROC within 30 days of opening the register as well as the closing the register within. You have seen him? Arjun sir? Yes? Founder of ArivuPro. The person who just came is the founder of ArivuPro. You didn't see? Okay, I think he is here. Meet him. He's good. He'll talk to you guys. Okay, so for foreign registered people, it is maintained outside India. Whenever you open a foreign registered people, you need to intimate ROC in form MGT 3 within 30 days. Can I discontinue the foreign register whenever I want? Absolutely fine. You can discontinue whenever you want. It is not mandatory, it is optional. You are doing it optionally. MGT 3, remember. Clear? All of you? Okay. And what else? I need to make all the entries in register of members within 7 days. Whenever you make a allotment, within 7 days of allotment, whenever any change happen, transfer, transmission, anything, within 7 days you have to make the entries in the register of members. Clear? Okay. Next one, people, section 18.9. What does section 89 say? Beneficial ownership. Simple, people. If at all I am the money is given by me, but the shares are not registered in my name. Best example, people, is all our homes only. Correct? So many properties will be in the name of the mother. It can be gold, it can be house, it can be land, but the money and the decision is taken by the father in some cases. Yes, why? Why does the father does it? We don't know. You guys go and ask. But we have done it. This section is for us only then. The father has to come and tell, I am the beneficial owner, but the shares are registered in the mother's name. So she is a registered owner. In the company's name, the shares are registered in the mother's name. But the decision is taken by the father. So what is the law expecting in section 89? The law is coming and telling you, people, please come and disclose. The mother has to come and tell, I am the registered owner, but I am not taking any business calls. I am not getting even 1 rupee benefit. The benefit is taken by the husband. The husband has to come and say, I am the beneficial owner. I get all the benefits, but I have registered it in the name of the wife. You both have to come and disclose. To whom? You have to come and disclose it to the company. Hello? So, mother will come and disclose it in the form MGT 4. Father will come and disclose it in the form MGT 5. We will disclose it. We will consolidate it. The company will forward it to the registrar in form MGT 6 within 30 days. Hello? So mother will tell, I am the beneficial owner. Father will tell, I am the registered owner. We will consolidate it. We will tell it to ROC in form MGT 6 within 30 days. Failure to do this, people, there will always be penalty. Next one is, people, section 90 called as SBO. Why is SBO there, people? SBO, I am just like that telling you, there is a full-fledged video I have done on this SBO topic. If possible, watch for in-depth clarity. In class, I generally teach SBO for 2 hours. Yes. So what is SBO? In short, I am trying to tell you. People were trying to hide. For example, I hope all of you know what is D company. Now you know because Dhurandhar is there. But how many of you know D company was incorporated in 2000? And where? The registered office in India, Mumbai. D company. Dawood Ibrahim. Bade Saab, Dhurandhar. For your information, D company is a producer for lot of companies, lot of movies. How many of you knew? Official. This is exactly our problem. Why we introduce section 90? Who is, much as is not made up story. D company is an actual company which is run by Dawood Ibrahim only. That is his company. Acha? He's like, who is Dawood Ibrahim? Bade Saab. Who is Bade Saab? You go left, in the break, you take left. The tea shop is there, no? In front, one uncle is there. You ask him. His friend only is Dawood Ibrahim. Terrorist, gangster. Okay. Now, people, understood? Now, what is the intention of D company? Now, imagine, people, what did D company do? D company further invested in another companies, legitimate companies they are investing. They are making movies. They are investing in, say for example, they are investing in Infosys. D company is investing in ArivuPro tomorrow. I am giving an example. Say, I don't any random metal. XYZ company. Now people, how do I know that who is hiding in behind you? XYZ is doing all legitimate business. Section 90 said, hey you, artificial person, you have to tell me who is hiding behind you. Sir, behind me, the company is hiding. Sir, another company. You have to tell me until you find the individual. Bade Saab. Until you guys come and tell me the ultimate person is an individual who is Dawood Ibrahim, I will not leave. That's the purpose of section 90. Understood? Yes? So how do I do? Dawood Ibrahim should come and give a disclosure to company XYZ. Sir, I am the shareholder who is ultimately holding the entire interest in this company. I have to come and disclose in the form called Ben 1. Who should disclose? Dawood Ibrahim has to disclose. Now what will the company do? XYZ got the details. XYZ will take the details. XYZ will forward the details to ROC in Ben 2 within 30 days. Now till date we had the details of XYZ with us. We had the details of D company with us. But XYZ don't know anything about Dawood Ibrahim. So what will XYZ now do? It will maintain one special register for Dawood Ibrahim that is called as register of SBO. The format is people Ben 3. Are you getting the point? Now you all have a valid doubt, sir. Why, sir? Dawood Ibrahim will come and give Ben 1. Correct. Dawood Ibrahim will not give. It is a responsibility of XYZ company to question B company. Give me the details. You have to give. You guys, again you have a question. Correct, sir. Will they give? They'll not give. Correct? If they don't give, you have to apply to the tribunal. Sir, we asked them, sir. XYZ will give them a notice. Please tell me who is the individual hiding behind you. The notice will be sent in Ben 4. We'll send you a notice. If you don't disclose, I will go to tribunal. You don't disclose, I will go to tribunal. Sir, I asked for the individual's details. They did not disclose me. Tell me what to do. I'll go to tribunal. The tribunal will give you 60 days time. I will hear you out also. Opportunity of being heard. If within 60 days also you did not disclose people, I'll put a temporary seizure. A D company, you cannot sell even one share in XYZ. Everything will be seized. I'll give you 1 year time from the date I pass an order. In 1 year at least you come and give the details. In 1 year also if you don't give the details, all these shares held by D company will be transferred to IEPF. Hello? Understanding? So today we will not allow this indirect route. In short, section 90 is there to stop money laundering. Person, so many hands we will not allow. That is the whole intention of section 90. Understood all of you? Pakka? Sir, but when will the section apply, sir? In general also it will apply. Yeah? One thing that you need to check out is people that D company, if at all section 90 should apply, it should have at least in XYZ people 10% of interest. What is interest? You should hold at least 10% of shares, voting rights, or you should at least get 10% of the total dividend, or you need to have control in XYZ. If any one condition is satisfied, then for this particular transaction, section 90 will apply. Understood? Hello all of you. Now XYZ will have to find out behind D company who is hiding. So we have to find ultimately the individual. We don't want the name of the body corporates. We want the name of the individual. That's the whole intention of section 90. Understood all of you? Done. This is section 90. Is this clear all of you? Overall I gave you a picture, but it is a very in-depth section. Clear all of you? Yes? Okay. Next one, sir, section 90 is an, what is section next is 91 people, closure of registers once in a year. I mean, whenever you want, you can close your registers. The company will generally close its registers to declare dividends, to decide rights issue, bonus issue, as the case may be. The companies will generally close its registers. What is the maximum time a company can close its registers? At once, 30 days. Aggregate, 45 days in a year. Remember, whenever I close, I have to give a notice to my shareholders. Today the books are closed. I have to give at least 7 days notice. If you are a listed company, I have to give a notice in a website as well as a newspaper. If I am a private company, I need not have to give it on newspaper. Individual notice is sufficient. Put an email, that is also sufficient. That is section 91. Next one, people, section 92. What is section 92, people? Annual returns. Annual return, people, is filed in which form? What is the form of annual return? MGT 7. That's a format of annual return. What is the annual return, people, generally? It's a non-financial reporting which every company has to do. So if I'm a OPC or a small company, what is my form of annual return? MGT 7A. And MGT 7 has to be signed by. Who has to sign MGT 7? It shall be signed by a director or a company secretary and a company secretary. And a company secretary. What if there is no company secretary in the company? It shall be signed by a practicing company secretary. If at all I am a OPC, I need not have to get all of this done. I can directly get it signed by a director. That is sufficient. Clear, all of you? Yes. It's a non-financial reporting. And by when should I file MGT 7, people? What is the due date to file MGT 7? Within 60 days of from the date of AGM. What if AGM was not conducted? Then it should be from 60 days of due date of AGM. Along with that, you need to also give reasons for not conducting your AGM. Yes, that is your section 92. And then, people, 93 and then 94 is your place of keeping and what is that? Inspection. Who can inspect, people? Any member, debenture holder, any other creditor or such other person can come and inspect the registers possible. If you are any other person, you need to pay fee. If you are these people, free of cost. You can even take extract, you can even take a copy of any paper, you can take it, absolutely allowed. That is section 94. What is section 95? Nothing is given in section 95, ignore. Section 96, people. AGM. Section 96 says every company has to conduct a AGM every year. Once a year, you have to conduct a AGM mandatorily. Section 96. What is the due date to conduct AGM, people? It should be conducted within first AGM is 9 months, subsequent AGMs is 6 months. At any given point of time, if you are not able to conduct an AGM, you can ask for an registrar, you can ask for approval. If registrar agrees, you will get extra 3 months time. This is not available for the first AGM, it is only available for the second and subsequent AGMs. And what is the maximum gap between two AGMs? It should not be more than 15 months. And where should I conduct my AGM, people? At the registered office. Can I conduct it outside the registered office but within the same city? Can I do it? Remember, I can conduct it at the registered office or I can conduct it anywhere within the same city, town or village. I can conduct it anywhere. Allowed, possible. But sir, can I conduct it outside the same city, town or village? Possible. Listed company is possible. Listed company is not possible. If you are an unlisted company, anywhere in India, provided all the members have to give their approval. If they give it, I can conduct it in any place in India, allowed. Hello? Understood? Okay. What is the date I can conduct my AGM? Any day except a national holiday. And remember, I have to conduct my AGM between 9 AM to 6 PM. Report of AGM. I have to file a report of AGM, people. I have to file report of AGM within 30 days of conducting of meeting. And what and all I will file? I will file a report of AGM in form MGT 15, which has to be signed by the chairman of the meeting. If chairman is not available, then 2 directors in that. If MD is there, 1 MD and a CS has to sign. Remember, exam point of view important, rarely asked, so remember and go. Clear all of you? That's your AGM. Next one is people. Okay, what else is? Next one is section 97, 98, 99. What is 97? Power of tribunal to call a AGM. So if a company did not conduct a AGM, the tribunal can call for a AGM. If a tribunal has not conducted EGM, the tribunal can tell you to conduct a EGM. In both the scenarios, I can put one note, that is, even if one member is present, whether by person or by proxy, that will be a quorum. It will be considered as a quorum. 99 people, if you fail to comply with section 96 to 98, then people, there will be a punishment of how much? Penalty will be minimum fine which up to 1 lakh. In case of continuing default, it can extend up to 5,000 rupees every day for doing a non-compliance of 96 to 99. Next one is people section 100. What is 100 people? EGM. What is there in EGM, people? EGM can be conducted by the board of directors on their own. Where will they conduct the EGM, people? Can be conducted anywhere in India. And remember, if you are a wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign company, you can conduct your EGM even outside India as well. Pay attention and see, it is EGM. AGM has to be in India only. Is this clear? Yes? Okay. So if a request is made by the shareholders to the board, then people, I can conduct a EGM on the request of the shareholders. Members can make a request. How many people have to make a request? At least 1/10 of the paid up share capital. If a company has share capital, if company does not have share capital, 1/10 of the total voting power. Members holding that, they will make a request. In such case, people, I have to take steps to conduct the EGM within 21 days, and within 45 days, I have to conduct the EGM. Sir, what if I don't do it? Then people, within 3 months from the date of request, whoever made the request, they can only conduct the EGM. Possible? Yes? Okay. So the company shall hand over all the details to the requisionists. Expenses shall be reimbursed by the company. If they are conducting, the company has to pay back all the money that they have incurred. If quorum is not present within half an hour, very, very important, the meeting will be cancelled and not adjourned. And remember, sir, it should be held at registered office within city, town or village. Very, very important. Remember, we have something called as explanatory statement. You need not have to give explanatory statement for a meeting conducted by requisionists, that is shareholders. If they are conducting, no explanatory statement is required. Okay, and any accidental omission, people, does not invalidate the meeting. Remember. Next one is people section 101. A company has to give notice of a general meeting to everyone who are qualified. And how many days notice you will give? 21 clear days notice. Day of giving the notice, day of the meeting should not be included in the limit. And remember, if at all you are sending it by post, you need to add another 48 hours to it. So technically I need to give 23 days notice if I am giving by post. Along with the notice, people, can I conduct it, what is that? Can we conduct the meeting on a shorter notice? Possible. How many of them have to agree? 90 or 95? 100%? 90 or 95? Huh? At least 95% or more than 95% or more? At least 95%. Okay, see, what does the law say? Very, very important. See and go. 90 percentage. The why I'm asking you is rights issue also will say that comes as 90. Here it says 95. These are the two scenarios where you will get confused. Yeah, and people, where else you will get confused is here it says. Okay, we'll see that first. A general meeting may be called at shorter notice when people, if at all you have agreed. In the case of AGM, but not less than 95% of the members entitled to vote. 95% of the members. Correct? Huh? Okay. In the case of any other meeting, let us imagine EGM, then people, a company having share capital, majority number of members who represent not less than 95% of paid up share capital. What do I mean by that, people? Let us imagine if there are 10 shareholders, then they are telling you majority have to give me an approval, that is 6 people have to give, and the 6 people should be holding at least 95% of share capital. Both conditions has to be satisfied in the case of EGM. What about in the case of AGM? Just if there are people, say 100 people, they're telling 95% of the members entitled to vote. That means 95 people have to agree. Who cares how much they are holding? That's the difference between AGM and EGM. Very, very important, people. 2-3 times I have asked no and go. Are you getting the point? Hello? Yes or no? Understood? Yes. Remember, when you are seeing rights issue, there we are telling 90% in number of members. Here we are saying 95%. Very, very important. Know it and go. Yes? Okay. That is, what is that? Shorter notice. Okay, done. Next one is people, explanatory statement. People, for which business explanatory statement is not required? Ordinary business not required. Special business required. What is ordinary business? Adda. Adoption of accounts, declaration of dividend, appointment of director, appointment of auditors. For those people, the explanatory statement is not required. Any other matter, explanatory statement is required. In short, I have to tell if my directors, my KMPs are interested, or if we are entering into a contract with any other company, are my directors, my KMPs interested in that company? I have to disclose everything, and I should also disclose any other matter which will help our shareholders to take an informed decision. I have to disclose everything. Clear? Yes? Okay. That is your explanatory statement. Next one, sir, is quorum. What should be the quorum, people? Depends upon what type of company you are. If you are a public company, you are having people up to 1000 shareholders, then the quorum will be 5. 1001 to 5000, it will be 15. 5 more than 5000, it will be 30. And remember, if your articles prescribe a higher quorum, you need to follow a higher quorum. Entrenchment can apply here. If you're a private company, 2 members has to be personally present. Remember, when you're counting the quorum, proxies are not counted. But if you are representing on behalf of body corporate, governor or president, you will count them in the purpose of quorum. Done. Done. And remember, quorum has to be present throughout the meeting. And if at all in the meeting, if the quorum is present, you cannot arbitrarily adjourn the meeting. It has to be for a legally lawful purpose. That means, if at all, let us imagine my company has 800 shareholders, 10 people came for the meeting. Quorum is present. The chairman cannot arbitrarily adjourn the meeting when the quorum is present. It has to be for a lawful purpose, meaning the meeting should become impossible to conduct. In such case, yes, you can adjourn. If not, you cannot adjourn. Clear? Okay. That is your quorum. Authorized representative, body corporate. Consequence of what if the quorum is not present within 30 minutes? The meeting will stand adjourned to next week, same time, same place. Should I give notice of the adjourned meeting also? Yes. How many days prior? At least 3 days prior. If possible, give it in the Individual notice. Not possible. Put it up in the newspaper. Hello? Okay, done. Next one, people. 104. What is 104, people? Chairman of a meeting. Chairman of a meeting will be appointed by the company. If company does not appoint, then people, whoever are the members present there, they will appoint one amongst themselves as chairman. If a poll is demanded for appointment of a chairman, it shall be taken forthwith. When else poll will be taken forthwith? Immediately. When will be poll conducted? Appointment of chairman, adjournment of a meeting. For these two matters, poll will be conducted forthwith. For any other matters, the poll has to be conducted within 48 hours. Remember, the chairman will have something called as casting vote. What do you mean by casting vote? Whenever the votes are equal, the chairman will have a second vote. I can vote second time. So whatever the chairman says will be final. Okay, next one, proxy, people. A person who is entitled to attend the meeting and vote will have a right to appoint proxy. So preference shareholder cannot appoint a proxy. A proxy cannot vote on show of hands. A proxy cannot speak except on a poll. He can demand a poll. Correct? So a proxy cannot vote on show of hands. A proxy cannot speak. A proxy is not counted in the quorum. Remember. Okay, next one, people. A member of Section 8 company. Remember, a proxy need not be a member. However, if at all you are appointing a proxy in a Section 8 company, even the proxy should also be a member. What is the maximum a proxy can represent? How many shareholders a proxy can represent? The maximum number of people is 50 and value is 10%. So number of people I can represent is 50. The value I can represent is 10% of voting power. So what if I want to represent more than 10%? Then I cannot represent more than one person. That means if one person is holding 15%, you can represent him. Possible, but you can only represent one person. For a proxy to be valid, people, you need to intimate the company 48 hours prior. You need to deposit your proxy form. I will not be coming, I'll be sending someone else. And remember, even after giving proxy, the shareholder also can attend the meeting. In such case, the proxy will be automatically revoked. And can anyone go and inspect the proxy forms? Possible. How? I need to give 3 days prior notice that I want to come and inspect the proxy forms. And what will be the inspection time? It will start 24 hours prior to the meeting. It will end with the meeting. That means if at all the meeting time is, say for example, 14th of July at 9 a.m. The proxy forms will be open for inspection on 13th of July, 9 a.m. It will end on 14th along with the meeting. If meeting ends at 12, the proxy will also end at 12. You can't inspect it after that. Correct? Yes. So these are all the proxy things. Hello? Okay, next one is people. Proxy is done. 105 is done. 106 is people. What people? Voting. Restriction on voting rights. Can I restrict the voting right of a shareholder? Yes. On what? See, what reasons I can restrict? 2 reasons. One, if at all he has not paid the call money. Sir, or if he has not paid the company any other sum, that means loan amount, he has not paid, I can restrict his voting right. Possible. Correct? Can I prohibit a member on any other reason? Not possible. And very, very important thing, remember, if you want to restrict a person from voting right, if you can do it only if your articles allow you to do. If your articles is silent, people, you cannot restrict a person from voting rights. Very, very important exam point of view. Remember, even if he has not paid call money, if my articles is silent, then I cannot restrict him from voting. Hello? And one more thing, they have never questioned till now. Very, very important. 4th point. A person who has not paid call money, remember, you cannot request EGM. You saw no requisionists. You will not be counted in EGM. How can they club? They can say, 15 people made a request. In total, they are holding 13%. In that, there is one shareholder who has not paid his call money. He is holding 3%. Is a valid requisition made? Answer is no, you can't count this 3%. Hello? Not even once asked. Remember and go. Joint shareholders, we have already seen. Who will vote? Whose name appears first? Okay. Can an insolvent shareholder vote? Answer is yes. An insolvent shareholder can vote. Possible. Until your shares are sold, you can continue to vote. Remember. Clear? Okay, voting by show of hands, people, unless otherwise agreed, by default, everything is decided by voting on show of hands, unless the poll is demanded. Okay, 108. What does 108 say, people? E-voting. What is e-voting, people? Voting through electronic means. People, e-voting is applicable when people, for whom and all it is applicable for every listed company and a company having 1,000 or more members. So for them people, if you are having 1,000 people, then you are applicable. You need to mandatorily provide e-voting. Tomorrow, when we are doing iOS, I'll be giving a reference here. Remember and go, I'll tell you. How, what and all, I'll tell you. Next one is people, non-applicability. This e-voting provisions will not apply to a Nidhi company and institutional investors. Notice of meeting can be sent directly, website or newspaper. Okay, contents of the notice. You have to give everything here. The important thing is people, a member who has already casted their vote can still attend the meeting, but they cannot vote. Important is that. Next one, what is the duration of e-voting? The e-voting will be open for at least minimum is 3 days. It has to end the day before the meeting at 5 p.m. And remember, we will appoint a scrutinizer. Who can be a scrutinizer? CA, CS, CMA, advocate. That is very important. Anyone who is not in employment can be a scrutinizer. He need not be any professional also. It can be any person. Yeah, but unfortunately, this is completely ruled by us only, professionals only. But the thing is, even a software engineer can be. There is no restriction as long as you are not in the employment. But yes, he gets a scrutinizer report will be prepared not later than 3 days from the date of conclusion of the meeting. The results has to be published on the websites of the company, stock exchange, and all these scenarios. Next one, people, section 109. 109 is people, poll. People, poll. When can poll be demanded? Whenever chairperson thinks on his own, he can demand for a poll. By chairman, demand is made. If a company is having share capital, how many people have to demand for a poll? If company is having share capital, 1/10 of the total voting power or 5 lakh paid up. There is nothing like whichever is less, whichever is higher and all. Even that is satisfied, you can do. This is satisfied also, you can conduct a poll. Any other company, 1/10 of the total voting power, you need to conduct a poll. Poll can be demanded by a member or even a proxy. And remember, when the poll can be demanded even before the declaration of result or even after the declaration of result by show of hand. Even after that also I can demand for a poll, allowed. Sir, can a poll be withdrawn? Absolutely fine. Even after declaring the results, the poll can be withdrawn. Who can withdraw? Whoever asked for it can withdraw it. Next one, sir. Poll to be taken forthwith. Immediately you have to conduct poll. When? Whenever it is for deciding who the chairperson is and who are for deciding the adjournment of a meeting. In any other case, you have to take the poll within 48 hours. The polling paper will be in the format MGT12. The scrutinizer, same thing. You have to submit the report within 7 days. Next one is people, postal ballot. Section 110. The postal ballot cannot be used for important exam point of view. For two businesses, you can't use the postal ballot. What is that? One is ordinary business, that is adda has to happen people in a AGM. We cannot do a postal ballot. The second one is people, any business where the director or auditors have a right to be heard. In this scenario, when is the scenario where the auditors or directors have a right to be heard? One example, we have section 115. What is that? Removal of auditor, removal of director. When we are removing them, they have an opportunity of being heard. They will speak. You cannot do it in postal ballot. I hope you guys know what is postal ballot. Postal ballot is nothing but you can conduct and decide the matters without conducting a meeting. On email you can finish it off. On postal cards you can finish it off. You need not have to physically conduct a meeting. It saves a lot of money to the company. First agenda. Second agenda, universal participation. Meaning if 6 people comes, it will be a valid meeting generally. But postal ballot, there will be no quorum concept. So everyone will participate. That's the whole purpose of postal ballot. Getting the point? Yes. Okay. So exemption of postal ballot, it is not applicable to a company which is OPC. Any company having up to 200 members. Which is a company? No. Even public company also. Any company having up to 200 members is exempted. If a public company has 150, you are also exempted. Following items shall be discussed only in postal ballot. Hello? Should we know this list and go? Hello? You need not have to by heart, but you need to remember. Word by word you need to remember. Pakka important. Why? In one attempt, they have asked, the company wants to appoint a small shareholder director. Now, is small shareholder director there in our scenario, in our concept? Answer is no. Small shareholder director will come in section 151. It's not there in our syllabus at all. But this is there, no? They've asked for small shareholder director, what is the procedure? Postal ballot is mandatory. You need to know word by word. You don't by heart, they will not ask you what and all are to be discussed by postal ballot. That question impossible. They'll pakka not ask you. But you need to be able to identify, okay, this comes under postal ballot. Because they will ask you directly. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir, same thing. Scrutinizer's report. I have to submit it within 7 days. Results has to be disclosed in the website of the company. Then, hello. It is postal ballot. Next one is people section 111. What is this? Members, circulation of members, resolution. What is circulation of members, resolution? People, as a shareholder, I want to disclose something with the company. I also have a matter. Why can't you add mine also to the agenda? Can I add one matter to the company's agenda? Answer is yes. That is only 111. So anyways, you are conducting a meeting. You will be discussing these 4 things. Can you please add the 5th thing? This is what I want to discuss. Sir, can even one shareholder make a request? Minimum you need to hold. What is that? That is people similar to your. Who can propose people? Similar to people your EGM. 1/10 only. 1/10 of total voting power or 1/10 of paid up capital, depending upon having share capital, not having share capital. Requisitionist is there? No. Same thing. EGM provision. Cut copy paste will apply. Hello? Yes. Okay. Sir, special condition, it has to be signed by everyone and you have to deposit the circulation expenses for the company to meet your demand. Sir, when should I deposit the request, sir? I have to deposit the request, people. Imagine you want to discuss something which requires a notice. Which you need to pass a resolution for which there is to be a notice given. Then people, you need to deposit your request at least 6 weeks before the date of the meeting. That means my date of the AGM, let us imagine, is 30th September 2026. Take 6 weeks prior. Somewhere around, say for example, 13th August 2026. At least by 13th August 2026, you need to give your request to the company. When? If at all it requires a notice to be given. Sir, when is this notice to be given? Imagine I want us to change our registered office. Imagine I want, say to appoint a director. I have a proposal. Why can't you consider this person? For all of this, we need to give a notice of meeting. I have to give a notice of resolution. In such case, I have to make a request. 1/10 of the people have to make a request at least 6 weeks before the date of the meeting. Sir, imagine I have a request, but that does not require a notice of resolution. I mean, I don't have to give a notice of resolution, not required. Then, if that is your request, I need to at least give it 2 weeks before the meeting. Sir, give us an example. Example is people, imagine I'm asking for a report, or I have made some research. Till what da? Sir, 7? ಹೌದಾ ನೀವು ಹೊರಟ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೊರಟ್ರ ಓಕೆ 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 ಸರ್
Giving background music.
we have everything, see, we have direction, we have music, everything we have.
September exams. Yes. You guys need any other subject here? Group one you guys are right. Okay. Accounts anyway. I'll just check it. All are writing group one already. Tax take out because schedule is bad. Tax online you guys. Accounts offline.
If I was a student, I would have asked all the subjects. At times, we generally see movies. Genie comes. Aladdin, you have seen. The people will be making stupid requests. You will be like, hey, ask that. Ask. This is how I saw you now. He's saying, which channel you want? Sir, do one thing, sir. They ask everything, da. Whatever comes is best only, no. Yarda ni. Okay. No, understood. Okay. Now, because he works, it works. Doesn't work. What is there in asking? Yes? Okay. So, now understood. Now, for example, I have prepared one report on the company. I just want this to be circulated to all the shareholders. In such case, I just have to deposit my request at least 2 weeks before the meeting. That means my date of the meeting is 30th September. I'll give it 2 weeks before the meeting. Let us imagine 14th of September. Of course, I'm not taking clear days and all that. I have to take it, but I'm just giving you an example. So I have to give it at least by 14th of September. Sir, now I have a doubt. You're telling me I have to give 6 weeks before the meeting. I gave it on 13th August. But sir, after giving the notice, they sent me the notice of general meeting. They are conducting the AGM not on 30th September. They are conducting on 10th of September, sir. So my condition is not met. Because for the conditions to be met, I have to at least give it 6 weeks prior. Now the date of the meeting is 10th September. The law says after you give a request, if the company is conducting the general meeting before the date, and if 6 weeks is not met, it is still okay. It is assumed to be met. It's okay. But you should have given your request before they send your notice. If you give your request before they sending your notice, even if you are not meeting the 6 weeks requirement, it is okay. It is assumed that you have satisfied the condition. Understood? Yes or no? Simple provision. Yes, that is your 6 weeks and 2 weeks. Any doubts here? No? Done. Next one, people, is section 112. What is 112, people? Governor and President of India can be your shareholders. They need not come. They can send an authorized representative on behalf of them. 113, people. Body corporate can be a shareholder. They need not come, people. They can send an authorized representative, generally directors. They will also be counted for the purpose of quorum. Hello? That is 112, 113. 114, people. Ordinary resolution, special resolution. 115, people. Special notice. Whenever I do not want my auditor to continue, or I do not want my director to continue, I will give a request. How many people will give? People holding at least 1% of total voting power, or people holding at least 5 lakh paid up. They will give a request. We don't want those auditors. We don't want these directors. Please replace them or appoint someone else or remove them or don't reappoint them. But we don't want them. We will give a special request, people. We have to give at least not earlier than 3 months before the meeting, or it has to be at least given 14 days before the meeting. What do I mean by that? If 30th of September 2026 is my date of the meeting, go back 3 months. That will be September, August, July. So sir, I have to give not earlier than 1st July 2026. 1st July 2026. Sir, it should be at least given 14 days before the meeting. That is, let us imagine, sir, 14th of September 2026. I'm just taking that clear days. Yeah. So, sir, now what is the law saying? If your meeting is on 30th of September 2026, you should not give a request to remove your auditor or director before this day. Not possible. It should be given any time during this days. It should not be after this also. Understood, all of you? So it should not be given earlier than 3 months. It should be given at least 14 days before. So this is the proper time. Understood, all of you? Pakka? Okay. Sir, once I give it, sir, what will the company do? The company will have to further forward it to the shareholders. How will I do it? I'll give an individual notice at least 7 days before the meeting. If individual notice is not possible, I'll give it in a newspaper. 7 days before the meeting. All the days are clear days. Clear, all of you? 100% pakka. Okay, that is 115. What is 116, people? Adjourned meeting. Adjourned meeting says what, people? Whenever a meeting is adjourned for whatever is the reason, whatever is the resolution passed in the adjourned meeting, the date of resolution will be the date of adjourned meeting. That means, if at all the original date of the meeting is 1st September, but it got postponed to, let us imagine, 8th of September. When will you consider that 30 days? You'll be seeing, no, you have to file that form, you have to file this form within 30 days. Should it be taken from the date of original meeting or from the date of adjourned meeting? You have to take it from the date of adjourned meeting. So the date of the resolution will be the date of the adjourned meeting. That is your section 116. 117 is certain things has to be filed with the registrar. What is that? Whenever you pass special resolution, whenever you pass, a resolution for winding up of the company, whenever a particular class of security holders agree, for example, variation of shareholder rights, whenever any particular resolution is agreed by unanimous people, within 30 days, you need to intimate ROC in a form, people, called MGT 14. You need to intimate ROC whenever you pass a special resolution, whenever you are agreeing anything unanimously, you have passed a resolution for winding up, you are appointing managing director, or whenever the board of directors are taking any decision. In these 5 scenarios, you have to intimate ROC in form MGT 14 within 30 days. 117. 118, people, minutes of the meeting which should be maintained permanently. You have to maintain each minutes individual for different types of meeting, general meeting, board meeting, everything you have to maintain. Every company has to mandatorily follow something called as secretarial standards. When you are forming the minutes, minutes can be preserved in physical form or in electronic form. And what else is there in minutes? Should I enter everything in the minutes? Can the chairman eliminate anything from the minutes of the meeting? 3 things he can eliminate. What is that? Anything which is detrimental, immaterial, defamatory. So these things I will remove from the minutes of the meeting. The chairman can, at his discretion, can remove. Anything else he cannot remove. Minutes of the meeting should be mandatorily signed by whom? If it's a general meeting, people, it should be signed by the chairman of this meeting. If the chairman of the current meeting is not available to sign the minutes, then people, the board of directors will appoint one amongst themselves, they will authorize, and such person will have to sign the minutes of the meeting. So if it's the minutes of the board meeting, the chairman of the current meeting will sign. If he is unavailable, the chairman of the succeeding meeting will sign the minutes of the meeting. The minutes of the meeting shall be prepared and signed within 30 days from the date of resolution. And the minutes of the meeting shall be preserved permanently. Correct? It will be in the custody of company secretary, director or company secretary or such other person authorized by the board. That's your minutes of the meeting. Yes. And what is it? I think most of it, that was the main thing. Okay. And section 119. What is section 119, people? Inspection of minutes of the meeting. Who can inspect? Members can inspect. Can creditors inspect? Can creditors inspect minutes of the meeting? Yes or no? If I pay fees, can I inspect? Remember, these things nowadays, the questions are becoming more. Any member? What does the law say? See here. Any member shall be entitled to be furnished within 7 working days after he has made a request in that behalf to the company and on payment of such fees as may be prescribed with a copy of any minutes referred to in subsection 1. What do I mean by that, sir? They are saying, see here, at the register office, and it shall be open during business hours to inspection by any member without charge, subject to such reasonable restriction as the case may be, which is not less than 2 hours in every day. It shall be open for inspection. It is saying any member, people. With the charge, we did not put any other condition here. So who can come and inspect? Only members. Creditors cannot inspect. Hello? Possible? Understood? Okay. Section 120, people, we can maintain the minutes of the meeting. We can maintain all these records, everything in the electronic form. Possible? Possible? Hello? If a company is a listed company or a company having 1000 shareholders, you can maintain these details in a electronic form. Section 121, people, we already seen the report on AGM, MGT 15, correct? And last one is, people, section 122. What does 122 say, people? Section 98 and 100 to 111 shall not apply to OPC. Should OPC conduct its AGM required? How will I conduct? What is there to conduct? Nothing is there to conduct. So I need not have to follow all of this. Then how will a OPC pass a resolution? Nothing, people. The member will enter whatever he wants to pass as a resolution. I will directly enter in the minutes book and I will sign. That itself is considered as a resolution. How will the board resolution will be passed? Members resolution, you will directly enter in the minutes book. How will you pass a board resolution? It depends upon, people, how many directors are there in the company. If only one director is there, people, same condition will apply. Open board minutes, enter it, that will be the board resolution. But if at all, people, you have 2 directors or more, you need to mandatorily conduct a board meeting. Remember, because 2 directors are there. OPC can have 1, but they can have more also. If 1 is there, no need of conducting meeting. But if you have 2 or more, then you have to conduct a meeting, mandatory. Understood? That is what is given in section 122. Hello? Done? Any doubts? Hello? No doubts? Okay, well, section 123. No, seriously, 10 minutes. Promise on Sudhir. Now, see here. Declaration and payment of dividends. Now, people, what are the sources of dividends, people? How can we pay dividends? The sources of pay, of course, dividends are of 2 types, interim and final. Only difference, people remember, final dividend is always recommended by the board but declared by the shareholders. If it is interim dividend, recommended also by the board, declared also by the board. Final dividend cannot be revoked. Interim dividend can be revoked if the shareholders deems so. Next one, sir, declaration of dividend sources, people. You can pay it out of profits of the current financial year or your surplus of P&L account, or you can even pay out of free reserves. Possible. If you are a government company, if government is giving you any money, you can also declare dividend out of that as well. And remember, there is no mandatory percentage that you need to transfer to general reserves or free reserves. You can use the entire profits to declare as dividends after meeting your statutory requirements. And remember, before you declare dividend any year, your previous year losses and depreciation, you have to first set it off. Whenever you are paying dividends, people, out of the previous profits, that is free reserves and all, due to inadequacy of profits in the current year, you need to mandatorily follow 4 conditions. Condition number 1, your average rate of dividend should not exceed the 3 preceding years average rate. So let us imagine if my first year is 0, my second year is, I don't know, 10, my third year is 11%. What is my average? 7? Or is it 21 divided? I'll tell direct question. Is it 21 divided by 2 or 21 divided by 3? 3 or 2? 3. Okay. For that 1 second of pause, if you had, remember, it is always average of 3 years it is. It is not whether you have declared or not. So if it is there, if 3 years data is there, you will take 3 years data. But remember, sir, we don't have data at all. Then people, the first condition will not apply. If it's 0, 0, 0, it will not apply at all. That's all. As simple as that. Hello? Clear? Okay. So it shall not exceed average of dividend declared in the 3 preceding financial years. So the maximum amount that we can use from my free reserves, how much I can take? The maximum you can take is 10% of your paid up share capital plus free reserves. Remember, from the amount I take, the first amount I need to use it for is, I need to set it off towards my losses, if any. That is condition number 3. The condition number 4, after I withdraw the money from reserve, I have to keep something at least in my reserve. I can't utilize everything. What is the minimum I need to keep in reserve? The minimum I need to keep in reserve should be 15% of paid up share capital. That is, after taking the reserve money, at least 15% of paid up share capital should be still there in my free reserves. Okay. Next one, sir, payment of dividend. I will pay the dividends to people, to the registered shareholder, or whomsoever he tells me to pay to. I'll pay to him or to his banker. You know when this scenario will come? To his order. Remember transfer and transmission, section 56. I file SH4. When I gave SH4, if that time the company is declaring dividends, that means what? The shares are in my name, but Papa, the transferee has paid me money. Because the shares are still in my name, the dividends will come to me. How unfair is it? So I will tell an instruction to the company, don't pay it to me, pay it to the transferee. I can give. That is the meaning of to his order. Understanding? Yes, I can tell don't pay to me, pay to the other person. So what if I don't tell? I don't give an instruction. In such case, what will happen? Section 126 will apply. That is nothing but people, the shares will be kept in abeyance. What is abeyance? Abeyance means nothing but people, it will be kept aside. When will we keep it aside? Whenever there is a transfer of share, a request has been given to the company, but the company has not yet registered. Now, Papa, company is also confused. They have given us a request. So technically we know that he is not the shareholder, he is the shareholder now going forward. But we have not changed our register of members. So what do? We will treat your case as a special case. We will keep it aside. First we will finish off our regular work. After paying everyone, we will come and arrive at your scenario. Now tell what we will do. We will call transferor, we will call transferee, we will apply to the tribunal if needed. And finally, whatever the law says, we will pay. Hello? Understanding? This is only called as abeyance. Keep it aside until the right person is determined. Understood, all of you? Yes? Okay. Now going back, sir, is okay. We should pay dividend only by check or dividend warrants, electronic mode. Dividend shall not be paid if at all you have made default in deposits. Section 8 company though cannot pay dividends at all. Interim dividends, how and all you can pay people? I can pay it out of surplus in P&L account, profits of current financial year, or profits generated in financial year till the quarter preceding the date of declaration. That means if at all I am declaring the profits in quarter 3, but Q1 and Q2 we have made profits, sufficient. You pay the dividends for these 2 quarters only, possible. Hello? That is the meaning of this third scenario. Profits generated in financial year till the quarter previous to the date of declaration. Hello? Okay. The next one, sir. Restriction during the loss. That is, sir, in the current year, if at all there is any losses, sir, in such case, what they are telling you, the rate of interim dividend shall not exceed the last 3 financial years. Same thing, average rate of dividend. So, only that condition will apply. Remember, the entire rule 3 will not apply. That 1/10 to 15%, all that will not apply. Only condition that will apply, people, if you are paying interim dividend in the current year, if there are losses, then people, you cannot declare dividend for a rate more than your 3 years average rate. And remember, can I declare interim dividend out of my free reserves? Can I declare interim dividend from my free reserves? Possible? Remember, it cannot be free reserves. I can use my surplus in my P&L account. Free reserves cannot be touched. That's why I am telling the rule 3 will not apply. What is the difference in surplus in P&L and free reserves? Surplus in P&L is nothing but, people, that money which the company has earned and it is not appropriated for any purpose. We have maintained it in P&L, we have left it there only. We have not transferred to reserve or we have not appropriated that money for anything. We call such money as what? We call such money as surplus in P&L. That money you can use to declare interim dividend. You are not touching free reserves. General reserves you are not touching. Are you understanding? Hello? All of you? Yes? So, sir, only the average rate condition will apply, not the any other conditions. Okay. The dividend declared shall be deposited in a separate scheduled bank account. The next one, sir, unpaid dividend account, people. What is the timeline, sir? Whenever a company declares the dividend within 5 days, they have to separate it and put it in a separate scheduled bank account. And sir, within 30 days from the date of declaration of dividend, I need to make the payment. If you are sending checks or dividend warrants, you have to post it within 30 days. I'm not saying you have to pay it, you have to at least post it within 30 days. Sir, within 30 days, if at all we were not able to make the payment, then within next 7 days, sir, please transfer it to an account, name it as an unpaid dividend account, transfer this entire money to this unpaid dividend account. Within 90 days of transferring to UDA, you have to disclose on your website the last known address, details about such shareholder, and you have to clearly say the money will be here for 7 years. After that, we'll be transferring to IEPF. So, sir, within 7 years, no one came and claimed. I need to transfer the money to IEPF. What and all I will transfer? You will transfer the dividend amount, any interest accrued on it, and also the shares of that person will be transferred to IEPF. Understood? That's your timeline. The next one, sir, section 125, which speaks about IEPF. What and all will be the fund be created with, people? What and all is incoming? What and all is outgoing? Incoming is, people, all the money that you get from central government. It can be in the form of donation, grants, whatever the scenario. All that will be, people, credits. Next one, amount in IEPF under Companies Act 1956. That means before 2013, Companies Act 1956 was there. Now your 2013 came. All that fund was transferred to Companies Act 2013 fund. That is what they're telling you. When they closed that, when they shifted, that money and all will come. It is not today. It is for Companies Act 2013 when it came. That time it was relevant. Now it is 13 years. Of course, it is not relevant. Next one, interest or income received from investments made out of the fund. Can you invest in government securities and all? Why not? Disgorgement order money received. What is disgorgement, people? Any person takes a illegal benefit out of the money. Satyam, no, I told you, Ramalingaraju and all. They made profits. They cheated people. They made 7,000 crore. We will not leave you to get away with that. We will take back that entire money. The court passes an order to take back the illegal benefits made from a person. That illegal benefits made, people, we will call it as, people, disgorgement order. All the profits made will be taken back. And what will we do? We will distribute it to the people who suffered the loss. Understood? Huh? Okay. Next one, unpaid dividend amount, security application money, deposits, debentures, preference shares, everything. If they are not collected within 7 years, same thing will apply. Preference shares matured, you did not collect, transfer. Debentures matured, you did not collect, transfer. Deposits matured, you did not collect, transfer. Everything same condition will apply for 7 years. And the last one is SBO. I hope you remember. If they did not disclose within 1 year, tribunal, you will transfer everything to IEPF. That is what you are seeing here. Sir, what will be the money be used for? It will be used for refund, promotion of awareness of investors or educating investors, protecting interest of investors, distribution, and reimburse legal expenses if any, like class action suit. So if common cause is there, if you are fighting a common cause, then the price will be taken by the IEPF. Authority to administer fund, power of authority, audit. Remember, CAG, end of the day, it is a government entity. The audit will be taken care by CAG. And we will also prepare an annual report. That annual report will be submitted to the central government, and central government will lay that financial statements annual report in both the houses of parliament. It has to be approved by both the houses of parliament. Remember that. Abeyance, I told you. The last one is punishment for failure to distribution of dividend within 30 days. Remember, if you do not distribute within 30 days, people, then what will be the punishment? It will be, first thing, people, is when will you not be liable? There is an exemption. Exemption is, why did you not pay? If you did not pay due to operation of law, like death, or a person became alien enemy, or there is a government order not to pay, then I have not paid, it's okay. Next, when the shareholder told me to credit it is to a particular bank account, I tried and there is some error there. It is not due to my fault. I have to communicate to the shareholder, sir, you told us this, we tried doing that, we were not able to pay, the company is not liable. Next one is, if it is adjusted against any money due from the shareholder, that means you should have paid us call money. You did not pay, we adjusted the money towards that, it is okay. Next one is, people, dispute in right to receive dividend. The best example is abeyance. That's okay. Non-payment is due to any other reason, but not due to the fault of the company. In these case, people, you will not liable. If it is any other case, people, the company will be held liable. And what will be the punishment, sir? It will be 2 years imprisonment, and he shall also be liable for a fine 1,000 for every continuing day of default. Yes, sir. That's your dividends. And of course, you will also be liable to pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum for the default you continue. For up to that day, you have to pay the interest the rate of 18% per annum. Yeah. Clear? Any doubts? Yes, people. So, in dividends chapter, there are a few questions. See if you guys, and dividends and deposits, let us take up a few questions and then go forward. PRT Limited is an eligible public company. The following details are available from its audited balance sheet as on 31st March 2024. paid up capital 20 crore, free reserves 8 crore, premium 2 crore. The existing deposits from members is 2 crore, existing deposits from public is 5 crore. The company now proposes to accept further deposits during the year 24-25. That is 3 crore from its members, 2 crore from persons other than members, that is general public. You are required to examine with reference to the relevant provisions of Companies Act whether the above proposal is valid. If not, calculate the maximum permissible deposits in each of the category. Now what is the answer, people? First of all, what should I see? It is a public company and they are only telling you it is an eligible public company. Okay. So what is the maximum deposits I can raise? I can raise 25% from public, 10% from members. Now how much they have already raised? They are telling we have already raised 2 crore from members. From public we have already raised 5 crore. We have already done. Now how much more can I raise? Try to calculate 25% of paid up share capital, free reserves and securities premium. That is 30 into 25%. How much is that? 7.5 crore. And how much is 10% of, okay, 3 crore, correct? 30 into 10%. And this is coming to 3 crore. Now, you see, in public, how much they have already raised? They have raised 5 crore. How much they can raise? Another 2.5 crore they can raise. How much they want to raise? They want to raise 2 crore. So, is it within the limit? Yes, it is within the limit. The public is allowed. Now check the members part. What does it say? I can maximum raise 3 crore. How much we have already raised? 2 crore. How much they want to raise? Can they do? No. The 2 crore is in excess. The maximum permissible is another 1 crore. That is how I'll write it. Remember, exam point of view, it is always wise for you to show calculations. Calculation is very, very important. Let it be simple thing. Write it and show them. It gives you reassurances. That is where that 1 mark extra, if the valuer is thinking whether should I give it or not, that is where the difference will happen. Show every calculation. Clear? All of you? Okay, done. Next one. Okay, one more question on deposits. Nope Limited, since its incorporation in 2002, is engaged in production of premium quality glass bottles. According to the financial results, the net worth of the company was 90 crore, turnover was 510 crore. The company proposes to accept deposits as on 1st Feb 2024, which would be due for repayment on 30th September 2028 from public for expansion and redevelopment. Further, the company has accepted a loan of 1.5 crore from Mr. P. Kishore and the loan was to be repaid after 24 months. Company in its books records the receipt as a loan under non-current liabilities. At the time of advancing loan, Kishore affirms in writing that such amount is not being given out of the funds acquired by him by borrowing or accepting loans or deposits from others, and complete details of such loan transaction is disclosed in the board's report. On the basis of the above facts, whether the company was eligible to accept the deposit from public, what is the criteria for acceptance of deposit and tenure for which deposit can be accepted, whether the tenure decided by the company was in accordance with the provision of Companies Act. See how many questions are there. Again, people, learning curve, remember, whenever there are questions asked, please see how many questions are there within. Now, if I have to pick it up, whether the company was eligible, question number 1. What is the criteria for acceptance of deposit and tenure for which deposit can be accepted? Question number 2. Whether the tenure decided by the company was in accordance with the provisions. Question number 3. Now what do? We write off one thing and we will leave the answer there. It will not give you full marks. Now try to tell me whether the company was eligible. Is it eligible? It's a public company. I need to have a net worth or turnover 100, 500. In this case, my turnover is 510. Hence, I am a eligible company. And because I am eligible company, yes, you can raise money from public. The first question is satisfied. Next one is, what is the criteria for acceptance of deposit and tenure for which the deposit can be accepted? What is the criteria? tenure and the entire thing. I have to pass a resolution depending upon what is the limit. I have to pass ordinary or special resolution, and the tenure will be people. Minimum will be 6, maximum is 36. Now that is what is they have asked. Okay, whether the tenure decided by the company, is it right? Now people, when are they accepting deposits? They said we are accepting deposits. Somewhere they are given in the month of Feb. Where are they given? They have accepted deposits on 1st Feb 2024. When are they repaying? 30th September 2028. By basic looking at it, I can tell people it is more than 36 months. But in your exam, please calculate the tenure. You have to calculate 1st Feb, March, and take how many months. Please calculate. Tell 36 months is allowed, but the company has gone for, imagine, 48 months, which is beyond the maximum tenure allowed under the Companies Act. You have to write. Please don't write off it is beyond 36 months. How many months you are beyond? Please write it. That's my answer. Clear? And what I will write, they're asking whether the tenure decided by the company was in accordance. Yes. Now people try to see. Okay, let us write. Okay, I said we will have a writing practice also. How to present my answer? Try to divide your answer, people, into 3 categories. One will be provision. The second part will be facts. The third part will be conclusion. Remember, whenever in a question, when there are 2 questions, ignore the facts. Don't write. Again, I repeat. How many sub questions are there here? 2. Don't write facts. Leave it. Now directly go for provision, conclusion 1, conclusion 2. Now what will be my provision? Here you can present the answer in 2 ways. I am showing you both the formats. The option number 1, people, I will write provision. Provision will be, people, how will you write? According to the section, or you can also write as per section. If you feel that you are using the same words, you can write pursuant to section. Everything is accepted. You can use each of it in each of the answers. Good enough, right? Okay, I'll write according to section 76. Now, do we know the rules? Which rule? Most of the cases we will not know the rules. But remember, ignore the rule number, it's okay. But at least try to remember the heading of the rule. That is, according to section 76, read with companies, acceptance of deposits, rules 2014. Are you getting it? Now try to establish. What is that they're telling you? I will write. I told you to write answer in points. Now how do I write? I will write point number 1. What is that? The company eligible to accept deposits from public are what? Public companies having, write the limits. See, how do I split? Public company having, write down net worth, turnover, write down clearly 100 crore, 500 crore, write down or. Now what is happening? Instead of me writing everything in a paragraph, don't you think I'm clearly making my statements? You have space, utilize it. Why do you guys want to fill in everything in one place? Done? Yes, I'm writing only provision here. I don't care what is NOP limited. This is the beauty of provision. Don't use the question related details in the provision. This has to be pure law, only law. What does the law say? Now coming to what else is asked? Tenure. Minimum will be 6 months. Maximum will be 36 months. Now what else they're asking? See everything. With reference to the loan advanced by Mr. P. Kishore to company, state whether the same is to be classified as deposit or not. if you want, I'm writing both the ways you can present the answer. I'm writing C, what? What is not considered as deposit? I'll write money. Now people see, two ways to write. Here also, I'll try to tell the examiner, Macha, I know everything. How I'll write? Money advanced by director of the company, or it can be relative of the private company. Here not required. I'm writing director of the company with a declaration that the money is not borrowed and it is his own funds, and disclosure by the company in done. Now this is how I frame my provision. People, they have asked me a question. I have made my law part clear. They will give you 3 marks. Done. Who cares what is there in the bottom? If 5 marks question, if this part is crystal clear, now whatever is required, did I beat around the bush? What is needed I write. Now you think, have I literally written word by word what is given in the law? Keywords are there. Now what do I mean by keyword? Go and start underlining. What is underlining? Sir, you should be a eligible company, public company, net worth, turnover, tenure. Sir, money advanced by director with a declaration that it is not borrowed. Disclosure, board's report. That's how you underline. And few people underline people, you will make one more margins for you. Macha, everything shouldn't be underlined. You have to underline the keywords. Understood? Now come to conclusion. Did I write facts here? No. Now what I will write? I will write conclusion. They have asked me to. I will write conclusion number 1. What does it say? What is the first question? Whether the company was eligible to accept deposit from public? As Nope Limited, people, I'm using the names. People, remember, you are giving, see, you have to understand the exam you are writing is not BCom. When they give you case law, they are expecting you to give an advice. You are giving an advice. Sir, this is the provision and your problem is this. And this is my solution. So I'm giving as Nope Limited is satisfying the criteria of eligible company, and hence it is. Now go and refer the word and write as it is. Is it eligible to accept deposits? Don't even use your brain. It is done. Now what is my main important word? That's my conclusion. Now in this is my first conclusion. Second conclusion, tenure. As the company has borrowed for a tenure beyond 36 months, write down here, the company is in excess of, write down whatever, dash months. Hence, Go, don't use your brain. What is the criteria and deposit? Whether the tenure decided by the company was in accordance with the provisions. I'll write. What you'll write? It was not in accordance with Companies Act. Done my first conclusion. Conclusion number 2. What is that they're asking? With reference to the loan advanced, as Mr. P or Kishore, I don't know, Kishore, huh? Okay, whatever. Mr. P has, okay, take it this way. Mr. P, being a director of a company, has given loan along with the declaration, the company need not categorize the sum as done. This is how you guys write it. Interpretation number 1. You guys can write it this way. Sir, no sir, this is little confusing. What you can do, people, write down directly conclusion 1, conclusion 2. I wrote all the facts together now here. Instead of writing it like that, what you can do, write down the facts of eligible company and write down the facts of tenure and write off conclusion 1 here only. And again write 2. For 2, this is the provision. And write down conclusion. Again I repeat, you can write full provision, conclusion 1, conclusion 2. The second way of writing it is, people, write down provision, conclusion. Provision, conclusion. Sir, if you are a student, which one would you write? I would write provision, conclusion. Provision, conclusion. More easy, more relevant. Present it this way. Any doubts? Clear? Yes, all of you. Now can I say hardly, if I have to write this way, can I take 7 to 8 minutes to write one answer? Yes. Is it okay? Absolutely fine. Save some time when you guys are writing MCQ. Invest some more time when you are writing descriptive. It's okay. Is this clear? All of you? One thing I tell you is, this is why I tell you to practice writing at least 2 questions every day. Flow of words should come. The moment when the pen gets stuck, people, is when you guys will consume more time. That's the biggest problem. Understood? Okay. Okay, there is one more question we'll see of Doll's Toys Limited is having a net worth of 310, paid up capital of 200, free reserves and securities premium of 110 and turnover of 300 crore. Doll's Toys Limited wants to accept deposits from public other than its members. Referring to the provision of companies that state whether Doll's Toys Limited is permitted to accept deposits from public other than its members. Can they? Net worth of 310 crore. Can they or not? Yes or no? 100 crore, no minimum. Yes, they can. They are satisfying the limit. It is further mentioned that the Doll's Toys Limited is in urgent need of funds as one of its contract is in the verge of completion and is promising to repay the deposits within a period of 4 months. Is Doll's Toys Limited permitted to accept deposits for 4 months? Is it allowed? Yes? Yes or no? Yes, they can. Provided not less than 3 months. That's all you will answer. You will leave it. Very good. Whosoever got the thought of, I have to write 10% and calculate the money also. Why? They have given you the details. Paid up capital is given. Free reserve securities premium is given. Why do you think they have given it to you? Simply for deciding eligible company or not, they could have given you net worth and turnover. Why did they give you all these details? For you to calculate the 10%. Write down, saying that yes, the company can accept it for short-term requirements, but not less than 3 months. And the company can maximum accept 10% of its paid up share capital, free reserve securities premium. Write down calculation and amount. This is a difference between a 3-marker fellow and a 5-marker fellow. Getting it? Hello? Okay. Okay, deposits, we'll take it up. Sorry, what is that? Dividends. Ayaba. To read only, it will be a headache. ABC Limited, a listed company in Indian manufacturing sector, has concluded its financial year. Okay, the company is now considering declaring final dividend at 3 rupees per equity share. A dividend is declared on what, the market price or face value? Face value. With a face value of rupees 10 per share. Before proceeding to the board of directors, seeks to ensure that the proposed dividend complies with all the relevant provisions of Companies Act, particularly those related to the permissible sources. The summarized financial position is as follows. Revenue, other income, company has incurred expenses, depreciation, the result before tax, the result after tax. Yes, what and all you need they have given you. Hello? Yes? Which is the number I will take? Simple, people. This is literally irrelevant. Nothing is relevant. Directly this money I will take. Because what is dividend? Dividend is money that is available for the shareholders to be declared as dividend after meeting all my expenses, depreciation, my tax, everything is done. After that, whatever I arrive is my shareholders' money. Yes or no? So what I have to take is 1350. In addition to current year earnings, ABC Limited has accumulated retained earnings of 2000 lakhs from previous financial year and holds the free reserves at 500 lakhs. The company has 100 lakh equity shares and the total proposed dividend payout amounts to 300 lakhs. Based on the above information, analyze whether ABC Limited is eligible to declare dividends under the following scenarios in compliance. What is that? Can it declare out of the current year profits? Absolutely fine, because we have 1350 lakhs. How much they want to declare as dividends? They want to declare as 300 lakhs. Absolutely fine, no? Yes, they can. Out of the accumulated profits of previous years only, can I declare? From previous year profits also I can declare, no problem. But the only thing is, remember, when your current year profits only you have money, you need not have to declare from your previous year profits. So my answer will be, the company can declare from the previous year profits. However, as the current year profits is in excess, the company can declare only from the current year profits. They need not have to take anything from the previous year profits. That will be my answer. Next one, sir. Okay. The Long Boots, a listed company, is engaged in the manufacturing of shoes and related accessories. The business is set on a recovery mode by the induction of the new production manager, Mr. A. The board has recommended the declaration of dividend of 50 lakhs after a gap of 8 years during which the profits were inadequate to distribute the same. The dividend thus proposed is to be met partially out of the current year profits of 16 lakh. They want to pay 50. Accumulated profits during the past 8 years is 170 lakh, which is 25% of total share capital of the company. Referring to the provision of Companies Act, decide whether the conditions with regard to declaration of dividend in case of inadequate profit are met. You are requested to support your answer with calculation. What is that, people? What is that they're asking you? Now, because I am very clear, no, people, my current year is only 16 lakh. I have to declare 50 lakh. So they're asking you, please calculate and say whether the company can declare 50 lakh or not. One thing is clear. I need 34 lakhs to be taken from my free reserves. How much is my free reserves? They have given you, it is 170 lakhs. Now, how much is my paid up share capital? They have given you, your accumulated profits is 170 lakh, which is 25% of your total share capital. So what do I need to do? Do 170 into 4. How much you got? 680. Now this is my paid up share capital. Correct? Now try to do your calculations. Condition number 1. Because I'm paying dividend out of my previous year profits. is condition number 1. What does it say? Average I should not do. It should not increase the average rate. Is that condition applicable in our case? Because in my last 8 years I have not declared dividend even 1 year. The condition number 1 is not required. Don't consider it at all. Done. Condition number 2. What is the maximum money I can withdraw from my reserves? 10% of paid up share capital, free reserves. Now, how much is my paid up share capital? 680 plus free reserves 170. How much is this coming to? How much? 850 into 10 percentage. That is how much? 85 lakhs we are considering. So people, how much I can maximum withdraw? 85 lakhs I can withdraw. How much are we planning to withdraw? We want to declare 50, but we have 16 already. So what I am proposing to declare is 34. That is what I want to take it from my reserves. So people, can you do 85 minus 34? 51 lakhs. So if I take 34, 51 will be left in my bank account. I mean my free reserves. Now, what is my condition number 3? Do we have losses in the current year? Do we have it? Anything on that data? Nothing. So leave that condition number 3. Come to condition number 4. What does condition number 4 say? After withdrawing, you need to leave at least 1/10 of your percent, basically 15% of your paid up share capital should be left behind in your free reserves. How much is my paid up share capital? 680. Can you calculate 15% of that? 680 into 15%? How much? 102. 102 lakhs. Huh? 102 lakhs. 102 lakhs. Huh? Okay. Now people, what is that? 102 lakhs is what we need to leave behind. So what is my total free reserves, people? 170 lakhs was my total free reserves. How much are we withdrawing? 34 withdrawing. How much is left? 136 is left. How much is to be left? 102. Are we satisfying? Yes. Condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, condition 4. Everything is satisfied. So company can declare a dividend at the rate of 50 lakhs allowed. So I need to show all the calculations. Hello? Hello? Pakkana? Yes, sir? Yes or no? Where did we get this 85 minus 34? Da? Oh, we took it as 85. Sorry. We should have taken it as to check it. Okay. So can we declare met? See how they have done. Abba. Some G, E, F, D, A. My God. Suggested answer. Da? But end of the day, can you declare? Declare. Yes, possible. Okay. Done? All of you? Clear? Fair enough. Okay. Let us start our next chapter, people. Accounts of companies. In that, people, they say what? Section starts with section 128. What does section 128 say? Section 128 says you have to maintain something called as books of accounts. Sir, should every company maintain books of accounts? Answer is yes. Every company should maintain books of accounts. Okay. Yes, sir. Every company shall maintain the books of accounts, people. Basically, which will have books of accounts, books and papers, and financial statements. Financial statements will consider of balance sheet, P&L, cash flow, statement of changes in equity, and explanatory note. General requirement in preparation of books of accounts, it should be true and fair. It should be prepared every financial year. It has to be kept in the registered office. Branch office, you keep it in the branch office only. But you need to send a summarized returns to the registered office. Accounts must be kept in accrual and double entry system. The place of maintenance of books of accounts, where do we maintain it? At the registered office of the company. Can I maintain it in some other place? Yes. How? I have to pass which resolution? Remember, that's the trick. It is board resolution that is required. Do not get confused between this and register of members. So here board resolution is sufficient. You can keep your books out of your city also. Plus, you have to intimate ROC people within 7 days. Inform AOC5. Sir, I am keeping my books of accounts in another place. Next one, sir, what about the books of branch office? You can keep it in branch office only. If I have to explain it to you this way, Arivu's head office is in Bangalore. The branch office now we are sitting is in Coimbatore. Now whatever is the accounts of here, it will be maintained here only. Just that a summarized return quarterly once, you can send it to the head office. So the Coimbatore branch will send it to the Bangalore branch once in a quarter. What will the head office will do? They will consolidate everything they will take. Once in a year, we will combine everything. We will prepare one report. Hello? Yes, sir. Clear? Okay. So provided summarized return shall be sent to the registered office at least in a quarterly intervals. Some doubt? Any doubt? Okay. Next one, sir. Inspection by directors. Can a director inspect the books, sir? Absolutely fine. When? During the business hours. Remember people, all the books will be open for generally inspection at least for 2 hours in a day. Remember that. At least it should be open for 2 hours every day. Yeah. He can inspect the book of subsidiary also, just that you need authorization by the board of directors. That means what? Your company's board of directors, they have to pass a board resolution. They have to authorize you to go and check the books of the subsidiary company. You need to go and give it to the subsidiary company. They will allow you to check the books of accounts. Next one, the financial information, if it is anything maintained outside India, you can tell, hey, one branch of Arivu is in Dubai also. Can you please send that particular details to India? Whenever the request is made by a director, it shall be sent people within 15 days. Remember, the only thing is you need to make the request directly. You cannot make the request through any agent, any mediator, or through any other person. You should only directly ask for it. Whenever you ask for it, such office in the outside India, they have to give you all those documents within a period of 15 days. Sir, how many days will we preserve these books, sir? The books of accounts will be preserved for a period of 8 years. If you are incorporated only recently, then maintain it for the year of existence. And how do I calculate 8 year? Current year you have to take it out, and after current year, take it for 8 preceding financial years, excluding the current year. You have to maintain your books of accounts for 8 years, excluding the current financial year. How do I calculate that? If your year in the year 26-27, don't count it. Take it backwards. 25-26, year 1. Like this, go back. 24-25, like this. Up to the 8th year, you have to maintain. Getting the point? Hello, all of you. Now imagine if I go to year 27-28. Whichever is that 8th year you are getting now, that 8th year you can eliminate. That means you can tear those things, you can shred it, you can delete it, absolutely fine. So what if at any given point of time we were caught, the central government told us to maintain the books for more than 8 years? If an order is passed, you have to maintain the books for more than 8 years. Okay. Sir, who are the people responsible to maintain the books of accounts? Important. Managing director, whole-time director, in charge of finance. Next one is CFO, such other person authorized by the board. They have to maintain the books of accounts. Next one, sir, financial statements. Remember people, it shall always give a true and fair view. It has to comply with accounting standards. What if I don't comply with accounting standards? Then 3 things you need to say. What? First thing is you need to say that we have deviated. Second one, you have to give the reason for deviation. Third one, what is the financial effect of such a deviation? That means imagine I have to do, I don't know, say WDV method of depreciation I have to follow. I did not follow. I followed SLM method. I have to say why. And if I had followed this, what would have happened? If I followed this, what happened? What is the financial difference? I have to disclose it, people. I have to disclose it in board's report also. I'll have to give a disclosure. Clear, all of you? Next one, it shall be in the format given in schedule 3. That should be the format of your financials. Next one, non-applicability. This section will not apply to insurance company, banking company, and companies engaged in supply or production of electricity, and any other company for which the financial statements are prescribed. Such companies, this section will not apply. The board shall lay the full documents in the AGM. What in all I will lay? Financial statements of the company along with consolidated financial statements of all subsidiary and associate companies. Sir, should every company prepare consolidated financial statements? Yes, people. If you're having the holding subsidiary relationship, you have to prepare consolidated financial statements. However, a few companies are exempted from preparing CFS. Who are they? The first company is, if you are an unlisted company, whether in India or outside India, you should not be listed. Don't prepare CFS, it's okay. Next one, people, it's ultimate or intermediary holding company files CFS with ROC. What do I mean by that? Sir, let us imagine this way. There is a company A, there is a company B, company C. Company A has already prepared the CFS for both the companies put together. They have already prepared. Now, should company B again prepare for company C? Is it required? They're telling you when one company has prepared, then don't prepare. Yes, but there is one more challenge here. What does the law say? It is a wholly or a partly owned subsidiary of another company and all its members have given no objection on non-presentment. Now, what do I mean by this, people? You take the example like this. There is a company A, there is a company B, there is company C. Yes. Now, the question is, company A is preparing CFS. Should company B again prepare CFS? They're telling you, now you think in company B, who are the shareholders? Sir, in company B, A is a shareholder. Now my question, how much is A holding? Sir, A is holding, let us imagine 85% of the shares. Who is holding the rest of the 15%? Sir, there is another person called as Mr. D. D is holding the 15%. Hello? The law says, people, D should not have a problem if company B does not prepare CFS. Are you understanding? See, A does not have a problem, okay, because they have prepared everything. They have given money to B, B has given money to C, A has prepared CFS, okay, taken care. Hey, Papa Noda, D has also given 15% money to B. Even he has some interest. How will I know what C is doing? A has prepared CFS, correct. Then what about me? How will I know? So remember, if company B, if it is not to prepare CFS, you need to take the approval from all the other members also, not only your holding company. Even your subsidiary, your other shareholders, even if they are holding 1%, 5%, 10%, they should also agree to it. That is this meaning. Understood? Huh? So if everyone are agreeing, people, then company B will not prepare CFS. If imagine, people, D does not agree, then people, company B should prepare CFS. Hello? Understanding? Exam point of view, haven't been asked, remember and go. Important. Next one, sir, central government can exempt anyone from following section 129. Next one, people, section 130, can I reopen the accounts? Yes, possible. Imagine at any given point of time, any of the authorities feel the company has screwed up the financials. That means they have reported all fraudulent figures. I can go, I can reopen, I can tell, sir, that year they have shown the financials as, say, 1000 crore profit, but you know they have actually made only 500 crore. They have inflated the financials. SEBI can go and complain it. Sir, whom can we complain to? SEBI can go and complain it to the tribunal and say, sir, do you know there is a company called as Satyam? They had overstated the financials. They actually made only 500 crore, but they have shown in all the places as 1000 crore. They have overstated. Now, what will the tribunal do? The tribunal will take the application from the SEBI. The tribunal will send that application to all the other authorities. That is, I will send it to central government, I will send it to IT, I will send it to SEBI, I will send it to ROC, I'll send it to any other regulators, I'll send it to everyone, and the tribunal will ask, hey, SEBI is telling that they have done this. Do you guys also have anything to say? Or shall I pass an order? Now IT will come and say, because IT has taken tax on 1000 crore. No, we have a problem. The 1000 crore is right only. They may come and tell. So there may be a hearing, and accordingly, tribunal will pass an order. Whatever is right, the tribunal will say. Now we will go back, we will correct it, and we will finalize it, and we will say, okay, for the financial year 22-23, the profits were not 1000, it will be 500 crore. Understanding, all of you? So you can go reopen and you can restate your financials. Possible. Sir, what is the maximum period we can go back and we can reopen the financials? Maximum is 8 years. Why? Because we maintain the books of accounts only for 8 years. Sir, can't I reopen beyond 8 years? You can, provided the central government has passed an order. You have to maintain the books for more than 8 years. If central government had passed an order, then you have to preserve, you can reopen the books even beyond 8 years. Sir, what are the reasons for us to reopen the books of accounts? The reason is, people, if you think the accounts were prepared in a fraudulent manner. Second one, you think the conduct of the business was mismanaged. These are the two things you think. The directors mismanaged the company, sir. Then I think they wouldn't have prepared the financials properly. I think. The second one is, people, the accounts were prepared in a fraudulent way. On these two grounds, people, I can go and reopen the financial statements. Even though it is filed and finalized, I can go, I can correct it. Understood? All of you? Yes? This is section 130. So this is who are opening. These are the people who are opening. Central government, SEBI, income tax, statutory authority, or any other person. Sir, can't the company only go back and correct the financials? Imagine, I have made some mistakes when I filed the financials. Possible? Anyone doing articleship here? Anyone? Anyone has done no articleship? Tried? Have you done any mistakes while filing? You're like, many, sir. I have screwed up the company. Don't worry. Yes? Now people trust me in every batch. I've been teaching, 8-9 years. Every batch I ask this question, I will at least get 2 to 3 people saying that, sir, we have done mistake. Sir, why only 2 to 3? Because only they admit. The number will be much more. Yes? Now, as your friend rightly said, sir, I did file financial statements. People, he's a human. Annual filing season, he would have filed, I'm telling you, 40-50 financials. You will do a mistake. I'm telling pakka, people, no company can file a perfect returns. You will screw it, no doubt. Now, after 2 years, when you are going for investments or Shark Tank, that time what people will do? People will go and do the back search. Hey, let us see because what if something is wrong, they will question us. That time you will figure out, macha, LHS is not equal to RHS, we adjusted something and we closed it off that day. Today we will be questioned what to do. So you would want to keep your company clean. Now what will they do? They will intimate the company. Sir, please, can we correct it? How do you have to correct it? You have to file an application to the tribunal. Sir, voluntarily we are requesting. We had filed you the financial statements. We want to correct it. Can you please allow to correct it? NCLT, if at all, if it is allowed, if it is correct, sir, my financials does not satisfy section 129. My board's report does not satisfy section 134. Please allow me to correct. NCLT will ask everyone, SEBI, AIT, ACG, he is telling that he wants to correct its SIMs. Can we allow? It's not that easy to allow because based on that financials, loans would have been given. Based on that financials, IT person would have collected tax. Everything will change now. Making sense? So after taking everyone's opinion, tribunal will pass an order. So the next section is called as voluntary revision. Section 131. How many years maximum can I reopen? Voluntarily is not beyond 3 years. And remember, once finalized will be final. Hello? Yes, this is section 131. Any doubts? Clear? One is voluntary, one is statutory. That is, law only asks you to reopen. Correct. Voluntarily, I can do 3. By the authorities, 8 years. Yes. Once reopened will be final. And you cannot. Voluntary, no, you cannot. Because what would have happened, the impact will be way too bigger. And what happens, we have to give we have to give due respect that it is a cascading effect, right? Your closing balance is wrong. That means what? Remember, never, only 1 year will be in error. 1 year error, all year error. Because your closing balance is error, your opening balance is error. How can the next year start without an error? It's starting only with error. Getting it? So maximum I can correct is 3 years. Beyond that, if I allow, gone. Life is only gone. So, and I'm telling you, in reality, we had gone in one company's case. It will be way too horrible. I'm telling you, you have to 2 minutes of silence for your seniors. I'm saying your seniors means wherever you're doing your articleship, their life is miserable if this section applies. Going to tribunal, I'm just telling one arrow mark, go to tribunal. That arrow mark is very painful for your senior. Because tribunal will scold left and right people. They will scold you. Because they will say, because your senior cannot go and say, sir, I didn't prepare, my articles prepared. Can they say? It's a professional misconduct if you say that. Much more stricter regulations will apply on you. Because your financials will have your signature. You can't say, I didn't check. That means you should say, it was my oversight. I didn't check properly. He has to go and admit. Yes? So it is very difficult. The tribunal will scold. You have to go with one kerchief. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Smile and come back. That's how it will be. My senior was there. Any NCLT matters, no. He never used to take articles. Because it will not be good, no. He used to say, wait here, I'll come. We used to wait. Because it will not be good. Yes, that's how it will be. Limit of revision: if financial statements or report have been sent to members, delivered to ROC, laid in the company's general meeting, the revision shall be confined to only whatever corrections is required as per section 129 or 134, or making necessary consequential alteration. What is consequential? Sir, we corrected 22-23 financials. We corrected it. And we arrive at the final number. Don't you think 23-24 should also change? That is the meaning of consequential. So whatever is required, change it. It's okay. Next one is, sir, NAFRA. What is NAFRA, people? What is NAFRA? NAFRA is a body which is created for the purpose of dealing with accounting and auditing standards. They take recommendation from ICAI. They recommend it to central government. Central government, after being satisfied, will pass accounting standards and auditing standards. Before NAFRA, who was there? NAFRA is recommending now. Before NAFRA, who was there? ICAI? ICAI is to pass section 133. What does section 133 say? Central government or someone called as NACAS? National Advisory Committee on Accounting Standards. So before NAFRA, they were there. Yes, so ICAI used to recommend NACAS and NACAS used to recommend central government. Now in NAFRA, in NACAS place, they have substituted NAFRA from 2018. So today 133 has no relevance because NACAS is no longer existing. It is NAFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority. Hello? Clear? So constituted in 2018. Okay, companies governed by NAFRA, not at all important, forget. Because in our syllabus itself, it is given it as recommended read. Not mandatory. Recommended means people, macha, please read the other content first. When you feel your space is not 256 GB, I have plus 4 GB, that 4 GB then come and use it here. If not, leave it. Yes? Mandatory ne, we are not reading. Recommendatory bere. Functions and duties of NAFRA. What are the functions and duties of people? Establishing high quality accounting and auditing standards, exercising the oversight. The main functions are maintain the records, recommend accounting and auditing standards to central government. How? I receive first a recommendation from ICAI and I will also add my suggestions. I will forward it to central government and central government will take an opinion on it. Monitor and people, I hope you guys know why NAFRA is there. NAFRA main reason is people nothing but if auditors are doing their job properly or not, NAFRA will check. Even in short, if I have to tell you people, there are big companies, not small companies. Small company definition, I'm not saying the 10 and 100. In general, yeah, I'm not a very big company. I'm a normal company. For you, NAFRA will not apply. I'm a very big company. Imagine I'm a listed company. So listed companies audit is done by an auditor. Correct? People listed company, how many of you are believing in your report and they're investing money? Now my question, macha, can't you do fraud? Won't you do fraud? You may. You should also have that fear, no? Someone will check my books. You will audit a company, NAFRA will audit you. Caught people gone. Why? We will see. Understood all of you? That's why NAFRA was introduced. So NAFRA will do two things, people. Accounting and auditing standards. One, overseeing, supervising whether people are following the accounting and auditing standards. Two, third thing, people, supervising the, the work performed by the professionals and suggest them any changes in the work they carry. Sir, I'm not saying I'll shame you or nothing like that. I'll say, if at all you are not doing the work properly, sir, your documentation is little weak. Can you please concentrate on that? They can suggest it to the auditor. You're not maintaining sufficient audit papers. Please concentrate on that. They can suggest you changes. Understanding? Yes? So one, they will check directly the company's financials. Whatever the auditor has audited, I will also check once. And I will tell the auditor, sir, can you please come? You have audited, no. You have collected evidence, no. You have done every paperwork, no. Can you give me your file also? What you have checked? I will just check your papers once. NAFRA will do it. That is what is given here. See, review the working papers, your audit plan, your audit documents. I will check all your papers. And see, oversee the quality of. See, direct the auditor to improve quality control, reports. Auditor must comply and report back. And they may even refer your case to quality review board. What do you make QRB? Directly refer your matter to ICAI. Sir, this fellow is there, no? Look, have an eye on him. Yes, now people, quality review board will take up your work. Yes. And imagine people, if everything is proven, then what will happen now? Penalty. If at all misconduct is proven, you have not done properly. If you are an individual CA, the minimum penalty will be 1 lakh. Maximum is whatever is the fees you have taken, no, 5 times of the fees. If you are a firm, 5 lakh and the fees 10 times. That's all, no, sir. How many crores we make? Can't we give 1, 2, 3 lakhs to them? Okay. But whatever you are working hard for, people, that will be taken out from you. Correct? Debarment is there, people. And how many years can we debarred? Debar from you being an auditor, internal auditor, conducting any audit. You can't even do valuation services. You can be debarred for a minimum period of 6 months. It can go up to 10 years. Sir, I have a problem. Yes, you can go and appeal it in appellate tribunal, allowed. If you think, sir, why sir you are debarring me 10 years? Debar me for 9 years, please. You can go and request. Yes, sir. Hello. Of course, for your class, all of this is not required because you will never do such instances. Yes or no? Say yes, da. You're smiling, sir. You never know. Hey, shy vera. Okay, the books of accounts and audit, NAFRA is a body corporate just like IEPF. Same cut copy paste, whatever is applicable for IEPF will apply here also. What do you mean by that? CAG will conduct an audit. Annual report will be prepared. Both the reports will be forwarded to central government. Central government will lay all the report and financial statements in both the houses of parliament. Both the houses of parliament will accept it. People, whenever you are appointing an auditor, which form you will file? ADT 1. Sir, what if I am an auditor of the big companies you mentioned? Which are the big companies? Not there in our syllabus. Recommendatory. So, what if I am appointed as an auditor of that big companies? That big companies has to report to NAFRA that, sir, my company's auditor is so and so person. In which form you will report? You will report it in the form NAFRA 1. Hello? Kira? People? You will report it in NAFRA 1. Done. That is your NAFRA. Done now. Okay, 132 is not there. 134 people. Authentication of financial statements. Very, very important. Where did our compiler go? Compiler. Someone closed it. So what does the law says here? The financial statements and the CFS, it shall be approved by, who shall sign it, people? It shall be signed by first chairperson. If at all you are authorized by the board, the chairperson will sign. Sir, what if chairperson is not authorized? Then it shall be signed by two directors. If MD is there, one shall be managing director. This is where most people will get confused. This is either this or this. So chairperson or two directors, and this is separator. If your company has CEO, CFO, CS, all three should sign. That means if chairperson is authorized, chairperson and CEO, CFO, CS will sign. If chairperson is not authorized, two directors, one MD, meaning in two, one will be MD. It is not 2 plus 1 now. And CEO, CFO, CS will sign. Remember, most of the people will get confused here. Important exam point of view. So that is financial statement. Who will sign the board's report? The board's report shall be signed by, same thing, chairperson if authorized by the board. What if the chairperson is not so authorized? Then people, two directors, same, one MD. If at all I have only one director in my company, then which company I am talking about? OPC. In such case, only one director will sign. Exam point of view, very, very important. Clear? Hello? Yes, that is more important in financial statements. Directly go to in board's report. I am directly going to what and all will be there in board's report. Okay, what is this director responsibility statement, people? The directors have to give in their director's report, they have to mention, people, while we prepared our what is director's report, people? Nothing but you giving a summary to your shareholders, what happened in the last 1 year. You will try to explain them. This is what we did in the last 1 year. So the directors writing it like a letter to the shareholders is called as director's report. In that, whatever you have done in the last 1 year, you will mention. DVR, sweat equity, ESOP, preference share, Auditors have given qualification, respond it here. Auditors have pointed out fraud, it will be given here. Posh policy. During the year, the sexual harassment cases were filed. You will point it out here. How many was it opening of the year? How many new cases were given? How many did you resolve? How many were carried to the next year? Everything will be disclosed in the board's report. Financial statements, financial summary, whatever you can think of, CSR committee, CSR expenditure, think of chapter names and write off the. Everything is applicable. Yes, along with that, sir, I have to give a declaration, sir. I have to give something called as a statement. That statement is called as people director responsibility statement. The director responsibility statement people in total will have people 6 points. What are the 6 points? The directors are giving promise. What is the promise? Sir, during the year we have followed all the accounting standards properly. Keywords. Sir, during the year we have followed proper accounting policies so that our financials reflect true and fair view. Sir, we have maintained proper accounting records at any given point of time. You are free to come and check. There will be no fraud for sure. See, look at the keywords: accounting standards, accounting policies, accounting records. The fourth one, sir, we have prepared our financials on a going concern basis. Sir, we have seen Lucky Bhaskar movie, sir, and we will make sure, promise, sir, that the fraud will not happen in our company. Why? We have internal financial controls. The entire Lucky Bhaskar movie happened, people, because there was no CCTV camera. One CCTV camera, the movie itself is not there. The Dulquer Salman movie. Correct? No. Internal financial controls. Sir, last one, sir. Sir, for a company, so many laws are applicable. What is a guarantee you are following all the laws? What is a guarantee? Sir, we have proper systems, sir. I have taken softwares which will remind us this law is applicable to you, that law is applicable to you. So we are making sure we have a system to cover all the applicable laws to us. We have a system to cover. I'm giving you a guarantee. We have a proper system to ensure compliance with all the applicable laws. These are the 6 promises you make. Exam point of view, important. What are the 6 promises? Accounting standards, accounting policies, accounting records, going concern basis, internal financial controls, ensure proper system with ensuring compliance with applicable laws. Clear? Remember this for board's report. Next one, people, go to CSR. What is CSR, people? When is CSR applicable? Every company having a net worth of 500 crore, turnover of 1000, net profit of 5, any one condition satisfied, then people, CSR is applicable to you. In such case, what you need to do? You have to form a CSR committee. But when is CSR committee not applicable? CSR committee is not applicable. This is an amendment that is deleted. When you get it, delete that. Sir, CSR committee is not applicable when the CSR expenditure does not exceed 50 lakh rupees. You need not have to form a CSR committee. The directors only will carry on the job of CSR committee. Yes, sir. Next one, sir. What is the CSR committee? Composition. Who will sit in CSR committee? 3 or more directors will sit. If your company has an independent director, then at least 1 independent director should be there in the committee. Sir, what if I'm a private company? Remember, people, for a private company, independent director need not be appointed. That's why if you're a private company, you can have your CSR committee with only 2 directors. Sir, what if I'm a foreign company? At least 2 members should be there. In that, at least 1 person should be a Indian resident. Remember, when you are doing a foreign company, I will tell you who that person is. Now, my question to you people, you tell me, is CSR applicable to a foreign company? Is it applicable? For a holding subsidiary company it is applicable? Yes? Pakka? For a Section 8 company it is applicable? Huh? Section 8 company? Remember, law says every company, it is applicable. Your mind, I liked it. It said, why is the Section 8 company? Because Section 8 company is already doing good to the society. People do not forget the definition of Section 8 company. A company which is incorporated for the purpose of charity comes last. Education. It can be sports, research and development. Anything can be Section 8 company. So, machas, your colleges can be Section 8 company. Are they not making profits? They can't tell. We are already doing good to the society. Hello? So remember, it is applicable. Every company it is applicable. Not even once they have asked, but that can be asked. Clear? Hello? Okay. Next one. What is the CSR expenditure? How much I have to spend? The company has to spend at least 2% of average 3 years profits I have to spend. Administrative overheads shall not exceed 5%. Not there for us. Leave it. Next one is surplus arising out of CSR activities. Can I get a surplus? Imagine I'm conducting CSR and I'm earning more money. Possible? Yes, possible. Remember just that you need to put that money back into that particular CSR activity. You are not supposed to treat it as a business profit. Sir, what if I have spent excess CSR? I had to spend 5 crore, but I have spent 8 crore. Whatever you have spent excess, you can carry it forward up to 3 succeeding financial years. Okay, done. Next one is, what are the activities not considered as CSR? Activities which is in the normal course of business. Lifebuoy. It cannot give buy one get one free and it cannot call it as CSR. It is your ordinary course of business. Activities done outside India. Sir, Africa has malnutrition. I will give food there. Anna, look at the slum next to your road. India is only suffering from malnutrition now. You are supplying to outside India. That is what they say. First people, please give, because there were instances, people have written letters to the MCA asking for clarification. Can we take care of underdeveloped countries? MCA replied, what do you think India is? I mean, edit da macha. Of course, we are developed country. No, developing. Okay, developing country. Okay, political contribution. She's like, how dare you say that, sir? I didn't say that, nah. We are developing country only, no? Or developed, developing only. Yesterday it was developed. Today, ping only, na? Okay. People, my grandfather studied people. Developing. My son is there. My son also, I'm telling. Developing da pingo. Developed, I don't know when. Yeah. Okay. GDP and all is going. People, political contribution. You give money to political parties. Not CSR. Activities benefiting employees, the company. During COVID, this was the most favorite topic for the examiner. But now it is no longer. So if you have spent only COVID vaccine only to your employees, is it CSR? No. It's your duty, not responsibility. You have to take care of your employees, da? Hello. Said the MCA, not me. You can't call it a society. Imagine Mukesh Ambani starts one school. Sorry, da. Already started, I'm sorry. Yeah. Now for that, only your employees' children go and you don't take fees. Is it CSR? No. For entire society, it should be open. Clear? And that in that that school of Mukesh Ambani, who are the children? All Kareena Kapoor, Shah Rukh Khan, their children. Annual day, these people sitting in the front row, they will keep phone and they'll be recording. Mukesh Ambani school. Yes? Any sponsorship activities deriving any direct marketing benefits? You're not supposed to. Fulfillment of any statutory obligation. What do I mean by that? Imagine I'm a hotel. I emit so much of pollution. I'm a manufacturing industry. I emit so much of water wastes. So the law says you have to treat it. I can't say I've put one filter, sir, and that is CSR. It is your obligation. You have to do. Any charitable contribution, TV shows, advertisements, marathons will not be considered as CSR. Next one, sir, what is that? Unspent CSR. Sir, what if I have not spent CSR? There can be two types of projects, people. One is called as ongoing project, not an ongoing project. Meaning multi-year project, single-year project. If at all a CSR is applicable to you, let us imagine in 24-25, because my previous year financials I will see. And if CSR is applicable to me, then what do? In the year 25-26, I have to spend the money. Sir, in the year 25-26, I did not spend the money. Now I'll ask you, what type of project were you doing? Is it single year project, multi-year project? If it is single year project and I did not complete it within 25-26, the law gives me people 6 months time from the end of financial year. That means what? When did my financial year end? 31st March 2026. That is the last day I had to spend. I did not spend. 6 months from there. 30th September 2026. I have to send all the money to a fund which is given in Schedule 7. You did not spend, give it to me, I will spend. Sir, this is if it is a single year project. Sir, what if it's not a single year project? It is a multi-year project. And can I change my single year project to a multi-year project later? Possible. I thought it is going to be a single year project. By the time I came to Jan, I realized it is not single year. It will be multi-year. You can change it to a multi-year project, allowed. Sir, multi-year project means what? A project, people, which will go on for a period not exceeding 3 years, excluding the year in which it started. That means what? Sir, let us imagine for the year 24-25, the CSR became applicable to me, my previous year. I have to spend the money when? 25-26. I started. It's a multi-year project. I started here, correct? Don't count your started year. Take 3 years after that. That is how much? 26-27, 27-28, 28-29. Hello? Now, even in this 3 years, I did not spend the money. Then what does the law say? I'll give you 30 days time, da macha. That is, people, 30th April 2029. I have to transfer the entire money to any of the funds mentioned in Schedule 7. Both the examples important, exam point of view, they can question, remember and go. One gives you 30 days to transfer, one gives you 6 months to transfer. That is how you calculate the timelines. Clear all of you? Yes? Okay. The last one, sir, non-compliance penalty, yes. CSR reporting. Should I report CSR? Yes. Where and all I'll report? First one is people in boards report, as I told you. Next one is I'll disclose even on website. There is one more also, CSR reporting. What is that? CSR 2. I will report it, people, as an addendum. Addendum means, people, attachment to AOC 4. To financial statements, I have to attach now CSR 2. Where and all I spent money, how much I spent money, which projects I took up, everything I have to mention in attachments. That is CSR 2. I'll file it with ROC. When I'm filing AOC 4, along with it, I have to attach CSR 2 as well. And the last one is called as, people, impact assessment. What do you mean by impact assessment? Sir, I'm spending money on society, but I don't know who is making use of it. Imagine I have a free hospital. Who is taking treatment? I'm having a free school. Who is getting, who is admitting there? So remember, people, what I do, I'll have to conduct a report. That is, I have to conduct one impact assessment report. What will people do? Independent agencies will come. They will do a check and they will say, how many people are getting benefited because of the project you have taken? I will come and submit a report. Sir, Mukesh Ambani has started a hospital. In that, every year, 10,000 free patients get treated. And they come from these places. And sir, these are the age groups. I'll give you a complete report. So today we are also not only just spending and washing our hands, we are also supervising it. What is happening? How many people are getting benefited? And that's the point of, people, impact assessment. Sir, should every project we have to do impact assessment? Just for your information, how much is Reliance CSR expenditure? Any idea how much is Reliance's turnover? Take one guess, sir. One guess, what is that? Take guess. 1 lakh crore? 10,000 crore? People, Reliance's turnover people is, last year reported people is 5 lakh, leave whatever is next to it, crore people. 5 lakh crores is Reliance Industries ka turnover. CSR of Reliance people 24-25, CSR of Reliance people is 1,276 crores. That's the amount that one company spends on society. I'm telling Reliance Industries, macha. Now left to you, how many Reliance is there? Jio and all, I'm not counting also. And you see how many companies of Reliance is there. That's the money they spend. Now you tell me how much they can impact the society. Sir, how many projects they take up? Tell me the projects of Reliance. One you guys know, popular. Elephant. Oh, okay, this one. Vantara. Okay. It's a private zoo. But Anant Ambani said something else. It's a rehab center for animals. Macha, zoo and all, if they do it today, no, people will hit. Yeah, you're saying it as a rehab, not even wildlife. It's a rehab. Hey, elephants have jacuzzi, da. Jacuzzi. What is this jacuzzi? Like a bathtub, which has all massage, water massage. Macha, they're cooking for elephant, da. He's laughing and telling, sir, with nutrition. I'm telling you seriously, one BBC reporter has gone and shot that Vantara, just check. They have given food like dry fruits and all they are putting da, and it is human consumable. That grade is being fed to elephant. So if ragi gets cooked and the BBC reporter eats it, because whatever humans eat is being fed. No, I don't think some leaves are being put in that. Yeah. That therapy and all is there for animals there. Vantara project. That is CSR. That's why they are able to do 1,300 crores. Can't they do what they can? Getting the point. All of you. So now, sir, with this 1,300, you tell me what and all Reliance is doing. Reliance has people. What is that? Vantara. How much they have spent? Let us imagine 100 crore. Simply example. Education. I don't know. 50 crore. Anything else? Something. Some water cans in, what do you call that? Water can. Water purifiers in throughout the road. They put that in public parks and all. Drinking water facility. Or washroom facilities. Now imagine they have spent 50 lakhs. So they have spent money, like this. Now you tell me, should I do impact assessment for everything? When is impact assessment applicable? First condition, people, your last 3 years, minimum CSR expenditure should come to 10 crore. So for the last 3 years, you should be spending 10 crore, 10 crore, 10 crore in CSR. Okay, then the first condition satisfied. Second condition, how much is your current year CSR expenditure? Minimum should be 10 crore. Okay. And you can take up multiple projects, correct? Remember, only for those projects which has a minimum cost of 1 crore, the impact assessment is applicable. How much you are spending here? 100, applicable. Education, 50 crore, applicable. Water, not applicable. Minimum you need to spend 1 crore. Understood? Sir, and when should I start impact assessment? Now only I set up school. Now again I'll directly, immediately next day only I'll go impact assessment. You should at least leave the current year. So the first year impact assessment is not applicable. You will do for those projects which is at least 1 year old. Of course, in the immediate year, what will be there? Nothing will be there. Clear? Hello? Yes, sir. So sir, impact assessment is done like that. For having the projects which have an outlay of 1 crore. For example, what is the CSR project of Adani? Adani. Don't tell me you don't know. Most popular project, entire country is speaking about it. Oh, tell me one slum which you all know. One name of the slum. All of you know Dharavi. Adani's project is slum development, converting the Dharavi slum into Pakka house. It's a multi-year project. They're spending some crores with a tie-up. Few companies are coming together and they are spending the Dharavi slum. They are converting that slum into Pakka house. YouTube, just watch it. There are already some thousands of flats constructed, and it's still an ongoing project. So next one, sir, for this independent agency, I need to pay them fees? No, sir. That is only called as impact expenditure. Whatever I can show. How much I can show, sir? You can show it in your CSR expenditure only. How much? 2% of CSR expenditure or 50 lakh, whichever is higher. You can show it as a part of CSR expenditure only. Sir, what if I am paying them more? Pay it from your pocket. You can't show it in CSR. Understood? This is your CSR. And the last one, directly go to the most important one. Audit committee will do. Hello? Hello? Copy of financial statements to be filed with ROC. People, what is the format of financial statements? People? Copy of financial statements. What is the format of financial statements? AOC 4. If it is CFS, AOC 4, CFS. If it is XBRL, AOC 4, XBRL. If it is NBFCs, AOC 4, NBFCs. That will be the format. Clear? By when should I file this? Within 30 days from the AGM. What if AGM not conducted? If AGM is not conducted at all, I will still file AOC 4, audited AOC 4. I will file it within 30 days of due date of AGM along with the reasons. Sir, what if we conducted AGM but the AGM got adjourned? What to do? You have to file temporary financial statements. You still have to file with ROC. And that temporary financial statements will be considered by ROC as a provisional financial statements. Now, sir, because it was adjourned, now after 20 days we conducted the meeting. In that we adopted the financials. Whenever the final things are adopted, from that day, again you have to file the financial statements, people. That will be taken by the registrar as the final copy. The first copy, unadopted financials, will be taken as provisional. Finally, the adopted financials will be taken as a final copy. Hello? Clear? People, XBRL is applicable to whom and all? For all the companies which is listed and their Indian subsidiaries. Remember, this is the questionable thing. They will not ask you listed company and all. Indian subsidiaries, it is applicable. Hello? Next one, companies having a paid up capital of 5 crore or more. Companies having turnover of 100 crore or more. All companies following Indian accounting standards. For you, remember, in XBRL is applicable. Sir, all conditions to be satisfied. Any one satisfied also applicable. Hello? Sir, but there are a few people for whom XBRL is not applicable. Who are the NBFCs, HFCs, and the companies engaged in banking and insurance sectors. So these 4 companies are exempted from preparing XBRL. Remember, once you follow XBRL, always XBRL. You can't change it further. Even if the limits are coming less, you cannot discontinue XBRL. The last one, sir, I'm going to OPC people. Within how many days you will have to file the financial statements? AGM is not conducted. So within 180 days of closure of financials, you will file your financials. Correct? Internal audit people, section 138. Who and all have to appoint internal auditors, people? Listed company, mandatory. Don't check any other condition. Unlisted public companies, I'll have to follow 4 limits. Any one to be satisfied. Remember, this is how I used to follow in my student life. DPLT. Deepika Padukone works for L&T. Follow in the same format. Deepika D 25, P 50, L 100, T 200, 25 into 2, 50 into 2, 100 into 2. Hello? That is one. Sir, remember, Deepika Padukone only works for L&T. Deepika Padukone will not work for private companies. So private companies does not have Deepika Padukone. That means what? D and P are not there. Only L and T limits are there in private company. 2550 will not be there. So what do we remember after this? Sir, I remember Deepika Padukone. Hey, remember the limits da? Understanding clear Now you remembered listed, public, private. Now remember the star marks. There are stars put here. Concentrate on those stars here. If not, you will see stars in the exam. There is 1 star, 1 star. Here there is 2 stars. Why? Simply it looks nice there? No. 1 star says people during the preceding financial year. That means what? Towards the end, I will prepare my financial statements. On that day, if my paid up capital is 50 crore, then internal audit is applicable. What about this 2 stars? 2 stars is dangerous. Why? It says at any point in the preceding financial year. Now what do I mean by that? Take an example of 2 stars, that is loan. Sir, a company in my preceding financial year, let us imagine 25-26. In the month of 1st May 26, my loan was 105 crore. On 1st November 26, we repaid 10 crore. So it is 95 crore outstanding. So when we closed our financial year, 31st March 2026, my loan is how much? Only 95 crore. Now the question is internal audit applicable to me? Is it applicable? That's the meaning of 2 stars. At any point of time in the last year, if I have touched 100, even for 1 minute if I have touched, internal audit is applicable to me. Hello? So single star, look at end of financial year. Double star, even 1 day in the financial year, if it is cross the limit, internal audit will be applicable to me. Hello? That's the second landmine that will be there. Remember and go. The third landmine. What are the limits of internal audit? 50 crore or more. 25 crore or more. 200 crore or more. 100 crore or Allah. 100 crore is exceeding. That means what? Macha, it is 25 crore or more. 50 crore or more. 100.1. And then 200 crore or more. That the word used is exceeding. Why? I swear I don't know the logic. What is the difference in 100 crore, 1 rupee and 100 crore? I swear I don't know. But the words used are exceeding. We have to follow what the law says. Clear? That's the next landmine. Remember and go. The next one, sir. Who can be internal auditors? Chart accountant? Cost accountant? Take me also, huh? No, sir, I will not take you. Can a company secretary be a internal auditor? Yes or no? Don't look at that. Look at me and tell. Is it possible or not? Remember, people, the words used are such other professional. There is no end only. ACCA can also be taken. Hello. Possible question. Remember and go. But you are competent to take. There is 2 different way of looking at it. Are you qualified or are you competent? A company secretary generally is not the field of internal audit. So I am not competent, but I am qualified. That's a difference. Possible question. Remember and go. Next one, sir. Who can be an internal auditor? Should it be an individual or can I even appoint a firm? Firm is also possible. Even body corporate is also possible. You can be an employee. You can even be a consultant also. That's your internal audit. Done. Hello. Hello. Concentrate. People, the next chapter, people, audit and auditors. People, your chapter, people, Dil Ka Dhadkan. Hamara nahi, aapka Dil Ka Dhadkan. Yes, people, what does the auditors and auditors chapter say? People, first of all, when should we appoint an auditor, people? Section 139 says the first auditors will be appointed by the government company when? Within 60 days of incorporation. If the CAG fails to appoint the auditor within 60 days, then the next person is people, the directors shall appoint within the next 30 days. If the directors fail to appoint in the next 30 days, the shareholders will appoint within the next 60 days. So it will be 60 days, 30 days, 60 days. So even what if shareholders also fail within 60 days? Die. Yes. Next one, people, what if you are any other company other than government company? Within 30 days, you will appoint your first auditors. The directors will appoint. Sir, what if directors fail to appoint within 30 days? Within next 90 days, the shareholders will appoint. This is first auditors. Sir, what about the next auditors? Subsequent auditors. They are always appointed in AGM. Why? Because appointment of auditors. It is always in a AGM. Hello? Can I appoint an auditor by a postal ballot? Why? Why? See, answer is simple. Why is not right? Why I can't appoint an auditor in the postal ballot? Because postal ballot clearly says you cannot take up the matters by postal ballot in which the directors and auditors have a right to be heard, and ordinary business can never be considered in postal ballot. Ordinary business, adda. Hence, this cannot be taken up in a postal ballot. Exam question. Sir, ask section directly. One section, other sections you can't connect. Correct, no? Yes, sir. You should keep it simple. Okay. People, procedure to appoint people. If your company has an audit committee, the audit committee will nominate the person. We will send our recommendation to the director. The director, if they are okay, they will further recommend the name to shareholders in a general meeting. Sir, what if the directors did not like what was recommended by the audit committee? Then we can give our own name to the shareholders with the reason we did not like the person recommended by the audit committee. For these reasons, we can give our own name to the shareholders. Remember, when the auditor is being appointed, he needs to give a clear consent, and he also needs to give a declaration that I am not disqualified, and whatever is an audit assignment, if I take up yours, it will be within the limit. How much is the limit? One auditor can take up how many audit assignments? 20. Sir, if I am appointed as an auditor in your company, it will be within the 20 only. So I am giving all these declarations. Sir, and if there is any ongoing professional misconduct case on me, I have to disclose. So this consent has to be given by the auditor. Once the auditor gives the consent and everything is okay, we have to appoint him, and we need to file a form called ADT 1 within 15 days of appointment. What if we are covered under NAFRA? Correct, huh? Yes, huh? And what is the audit remuneration, da? What and all it includes? It includes all the services you provide as an auditor, but it excludes whatever the reimbursements, travel allowances that can be later reimbursed by the auditor. That is not included in your remuneration. That means I take up your audit assignment. Imagine I have to go from one place to another. The travel expenses is not included in the remuneration. I can reimburse it. And we are taking some other services from you apart from auditors. For that, I can charge you separately. That is not included in the audit remuneration. Remember, exam point of view, important. Okay, next one, people. What is the tenure of auditor, people? It depends upon for whom and all this is applicable. That is nothing but audit rotation. For whom and all audit rotation is applicable? If at all, people, you are a listed company, unlisted public company having a paid up capital of 10 crore or more, private company having a paid up capital of 50 crore or more, any company having borrowing of 50 crore or more, for them, what? Audit rotation is applicable. Why? You cannot continue with the same auditor. Again, all thanks to Ramalingaraju ji, Satyam ji, PWC, all these people is why this particular provision was introduced in Companies Act 2013. In Companies Act 1956, there was no limit. The same person could have been appointed as an auditor even for 10, 15, 20 years also. That's why we called them as generational auditors. Once appointed, 40, 50 years, them only. What happens? First day, how will you go for the office? Full suit and all. The third year, tie will become little loose. Hey, young admi. What is that? You will say, our person. Yeah? Nanbanda, macha, vada. Third year. Fifth year? Let us not discuss. But yes. So, where will your audit independence lie? That's why they said, let us rotate. You be, next you go, let someone come. Let him find all your mistakes. Yes, that's the whole intention. So, sir, the maximum tenure of the auditor people will be, if you're individual, 5 years. After 5 years, cool off period of another 5 years. What if you are in a firm? 5 year to 10 years. 5 year to 10 years. Yes, sir. Because we cannot appoint a person directly for 10 years. Maximum we can appoint is one term of 5 years. So when we say, we have to say it as 5 years to 10, 2 terms. Yes, sir. Together, yes, 10 years. Next one, sir. A common partner cannot be appointed at the time of appointment. Correct? Huh? But what if later? There is no restriction. Remember that. Existing companies, not important, leave it. Casual vacancy of auditor people in case of company whose audit is done by CAG. If at all there is a casual vacancy, who will appoint? CAG only will appoint. What if CAG fails to appoint within 30 days? The director will appoint. Sir, what if your other company, within 30 days of casual vacancy people, the board of directors shall appoint the casual vacancy. But remember, if casual vacancy is happening due to resignation, then the board will appoint within 30 days. It has to be approved by shareholders also within 3 months. And such auditor will hold office up to first AGM Allah, up to the concluding AGM. Whatever is ongoing AGM, until that I will be holding. After that, I will have to retire. Hello? Yes? Okay. Next one, sir. Reappointment of retiring auditor. Sir, one retiring auditor is there. He is retiring. Can I reappoint the same person? Yes. Remember, people, if you do not reappoint anyone else, the retiring auditor only is assumed to be reappointed. If you don't appoint anyone, then what will happen? Someone has to be an auditor. Whoever is a retiring auditor will be assumed to be reappointed. But remember, this cannot apply to a company for which the audit rotation is applicable. If audit rotation is not applicable, only then this condition can apply. Understanding? Because it will become conflicting. Hello? Understanding? So, for example, ArivuPro auditor from 10 years, same person only. Individual only. For next 5 years also, that person only. Why? Rotation of auditor is not applicable to Arivu. Paid up share capital is 7.5 lakh. 50 crore macha. Long time. Romba irukku. Romba naal irukku. Alla. Romba panam irukku. Alla illa. Ana vanna irukku. Understood? Something you understood, Noda? That's all. Clear? Sir, however, the retiring auditor cannot be reappointed. When people, if he is disqualified, I cannot reappoint him. Sir, he has given his notice of unwillingness. He is saying, I don't want your company, I don't want. If he has given his unwillingness, you cannot reappoint him. Third one, people, 115 people. What is 115? Very good. Special notice. Special resolution is passed. Sir, we don't want that auditor. If a special resolution is passed by the shareholders people, then we cannot reappoint you. The last one, that's what I said. If no auditor is appointed, the same person will continue as a auditor. Sir, can we remove the auditor people? Hello? Hello? Not even once they have asked the procedure. Remember, why is procedure important? People will get confused. People, to remove an auditor, should I take central government approval? To remove, yes. When should I take central government approval? You tell me the order. First board resolution, next is special resolution and then central government approval. Board resolution, central government approval, special resolution. Central government approval, board resolution, special resolution. Next attempt. Board resolution, central government approval, and then special resolution. Or board, special resolution, and then central government approval. That's why I said possible exam question. Remember, everyone will think it is board, special, and then central government. The approval is board, central government, and then comes special resolution. Very important exam point of view. Whenever central government gives you an approval, within 60 days you have to pass special resolution. Very, very important. Hello? Remember and go. Sir, first pass board resolution. Within 30 days apply for approval, inform. ADT 2, central government will give you an approval. Within 60 days you have to pass special resolution. Hello? Understood? And remember, section 140 is a continuation of 115. There you saw no special notice. Sir, we don't want this person, remove him. So we are coming to the removal. From there, that's why we say, read it with 115. Hello? Understood? Yes, sir. Okay, can auditor resign? Yes, who will stop you? Within 30 days of resignation, intimate all the concerned people. ROC, company, if you are a government company, then CAG also should be intimated. Hello? Done? Done. Eligibility and disqualifications, important? We'll do that also. Of course, important. Let us do it. Disqualification of auditor. Who is disqualified? Body corporate can be appointed as an auditor. Hello? Body corporate, can it be appointed as an auditor? Yes or no? LLP is an exception. Yes. People, I have a question. Can one audit firm, imagine there is an audit firm. In that, can there be, say, cost accountants and chartered accountants both in a firm? Possible? Together, can you have a firm? Can that firm be appointed as an auditor? Provided? Majority of them should be CAs. Okay, now my question is, there is a firm which is having both CA and CMA. You have 148 also. Cost audit is also there. Can the same firm be appointed as a statutory auditors as well as cost auditors? Is it allowed? If yes, tell me why. If no, you need to point out the disqualification and tell me why. Point out the disqualification and tell me why. Easy to tell no or easy to say yes, but I want under the law. We will see disqualifications and then you show me, sir, see, under this ground they are disqualified. 144? What does 144 say? We'll see, we'll come back. Audited to not render certain services. That means I'm talking about you there. Okay, now see here. People who are getting people, we will not see in those grounds. Correct? You should question that. That should come. Yeah? Okay. The following, now don't turn, you will not find it. See here. Now people, I'll show you, we'll see the disqualification. People, I'll tell you, whatever questions I ask you, you will not find the answer. Because they are grey areas. I'm telling you, we'll see disqualification. You tell me, sir, this is the point, then we'll see. Yeah? Okay, the following person shall not be eligible for appointment as an auditor. Who? Body corporate, exception is LLP. An officer or employee definitely cannot be appointed as a auditor. Next one, a person who is a partner or who is in the employment of the officer or employee of the company cannot be appointed as a auditor. Next one, a person who is a relative or partner. A person who is relative or a partner. If you are holding any security, that means what, people? I cannot hold even one security. My partner in the firm cannot also hold even one security, but my relatives can hold up to 1 lakh. Face value na, market value na? or number of shares? Face value up to 1 lakh allowed. Is it one relative or all relatives? All relatives together or one relative, 1 lakh? All relatives. So all relatives put together can hold up to 1 lakh rupees allowed. A person who is indebted to the company, subsidiary, holding, associate or subsidiary of such holding company in excess of rupees 5 lakh. So up to 5 lakh loan I can take. Above 5 lakh I cannot take. Hello? Can an auditor take 3 lakh rupees from loan? Can an auditor take? Can auditor take 3 lakh rupees from loan company? 3 lakh rupees loan? Can auditor? Can he take? Why? Read. Now again read. A person who or his relative or partner is indebted to the company or its subsidiary or holding or associate in excess of rupees 5 lakh is disqualified. Auditor can take loan 3 lakh rupees allowed because law has given me provision up to 5 lakhs. The exam people, we will forget who can take, who cannot take. MCQ people. Hello, people, securities people, and put your head and think, why did I not allow security? Because it comes with a control. I can control the company, voting power will be there. In loan, what will be there? And I have taken loan. Of course, I might start becoming a little interested. That is correct. Conflict of interest will be there. That's why they said I have to draw a line. They have drawn a line on 5 lakh rupees. Getting the point? Above that, not possible. Up to that, possible, no? Hello? Hello? Next one. Imagine I'm an auditor of ICICI Bank. That is my ordinary course of business. Possible. Okay, has given a guarantee or provide any security in connection with the indebtedness of a, sir, I have not taken loan, but someone has taken loan. I have given a guarantee in excess of 1 lakh people, disqualified. A person or a firm, whether indirectly, has business relationship with the company, holding, subsidiary. See, here business relationship means anything except in the nature of professional services or a commercial transaction which are in the ordinary course of business. Allowed, provided it is at a arm's length basis. In fact, I can ask you one more question also, but I am not complicating it. It does not have an answer. That's what I am saying. It does not have an answer. That's why I can't say. But if you are okay with just a question in your mind, I can tell you. Now ICICI Bank gives a loan to an auditor, housing loan. Any of ICICI Bank's customers can take housing loan. So auditor is also one of the customer. He is planning to build a house. So he has taken 50 lakh rupees loan. How much ever you are paying interest? No, I am also paying the same amount of interest. That is, outsiders pay 10%, I will also pay 10% only. Now the question is, can the auditor take the housing loan 50 lakh rupees from this company or not? Remember people, if this question comes in the exam, you will have alternative answer pakka, because this is a direct thing. Correct, ordinary course of business, but here directly says I should not be indebted also to the company. Here did they say exception is ordinary course of business? Did they say it here?
If the banking with ICICI is banking business, it will be like operating activity, right? It won't be indebted, right? So I won't be indebted.
So what you're saying is true. That's why I'm saying people, when you're getting the question, you will have an alternative answer. I cannot defend it. I can say both, right? If I allow that, then they should have given a provision here. Except ordinary course, they should have written in the brackets. Then why did they say indebted? Why did they restrict it at 5 lakh rupees then? They should have put there It is for any other company except the ordinary course of business. They should have said it. Remember, in law, you can never assume. If the words say, you have to read. Hello? If you find that, alternative answer will pakka be there. Pakka. So whatever you write, it's okay, but write. Okay. Next one, people, what is this ordinary course? Example I told you. If that is their business, allowed. For example, if there is an auditor who is auditor of Swiggy, he will use Swiggy only for food delivery. He will use Zomato now. Working in Swiggy's office, I'll order a Zomato food. Can I do that? No, I'll use that only. Provided you should not have any special coupon. Auditor, 100% off. That and all should not be there. Understood? Hello. Next one. A person whose relative is a director or is in the employee of the company as a director or KMP. People tell me, people. An auditor's wife is a software engineer. Can the person be appointed as an auditor? Yes or no? Think and tell. The auditor's wife is working as a software engineer in the company. Can he be appointed as an auditor or not? Yes? And first you said no. Employee. So can I appoint or not? Remember, people, they say a person whose relative wife has to be a director, or don't read a employment of the company as a director or KMP. That means a director, a wife should not be a director, or wife should not be CEO, CFO, whole-time director, managing director, CS. That you should not be. They can ask you a question indirectly. Remember, software engineer is also one of the example. They can ask you, and they can ask you this also. Hello? Next one. If a person or partner is a date of 20 companies, that means what, sir? I've already taken up 20 assignments. My 21st assignment, I'm disqualified. Provided when you're counting this limit, people, some companies are not counted. What are those companies, people? Dormant company, OPC, small company, private companies having a paid up share capital. 99.99 I'm talking about. So such companies are not counted in the limit. They can ask you a question on this limit and they will question you. Remember and go, important. The next one, sir. A firm who has been, a person who has been convicted by a court of an offence involving fraud and a period of 10 years has not elapsed from the date of such conviction. Fraud has been proven, 10 years you cannot be appointed. A person who directly or indirectly renders any services referred to in section 144. What is this, sir? Auditor not to render certain services. What is that the auditor cannot render? The auditor cannot render what and all? Accounting and bookkeeping, internal audit, design and implementation of financial information system, actuarial services like risk assessment, insurance and all of that, investment, advisory services. Advisory is nothing but, sir, you do one thing, you have 50 lakh, no, you invest in this, you invest in this. Investment banking, mergers and amalgamations, I helped you. Rendering outsourced financial services, I take care of your payroll, I take care of your GST, all of that. Management services, nothing but professional, advisory. Any other kind of services as may be prescribed. Now again I'll come back to the question. If a firm has cost auditors and CAs, can you appoint the firm as both in a company? Is it allowed? I explained you letter by letter disqualification. I also explained you 144. Now tell me, can I appoint? Sir, first of all, does it have an answer or is it same? Alternative answer. Alternative, huh? People, unfortunately, this has an answer because the answer is not in disqualification or 144. Answer is in 148. 148 says, whichever person or a firm has been appointed as an auditor cannot be appointed as a cost auditor. Not allowed. Where is the answer? That's what I say. People search in auditor's provision, but you don't have it in auditor provision. It's in cost auditor's provision. Clear? That's why I say, give me an answer, but you have to support it with a proper Provision. Provision is not wrong. Answer is definitely not right. Clear? Yes. Okay. That is your should auditors attend the general meeting na? Yes. What if it is not possible? I am not able to attend a general meeting. Authorized person can be sent provided they should also be a qualified person. Yes. Punishment for contravention. If a company does not follow section 139 to 146, they are liable to 25,000 up to 5 lakh. Officers will be liable to 10,000, 1 lakh. Let us come to you. Let us answer the elephant in the room. That is auditors. They say what is the liability? Minimum will be 25,000, which may extend to 5 lakh or 4 times the fees, whichever is less. See, they are kind to you. So not only that, if you do it willfully, knowingly, then people put them in jail. Minimum will be people 1 year and with the fine which will not be less than 50,000 rupees, which may extend to 25 lakh or 8 times of the remuneration, whichever is less, if it is proven fraud. People, one question, let us imagine if it's a firm, 4 partners were there. The partner who did fraud is A. B, C, D don't even know. So who should pay the penalty? Is it all 4 partners or only the partner who did fraud? What? Only A or B, C, D? Everyone will pay. It is proven also, people. A only did fraud with evidence. Who will pay fraud? I mean, liability, this penalty. A or all? They don't know. They have no clue. They are innocents. They are all you. A did the fraud. Person outside the class. Yes, people. Correct. A, B, C, D. All are liable. Why? Don't just see Companies Act. Indian partnership. Who taught you? That time you are liable. No, partner's basic characteristic is what? Mutual agency. Everyone are liable. No? Then why did you have him as a partner? Sir, now I have one more doubt. Imprisonment 1 year. Tell me, A na, A, B, C, D na? Only A. Only A. People, imprisonment. All 4 are only A. Sir, this is we are sure, sir, only A. Remember, people, criminal liability will only be on the person who did the fraud. So only A will be liable and B, C, D will not be liable for imprisonment. Exam point of view, important. No and go. Hello? Last one, sir. What is this? Cost audit. In cost audit, nothing is there. What is there in cost audit? Nothing. Yeah? Cost audit. This forms and all is not there. First of all, for which companies cost audit is applicable, people? See, in cost audit, people, 3 things are important, people. One is cost records. Next one is cost audit. Next one is cost audit report. Cost records, which company will prepare? Those company which are in manufacturing of products or provision of services, provided their turnover is 35 crore or more, they will have to follow with cost records. They have to maintain cost records along with their books of accounts. Hello? But this is not applicable for 2 companies. Which are there? Very good. One is micro, one is macro. They is small. One is micro enterprise and one is small enterprises. As per MSME Act, they need not have to follow cost records. Next one, you will appoint a cost auditor who is a CMA qualified, but that firm should not already be your statutory auditors. That's your answer. Clear? You will appoint the person and he will submit a cost audit report. Whenever he submits a cost audit report, the board of directors shall, within 30 days of submission of the cost audit report, they have to forward the report to central government. That's all, nothing else is there. Clear? All of you? Pakka? That's your cost audit. That's your auditors. Any doubts? Hello? Hello? Okay, let's start our next chapter, people. Chapter 11, Companies Incorporated Outside India. So popularly called as your foreign companies. Now, first of all, let us try to understand what do I mean by a foreign company. Now, what do I mean by companies incorporated outside India? When does a company incorporated outside India, when will it be called as a foreign company? For you to be called as a foreign company, you need to think three things in mind. Three things also has to be satisfied. Even if one is not satisfied, you will not be called as a foreign company. Then what will we call you as? We will just call you as a company incorporated outside India. So what are the three things we need to keep in mind? The three things that we need to keep in mind is, the first one, you have to be incorporated outside India. Second one, you should have a place of business in India. The third one, you have to conduct a business activity in India. If all these three conditions are satisfied, I will consider you as a foreign company. Let us imagine you are a company incorporated outside India. You have a place of business in India, but you do not conduct a business activity in India. Then what will I refer this as? I will just refer this company as a company incorporated outside India. That's the name of the chapter. A lot of people will ask me, sir, why is this topic? Why can't we directly call this chapter as foreign company? Why are we calling it as a company incorporated outside India? Logic is this. They both are not same. Not every company incorporated outside India can be called as a foreign company. They both are two different things. So here what I am trying to tell you is, a company which is incorporated outside India, if it has a place of business in India, example I give is, people, imagine we had a company called as Citibank, Nike Holdings, Wells Fargo. Example is, take Wells Fargo. Heard of Wells Fargo? Yes, people, don't you think we always open our bank account with the most or best bank? If there is anything, we will try to open our bank with that. We will not go and open our bank accounts with a bank which is unstable, correct? Are we mad or what? We would want our money to be in the best of the business. Now, how many of us know this bank called as Wells Fargo? Not many. But how would you react if I would say this is one amongst the top 5 banks in the US? One amongst the top 10 banks in the world. And we are opening with all other banks. And we are not being the top 10. Sir, why is that? First of all, sir, Wells Fargo, is it there in India? Is it there? It's there. Wells Fargo has its business in India. It has its office. Are you understanding? But sir, they do not have their bank operations in India. Then what do they have? Wells Fargo company called as bank is outside India. Now, there are so many back-end jobs, right? It can be customer support, or it can be coding, your software support. All these jobs, they are not doing it in US. They have outsourced it to India. So what did they do? They opened a branch office of Wells Fargo in India. Now, what does this branch office do? They hire employees here. And what does the employees here do? We support the US operations. We don't do anything with regards to Indian operations. That's why we don't know who is Wells Fargo, even though they are there in India. Their banking operations is not there in India. All that we are doing is we are just supporting them. Because of developing country. Pay is less, no? How much would they pay if they are paying a US guy? The minimum wages is more there. And the minimum wages is less there. So it is easy for me to afford. So that's why what people will do. They will outsource their work to us. So now try to see. Wells Fargo. Is it incorporated outside India? Yes. Does it have place of business in India? Yes. Bangalore, there is a place called as Bellandur. In that there is this office. Around 8th-floor building. Big building. It is there. Wells Fargo. Sir, is it carrying on any business activity? Yes, sir. Hiring is there. They hire. Employment is there. Every activity is there. It is an activity only, no, end of the day. So you are satisfying all three conditions. Now people, the act become applicable on you. Wells Fargo will be called as a foreign company. Now what should Wells Fargo do? Whenever you come to India, you have to register your details with us. When I say us means who, you have to give all your details with the registrar. Which registrar? You give all the details with registrar New Delhi. Remember today, all the work, even though I write it as registrar New Delhi, all these works, incorporation work, this work, all of this is outsourced to, even though we write it as registrar, we have formed one central department. The department is called as registrar CRC, Central Registration Center, we call it as. Even though when we write it as registrar New Delhi, in the back end, who is working on it? It is registrar CRC who is working on it. For example, you would have seen incorporation of a company. We will file all the details to registrar. In the front end, you are saying as registrar, but whom are you actually giving it to? You are giving it to registrar CRC. Understood? Yes, sir. So whenever Wells Fargo is coming to India, they have to file all their details to the registrar within 30 days. Sir, this is where I have come and set up my business, sir. My principal office is in US, sir. In this place, sir. These are my directors. These are my secretaries. And this is their IDs. Sir, this is my MOA, OA. I'll give all the details. Hey, I'm asking everything you're giving of US, Noda. Nothing is there in India, na. Okay, sir. Take. This is my Indian address. What about any person in India? Someone should be there, no? Tomorrow, if you guys do something wrong, whom should I catch hold of? So you have to give at least one person's name who is an authorized representative. If tomorrow I have to give you any notices, I want at least one person's name whom I can give a notice to. A court has to catch hold of you. There should be at least that one person. Give that person's details. So we will give that person's detail. Understanding, we submit all of this to the registrar within 30 days. Clear all of you? This is called as people foreign companies. Clear? All of you? Sir, and remember, this can be, when I say has a place of business in India, it can be either directly or through an agent. Physically or, what do you mean by itself or through an agent? For example, take example of Qatar Airlines. Now, sir, if I want to buy the tickets of Qatar Airlines, I can buy it, let us imagine, if they have their own office here, then I'll go and buy it through their office. But they don't have their office. Then such case, what do? I'll open another website. Say, for example, Make My Trip or Booking.com, or I don't know what else is there, Skyscanner. Through that people, I'm booking their tickets. So someone is acting on your behalf. We call them as an agent. Directly you are not present, but through Make My Trip you are present, no. You are still considered as having a business or place of business in India. So directly also, indirectly also. So what if Make My Trip is not available? Qatar Airlines website only is accessible through India. Oh, directly you can book. Yes, sir, directly you can book. Then well and good. That is called electronic mode. If their website is directly accessible. Hello? Understood? Yes? Sir, for example, let us imagine someone is doing their college from India and they have online classes. Say Oxford University. You have online classes. You can attend through India. So I am attending through India. But for foreign university, now is this considered as electronic mode or not? E-mode or not? Yes, tele-education, telemarketing, all of this will come under the definition of electronic mode. Understood? All of you? Yes? Okay. And remember, sir, section 379 says, whenever 50% or more of your paid up share capital, whether it can be equity, partly preference or preference, if anything is held by one or more Indian citizens or one or more Indian body corporates or combination of a foreign company, if 50% or more is held by Indians people, then remember people that foreign company will be deemed to be a Indian company with regards to the laws applicable. That means what? So let us imagine in a foreign company only 10% of shareholding is Indians. Then people, they will only follow this chapter. That is section 379 to section 392. They will follow only this much. But if at all the shareholding in that foreign company is held 50% of, let us imagine Wells Fargo is held by Indians only, 50%. Then the law is telling, macha, not only 379 to 392, section 1 to section 470, wherever applicable will apply on you. Not only this chapter. That's the meaning of this particular provision. Understood? Hello? Done? Okay. See, less than only foreign company chapter is applicable. Next one, sir, section 380 says what? Documents to be delivered to registrar by foreign companies. I told you when Wells Fargo comes, what should you do? I need to give all the details. What and all? Charter documents, MOA of that foreign entity. Next one, address of the principal office. Again, foreign. List of directors and secretary. Foreign. Name and address of everything I gave foreign. Now give something in India. CSR committee of foreign company. Who and all will sit in CSR committee? 2 members. In that, one shall be Indian resident. And who that person is? This person. Understood? Hello? Okay. Next one, address of office of company in India. Where are you in India? Particulars of, in the past, had you opened and closed your business? You have to give us the details. Best example I can tell you is Citibank opened and Citibank closed also in 2024. Anyone had your account in Citibank, or you had any credit card, any card? You had? Yes. Now it is Axis? Yes. Good. See? He had his Citibank. Citibank shut down their operations. Then what happened? That's the beauty of banking sector. It was all the merger and all the operations were taken over by. How can one bank take over another bank? And it is not called as a merger or takeover because you were not established in India. It was just a foreign company. That entire operations were taken over by Axis Bank. That means what? If you had Citibank card, it will become Axis Bank card. Hello? How did I also had one Citibank card. It was almost at the end. What happened? I was getting Citibank messages. All of a sudden, after 1 month, I'm getting Axis Bank message. I was like, hey, bank, Yannada, I never applied. Why da you guys? And it is sending me my bank statement. I was like, statement? Axis. That time when I saw, then I got to know. Citibank went, Axis Bank came. The credit cards and all were replaced. Previous opening and closing. Understood? Next one. Declaration that director or authorized representative are not debarred from formation of company or management of the company. Exam, they will put some other designations and all. Remember, director should not be debarred. Authorized representative, this fellow should not be debarred. Others can be debarred. They will use specially people the name of secretary. You remember seeing it here, so you may get confused. Even if secretary is debarred, it's okay. I am not covered in 7th point. Hello? Exam point of view, important. Next one, approval from RBI on FEMA guidelines. Because you are coming from outside India, dollars and all, definitely RBI approval required. So, when to file, what to file? I have to file all these details in form FC1 within 30 days of establishment of place of business in India. And not only that, people, whenever there is any changes, and even when I close and go back to my country, within 30 days, I have to intimate, I am closing down my operation, sir. That intimation is mandatory. It should be given in form FC2 within 30 days. When else you will intimate? Sir, imagine we have intimated our director's details. We have intimated our address. If that address changes, your principal address, you have to intimate again. Sir, my address changed. So any change, people, within 30 days you have to intimate. Clear? Okay. Where to file? ROC, New Delhi. Remember, the power has been now given to CRC. Clear? That is your 379. You will write ROC Delhi and you will write the power has been delegated to registrar CRC. In the brackets you can write CRC, Central Registration Center. Okay. Connected section will do. Section 383. Sir, imagine, sir, the court wants to send, GST authorities wants to send some notice to the foreign company, Wells Fargo. Should we send to Wells Fargo only? They said, don't worry, macha. We have nominated one person, no, in India, authorized representative. Give it to him. If you give it to him, that means you have given it to the foreign company. That is what is given in section 383. Done. So any notice given to the authorized representative in India is equivalent to giving the notice to the foreign company situated outside India. They cannot deny in the future saying that we haven't received. Not even once asked. Remember and go. Important. Hello? Yes? One more I'll show you another important where they haven't asked. Section 393. Again they have not asked. What does it say? Any failure by a company, Wells Fargo came to India. It's been 60 days. They have not yet filed FC1. Technically, they have to file within 30 days. Now, what are the effects of non-filing of FC1 within time? What and all the foreign company will have to undergo? What will happen? They're telling you people, remember, nothing will affect all the contracts entered by the foreign company. Every contract will be valid. Just because you have not filed FC1, I am not telling all the contracts will become invalid. The contracts will still be valid only. But remember people, if something goes wrong, now the foreign company would have entered into a contract with a third party, outsider, correct? Huh? If something goes wrong people, the third party can file a case on you. But because you are not registered, because you have not filed FC1 people, if something goes wrong, if the third party does not do something properly, you cannot file a case on the third party. Until when? Until you file your FC1, you follow all the required procedures. Until then, people, you cannot file the case on the third party. But the third party can file a case on you? Absolutely yes. And remember, it is not forever prohibition. You make good whatever you have not filed, whatever non-compliance you have done, you comply with it. And you can file the complaint later on. I'm not saying forever you are prohibited. Not even once they have asked it. Remember, exam point of view, very important. I hope it is understood. Clear all of you? Yes? So see, failure by a company to comply with the provisions of this chapter shall not affect the validity of any contract. All contracts will be valid only. Dealing or transaction entered into by the company or its liability to be sued in respect thereof. However, the company shall not be entitled to bring any suit, claim any set-off or counter-claim or institute any legal proceedings in respect of such contracts dealing in transaction until the company has complied. If you comply, then you can do it. Absolutely fine. See, on this, they can ask you a question. It is not forever prohibited. That part has not been questioned till date. Remember and go. Simple. All of you. Done. Next one, sir, is okay. Section 381, what does it say? Accounts of the foreign company. Just like Indian company people, even the foreign company also has to file accounts. It will be filing people. It will be filing the accounts people. When will it file the accounts? It will be filed in the form FC3. When should they file people? I'll file the forms within 6 months from the closure of financial year. What if I'm not able to file within 6 months? You can apply to the ROC. You can get an extension of one time of 3 months allowed. Sir, along with my financials, what else I have to give? I have to give also the list of all the other places where I am situated. I am situated in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Delhi. I have to give all the details. All of this is given in form FC3. And remember people, it is accounts. The accounts has to be audited by a practicing chartered accountant from India. Mandatory. You need to file all of these people with the registrar. Important, remember and go. Clear? All of you? Yes. Okay, next one. Provisions or sections applicable to a foreign company. What and all will be applicable? All these sections are applicable. So if a foreign company is coming into India, we have already seen also, no? What is that? CSR is applicable to you. Even a foreign company has to maintain books of accounts. If you are borrowing any loan, even the charge provisions are also applicable. That means what? You have to file form CHG1 wherever applicable. So everything, cut, copy, paste will apply to you. If at all you do any non-compliance, the registrar or government can conduct inquiry on you. Absolutely applicable. And section 92, annual return, applicable on you also. The format is FC4. For other companies it is MGT 7. For you it is FC4. It should be filed within 60 days of end of financial year. For us it is 60 days from AGM. Remember that. Hello? Issue of debentures also you need to follow. And what other, sir? In general people, matters to be stated in prospectus also applicable. Misstatements in prospectus also applicable. Winding up also applicable. So when a company has to wind up, whatever these operations are, same thing will applicable. Whatever our Indian company has to undergo, same thing even the foreign company will also undergo. Clear? Yes, sir? Okay. Next one, sir, is section 382 says what people? Display of name. Always remember, every company, foreign company which has come to India, it has to display the name of its company, from which country you are registered, and what is the liability. Is it unlimited, limited by guarantee, what type of company you are. These three details has to be mentioned in three places, where outside of every office, on all your business letters, invoices, official publications, and next one is people, prospectus. So whenever you are issuing prospectus and if you want to raise money from Indian market, that time also you can do it. But you have to mention these three details for sure. What are the three details? Name, company, country in which you are incorporated. What is your liability? Clear? Okay, done. That is your people section 382. See, all simple things only. And next one is people. Okay. Next one is people, prospectus. Can a company raise money from Indian market? Yes. Which company can raise? They're telling you a company which is incorporated outside India or to be incorporated, whether it has a place of business in India or not. We will allow you to raise money from Indian market. You can issue prospectus, you can raise money from Indian market. But remember, before you give prospectus, you have to first file your prospectus with the registrar. And if registrar is okay with it, and that prospectus can be filed with the public. You can issue it to the public. You are free to raise the money. Allowed. We will allow you. Along with the prospectus people, remember, you have to give these three things. What is that? One is expert statement. Similar to whatever we had seen in section 26, same thing will apply. What is that? The expert has to give the consent. The expert shouldn't have withdrawn the consent, and he has to accept everything in writing. Same thing will apply. That is only 388. Done. Next one, statement. Along with the prospectus, I have to give instrument defining the constitution. What is the instrument defining the constitution? Nothing but certificate of incorporation, MOA, AOA, I have to give it along with prospectus. Next one, enactment under which the company is incorporated. I have to write. For example, I am coming from say Australia. What is the law under which your company was registered? If it is India Companies Act 2013, what about Australia? You please give the details. Next one, address in India where the instruments can be inspected. If someone wants to come and check this, where can they come and check this? Give that address. And whether the company has established place of business in India. I mean, if at all you are present in India, give the address of that also. Date and country in which the company was incorporated. Australia, say date is something, 2010. Please give all the details. Remember, they are telling you the first, second and third. These three things are not required. That is, I need not give my instrument defining the constitution. Next one, the enactment under which I was incorporated. Third one, the address in India where I can come and check these instruments. These three things I need not give if at all my company is incorporated for more than 2 years. Meaning I started in 2013. Now it's been more than 13 years. That time I need not have to give these three details. Remember, they have not asked the question regarding this topic. Important from exam point of view, no and go. Clear? So I submit all of this. Now sir, prospectus has to be signed by chairperson of the company and 2 other directors. So sir, I give all of this and prospectus and same section 26 also says, right, whenever I issue the prospectus, I have to give all this information along with the application. But it is not required whenever the prospectus is given to already my existing members. I am raising money from my already existing members or my debenture holders, or if the issue is in all uniform, it is in all regards uniform to my previous issue. In such case, people, I need not have to come with this particular prospectus. So you give it, you are free to raise the money from Indian market. Clear all of you? That is your prospectus part. Remember and go. Expert statement, I told you have to give consent, it should not be withdrawn. Registration of prospectus, chairperson, no? 2 other directors. What is IDR, people? I told you when we are doing GDR only, opposite of GDR is IDR. What do you mean by that? A foreign company is giving its equity shares to a custodian outside India. He intimates a depository in India. The depository in India will issue a deposit receipt. Because it is issued in India, it is called as Indian Depository Receipt. Simple. Indian depository receipts have to mandatorily follow these rules. What are these rules, people? Have to follow companies registration of foreign companies rules. Second one, I have to follow SEBI ICDR regulations. I have to follow any other directions issued by SEBI. They may ask you a question, remember and go. Yes? Clear? Can a foreign company enter into a merger with Indian company possible? Yes, possible. That section is not there in our syllabus. You need to follow section 234. According to which you just have to take RBI approval. If that is the case, a foreign company and Indian company can enter into a merger allowed. This is the rules you need to follow. Section 234 of Companies Act, RBI approval for Indian company and foreign company entering into a merger. Is it possible? Possible. Simple. Punishment for contravention. If a foreign company contravenes this chapter, then what will be the punishment? Company is fine. Minimum will be 1 lakh, or the minimum only can extend up to 3 lakhs. And for every continuing day of default, look at this. This is the bomb. For every continuing day of default, they can charge you 50,000 rupees per day. For each continuing day of default. They looted you, before independence. Now you loot them back. Correct? For Indian companies, what will be the penalty? 100 rupees per day, 1000 rupees per day, 5000 rupees is the maximum. You see, 50,000 rupees per day. That means what? If they have to file FC1 within 30 days, if they don't file, if they do a delay of say 20 days, you see, 50,000 in 20 days, that will be the penalty. Where will they go? Huh? Every officer of the foreign company who is at default shall be liable for 25,000, can go up to 5 lakh rupees. 393 we saw. Exemptions under this chapter. The last section 393, what does it say, people? Central government has a power to people. Central government had a power. If they want, they can exempt any person from following any law. And ultimately, central government passed the section also. They passed the section 393A. And they said, certain companies are exempted from certain sections. Now, who are that companies? They formed a new section called as section 393A. According to that, they said, if you are a foreign company or you are a company incorporated outside India, whether you have a place of business in India or not, it's okay. So, foreign company and a company incorporated outside India, you both, you please come to India and you can set up or you can raise money from a market called as, have you guys heard of something called as IFSC? IFSC, and heard of it? What is IFSC? IFSC code? This is called as, people, International Financial Service Centers. In India, there is only one IFSC. That IFSC is there in Gujarat. That IFSC is called as Gift City. Only one IFSC is there. What is the whole purpose of IFSC, people? The whole purpose is, whenever there are financial transactions happening between India and foreign market, the government said, hey, they should not come and stand along with us. If not, foreign inflow will never happen. We have to treat them separately. Treat it with utmost professionalism. And we did not had a market where we can specifically target foreign audience. So finally we passed the law and we said, why don't we have one complete center which only takes care of foreign, nothing India. And they allocated around 600 acres in Gujarat, and today that is only called as Gift City. You will not believe, people, this is only 3 buildings. 3 buildings, that's all. I'll be calling it a city, but it's 3 buildings. But there is more infrastructure about to come. It's an SEZ. This 3 buildings, people. Generally, when we do our transactions, if you are seeing FEMA, the transactions will be said in millions of dollars, $1 million and all. Correct? In FEMA, we will see. And in what more we know? After million, we say $1 billion. $1 billion. India's target for Gift City is $1 trillion. We want to take our revenues, I'm telling, in these 3 buildings. India's target for the 3 buildings is $1 trillion. Entire country can't make. And the 3 buildings can make. That's the power of Gift City. How? If Amazon wants to come and raise money in India, you can't come to India, but you can come to Gift City. I'll tell you one more thing. For our entire country, we have stock exchange, right? NSE, BSE. There is 3 stock exchanges just for IFSC. In that 3 building, there are 3 stock exchanges. Eppadi? We can't trade. That means what? Try to think then. The 3 building people are trading it. Hello? Sir, Indian degree is not valuable, sir. We want to go foreign. Foreign. People, you need not have to go. 3 universities are already established their business in this particular Gift City. 3 foreign universities, they are already operational. So if you can get your degree from here, it will not be written like brackets India. It will be written as foreign university. Again, government's initiative to retain the talent. Why do you have to go abroad for a foreign degree? You be here. I will make them come. Vision. Understanding? So here, I will tell you, no, macha, you have to follow Companies Act 390. People, ease of doing business, people. If you tell so many restrictions, will he come? Law said, please come in. These sections are exempted to you. So please come in. I told you stock exchange, raise money from stock exchange. For our people, they will follow all these sections. If you are going directly to IFSA, you don't have to follow anything. That's what is exempted. See here. Offering of subscription in securities, prospectus, and all other matters related to is exempted. So if you want to raise money, why da much a prospectus? That and all is for others. Whoever is establishing in Bangalore, Chennai, Coimbatore, Mumbai, for them it is. Where are you going? Gujarat. Gujarat? Where? Gift City? Then all this is not applicable to you. You are my VIP da, macha, says law. Understood? Yes? If possible, whenever time permits, go through Gift City. Website only you will see. Full Bahubali animation all will come. Yes, they have done everything. Clear? That's your foreign company. Any doubts? Hello? People here, take up these questions. Jade Suits LLC is a chain of hotels and restaurants all over the world. It is proposing to establish a hotel at Goa. It has appointed a chartered accountant, Mr. B, for taking care of the registration formalities. While the registration process was ongoing, the company entered into a lease agreement with the landowner for the construction of its hotel. After a few months, the directors of Jade Suits LLC withdrew their interest in establishing a hotel at Goa due to the nexus in social media regarding the fall in tourism industry. The landowner refused to repay the advance received by him. Can Jade Suits LLC sue the landowner in the capacity of a foreign company? Referring to the provision of Companies Act, choose the correct answer. A, B, C, D. What is the answer? D, C, B. Tell of A. I didn't ask which options are there. I'm asking the right one. No? People, simple. We just saw, no, people. The company, while the registration process was, hello? Okay. Correct, huh? That means, sir, whether are you incorporated, are you registered, or are you yet to be registered? You're yet to be registered. Then people, the answer will be the registration process is not yet complete, and hence Jade Suits LLC cannot sue the landowner in its capacity as foreign company.
After few months.
Which one? Correct, but the data is not given, no, whether are you registered or not. If you have registered, yes. But the only data that is clearly given to me is they are not registered. Based on that only I can answer. Yes or no? Hello? Yes, okay. Next one. This is an easy question only. Good question. See here. Drug Software Company INC, a company incorporated in Australia, proposes to establish a place of business at Mumbai. The list of directors includes Arun, Ranveer, Ramesh, Nawaz, Lavina has been appointed as a Drug Software Company INC. It is to be noted that Ramesh Malik, Nawaz, resident in India are the persons who have been authorized by the DS company to accept on behalf of the company services of process, notices or other documents required to be served on DS Company Inc. In relation to the company's establishment, you are required to enlighten the DC with respect to whose a declaration will be required to be submitted to the registrar of companies by DS company for not being convicted or debarred from formation of company in or outside India. Who should not be debarred or convicted? Is it director? Director only? Director and authorized representative? Director, authorized representative, secretary? Director, secretary? Next attempt. You understood, huh? I showed you there. Remember people, fresh memory, you will say, exam people, where is director, secretary, where is authorized representative? And to make it more complicated, see how they give you. Technically, they can directly give up designations, no? High chances of you getting confused people, who is what? Hello? So, who should not be debarred? Director and authorized representative, whoever that is, correct? Huh? See, wantedly they have taken two people as authorized representative. Both of them should not be debarred. Hello? Yes or no? Because law does not say at least one authorized representative should not be debarred. Does it say? It says at least one should be resident in India. Hello? Now imagine if they had asked one authorized representative alone was given as one option. Again tricky. Both of them should be free from disqualification. So answer will be what? Wherever who is that? Ramesh, Malik and Nawaz is. Everywhere is there, huh? D, huh? D is the answer. Hello? Clear, huh? Yes. So remember, why I'm saying those things is, think outside the box while you're reading the provisions only. When you're studying is when you have to study, okay, this also they can ask. Getting the point? Hello, all of you? Yes? Okay. Let's start with LLP. What does the LLP say? Yes, good old days. What does LLP say? Easy chapter. Sorry, the most easy chapter. LLP is easy, no? I'll tell you the problem with LLP is people, they have asked so many questions in LLP, there is nothing left to be asked. But they have to meet the minimum requirement. That means what? They have to ask whatever is the questions. Hello? That means what? They are twisting it. They are turning the questions. They are taking even single letter by letter and asking. That's the problem with LLP now. So you need to know letter by letter. Okay. Let's do LLP people. Okay. Chapter 12 people, LLP. So first of all, what is LLP, sir? LLP is a hybrid instrument of partnership and a company. That's what the name itself suggests people. It has LLP. That is, it has limited liability partnership. LL. It denotes company form of business. P denotes partnership form of business. That's why we call it as people a hybrid instrument of company and partnership. Okay. Easiest is differences between. I hope it is manageable. What is the difference in company, LLP, partnership and all? Yes or no? Hello?
Yes.
I believe it is bare minimum. Okay. Next one, sir, is okay, partners. How many partners are required, sir, to start LLP? Minimum, how many partners are required? 2 partners. And at any given point of time, what if the minimum partners goes minimum below the minimum requirement. Section 6 says what? You will be given 6 months time to bring it back to the minimum level. If at all not people, then whoever is a partner who is aware, cognizant of the fact, such partner will be liable unlimitedly for whole of the debts. And remember, it is also one of the grounds for dissolution. If the partnership is continuing with less than the minimum number of people, that is also one of the ground for dissolution by the order of tribunal. Correct? Okay, next one. Sir, how many designated partners are required in a in LLP? Minimum is 2. So 2 partners, 2 designated partners. So how many people required to start a LLP? How many? Yes, people. So remember, 2 partners only will become 2 designated partners also. So 2 people are sufficient to start a LLP. Sufficient. Clear? Okay. Next one, sir. Remember, the designated partner should mandatorily have a designated partner identification number. It's called as DPIN. And at least one designated partner should reside in India. And that residing is also called as people. How many days you have to stay? 120 days. When? During the financial year. OPC, previous financial year. Remember, very, very important. Next one, sir. Whenever a DP is appointed, people, you need to intimate the registrar about such appointment within 30 days. Sir, what if any DP leaves the LLP and go? Remember, in such case, you need to appoint another person in that designated partner position within 30 days. So, at any given point of time, if minimum designated partners goes less than 2, that is, imagine only one person is there or 0 persons are there. In such case, all the partners will be deemed to be designated partners. Very, very important exam point of view, no and go. Clear? Hello, all of you? Yes. Okay. Next one, sir, is who cannot be a partner. Let us do that. Who cannot be a partner, people? Basically, who can be a partner? Individuals can be a partner. LLP can also be a partner. Companies can be a partner. People, if these 2 people come together and be a partner, that is one LLP, one company is coming together and they are becoming a partner. Now, who will be the designated partners? What they should do, they have to authorize a person. The partnership will authorize a partner. The company will authorize its officer or employee to become a partner, authorized representative, and they will represent as designated partners. Remember, from exam point of view, important. Clear? Yes, sir. That means what? At any given point of time, only an individual can be a designated partner. Companies or body corporates cannot be a designated partner. Hello? Because I should be able to hold someone liable. If you don't do, I should be able to put you in jail. How can I put a partnership or a company in jail? So you should always be an individual. Remember that and go. Hello? Next one, who else can be a partner? Foreign companies, foreign LLPs, companies incorporated outside India, LLPs incorporated outside India. What is the difference in foreign company and foreign LLP and companies incorporated outside India and LLPs incorporated outside India? So it doesn't have a place of business in India. Someone asked me yesterday, HUF, can HUF be a member? Or something someone asked, I don't remember. Body corporate someone asked, no? Okay. HUF, Karta, Cooperative Society and Corporation Sole cannot become a member or cannot become a partner in LLP. Why? There's a clear clarification given by MCA people that a HUF or Karta is not considered as a body corporate. Remember, from exam point of view, important. A HUF or a Karta is not considered as a body corporate. Okay. That is partners, minimum partners. What do you mean by small LLP, people? If your capital does not exceed 25 lakh or your turnover does not exceed 40 lakh, will be considered as what, people? LLP. Small LLP. Correct? 25 lakhs and 40 lakhs. Okay. Next one, sir. Incorporation of LLP. How do I incorporate my LLP, people? There are basically 3 steps. The first one is called name reservation. So that again same thing. Your name should not be undesirable, similar to your existing name and all of that. And the word LLP should be added in the name. And remember, the name shall be reserved for a maximum period of 3 months. Do not forget, there it was 20 days. Existing company 60 days, LLP 3 months. Remember, important. Incorporation document, you have to give. What is the incorporation document? For a company it was Spice Plus, here it is Philip. Form of incorporating limited liability partnership. That's the full form. Form Philip will be filed and details of all the partners and all of this will be filed. And along with that, the main thing, people, we will file something called as statement given by a professional. Sir, all the details given here is true, that we have checked everything properly. It shall be given by a PCA, PCS, PCMA or a advocate, and at least one subscriber, that is one partner, has to sign that declaration that we have complied with all the rules properly. Clear? Yes, sir. Professional and one partner. Remember that. Okay. Next one, sir. Once you submit it, people, you will give it all to the registrar CRC. Yes. So the registrar shall issue certificate of incorporation within 30 days of receipt of information. The company shall file LLP deed with registrar. Hello. Hello. Registered office of LLP and changes therein, section 13. What does it say? 1 second. Yes, people. Next one says section 13. It is not 30 days, it is 14 days. 14 days? Yes. Remember that. Okay, next one, people, is what is that? Effect of registration. Okay, section 13 says what, people? Similar to our company also, people, that every LLP shall have a registered office to which all the communications and notices may be addressed. Whenever you change your registered office, people, you need to intimate registrar within such form, such time. They say which time, which form they have not set, but technically you need to intimate within 30 days. Whenever there is a change, you need to intimate within 30 days. And remember, a document may be served on a LLP or a partner or designated partner. How? You can send it by post, or you can even send it by registered post, or by any other manner as may be prescribed at the registered office and any other address specifically declared by LLP for the purpose of such scenario. So for this, if you want to give any details, people, you can give it by post or speed post. You can send it directly to LLP. You can send it to the partner. You can send it to the designated partner as well. Name reservation, whatever we saw, rectification. People, rectification of name, people, cut, copy, paste, whatever we have seen in section 16 of Companies Act, cut, copy, paste will apply. What do you mean by that? Any similar, people, file an application within 3 years. CG will send you an application. The day the CG gives you a notice, within 3 months, the LLP will have to mandatorily change its name. If LLP fails to change its name, people, CG itself will allot you a new name. Everything cut, copy, paste will apply. Hello? That is section 17 in LLP. Uh-huh.
3 years now,
Given, why? Same thing will apply. Within 3 years, you need to give an application. They will have to, whenever it gives an application, you need to change the name within 3 months. That is cut, copy, paste. Nothing will change. Failure, they will only allot you a new name. Cut, copy, paste. Nothing will change. Clear? Huh? One more thing, people, where is important. Shall we go? What does this say? Relationship of partner. The mutual rights and duties of the partners of LLP and mutual rights and duties of LLP and its partners shall be governed by LLP agreement. So what are your rights and duties? Whatever you write in your LLP deed will be your rights and duties. That only you follow. Okay. The LLP agreement and any changes, if any, made therein shall be filed with the registrar. Whenever you change your LLP deed, you need to file it with the registrar. Just like alteration of MOA, AOA. You alter your LLP deed, you have to file it with the registrar. An agreement in writing made before the incorporation of a LLP between the persons who subscribe their names to the incorporation document may impose obligations on LLP provided that such agreement is ratified by all the partners after incorporation of LLP. Not even once asked. According to me, I somehow sense a very strong feeling. This may be asked from your exam point of view. Remember and go. What do you mean by this? This can be called as pre-incorporation contracts. Now, what do I mean by that? Let us imagine, people, our LLP was registered on 1st November 2026. That is when they were registered. But let us imagine the partners amongst themselves before incorporation, they had some other agreement amongst them. When, let us imagine that agreement was entered on 1st October 2026. That is pre-incorporation. Now the question is, whatever is the agreement you entered before incorporation of a LLP, will it bind the LLP? Will it bind? They're telling you, if you want to bind the LLP, if you want to make the LLP also liable, remember, such agreements has to be ratified. That means after the company, after the LLP is registered, you need to conduct a meeting. All the partners have to agree. People, you remember, we had entered into an agreement on 1st October 2026. All that will apply now on the LLP. After the LLP is registered, you need to pass one resolution and all the partners have to agree. If everyone agrees, people, yes, this will become binding on the LLP. Even if one partner says no, that particular agreement, pre-incorporation agreements, will not bind the LLP. Exam point of view, important, remember and go. Okay. Next one. Cessation of partnership interest. How will partner's interest, how does it come to an end? Whenever, people, remember, whenever there is any change in partners, the change in partners can happen in two ways. One is change in details and one is, people, change in partners. Whenever there is change in the details of the partners, like, so the partner's name changed or the partner's address changed, the partner have to intimate to the LLP within 15 days of the change. For example, I am a partner in LLP. I was staying in this place. I changed my address from this to another place. I have to intimate LLP, sir, I have changed my address. What will LLP do? LLP within 30 days will further intimate it to the registrar. My partner has changed his address from so and so place to so and so place. Second one, whenever there is change in partners, meaning admission or outgoing, I need to intimate the registrar within 30 days of a change in partner, whether it is incoming or outgoing. Outgoing can happen, people, in many ways. Example, death, resignation, unsound mind, insolvent. Whenever such things happen, you need to intimate the registrar within 30 days. And whenever that happens, people, remember, very, very important from exam point of view. This entire note is important. What does it say? A partner or designated partner's liability shall continue as a partner even after the cessation. That means what, sir? That means, let us imagine there were three partners, A, B and C. There are three partners. A left the LLP and went. He gave his resignation. He has given it to the other partners. A said B and C, I don't want to continue. I am leaving the LLP. I gave my resignation. But have you intimated to the registrar? Answer is no. Not yet intimated. Assume. Now, sir, with this LLP, there is a third party who entered into a contract. There was a contract. Now, that contract went for a loss. Now, D is asking, he filed a suit on all the partners. Whom and all? He filed it on C, he filed it on B, D filed a case on A also. That you guys entered into a contract, it's a loss, you guys have to pay me. A said, why am I liable? I've already resigned, it's been a long time. The question is, people, whether Mr. A will be liable to D or not. Will A be liable after resignation? Is he liable? The two questions asked people will be, A, D, do you know that A is a partner or A is not a partner? Do you know about that? If D says, yes, sir, I know that A is no longer a partner. If D can say that, then people remember, you cannot hold A liable. If D says, no, sir, I never knew that A is no longer a partner. I did not know. If D proves his innocence, I did not know. A will be liable, even after resignation. So then how to escape, sir? How to escape from liability? How can you escape, people? Easiest way is when you give your resignation, when you intimate to the LLP, on a safer side, you can also intimate directly to ROC on your own. If at all the public domain, if you have intimated to the registrar, if you have already done it in that place, remember, people, in such case, whether the D knows it or not does not make any difference if registrar is intimated. Sir, what if even the registrar is not intimated? Then, people, for all the contracts, A will continue to be liable even after resignation. Very, very important, know and go. They haven't asked this till date. Important exam point of view. Hello? Understood this entire thing? Yes? Okay, next one. If a partner or designated partner believes that LLP shall not forward the cessation to ROC, in such case, the partner himself can directly forward such a resignation. Correct? Now, what will the registrar do? Registrar will confirm, hey, your partner has resigned, that he is telling, I no longer belong to this LLP. Is it true? So, the registrar will confirm with the LLP. The LLP will have to respond, people, within 15 days. Failure to respond, deemed approval. The registrar will remove the name of that person from the partnership. The last one, the cessation of partner or designated partner does not discharge the partner from any obligation which he incurred while being a partner. That means what, people? We did not file some return. So for that you will be liable. No, officer in default. Remember, even after you leave, for the past acts, you will still continue to be liable. Even after you leave. So in your tenure, if any non-compliance had happened, fraud or anything, you will continue to be liable even after you leave. Important, they can ask you from exam point of view. Understood? All of you? Hello? Exam point of view, very important. Clear? Because LLP people, they can pick up only these things. As I am telling you, every direct point is asked. So these things only are left. Getting the point? Hello? Yes? Okay. Next one, people.
Existing LLP ABC, and there is a new company registering a name ABC. Can it register?
Whether a company or LLP. If a LLP is already there, a company cannot register. If a company is already there, LLP cannot register. Why? Both of them come under the same central government, MCA only. The website is also same. So if you try to, if LLP name is already there, if you try to form a company with the same name, the system only will not allow you. A red block will come. Imagine in Instagram, if there is a person's name already Surya is there. If you try to again come with Surya name, what will the Instagram say? User already exists. Same error will be shown. Name already exists. Red color will come. Understood? Yes.
Sir, if a partner is resigning, within the resigning gap, without he giving the notice to everyone, there is a contract they are getting, then will he be liable for it?
See, the partner's liability will come to an end from the day he intimates the registrar, first one, or from the day he intimates the third party. Either of it should happen. After that only your liability comes to an end. If you have neither intimated third party or you have neither intimated registrar, your liability will continue until you are intimating them. So yes, it will be there. Yes. Okay, next one, sir. People, what is partner by holding out the estoppel? Yes. Well, what do I mean by whistleblowing, people? What do you mean by whistleblower?
During the stage, the partner.
So case is going on, people. A, B, C. C will come and tell, sir, we only did everything, sir. This A and B are there, no, they are frauds. I'll give you all the information I have with me. So technically what? You all should be arrested. You should be put in jail or imagine I should levy penalty of 5 lakh, 10 lakh rupees on you. What does the law say? See, very good boy. You came and you cooperated with the investigation. Because of you, I can hold A and B liable. Sir, what about me, sir? I'll ask, were you also party to the fraud? Sir, yes, sir. Without knowing, I did off, sir. Remember, people, if you can prove your innocence and if you're actually innocent, the authority can even waive your penalty, meaning not even 1 rupee you will pay. Or I can reduce your penalty, meaning if 10 lakh is what I have levied for A and B, I can levy even 1 lakh rupees to you. When you have completely cooperated and you have submitted all the information, or whomever you have given case against, they prove to be convicts, meaning the case is proven on them, then I can give you what? Reduction, waiver. Remember, exam point of view important. Even zero penalty can also be levied. Clear? Hello? And not only that, remember, such partner should not be harassed, he should not be removed. All that the authorities try to give you that safeguard. Clear? Okay. People, contribution. What is contribution? Capital for a company, contribution for LLP, same. Sir, how and all I can give a contribution, people? Can I give a movable property? Can I give immovable property? Can I give tangible asset? Can I give intangible asset? Intangible asset. Intangible. Intangible. Okay, very good. Sir, can I give, imagine I'll not give 1 rupee also. I will say 3 partners are there, A and B. The third partner C is telling, hey, I'll not give you 1 rupee also. I will work for the LLP. My services itself is my capital. Can I give that? Okay. People, one person says, I will not give anything today, but I'll give it to you after 1 year. But I'm giving you a promise today. Can that be considered as capital? Today I'm not giving 1 rupee also, but I'm telling after 1 year I'll give you money. Can I consider that as a capital? This will come under, people, promissory note. Promissory note can also be considered as a contribution. They can ask anyway, remember and go, important. See here, promissory note, services, anything can be considered as contribution. Understood? Hello? Which one? That whatever is movable property you are bringing in. See, one, you will go with registered valuation. Someone has to come and tell that this is the value of the property. Past value, see, so see, at the time of you bringing in whatever is the value, that will be the value. After that, it becomes the partnership's property. If you want, you revalue the asset, but you cannot say that belongs only to me. Once you brought in 5 lakh worth property today, that's all. That becomes property of the LLP. After 10 years, you can't say that is my 5 lakh, I will only take the benefit. If 5 lakh became 5 crore, that only belongs to me, you cannot say, because it became partnership's property. Hello? Obligation. People, see here. Possible question again, not even once asked. People, read here. Try to read. Important exam point of view. A creditor of a LLP which extends credit or otherwise acts in reliance on an obligation described in that agreement without notice of any compromise between the partners may enforce the original obligation against such partners. Now, what do I mean by this, sir? Let us imagine, people, there are 3 partners, A, B and C. On the LLP contribution, they have shown 5 lakhs each, all 3 people. And people, there is a person called D who saw the LLP agreement and he has given a loan of 15 lakhs. But after I give a loan, people, there is a private agreement between these 3 people saying that, see, it's okay, you don't have to give your 5 lakh rupees. Let us do one thing, only me, A and B, only we will, pay that 5 lakh. It's okay, you don't pay. Amongst us, we have one agreement. Hello? Are you getting the point? Now the question is, when D wants to recover the money, how much can he recover? Is it 15 lakhs, or according to our agreement, C will not be liable, so I can only recover 10 lakhs because this 5 lakhs C will not pay. So how much LLP has? LLP has only 10 lakhs. So how much money can Mr. D recover? Is it 10 lakh or 15 lakh? The provision is, people, remember, the creditor will not be bound by any private agreement that the partners enter. I am not bound by it. Whatever I see is what I can recover. I have seen 15 lakh, I will recover 15 lakh. That is this particular provision. Not even once asked, remember and go. Hello? Understanding? Okay. Financial disclosures, people, every LLP has to maintain books of accounts. It shall maintain it in the registered office only. And every LLP shall, within a period of 6 months from the closure of financial years, they have to prepare their balance sheet and P&L. In LLP language, we call it as statements of accounts and solvency. You have to prepare it. You are preparing it within 6 months, and it should also be filed with the registrar also within such time as may be prescribed. They have not given us. You have to file it within 30 days. So you have to prepare it within 6 months. You have to file it within 30 days. The 30 days is not there in syllabus, but just remember and go. Clear, Ram? Statements of accounts and solvency. And every LLP shall also file annual returns with the registrar within 60 days of closure of financial year. Exam point of view important, remember and go. What do I mean by compounding of offences, da? Compounding of offences? People, compounding is nothing but, people, remember, we have done some non-compliance, people. I'm not saying fraud. We have done some non-compliance. That means what? We have to file some form. We have not filed. We have to do some procedure. We have not done. Now imagine, people, if at all the registrar only comes and catch holds of us, that means it is treated as a non-compliance. It's a violation. Whenever a section says minimum penalty is 1 lakh, maximum penalty is 5 lakh. When I only catch hold of you, I will levy the maximum penalty out of you. I will recover the entire 5 lakh from you. Now, what is the opposite of it? Let us imagine you only deep inside you know. For example, your friend said, sir, we know that we have filed fake financials. You know, go and accept it off. Sir, I did a mistake. Please, can you excuse us? We have missed filing this form, sir. Please excuse us. You only go and accept it off. What will the authorities do? The authorities will give you a benefit, people. What is that? That is only called as compounding. Compounding means nothing but people compromising. You go, you compromise your mistake with the registrar. I'm not saying pakka the registrar will accept. The registrar people may accept your application. How will the compounding happen, people? You will file, the LLP will file the application with the registrar. Registrar will forward it to RD, regional director. So any person not below the rank of regional director will be the compounding officer. I will go through whatever you have accepted. I will go through. Okay, da Papa, he has accepted everything. Da now RD will levy a penalty. Sir, he will levy. He will levy. Sir, no exception. No exception. So then why should I go and admit? Because when there is a scale of minimum penalty, maximum penalty, when you have only gone and accepted your mistake, RD will be thankful to you for not wasting his time, for being obedient. So what will the RD give you in return? See da macha, minimum is there, maximum is there. Because you only came, I will not levy the maximum. I may levy half of it, or I may levy the minimum, whatever is prescribed in the section. So can't I go less than minimum? Remember, in compounding, you do not have a power to levy a penalty less than the minimum prescribed in the section. If minimum is prescribed as 1 lakh, maximum is prescribed as 5 lakh, RD cannot levy penalty less than 1 lakh. 1 lakh should be collected. It cannot go less than that. Hello? That's the advantage of you going and accepting. Now imagine if you don't go and accept, okay, you play with your fate. If your fate is so lucky, you think you will get off, you will get away with it, then very good. Try your luck. But if you are caught, 5 lakh is at stake. So better finish it off with 1 lakh. So anyone of that mindset will go and do compounding. Sir, this is wonderful, sir. Then every year I'll do mistake. Every year I'll do compounding. This is very nice. Remember people, not every year you can do compounding. Same offense can be compounded only once in 3 years. That means, sir, today I did a mistake of non-filing of financial statements. Assume you can go and compound. And remember, once you compounded, for the next 3 years, you cannot compound the same offense again. Sir, same offense, that means financial statements. Can I go and compound annual returns? Yes. Same offense cannot be compounded. Sir, what about other offense? Absolutely possible. Different offense can be compounded within 3 years. Same offense again if you want to compound, cool off period is 3 years. Hello? The question is, when does the 3 years starts from? I told you 3 years cool off from when? From the day I did the offense? From the date of compounding? Remember, from the day of compounding, the 3 years will start. That means what? People here, if in class I would have questioned like crazy. We can grill this. So, see here, all these are the questionable points I have written in the class. Yeah? Now, what do you mean by that? Let us imagine the non-compliance happened in the year 2019. But we did the compounding in 2024. Let us imagine. So 3 years starts from when? The 3 years will start from here. From the date of compounding. Hello? Hello? Are you understanding? So from the date of compounding, 3 years the period will start. So this is very nice, sir. Can I go and just kill off a person and say compounding? I'll only go and accept. Possible, huh? Generally, remember people, civil offences can be compounded, criminal offences cannot be compounded. That means, people, yesterday we saw 447 section, you remember? Imprisonment and fine. Fine alone. Fine or imprisonment. These two cannot be compounded. These two can be compounded. Hello. Understood? Sir, I have a doubt. Can I compound? You said registrar, if he only comes and starts an investigation, that means I'll be caught. Now my question, imagine, registrar sent me a notice. Hey, why you didn't file? Once he sent notice, no, I took the letter immediately, I ran and said, sir, I want to compound. After the proceedings are started. Now my question to you, can I compound after the proceedings are started? Definitely, I can start. I'm telling you people, every possibility in MCQ, you guys will answer the wrong one only in this. The reason is, remember, registrar has just sent a notice. Registrar has to prove that you have done a non-compliance to hold you liable. There is difference. That means, from here, let us imagine you guys are writing exam. I will tell, hey Macha, you are copying. This is sending notice. But to prove it, I have to show chit. If chit is not there, how do I prove that he was copying? Sir, he saw. How do I prove it to the world? Remember, even government also, it is not easy to hold you liable. They also need evidence. Now, you are telling, he only will come up and say, sir, I copied. From my point of view, think, you saved my time because or else I have to do research. One. Second one, I may or I may not be able to prove that you did the mistake. Not always, I don't know. Hello? That's why the authorities will thank you. So you can compound even before initiation of proceedings, after initiation of proceedings also. Remember, if you are compounding after initiation of proceedings, the case will be coming to an end. Registrar will send it to the court and say, hey court, stop it, that particular matter has been decided. The court will put an end to the matter. Remember, exam point of view important. Clear? Hello? Yes? See? Compounding can be done in any stage. People, not even one here is asked. I don't know why. Every attempt I say people very important and they ask something. But it is important. At least again I am telling for your attempt also. No and go. Clear? Yes? Huh?
So when the proceedings are going, until the time you go guilty, you can compound.
So the law just says you can compound even after initiation of proceedings, not at which stage. So keeping that in mind, yes, possible.
Even after being found guilty.
Possible. After guilty, no. That means the proceedings are end. That time, no. So, but until that, yes, you can. Possible. Because what happens, people? India is known for dragging its case. It will go on for ages. Point one. Remember, you should send a lawyer. People, department also should send a lawyer. They are paying him fees. You're saving his money. Why can't I give that benefit to you only? That is what department does. They should also send a lawyer, no? It takes money. That's why they give you that benefit. Clear, huh? Okay, foreign LLP. Foreign LLP same da? Anna? Place of business in India? Business activity in India? Foreign LLP. Last one we will compromise arrangement or reconstruction. Okay. There's a chart that I did it. See this here. Can we enter into a compromise arrangement, people? Yes, possible. People, similar to capital reduction, section 66, in LLP. What is that? Sir, the LLP, imagine creditors, they have given us 100 crore loan. We are not able to repay. Why? We went into loss. Now they are sitting on our head and saying we want money. Now what will LLP do? LLP will say, Macha creditors, we will be very honest with you. We don't have money. We lost it. We have two alternatives. We have 60 crore left. If you are okay, we will repay it to you. If you are not okay with it, then the only alternative we have, we will wind up. Whatever money you will get, you take it. But we are telling you now only, you will not get more than 60 crore. You choose between these two. What do you want? Hello? Some creditors will say, hook or crook, you have to pay. You have to pay. If you want to wind up, you wind up. But you pay me my money. Second, people will say, okay, da, I will compromise. Instead of paying 100 crore, pay me 60 crore. Let us be happy with it. Best example, people, Mr. Vijay Mallya had given a compromise letter before running away. Dear banks, I have to pay you 9,000 crores. Be a little kind-hearted. I can settle you 5,000 crore upfront. But it has to be a full and final settlement. Later you should not ask me even 1 rupee money. If you are okay, I will settle it. This was given by Vijay Mallya proposal in 2012. What did the banks do? How dare you? Goda, don't give us. He took it seriously. He didn't give her 1 rupee also. Anna went. Now you tell me what banks did, is it right or wrong? They didn't take even 1 rupee. 5,000 crores we rejected. What do you think? What banks did is right or wrong? Right or wrong? Remember people, what banks did, they were bound people. They should say no. They don't have a choice. You know why? If at all people, by mistake, if banks had agreed. Now imagine even if I have a loan, I'll go and tell a bank, I have to pay you 10 lakhs. I'll give you 5. If not, I'll also run. Where? From Coimbatore to Chennai or somewhere I'll run. People, every applicant in your bank will come and say, I'll not pay, do whatever you want. So banks, even though this offer is there, you cannot take practically. So it is there on books, it will look good. Yeah? Because world will not understand in what scenario we had to compromise. But yes, let us imagine if LLP want to compromise, how can it do? Write an application to the tribunal. You can enter into a compromise with the creditors. You can enter into a compromise with partners. You can even enter into a compromise with liquidator. Liquidator also can do a compromise. With how much money I need to pay. I can say I can't pay you so much. Is it okay if I reduce and pay? You can enter into a compromise. You will file an application to the tribunal. Now what will the tribunal do? Tribunal will say, conduct one meeting. I don't have a problem, but let them agree. Show it to me in writing. So tribunal will order you to conduct a meeting of creditors, partners, or as the concerned people, whosoever is required, I will take their particular approval. So I will tell you to conduct their meeting. Now what I will do? I will call all the creditors, please come for the meeting. Now if compromise has to be successful, I need to satisfy 2 conditions. Condition number 1, I need to get approval, majority in number. 10 people are there, 6 people have to agree. The 6 people have to hold 3/4 in value. That means if my total debt I have to pay to this 10 people, if it is 100 crore, then the 6 people who agreed, they need to hold 75 crore worth of debt. If both the conditions are satisfied, then your compromise application will move an inch. Sir, I got majority, but I did not get in value. You cannot take it ahead. I got in value. I did not get majority. You cannot take it ahead. Both have to be satisfied. Exam point of view, no and go. Next one, sir, such approved scheme shall be forwarded to the tribunal for its approval. So we approved. Now we are giving it to the tribunal. Sir, we agreed. Now what will the tribunal do? The tribunal people, if it is satisfied that the company has disclosed all the material facts, if I am satisfied, what do I mean by that? Imagine if there is any pending investigations, any financial statements, everything if I have disclosed, if tribunal is satisfied, then the tribunal will pass an order for compromise. Sir, such order shall be forwarded to the registrar in 30 days. Sir, what if tribunal passed an order, but I did not forward it to the registrar? If you do not forward it to the registrar people, that particular thing will be treated as ineffective. The compromise will not have value. 2024 May, they asked the procedure. Jan 2026, they asked, what if the tribunal passes an order and the company does not forward it to the registrar? What is the alternative? What will happen to this particular scenario? I'm telling from where to where. The person remembered the entire procedure. That is the last step they asked the question. The 30 days was the question. Answer was simple. The compromise is ineffective. Much as no one went till there. When you're seeing only this procedure, I can say, oh, important, watch. People, you tell me how many places I've set you timelines. Jan 2026 attempt people question. This was 2 marks. That ineffective. Yes? Clear? Okay. That's why I keep on telling. Don't take a book which is easy to read. Now today's date it doesn't work. Your book has to have everything. Second one, people, remember, you need to know everything, people. I'm not saying you need to remember everything. You need to know, okay, something like this comes at least. Hello? Yes? Okay. Sir, power of tribunal. Sir, we have approved your scheme. We have approved this fellow who said I will pay at least 60 crore. He is not even able to pay 60 crore. Arre, tribunal has the power to supervise the scheme until it is completed. Now LLP is not paying 60 crore also. I will come, bring it back, I'll at least modify. LLP will try to modify the scheme. That also you are not able to do, then die. LLP will pass tribunal will pass an order for winding up. So in section 61, what does it say? Tribunal has a power to supervise a scheme. I will try to modify. That also didn't work out, die. Tribunal will pass an order for winding up. Done. Clear? Last one, sir, section 62. Imagine, sir, if at all 2 LLPs wants to enter into an amalgamation. How can they enter into an amalgamation? File an application to the tribunal, same procedure. Your majority of the people, 3/4 in value, have to agree. If everything is convinced, the tribunal will pass an order. In that order, tribunal will write about all these matters. What is that? First one, it will transfer all the assets from one entity to another entity. For example, let us imagine Vodafone Idea. If it were a LLP, I will say, hey, from the day of my order, all the assets of Vodafone will become Vodafone Ideas. All the assets of Ideas becomes Vodafone Ideas. Sir, what about liabilities? Liabilities also same. Sir, what about pending cases? Cases also same. Sir, what about employees? Employees also same. Sir, what about people who were not okay with the scheme? Exit opportunity, give them a exit route. Buy them, send them out. Sir, what will happen to Vodafone and Idea? They will dissolve without having to undergo winding up route. So there will be a dissolution. They both will come to an end without dissolution, without winding up. Hey, what do you mean by dissolution without winding up? We thought both are same. Dissolution without winding up. Dissolution without winding up. Hey? Hey? எப்படி? Without selling of assets, correct, sir. People, assets are not there. Liabilities are not there. Winding up means, people, nothing but the court will appoint a liquidator. What will he come and do? Assets are not there. Liabilities are not there. Cases are not there. Everything is transferred. What will he come and do winding up? That's why we are saying, Macha, directly dissolve it. There is nothing for me to come and sell and repay. That's why we use the word called as dissolution without a winding up. Understood? Hello? Okay. So we pass all these orders, sir. The tribunal shall not pass an order unless it receives a report from registrar and official liquidator that The affairs of LLP were not conducted in a manner prejudicial to the partner or public interest. See, the registrar and official liquidator, they have to give you one final report. Sir, as long as they were alive, no, they were good people only. Allow them for merger, it is okay. Until that report comes from registrar and official liquidator, the tribunal will not give you an order for dissolution or the merger. Such order shall be filed with registrar within 30 days. Clear all of you? And the last one, sir, is winding up. Mandatory winding up, people, when? If LLP decides so, if LLP passes a resolution, you go to the tribunal, you will be mandatorily wound up. Next one, people, if for a period of more than 6 months, the minimum number of partners are not increased, one of the grounds for winding up. If the LLP has acted against the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, mandatorily winding up by the tribunal. What is sovereignty and integrity of India? You go and say jihad, done. For example, in Jammu and Kashmir, it happens, no? Private institutions are funded to pelt stones on the army, or your company's funding communal wars, regional wars. If any company in Delhi, I can at least name some 15 universities, educational universities, who are prohibited because this was involved. One very popular, one of the politicians named university was also prohibited in the name of sovereignty and integrity of India. No controversies, but yes, if the LLP has made a default in filing with statement of accounts and solvency or annual returns for a period of 5 consecutive financial years, not even once asked, 5 consecutive. What if I file this year? Next year I don't file. Next year I will file. Next year, next. What happens? Not disqualified. 5 consecutive years there should be a default. Hello? Not asked till date, no one go. If tribunal is of the opinion just and equitable, what do you mean just and equitable? It's like people law writing etc. in its own language. That is called as just and equitable. I can't write every ground note. Huh? What if tomorrow some new scenario comes in court? Can I say no, it is not written in the grounds? I have to have grounds, no? That's why we write it as etc. Etc. means, people, some other grounds, which everything I can't write. Example, if I have to give you, dispute in management. Management is not in talkative terms. Fighting. 4 partners are there. 2 people don't like them. 2 people don't like them. Then how will partnership go ahead? Hello? Such case, what we'll do? We'll apply for tribunal. It will come under just and equitable grounds. Understood? Huh? Yes, sir. And one last thing, if I have to tell you, people, remember and go. What is that? People, remember A, B, C partners. C transfers his interest to D. Transfers to an outsider. A dies. His legal heir, E, becomes the new partners. So who are the new partners? E, B, D. Sir, what are the rights of E and D? Will they enjoy the same rights as B? Will they enjoy the same rights as B? Yes or no? Remember and go. You will only get share in profits. You cannot involve in the management of the LLP. You cannot have a right to access information about the LLP. These 2 things you are not entitled. Then what do I get? You get the share. When you go for winding up, your share of capital you will get. But these 2 things you will not get. That's why I covered both the scenarios. Transmission also same. Transfer also same. Understood? Exam point of view, Dil ka dhadkan, no and go. Clear? Yes. I believe that's your LLP. Okay. That's your LLP. Okay. See here, let us take up questions of LLP. ABC LLP is engaged in the business of providing software consulting services. Due to an economic slowdown, the LLP is unable to meet its obligation towards some creditors. The management of ABC LLP proposes a compromise arrangement with its creditors to restructure its outstanding debt by extending repayment periods and waiving a portion of interest. The LLP files an application before tribunal seeking directions to convene a meeting of its creditors. At the meeting, creditors representing 80% of total value of debts agreed to the proposed arrangement. The tribunal, after ensuring that all material facts, including the LLP's latest financial statements and disclosure of pending tax investigations, have been presented, sanctions the compromise. However, ABC LLP fails to file the tribunal's order with registrar within the prescribed period. Examine the validity. Macha, I'm so sorry, da. Examine the validity of compromise or arrangement approved by the creditors, sanctioned by the tribunal with reference to the LLP. Also explain the effect of failure by ABC LLP to file the tribunal's order to the registrar. Ian, what is there? Everything they have only given. 3/4 in majority. Okay, I will say 80% you got. One point we have to write. What else is there? 30 days is the point. The point is, if the order of the tribunal is not forwarded to the registrar within 30 days, the scheme is considered as ineffective. That's the answer. 5 marks, da macha. Even I felt bad when I saw it. What else I'll say? Yes? See, because we just saw, you guys can feel, hey, what is there, sir? People from 2 days, I'm telling you all the days. Now you tell me how many you remember. That too, we put so much of effort to remember days wherever possible, and this happens. But yes. Yeah, happy. See, what are they telling you? What is the, also explain the effect of failure by ABC LLP. One is that ineffective, correct? Huh? Hello? And they are asking penalty. That's why I told you, whenever we saw first scenario only. Remember, people, take a better 2 to 3 marks, people. This is 2 marks or 1 mark penalty. So it's okay. Once in an attempt it will come. Penalty will come. It's okay. Wherever possible, remember, I'm not saying no. But wherever not possible, it's okay. Leave it. Sir, we want to know, sir, where we need to remember. If possible, try to pay focus on penalties in these chapters. LLP, foreign company, auditors, accounts. Try to remember the penalties if possible. Only these 4. Rest of it, it's okay. At least for these 4, remember the penalties. Clear? These 2 close to your institute. That's why. These 2 because of marks weightage. That's why. So there is a fair bit of gamble that we are doing. It's okay. In rest of it, we can't help. Clear? Yes? Okay. Next one. Sulagna Sukanya Associates LLP was formed on 1st November 2024 to be engaged in the business of manufacturing affordable range of fashionable accessories. Sulagna fashion, Vaida, all of this for us. A fashion designer had appointed as Shrish, qualified chartered accountant to maintain and finalize accounts on a Jan to December basis, thereby prescribing the financial statements for first 2 months. We did not do financial year definition. What is financial year of LLP? Da? If at all the LLP is registered from after 30th of September, then the financial year will close next year. If at all your LLP is registered on or before 30th of September, then it will be in the immediate financial year. Example, if I have to tell you, let us imagine if LLP is registered on 30th September 2026, my financial year will end on 31st March 2027. If my LLP is registered on 1st October 2026, My financial year will end on 31st March 2028. Remember and go. Okay. Finalize the accounts on Jan to December basis, thereby preparing the financial statements for first 2 months ending 31st March 2024. Shrish differed from the view and advised her for April to March as a financial year, thereby urging upon such account finalization from November 2024 to March 2025. When did they incorporate?
First, no.
So will it be 1st November 2024 to March 2025? 26. Meanwhile, Dilip, a Karta of HUF in which Sukanya is also member, has approached LLP and offered to admit as a partner. Can they na?
Yes.
Can HUF become partner? Today only I told you. HUF Karta is not considered as body corporate and they cannot become partner. I circled and showed you HUF and Karta. Confidently you will say yes, that's why I love you. Considering the provisions, tell me whether the advice of Sulagna for maintaining the accounts of Jan to December basis hold good at law. Whether the offer given by Dilip to induct HUF as partner, can it be considered? What would be your answer if instead Dilip, a charitable trust, has approached to become a partner in LLP? What and all is possible, what and all is not possible? First of all, financial year, what is it? That Jan to December is not valid, instead it will be, I don't know if they have given. They have not given, okay. But if they are asked, that will be my answer. Financial year will be next year, correct? Okay. Can HUF be a? There is a circular passed, HUF or Karta cannot be. What about the trust? Same thing, we had to underline that also. The answer would be the same. Trust is also not considered as a body corporate as per the definition given in that partner. Remember, all these people were coming there. Hello? Illa sir. I don't remember. We need to see that circle that you did. Where is it? HUF cannot be treated as a body corporate. HUF is Karta becoming a partner. LLP and it's there. Not able to find it. But remember, people, I'm not able to find that. There's a clarification that it is there. That's not okay. So it cannot be considered as a partner. Clear? Okay. And confidently, you guys will answer even after discussing. Okay. Harish, Priyam, and Priyesh are 3 advertising professionals specialized in the field of creating short advertisement films for various fast-moving consumer products. They have been, see, that's why I hate, they'll just elaborate and give. They have been engaged in their business separately as sole proprietors, but now have decided to join hands and form LLP. On 10th April, the e-form Run LLP is filed, thereby to reserve the name of LLP as HPP and Associates LLP, which has been approved by registrar along with e-form. The e-form Philip has also been filed containing the details of partners and their consent. Meanwhile, even after incorporation as HPP on 30th April 2024, the LLP could not finalize the LLP agreement as Harish and Priyam have agreed to contribute 1.15 crore to the LLP, whereas Priyesh has desired and insisted to monetize his future services for 1 year to LLP as his capital contribution, which has been opposed by other 2 partners as beyond law. However, a consensus was drawn between the above three and a common consensus LLP agreement was submitted on 20th May 2024. The LLP has further planned to induct Srijan Cooperative Society as one of its partner. Considering the provision of LLP Act, answer the following. Whether the registrar would accept the LLP agreement so submitted after 20 days of incorporation as in compliance with the law. Remember people, you need to file the LLP agreement within 30 days of incorporation. So if you are filing it within 30 days, it is valid. Yeah. Whether the opposition of the desire of Priyesh on matter and form of his capital contribution, is it correct? Whether the opposition, is it correct on capital contribution? It is not correct. Services can be shown, no? Whether Srijan Cooperative Society can be inducted as a partner. Cooperative society is not considered as body corporate. See, look at that body corporate definition. 3 times they have asked the same question. Remember and go. So partners, try to be more, aware when you're reading that point. Hello? Okay. Next one, people. A, B, C, D are partners of Alpha LLP and have equal share in the profits and losses of LLP. A has made an agreement to transfer 70% of his share in the profits of Alpha LLP to his daughter X. X wanted to access information about the trading transactions of Alpha LLP, claiming that she is entitled to the information as she receives a percentage of profit from the LLP. The partners refused to grant her access. Does X have any remedy against the denial according to the provisions of LLP? Are the partners correct in denying the access to X? Possible? Whatever we just saw, people, access to information, management decisions, transfer or transmission, you are not eligible. Just know whatever we saw. You do not have any remedy. That is the conclusion that you will be writing. Okay, the last one. The Bright Consultants LLP is facing temporary financial difficulties and proposes a compromise with its unsecured creditors for payment of Same one, na? No. An application is made before tribunal by one of the partners of LLP seeking directions to convene meeting of creditors. The tribunal orders a meeting to be held. At the meeting, creditors representing 75% in value of the total outstanding debt voted in favor of the proposed compromise. The LLP therefore approaches the tribunal for sanctioning the scheme. However, the LLP fails to disclose in its application that investigation proceeding is pending against it under the LLP. I told you have to disclose. Pending investigation and all the financial statements has to be given. If not, the tribunal will not give you. After obtaining the tribunal sanction order, the LLP does not file the order with the registrar within 30 days. A dissenting creditor challenges the validity of the compromise on these grounds. Examine as per the provisions of LLP. Valid only. You have to file it within 30 days. Whether the compromise can be sanctioned by the tribunal despite non-disclosure of pending investigation proceedings? No. Whether the compromise becomes effective and binding if the tribunal's order is not filed with the registrar within prescribed time? No. You have to file it within 30 days. If you do not file it within prescribed time, it does not become effective. That is the answer. The 30 days. See the same things revolving again. Yes? There is one more. You'll see. Last one. See off. Sunroof LLP has 6 partners. Mr. K is a partner in charge for marketing division of the firm. He is literally the face of the firm, and due to his acumen, the business was doing very well. Mr. W is one of the senior most partner and a major investor in the firm. Mr. K met with a sudden demise. The LLP, however, continued its operation without dissolving the LLP. The firm incurred huge losses after his death, and Mr. K's share in the firm was also utilized to repay the debts. Mr. W transferred his share to his son M, who has previous experience in marketing. M wanted to take part in the business, but the remaining partners did not allow him. Referring to the provisions of LLP Act, state whether Mr. K's share can be used to repay the firm's debt after his death. Can you? No. We saw outgoing partner after the death. your property will no longer belong to the partnership. After the death, you cannot. Death is considered as cessation of partner. Next one is the remaining partner of sunroof can forbid him to take part in the business. Possible? Same thing. Management and inspection. Both is not allowed. Yes, I can restrict you. Possible. Hello? Yes or no? Okay. Yes, people. Yes, people. So let's start with FEMA. And yes, before starting with FEMA, one thing is that with regards to Nidhi Company in Companies Act, and of course in various other laws, there are a lot of provisions with regards to Nidhi Company, right? The same thing has been said in a lot of places. So what I've tried to do is, whatever the Nidhi Company related provisions are, I've tried to put it in one place. Exam point of view, here and there they are testing the Nidhi Company provisions left and right. So try to remember these things and go important from exam point of view. So all the Nidhi Company related provisions I have put in one place. Let us quickly glance it. The first one, section 108. What does it say? Section 108 was, people, e-voting. E-voting, there only you would have seen, irrespective of the number of members, if it's a Nidhi Company, e-voting is exempted for a Nidhi Company. First provision, remember and go. Second one, any amount accepted by a Nidhi Company was not considered as a deposit, specifically given under deposit provisions. Again, that is one more point, remember and go. The third point, people, section 47 says what? Voting rights. What is section 47, which said a equity shareholder will have a right to vote on poll equivalent to his percentage of shareholding in a company. A preference shareholder will enjoy a right to vote on whatever the matters directly affecting. In that, they also say, what if you are a shareholder in a Nidhi Company? There is one more provision there. What does that particular provision say? That provision says, people, that whenever in a Nidhi Company, let us imagine there is one shareholder who is holding a majority of the shares in a company. How much? Let us imagine one shareholder is holding around maybe 15% of shares of a company, one person. Now what is happening? Let us imagine they call for a meeting. Yeah, they call for a meeting. In such case, what will happen? One shareholder is having 15% of the voting rights. Nidhi Company cannot be controlled by one person. It is not in the best interest of the Nidhi Company. You should not, like, you can imagine, it's a non-profit, it's like self-help groups, we call it, right? Nidhi Company. Now in that, what is happening? If one person is having 15% of the control, there are all chances that this person may end up taking decisions which is in his self-interest. That's why, remember, section 47 says, people, irrespective of whatever is the maximum number of shares you are holding, how much ever equity shares you hold, the maximum voting rights with a person cannot exceed, people, 5%. Remember and go. That means what? Let us imagine if I am holding 15% of Nidhi Company shares, but my voting rights will be only 5%. It cannot go beyond 5%. Remember, very important exam point of view. Clear? It is given in section 47. Next one, people, section 20. What does it say? Service of documents. You can read this section 20 along with section 101. What does it say? Service of documents means, now let us imagine notice of general meeting. Generally, how do we give? We will give it in a email, that is absolutely fine, or we will give it in post, or whatever is the way that the company wants to give, that is fine. Now let us imagine, if you are a Nidhi Company, how does the shareholders receive a notice? It depends upon, people, how many shares you hold. They are telling, if any shareholder, whoever is holding more than 1000 Allah, more than 1000, exactly 1000, you are not qualified. A person who is holding more than 1000 of value or more than 1% of capital, more than 1000 in value, more than 1% of total paid up share capital, in this whichever is less, whoever is holding that, they will be entitled for a individual notice. So then what about the rest of the people? We will publish it in people a newspaper, and along with that we will have something called as what do you call that? What do you call that? Notice board. It will be published on the notice board of that particular company. That is sufficient. That means what? Let us imagine there are two shareholders. One person is holding people 1.2 percentage of shares in a Nidhi company. One person. The second person is holding people 0.4 percentage of shares of the company. One person is holding 1.2, one person is holding 0.4 percentage. Now what is the value of this 0.4 percentage? Let us imagine people, it is coming to somewhere around 600 rupees. Now people, is it more than is it more than 1 percentage? No. Is it more than 1000 rupees? No. And hence people, this person will be getting the notice of the general meeting just in a newspaper. You have to look at it, you have to come, and in the Nidhi company's premises, there will be a notice board. There they would have put it, seeing that this fellow has to attend the general meeting. He will not get a individual notice. Sir, what about this person? You only take, he is holding more than 1 percentage or more than 1000, whichever is less. Whichever is less. So any one condition satisfied also it's sufficient. So he is holding more than 1.2 percentage. Let us take how much is his shareholding. Let us imagine 1200. Whichever is less. You take the number, whether I am satisfying both also here. I don't have a problem. In that case, people, they are telling you, remember, this person will be eligible for a individual notice. Understanding in Nidhi company? Where is this given? This is given in section 20. So what is the condition I need to look out for? The first one is an individual, if at all you are holding more than 1000 in face value or more than 1% of total paid up share capital. More than, first one is more than 1000 face value. Next one is more than 1% of total paid up share capital. If at all such person will be eligible for a individual notice. Rest of them newspaper and notice board. Remember and go, exam point of view important. Okay, where else Nidhi company is given? Next one is people, Nidhi company, one more provision is given in dividends chapter. Now what does this particular provision say? This particular provision says dividends has to be declared, people. I mean, whenever the dividend is declared, within 5 days you need to transfer it to a separate bank account. Within 30 days you need to make the payment. That is what the law says. Now they are telling you, in the case of Nidhi company, there is a provision it seems. What is that? It says, okay, in terms of section 127, which speaks about punishment, which says, when you are reading section 127, which deals with punishment, shall apply to the Nidhis subject to the following modification. There is a little change it seems for Nidhi company. What is that? In case the dividend payable to a member is rupees 100 or less. So 100 rupees or less. 100 is also included here. 100 or less, people, it shall be sufficient compliance of the provisions of the section 127 if the declaration of the dividend is announced in the local language in one local newspaper of wide circulation. An announcement of the said declaration is also displayed on the notice board of the Nidhi for at least 3 months. Now what do I mean by that, sir? Let us imagine, people, we have not paid. What does section 127 say? Whenever you declare a dividend, you need to make the payment within 30 days. Failure to pay, we saw all that penalties. For a Nidhi company, people, they're telling you one more exception gets added. We did not pay. And how much is this person entitled to? If at all this fellow's dividend is 100 rupees or less, they're telling you, people, it's okay even if you do not make a direct payment. It's okay. You have not paid, you did not transfer it to him. It's okay. You can just publish it in the newspaper, local newspaper. English to vernacular, it just says local newspaper. Publish it in a local newspaper, and people, they will have notice board. No, on their notice board, you have to display this particular thing for 3 months period. That's all, sufficient. The company will not be held liable for non-payment if the dividend is 100 or less. Exam point of view, important. No and go. And the last provision where Nidhi company comes is people, in the case of prohibited sector, you would have seen what are the transactions where PROIs cannot do it in India. You would have seen no farmhouse or real estate. In that you would have seen you cannot invest in a Nidhi company. So these are all the provisions with regards to Nidhi company in our syllabus. Clear all of you? Yes. Done. Yesterday night I was adding this and General Clause Act also. Most of it I've added wherever possible. Yeah. Okay. Done. Let's start with next one, people. FEMA. Okay. What does the law say there? FEMA, people. What is FEMA, people? A easy provision. Generally, remember, people, before we look at FEMA, always have one background story. That is, when the FEMA laws were introduced, people, India was very, very, terrified with the foreign transactions because we had all terrible failures. Portuguese came, French came, British came, everyone came, but they never went back. So we were always scared to accept any further investment going forward into India. So if anyone said foreign after independence, you were directly punished. Today there are so many laws where it is all civil penalty. That is, everything is money. But when foreigners went back, when we got independence, everything you do will be criminal. That means people direct imprisonment. Sir, what did I do? You did not file one return. That's all. Go and sit in jail. Who cares what mistake you did? Any mistake under foreign laws will considered as people criminal liabilities. No compounding. You cannot compromise. You have to go to jail. Yeah. So with that mindset, the first law we had was called as FERA, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. After that, people, we said, no, if at all we are like that, we cannot prosper as a country. After FERA, we introduced one more law, people, called as FEMA. That's why the regulation became management. So now what we follow is, people, Foreign Exchange Management Act. The background is this. And one more thing is, remember, in 1980s, India is heavily dependent on imports. Not then, I'm telling even now. We are heavily dependent. And I'm telling you, we can never become a zero import company. Impossible. I mean, as a country, we can never become a zero import country. You never know. I cannot predict 50 years later. But at least for the next 20-25 years, we have three very major sectors, people. Without that, we cannot become zero import country. One, people, is crude oil. Yeah, we pay in billions, people, billions of dollars. You import from so many countries. Will they take money in your rupees? You have to clear in foreign currency only. Remember, people, the transaction between two countries will always be in a neutral currency. You can't pay in your currency unless and until there is a treaty between you both. So we all settle the transactions with a neutral currency. The neutral currency all the countries have agreed is dollars. Our fate. When people didn't know anything, unfortunately, back then only the US presidents were already, powerful, and they were already futuristic. They knew, let it be Washington or, all this, they're all people. So your George Bush or whoever, you go back to their presidents, everyone, people, has always been, again Trump, we will make America what? Great again. Something he has his slogan. Because they want all the countries to be dependent on US. So now even if we are importing from, say, Middle East, oil, we don't pay it in their currency, we pay it in dollars. So remember, all the countries will have to maintain one reserve for making these import payments. You are importing, no, you have to make the payment. Which money you have to import? I have to keep a reserve of people, something called dollar. Now you tell me, can we print dollars? Then don't you think it is a limited resource that we have? Can you print dollars? Then how will you pay your crude oil tomorrow's payment? Now I just said crude. What is the one more predominant sector? Without that, where India? Modi is Papa coming and telling people, please don't buy where in India it will work. If it is marriage season means people, what a queue in front of the gold shops. Who cares 15,000, 20,000 per gram? We will still import. Now you tell me, how are we making the payments for gold? We are making the payments in dollars only. Now apart from that people, now you take the dependency we have on China. Yes? Yes or no? Then. So people, for all of this, we always need one reserve. That reserve is dollars. Keep this in mind. You know why I'm saying so much? If you do not understand this history, you can never understand the purpose of FEMA. Why are they telling, sir, $2.5 lakh? Sir, why, sir, that limit? Why, sir, I am getting money. I will pay how much ever I want. Who is this act to say? Remember, people, you are having money, you are spending money. But remember, you are not only spending from your bank balance, you are also spending from RBI's reserve balance. When you are spending in dollar, that means you are taking dollars from RBI and you are spending. RBI is concerned because if I give you money tomorrow, we will not have money to meet our imports which we have to pay. That's why people in the lockdown, Modi came and said, what? People don't go to Maldives. There is Lakshadweep. Please go and explore. Please don't do destination weddings. Or else, what is there a need? Have you ever thought? Ranveer and Deepika Padukone has money. They will spend money abroad. They will make their marriage abroad. Logically, if you see, that is their money. Why should the country have a problem? Why should Modi have a problem? Logic is this. They are spending their money along with the reserves. So, sir, then no one should go out, sir. No, you go. What they are telling you is, what can be avoided, please be avoided. That is what today's slogan of India is. That is why make in India. Then why do you think? Imports only, no, end of the day. That is what is the whole purpose. Understood? So keeping that in mind, try to understand. Clear? Yes. Okay. Now, sir, history, that is what we saw. Salient features. After doing the entire act, come back and read salient features. Directly, let's go to our definition, people. What is the definition we want to know? Directly, we'll start with PRI. Okay. Sir, what do I mean by a person resident in India under FEMA? Okay. Yes, people. Status of residency. When do a person be considered as a PRI? A person will be considered as a PRI, people. Simple condition. In the previous year, I should have stayed in India for more than 182 days. That means, people, remember in exam point of view, exactly 182 days is irrelevant. Technically, I should have stayed in India in the preceding year at least 183 days to be considered as a PRI in the current year. In the previous year, if I stay, in the current year, I will be considered as a PRI. Sir, what if I stay for less than 182 days? I mean, 182 or less, then people, you will be directly called as a PROI. That's a straight away definition. Sir, however, from this definition, a few people are excluded and a few people are included from this definition. Who is that people who are excluded? They're telling you the excluded categories are the person who has gone out of India. Who are these people? In the last year, they were in India only, sir. But in the current year, they have left India. Who are they? Sir, these people have left India for the purpose of these three. First one is employment. Second one is business or occasion. Third one is any other purpose, the intention to stay outside India, and it is for an uncertain period. If for these three purposes, if people are going abroad, you will be considering them as PROI because they are only telling these people are excluded from the PRI definition. That's why I am excluding them. So what about any purpose? I am going abroad. Other than these three purposes, if I'm going abroad, then what am I considered as? Are you going out for employment? Illa. Business? Illa. Vocation? Illa. Uncertain period? No. Then if it is not these four people, then by default, if in the previous year, if you have stayed in India for 182 days, 183 days, in the current year, I will be considered as PRI. I'll give you one best example, people. Let us imagine in the year 24-25, I was in India only, people. So I was in India for 365 days. In the year 25-26, now say for example, let us imagine there was a person. No, okay, you take mine only. Let us imagine on Feb 1st Feb 2026 and to 14th Feb 2026, I was in Sri Lanka. Yes, now I left India. For this many days I was not in India. Now what is my residential status? For 24-25, I'm a PRI. What is my residential status for 25-26? PRI. Now what about this period? I've gone outside out of India, right? That 1st to 14th, what will be my residential status? The law is telling you, people, it will be PRI only. Why? They will ask me three questions. Why did I go to Sri Lanka? Now will I go for a job? No. Will I go for employment? No. Business? No. Then what did I do? I went for a vacation. Vacation, trip. Oh. Now what is this trip considered as? Is this trip seen here? Answer is no. Then that is the reason, people, we will consider you as a PRI only. Understanding, all of you? So you should only check if they have gone out of for these three purposes. Yes. And one more thing, students will have a doubt, sir. What is this any other purpose, the intention to stay outside India for uncertain period? What is this uncertain period? Two things has been defined, people. As an example, I can give you two things. One, if a student is going outside India for the purpose of education. Now, can you say that, imagine your education is 2 years or 3 years degree. Can you tell me that after 3 years you will pakka come back? Of course, people, your fees is so high, you want to first recover. So you will first work, you will first to go for a job, what is it? Education. A few people, not few people, at least 95% of the people cannot afford that education also. They will work. They will take up something called as a scholarship or I don't know what they call. I forgot the name also. Paid internship or something they call it as. They take, part-time Allah. Generally what happens in the college only, you will get so many jobs. Yeah, people will take that because the expenses is so high. Second thing, education is done. I want to recover that lakhs of money I have spent. I'll be there for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years. I don't know. A few people though will go, will never come back. Now, can I put a letter and say that he will come back on this day? No. That's why, people, RBI itself has said on 2 grounds, if a person is going outside India, please consider that person as PROI if he is going for education. Why? I'll tell you 2 reasons. One, you can never tell when he's going to come back. One is uncertain period, satisfied. Second one, the people going for education from India, people, remember 95% of the people will also do job along with the studies. That means you're taking up employment also, no? Second interpretation. That's why RBI passed a special circular. In that they said a person going for education should be treated as a PROI. Got the logic? Second, people, example they have given us, people, a person who is taking up green card. Remember, people, if you go stay in US, you're staying. Why? Your first agenda, people, see how people will try to go to US. First, you will go to US on H1B visa. If I have H1B visa, I can work. If I don't have H1B visa, I cannot work. Yes? What's next? I'll go to there. Now, people, I'll try to extend my stay as much as possible. Finally, I will be eligible for a green card. Once I get a green card, people, next step is, people, I will get citizenship. This is a step in US. Now a person will first apply this, and next people they will try to wait for a green card. You never know when you will get it. For that you need to wait, you need to stay in US for certain period. They have their own criteria. You satisfy all of that, you will be eligible for a green card. Remember, in a lot of clarifications, RBI has also said that a person going and staying in US for the purpose of green card, that period will be considered as uncertain. You never know when he will come back. So uncertain period is a second example. From my point of view, this green card based question is never asked in exam. Remember and go, may be important from your exam point of view. Clear? If I am not wrong, green card itself can come. Remember and go. Yeah? Okay. Next one, sir. Who else is excluded? A person who has come to stay in India not for. A person who has come into India not for what is that? Taking employment, any business or occasion, or those three purposes. In short means people what? If at all a person has come to India for the above purpose, that is for these three purposes, you will be treated as PRI. If you have come to India for any purpose other than these three, you will be treated as PROI. Understood? That means you are excluding them from the category. Example, a person comes to India for a trip. He is coming for business? No. Employment? No. Any uncertain period? No. So he is not coming in for those three purposes. They are telling you, then please exclude him from the definition of PRI, and hence I will consider him as PROI. Sir, what if a person comes into India for employment? You will treat him as PRI. Now remember, I am giving you one important point. What is that, sir? Let us imagine a person has come into India in the year 25-26. But in the year 24-25, I did not even stay one day in India. Not even one day. But a person has come into India on 25-26 people. Let us imagine on 1st April 2025, this person has come. Why did this person come? This person has come into India for the purpose of employment. The question is this person a PRI or PROI? PRI, remember, because people, when a person is directly coming into India, please don't check the previous year 182 days condition. Don't even have to check. If a person has come into India directly for those three purposes, from that day itself will become a PRI. Business, employment, occasion, uncertain period. From that day itself will become a PRI. Don't check the 182 days condition for such people. Understood all of you? Pakka? Yes. And remember, citizenship is irrelevant for deciding the status of residency. And next one, sir, one more common question students will have generally is that how should we consider from which day will he be PRI and from which day he will be PROI? For example, sir, a person left India for employment on 1st October 2026. Until when will he be considered as, and one more thing people, unlike your taxation, in FEMA people, one person will enjoy dual residential status in the same year. A person can be PRI also, a person can be PROI also in the same year. Possible. Sir, how is that possible? Let us imagine, in the previous year I have stayed for 182 days in India. Okay. In the current year, from 1st April 2026 to 1st October 2026, I have been in India only. But on 1st 2026 people, I got a job in US. Hence, I left to US for employment. Now, they'll ask me, what is my residential status for the purpose of 26-27? What will be my residential status for 26-27? 30th September PRI, 1st October PROI. Correct? Now remember people, this is one common question that we will have, and institute also here and there they have messed this particular provision. In one place they will give one answer, in one place they will give one more answer. But I am taking the provision which is there in the textbook, and in the examples also this is given by ICAI only. I am taking that provision and I am explaining you. What does the provision say? The day you fly will still be considered as you are in India only. So the date of going outside, you're still in India, no? You're flying, no? At least half of the day, 1 minute, 1 second you're in India, no? It will be considered as PRI only. So what I will take, 1st October is PRI And from 2nd October 26 onwards, I will treat you as clear. Same thing opposite also. The moment a person is coming into India, the day of arrival is considered as PRI. That means what? If a person is landing in India on 1st November 2026, even 1 minute you are in India now, from that day only you are considered as PRI. This is what is our textbook interpretation. Go with that. Yes. Now, why am I saying so this is important? Unfortunately, in September 2026 RTPA, they have given one provision, and in that they have taken an opposite stand. In that they have said people, a person is going outside India on 1st October. On 1st October only he'll be considered as PRO. What is that? PRO. They have given a provision. But if you take your ICAI book, I'll give you examples also. I'll give you page numbers also. ICAI itself has defined that from next day you need to take it as PROI. So I'm going with whatever is in the textbook. Follow textbook. So we have to take RTP is wrong. Yes. Yes or no? You want me to show you that the question? It's there in September 2026, but just no and go. Clear? Yes, okay. Done. So that is your people, residential status. Next one, people, residential status for other than individuals, for companies. What will be called as PRI, people? Any person, body, corporate which is directly incorporated in India is considered as PRI. Any office, branch, agency which is owned or controlled by PROI, but if it is in India, it is considered as PRI. Office, branch or agency, if it is outside India, but if the control is in India, is considered as PRI only. Example, I'll directly tell you. A branch office, okay, first example, people. A company, Infosys, is incorporated in India. What is the status? It will be considered as PRI. Sir, there is Google. Google has a branch in India. Branch is there in India. The branch is considered as PRI. Sir, Google has head office in US, branch in Chennai. Under this branch, there is one more branch in Dubai. So Google US controls Chennai branch. Chennai branch controls Dubai branch. What is the status of the Chennai branch? Is it PRI, PROI? Chennai is simple, PRI. What is the status of Dubai branch? PR. So remember, if office, branch, agency, Dubai, but where is it controlled? Chennai, so what will I consider it as? This is the most indirectly asked question, that is the answer. Dubai also PRI only, Chennai also PRI only. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, done. Next one, people. What else is there? Okay, current account transactions. What is current account transactions? Other than capital account is current account. Okay. What is current account transactions? I forgot your name, Surya. Current account transactions means transactions other than and without prejudice to the generality of foregoing transaction. It includes payments due in connection with other current businesses. Meaning what, people? As a business, whatever is the money that I am making the payments outside India, that entire money is considered as current account transactions. Other current businesses, services, short-term banking and credit facilities. This is important. Remember, short-term banking and credit facilities in the ordinary course of business. Short-term means I've taken credit facility. What do I mean by that? Imagine, people, I wanted to import this mic. I don't have money. I asked the seller, sir, please can you give me 6 months credit period? I'll repay it to you. Can you please give me 5 months credit period? He'll say, okay, sir, you take your time and clear it. Remember, this 5 months is considered as current account transaction. That is the meaning of what? Short-term banking and credit facilities. This credit facilities, not even once it has been asked, remember and go. People will mistake it to be a capital account transaction. Hello? Anything above 6 months will be considered as a capital account transactions. 6 months is considered as your current account transaction. Remember, short term current, long term capital. Why? That's how the law has defined. They have clearly put here as whatever is your short-term credit facilities, please treat it as current account. So please treat it as current account.
The credit period was given for 6 months, but he has defaulted in payment and made in 7 months.
No, it is about the credit period only. So if the credit period allowed to you is 6 months, the law is always on that only. So it will be still considered as current account transaction. Yes, sir. Next one, payments due as interest on loans. People, very important. Loan, capital account. Interest on loan, current account. Again important. Investments, capital account. Income on investments, current account. Not even once asked. How can they ask you a question? They can give you series of transactions and they can ask you to classify them. Meaning, a person has earned dividends on Netflix shares that he has invested. What will you classify the shares as? What will you classify the dividend as? He has also taken a housing loan from a foreign bank. He is paying monthly rent to it. Monthly EMI to it. So they can ask you the entire list of transactions. They can ask you, not even once asked, maybe someday. Remember and go. Clear all of you? Okay, next one. Remittances for living expenses. This is our obvious thing. Your parents or your siblings or your children or anyone is staying abroad, you send money for their living expenses. That money will be considered as your current account transaction itself. Next one, expenses in connection with foreign travel, education, medical care, what is that? Pair, spouse and children. For all of this, it will be still considered as what people? It will be considered as current account transaction only. What is foreign travel? Your trips, current account transactions only, no? Yes or no? That is the meaning of people, current account transaction. Okay. In current account transaction, I can go further in detail and it says what? Current account transaction people can be further classified into 3 schedules. In that people, first schedule of current account transaction says rule 3 and first schedule, all these transactions are prohibited. What are these transactions? The first transaction is people, you cannot withdraw money. This is what rule 3 says. You cannot draw money. If you are going to Nepal, you cannot make any payments to the residents in Nepal in foreign currency. Nepal and Bhutan. Why people? Because those places accept your Indian rupees. You need not have to take foreign currencies to go there. Indian rupee itself is accepted. If you guys want to test it, open your credit cards. You can see it will be written in the bottom. If you want, you open your even debit cards also. In the bottom, it will be written as international debit card. But in brackets, it will be written except Nepal or Bhutan. It is still considered to be paid in your Indian currencies itself. Understood? So prohibited. It's there? It's there. It will be there. Every bank will be there. Clear? It should be there, no? Okay. Next one, sir. Schedule 1. Another prohibited transaction. Now, what is this prohibited transaction, sir? Simple people. Remittance of lottery winnings. Anyone comes in India, if you win a lottery ticket, it will be considered as what people? Prohibited. Meaning you cannot take the lottery winnings. You did not earn it. Someone comes and wins 5 crore lottery. If he says, please convert and send me in dollars, we are gone. Don't forget RBI reserve. Spend here, that's all. You can't take that money abroad. We will not allow you to take dollars abroad. Hello? Sir, second one, remittance of income from racing or riding. You did not earn. You can't take it. Next one, remittance for purchase of lottery tickets, band magazines, football pools, sweepstakes. What is all of this, people? In short, nothing but people, these games and all will be there, no betting apps. So I'm telling, sir, allow me to take $1,000, sir. I will go and I'll invest. I'll win lottery money. I'll come back and I'll fill the RBI reserve with lot of dollars. I'm telling RBI, sir, please give me dollars. RBI says, macha, like you, if I allow one person, my Indian population is 150 crore. That means even if I give you $1 each, I'm done. My entire reserves will become zero. And can you give it to me in bond paper? You will win the lottery. People, uncertain. That's why they are not allowing you. For the purpose of gambling, even $1 won't be given to you. Understood? Yes. Sweepstakes and all is same only, people. Our gambling only. Yeah. Next one is remittance of interest income on funds held in non-resident special rupee scheme account. Simple people, non-resident rupee special rupee account is what is this people is nothing but when an Indian is traveling abroad, I become an NRI. It's been 1 year, 2 years. I'm working outside India or education. Your friends, cousins, and all will go outside India. They will have their bank account, no? According to the law, they are supposed to call to the bank and inform them, sir, I'm no longer staying in India. Now, what will your bank do? Your bank will give you a form. The form is people, your current savings bank account will be converted to this bank account called as non-resident special rupee scheme account. You are no longer in India. According to RBI laws, there will be some restrictions on this particular account. So, that means what? In that savings bank account, probably I had 10 lakh rupees. I'm earning interest. Yes or no? That means I'm earning money from India. I'm telling, if you want, you take your principal amount. But that interest is earned on the Indian rupees that is there in the bank. We will not allow you to take it outside India. Prohibited. Understanding, huh? Yes, huh? That's the background. Next one, payment of commission on exports made towards equity investment in joint ventures or wholly owned subsidiaries abroad of Indian company. Now, what do I mean by this, people? In short, I'll tell you, people. Now, generally what happens, whenever I'm making a sale, the other party gives me money, payment. Now, I'll bring the payment to India. RBI is very happy because we are bringing in dollars and we are filling our reserves. RBI is very happy with it. But people, at times, what will they do? Instead of, let us imagine I only did one thing. What? I gave some services to Netflix. Netflix has to pay me, people, let us imagine, I don't know, $1 million. Now, what do I say Netflix? Hey, Netflix, don't give me $1 million, da. Instead, you give me 5% of shares of your company. Now, what did I do? I became selfish. Did I think about my country? $1 million was coming into India. What did I say? Netflix, no. Don't give me dollars. Give me shares instead. Now, what happened, people? How did I connect it to Netflix? There was an agent, a mediator, who gave me the reference of Netflix. He said, I will connect you to Netflix. Once your entire transaction is done, you need to pay me 2% as commission. Where is he from? He is from the same place. Let us imagine US. Now the entire deal is done. I said, don't pay me $1 million. I took 5% of the shares. What was my value? $1 million. According to the contract between me and the agent, how much I need to pay him commission? $20,000. Now people, I did not bring $1 into the country, but I'm going and asking RBI, I want $20,000 because I have given him a word. According to our contract, whatever is the value that we did a contract, I have to give him 2% as commission. So please give me $20,000. I will give you equivalent rupees. Now what will RBI say, people? RBI says, you were selfish. You were getting dollars. You could have taken $20,000 from that only and you could have paid the agent. What did you do? You were selfish. You took shares and you're coming and asking me to give you dollars. My reserves will go down. How unfair you have done. That's why, people, RBI says such transactions are prohibited. We will not give you even $1 also. Understanding? Yes, Pakana. That is what is this particular thing. Payment of commission. Understood? Hello? Okay. Next one, people. Payment of commission under exports under rupee state credit route. People, in short, I'll explain you. Rupee state credit route is nothing but I told you when we were starting this class, this particular summary only. What is that? People, there are some countries with which India has a bilateral agreement. What is this bilateral agreement? Now, for example, people, if we want to do any transaction with Russia, we said, why to depend on US dollars? Let us do it in our own currencies. I import something, I will pay in my own currency. If you import something, you pay in your own currency. At the end of the year, let us both do tally. How much you have imported, how much I have imported, and between the countries, let us settle it. So that we are not being dependent on dollars. Hello? Understanding? Now people, remember, in this scenario, where you have exported something to Russia, are you going to get dollars or are you going to get rupees? I'm going to get rupees only because we have a treaty, we have an agreement. Hello? But unfortunately, we have a mediator, and to that mediator, we have to pay dollars. Law says, Noda Macha, I have clearly entered into an agreement with Russia and I'm trying to settle everything in our own currencies. You entered into an agreement with a mediator and you need to pay him commission. It's not fair. I will not give you even $1. You pay however you want, but I will not help you to pay that commission. Why? Because there is a clear route. It has to be settled only in rupees. It should be only in rupees. Understood? But however, people remember, this logic cannot apply to two products where India is producing in abundance. One is people tea, one is people tobacco. Yes, so they have selected the combo only. Tea, sorry. Yes, so tea and tobacco both they have selected. Logic is that people that we are having excessive production of this particular thing. India cannot have strict rules for that. So only for tea and tobacco, we are allowing you to pay commission up to 10% of your invoice value. How much ever you sell, in that 10% you can pay as commission. Only for tea and tobacco, no other product. Not even once they have asked this, remember and go. In the transactions, they have not come to here and all. So remember and go. Clear? Hello, all of you. Next one, people, payment related to callback services. Callback services in short is nothing but people. In Amazon and all you have Noda. You try to call them. Amazon says, no. We will only call you back. Vaida macha. If at all such things and all if you are trying to do and if it is causing us some dollars, we will not allow it. Prohibited transaction. Next one, people, is called dividend balancing method. What do I mean by dividend balancing method, people? Dividend balancing method is nothing but, let us imagine, in a company there can be an Indian shareholder as well as foreign shareholder, correct? Now when a company declares dividend, I need to pay it to Indian shareholder also, I need to pay it to the foreign shareholder also, agreed? The law says, people, what do I mean by dividend balancing method? Nothing but, you can pay dividends to your foreign shareholder. I am not stopping it. I have only one condition. How much ever you want to pay as dividend, please earn that much and pay. That means you export. You do whatever you want. You earn it and pay it. I don't have a problem. Because dividend is a free money. I can't give it to you from my reserves. That is the meaning of, people, dividend balancing method. Balance means, people, how much ever you want to pay, please earn that much. That is only called as dividend balancing method. So if you want to go beyond that, people, prohibited. Simple. So all these are called as, people, prohibited transactions. Clear? Yes. Okay. Next one is called as, people, schedule 3, which talks about what? For individuals and other than individuals. For individuals, people, it is called as LRS. LRS means what, people? Liberalized remittance scheme. According to this scheme, people, we are all allowed to draw up to $2.5 lakh per financial year per individual. Even if you are a major or even a minor, all of us can draw up to $2.5 lakh per year. You need not have to take anyone's approval to do this particular LRS. Sir, what can I do with $2.5 lakh? It is your wish, da. If you want, you travel. If you want, you invest into foreign shares. There are so many apps also which will allow you to buy, foreign shares. Possible. Do it. That means what? I'm trying to tell you, under LRS limit, you can take up current account transactions also, capital account transactions also. Sir, can I go and buy a home outside India? If at all you have it, you buy it. Sir, in 2.5 lakh dollar, how will I get, sir? It will at least take 5 lakh or 10 lakh. We are 4 people in our family. Can all 4 of us club and buy that property? Possible? Possible. Just there is one condition. You all should be shown as co-owners. That means what? I'm taking 10 lakh dollar to buy a property and I'm taking 4 people's money. All 4 people should be shown as co-owners in that particular property. If yes, you can club it and you can buy that 10 lakh worth of property allowed. Clear? Sir, in this particular 2.5 lakh dollar, what all I can do? You can do everything. Da. If you want, you use it to gift it. If you want, you go travel. You do education, medical expense. If your loved ones are outside, if you want, you send the money to take care of them. Their living expenses, everything comes under people LRS only. Sir, can I go beyond LRS? In a year, I got a necessity, sir. I have to spend 3 lakh dollar. Can I do 3 lakh? Possible? Up to 2.5 lakh dollar is possible. Beyond that, you need to take RBI approval. Beyond that, it is not possible. Macha, for you and me, we don't want 2.5 lakh dollar more than sufficient. If you take today's rate, 2.5 lakh into put 100 only. 2.5 crore. That's the money you have. That is per year. So all of us people, our foreign travels and all can definitely be taken care in this money. But unfortunately, if Salman Khan, Yash, if these people are going and all people, of course, you need to come under RBI approval. You don't have a choice. Correct? Their stay, one day, how much it will be? Yes. So they have to come under this. They don't have a choice. So they will go for RBI approval. Understanding? Yes. Sir, for everything we have to go for RBI, sir. People, 3 transactions. Even if you are going beyond 2.5 lakh dollar, no RBI approval required. What are the 3 transactions? Education, medical, immigration. Education, medical, immigration. Education, sir, I wanted from Harvard University. Harvard. Okay, do one thing. Go to Harvard University, get one estimate from them. Sir, my university minimum transaction will be 10 crore. We don't touch less than 1 crore. Get an estimate from the Harvard University. Submit it to your authorized person. That is your bank. Your bank only will sanction. No RBI approval required. Education. Second one, sir, medical treatment. I had some heart attack, sir. I had to do some welding inside. Some complicated kidney and all is connected. And the estimate, sir, is 20 crore. Now, sir, yes, people, you can go for, you get a estimate from the hospital or a doctor and submit it, people. Authorized person only will clear it. No RBI approval required. The third one, people, immigration. Virat Kohli says, sir, I want to go and settle in London. I can't survive with 2.5 crore rupees. My gate and that itself will cost me 2.5 crore. Where, sir, this is sufficient. Declaration, RBI not required. Directly authorized bank only will give you more than 2.5 lakh dollar. Immigration means what? Permanently transferring my residence is called as immigration. Understood? Why? Because why are we allowing this? Because certain countries' cost of living is so high that 2.5 lakh dollar is not sufficient for you to go and set it up there. So you have to allow. In such scenarios, they are allowing. Clear? Okay, done. So that is here for individuals. Sir, what if I'm other than individuals? 4 transactions are there. This is applicable for companies. What does it say? Remember, the first one is, yesterday I was saying someone, whichever is lesser, whichever is higher. Remember, only first transaction is whichever is lesser. Rest all will be whichever is higher. I'll tell you the logic also. For other than individuals, the first one is donation. Correct? So you are giving money free. That's why law allows whichever is less. And rest all you are earning. That's why law is allowing whichever is higher. Logic is that. Don't by heart and go. Clear? Yes. Okay, now see what does it say. Sir, if I'm other than individual, meaning I'm company, ArivuPro, sir, can we donate money? Donate. They are telling you, you can donate people up to how much? 1% of your 3 previous years forex earnings or 50 lakh dollar. That means $5 million. Whichever is less. I can do up to this amount. Beyond that, people RBI approval required. Is this clear? All of you? Sir, why am I giving this donation, sir? First one is to create chairs, bencho, and what else? Desco. Correct, huh? What is this chairs and all?
Fund the employee to study in that reputed university.
Chairs is generally not nothing but people. What happens is in big universities like IIMs, Harvards, Oxford, and all, what happens? There will be certain departments. Now in IIM, there is the science department. This IIM science department is donated by Tatas. Now what is that they get? The entire science department will be named. If you go to the science block, it will be written as people chaired by Tatas. That means what? The professors there are funded by Tatas. Now they get their own benefits for doing this donation. That can be anything. For example, in return, IIM can tell for Tata up to 10 employees, I will have a reservation quota. I may tell. I can tell these professors, whatever theses or research they provide, I will have a say on it. I can say, I'm spending 10 crore, 20 crore on it. And can't I expect that in return? I can expect. That's why that is second reason. Third reason, people, matter of reputation. Imagine you're going to IIMs and you're putting a board as chaired by Tata. The science department is chaired by Tata. That means what? You are funding that department. It's a matter of reputation. When you're seeing in annual reports and all, it will be there. Again, third reason. So you're allowed to do it. That is what? Maximum you can do, people, 1% of 50 lakh, whichever is less. Next one, funds promoted by educational institutes like scholarships, you can do it. Third one, to technical institute in the field of donor company. For example, International Institute of Steel Manufacturing. Tata Steel will donate money to them. Why? They are doing some research. If that research goes through, the entire steel industry will be benefited. I will also be benefited. So I will donate. Imagine there is a teachers federation. I will donate money. Because if they are fighting, they are coming for new laws. Even I will also be benefited. Yes or no? Similar. A company is giving to any, technical institute in the field of the company where I am functioning. Understanding? Illa. Yes or no? Clear, huh? Okay. Technical institute is nothing but people generally imagine. Now, for example, there is, what is that now? SpaceX. Yes. Now, there is a research company who is doing research on rare earth materials. They are doing research on sky, space, and that, etc. Now, what does SpaceX do? They will donate some money to that. What is the reason? Tomorrow, they are able to come up with any breakthrough. SpaceX also will get benefited because of it. I will get that, no? Information. That's why I am funding them. Allowed. You're getting benefited. That's what is this. Understood, huh? Okay, second one, people. Commission per transaction to agents for residential or commercial plot in India up to $25,000 or 5% of inward remittance, whichever is higher. Understood, huh? Coming. You are earning. That's why it is whichever is higher. Third one, remittance for consultancy service per project. If it is infrastructure people, $10 million. Other consultancy people, $1 million. 10 million is like $1 crore. 1 million is like $10 lakh. That's how we need to write it. Here, hello. Infrastructure project is nothing but we are building metro. We are asking Japan people to help us. Consultancy I'm taking, no. That is, I can pay up to $10 million. Sir, other consultancy, IT. Infosys wants to set up one cloud. IT is cloud or IT software. It is other than infrastructure. I can pay up to $1 million. Next one, remittance by entity in India, pre-incorporation expenses. Whatever I got preliminary expenses, I can take it back up to 5% of the money I had brought, or $1 lakh, whichever is higher. I can take that back. Remember, everything is whichever is higher except donation. Do not get confused. Next one, sir. The last one in your the schedule, sir. That is your schedule 2, which speaks about by default, if you want to take up these transactions, people, you need to take central government approval. What are these? First one, people, if you want to organize IFA awards or your, I don't know, whatever awards those things are. Anirudh wants to go and perform a jailer to Hukum concert or whatever concert you want to do. Where will that come? That will come under cultural tours. To organize that, even $1 you are spending, I'm not even saying up to this extent it is exempted. $1 you want to spend, you need to take the approval of Department of Education and Culture. Next one, advertisement in foreign print media for the purpose other than promotion of tourism, foreign investment and international bidding exceeding US $10,000 by a state government and its public sector undertaking. People, first of all, what do I mean foreign and print media? Try to understand this, not even once asked. According to me, very important. They can ask you here. Newspaper, there is magazines. Now, private company, ArivuPro is going and advertising in Dubai magazine. People, you want to come and do CA, please register with ArivuPro. Is this limit applicable to us? This limit is not applicable to us. This limit is applicable only and only to state governments, public sector undertakings. Private people, they have not said here. So ArivuPro can spend any amount in the print media abroad. We don't have any limit. Then this limit is for whom? If a public sector undertaking or state government, if you want to go and promote something abroad, for you there is a limit, not for me. Sir, how much is the limit, sir? The limit is, people, the limit is $10,000. That's the maximum you can spend. Now people, state government of Rajasthan came and said, sir, what law you are making, sir? To my country, to my state, I attract so many foreign tourists. You're telling me I can maximum advertise only $10,000. But that is not sufficient. You would have seen state of Rajasthan, they promote the maximum with regards to the state tourism in the international profile. Hello? Yes or no? They promote crazily. Your Dubai, or even if you remember in IPL, when IPL is coming, Gujarat will come and state of Rajasthan will come. Hello? In the last IPL, Kerala also promoted. Now, why are we promoting? Because people will see, let them come and do tourism. Then that's how you will grow. So remember, people, for 3 things, there is no limit. If a state government, Rajasthan, is going and promoting in foreign newspaper for the purpose of tourism, for the purpose of promoting investments, for the purpose of bidding, for these 3 purposes, if I am going and promoting, if I am going and giving any advertisements in foreign media, there is no limit. Anything other than 3, limit is $10,000. Sir, I didn't understand. Kia Motors wanted to come and set up a unit in India. I am telling Tamil Nadu government, Karnataka government, Andhra Pradesh government, all 3 went and advertised in the country, saying that please come and invest in our states. We will give you free of land. We will give you free electricity. Jayalalitha governments went and submitted the bid. That particular margin, Tamil Nadu government and Karnataka government, they lost it. Who won it? Chandrababu Naidu. Andhra Pradesh won it. Kia, he said, 900 acres I'll give, come. Who could match? No state government could match. At a subsidized price for less than 30%. Today, Kia takes care of the entire country's manufacturing happens in one city of Andhra Pradesh. It's a village called as Penakonda. I'm telling you, don't even have a dhaba there. and you have a Kia Motors of 700 acres. If you go in 100 speed, you turn right, accident will happen. Don't turn. You go straight. You ask someone sitting with you to turn right and see. The Kia plant will come with you at least for 1.5 minutes when you're traveling at 100 speed. Just stop and just see. As far as you can see, it will be only cars because they are also exporting. That's the power of bidding. Go and invite. That's the power of the chair. A few people utilize it. See what chief ministers can do. Yes or no? Now see the employment. You have no idea how the employments have grown. Now you see the entire villages. Now you see, I think the employment opportunities there. There is white collar jobs, blue collar jobs. Blue collar jobs, 15,000 jobs are provided. That means what? The entire family will not migrate to cities. You can continue to stay in your own cities. With urban salary, minimum wages act will apply. Not less than 18,000 rupees you can earn. Yes. So if you're going, promoting for all of that, Macha Goda, I have your support, no limit. Other than these three, state governments and public sector undertakings, the maximum you can do is $10,000. Hello? Understood? Huh? Okay. Next one, remittance of freight of vessel chartered by PSU. Remittance of freight of vessel chartered by PSU is nothing but, in short, I'll tell you, a public sector undertaking is importing something, people. When you're importing something, you pay for the goods. Yes. Now, for example, if I'm importing crude oil, I'm importing. You can tell the Dubai people, sir, please give me oil. The import I will take care. There are so many Indian ships. Cochin shipyard is there. You tell them, they will bring the oil for you. No. Let us get that oil also in foreign ship only. That could have been avoided. Don't you have Indian ships? So when you get foreign ship, you have to pay in dollar only. Will they take Indian rupee? That's what they're telling you. Being a public sector undertaking, if you are only paying for the vessel here is ship. How will I allow you? That's why they're telling you people, you need to take the approval of Ministry of Surface Transport. Understood? Huh? Next one is payment of import through ocean transport by government department or PSU. Again, same thing, people. The public sector undertaking, if it is importing anything, you import, you pay for the goods. I don't have any problem. But people, for the goods to come, you have an option. What is that? You can take Indian ship. Now every goods coming through ship, insurance will be taken. You can take Indian insurance. The law is telling, if at all you take foreign insurance and foreign shipper, they're telling you, you need to take first approval of Ministry of Surface Transport. That is the logic. Understood? Huh? Hello? This CIF, FOB, I'm not explaining. Huh? The logic is this. Clear? Huh? Remember this and go. Yeah? If at all you're paying for insurance, if you're going to pay for the vessel for foreigner, it is considered as you have to take the prior approval. No, sir. I will pay it with Indian only. Then no approval required. Clear? Yes. Next one, sir. Multimodal transport. Multimodal transport is nothing but people. Now, for example, I don't know, Sudhir wants to export something abroad. I don't know, his friend is there. Where? Dubai. Now, how will Sudhir export it? Sudhir wants to send some, I don't know, some goods. So, he will check with the person. I don't know, he'll call DTDC. Now, what will DTDC person say? Sir, how big the box is? He says, sir, carryable. In one bike, you can take it. So, he'll come in a bike. He'll carry it first from the bike. It will go to the godown. From godown, they'll put all in one container. Now, that container will go in lorry. It will reach people. Any nearby port. From port, people, it has to go in ship. Now, it will reach Dubai. Now in Dubai, his friend stays somewhere, desert and all you have to cross, so camel, I don't know, whatever. So people, when a person has to operate in more than one way of transport, one company is doing everything for you. Now what happens? Now Sudhir is giving money for this bike, for this DTDC fellow. What should a DTDC fellow give? He has to give money to the bike fellow, lorry fellow, ship fellow, camel fellow, and all of this is legitimate. Any money laundering is there? Multimodal transport means this. In India, if you want to operate multimodal transport, you need a special license that is only called as registration certificate from Director General of Shipping. If you have it, you can be a multimodal transport agent. If not, not possible. Understood? Hello? Okay, next one, sir. Remittance of hiring charges of transponders for TV channels and internet service providers. Simple, I'll tell you. Now, simple people, now your Sun TV is there. Who is that Sun TV owner? Thank you, da. I thought you will say Kavya. Okay, Kalanidhi Mara, Aniruddha. Hey, Macha. Okay. I saw one recent meme on that. In Jailer 1, Kalanidhi Maran gave car. In Jailer 2, Kalanidhi Maran is giving. Okay, I don't know. I don't know whether is it true. Yes, you guys went to the engagement. There, he said, yes, sir, I saw. Yes, sir. Okay. Now, people, what does this scenario, people? Now, whenever imagine Sun TV, there are all these broadcasters. Now, there will be head office will be somewhere. How will the channel actually come from there to your TV? How does it happen? This technology is there, correct? No. Earlier and all people, dish was there. Now people, there was cable TVs, if you remember. I don't know if your generation remembers it, but cable TVs were there. Now everything, now that ulta umbrella, what is that? Dish TV. You put on the antenna on top of it. So that antenna, why is it put on the top? What is coming from sky? Something is coming. From where is it coming? Satellite. Thank you. Whose satellite? Understood? Sun Network they Kavenidhi Maran's fan? You have your own satellite, No, people. See, you have various satellites abroad. Abroad andre outside the world. You have so many satellites in the sky. Remember, you have Indian satellites also, which is sent by ISRO. But you never know. If you're happy with the quality, the pixel rate. Now, when you're watching IPL, what happens? You'll be watching that too, especially if you're nearby any, this restaurant bars where this streaming happens. I'll be watching in my mobile, so still it will be Bumrah is yet to bowl. But there they'll be already screaming. I'll be like, what happened? And after 2 balls, I'll get to know we got 1 wicket. Then why is mine streaming slow? Why is that streaming fast? You would have heard this also. Macha, Airtel is little fast, Jio is little slow. Why? Because of your transponders. I'll tell you, nowhere you will find the explanation for this. Pakka. This is a logic. What they're telling you? Macha, it's okay. In 2 balls, you will not lose anything. Even you are doing betting. No. Then, it's okay. You scream after 2 balls. What is there? You wait for 3 balls. You want to scream now only. Scream with them. They're anyway screaming now. So, if at all any internet service provider or TV channels, if you are giving money not to our Indian satellite, you are giving it to foreign satellite, SpaceX. You are giving it to NASA. Why? Loss, no? If you want to do that, they are telling you, you need to take, if it is TV channel, you need to take the approval of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. If it is internet service providers, you need to take the approval of Ministry of Communication and IT. Understood? Okay. Next one, remittance of container detention charges. What is this container detention charges? Is nothing but, imagine people, whenever you are importing or exporting, that big containers will come. In our movies, they will show harbor. So people, whenever you are importing or exporting, say for example, we import cars, the car will come in a container. How long can you keep this container? So for example, I'll import, let us imagine it will come to any of the ports nearby. Now it will come to Chennai port. Now I need to take the car to Bangalore. How will it come? They will drive and come. The driver Anna will get out of the, captain Anna will come out of the ship and come and drive the Lamborghini to the Bangalore. No. There is the unpacking and all. That container will do it will fall. All that build-ups and all should be there, no? And then remember people, that container is coming to you with a cost that started from wherever you imported. I don't know which country, US, you imported from there. From there that container is coming. It comes for a rent. Our department allows 7 days. Once the product is delivered, within 7 days the container has to go back. If not, the rate at which you need to pay the high rent will be there, no? The rent will be double after the 7 days. Now the department says, Macha, you are somewhere, for that you please don't burn my pocket. You do alternative arrangements. Why you don't have Indian containers? So up to one time I will allow you. Beyond that, we call it as people container detention charges. See, exceeding the rate prescribed by Director General of Shipping, you need to take the approval of Ministry of Surface Transport. You know, not even once all these are questioned, but still I explain why they are not questioning, because it is not defined in FEMA. How will they question? Forget about in syllabus. In our FEMA only you will not find explanation for all of this. So how will they form a question? Understanding. But today's date, why I am stressing and explaining is, you never know, an AI can make or they can build a question. Important exam point of view gives more weightage here. Remittance of prize money or sponsorship of sports activity abroad by a person other than international, national, state level sports bodies, if the amount involved exceeds $1 lakh. I'll give you example. 2 people conduct a cricket tournament abroad. 2 people. One is, let us imagine, BCCI organize one trophy. Next one people, let us imagine, I don't know, Byju's. They only did, no. Let us take Byju's only. Byju's organized one trophy. Byju's Cup. Now sir, what are they telling you? If at all you are sending money abroad, if the money is spent by an international, national or a state level sports body, no limit, you spend how much ever you want. BCCI macha, you conduct IPL in South Africa 1 year, you do scams also, it's okay. I'll not question you. But people, if at all Byju's people, if you are spending money, you are not international, you are not national, you are not state level sports body. Hello? What is the maximum they can spend people? The maximum they can spend is people $1 lakh. Beyond that, you need to take approval of Ministry of Human Resource Development. Hello? Up to this not required. Yes or no? Remember, they can ask you a question. Hello? Yes. Next one, remittance for membership of P&I club. Not so important. What used to happen is, people in European countries, before insurance people, insurance and all is for the last 50, 80, 100 years. Before that, Titanic went when? Correct? That time was insurance there. Before that, don't you think ships were there? Vasco da Gama came, no? That means ship was there. That time, don't you think it was uncertain, ships used to sink? But was insurance there? No. Then, how did they cover the risk? What did they do? They all formed one association, like a club. Now, if let us imagine some 200 ship operators are there. What did they do? They collected, say, $100 from every ship operator. Now, all 200 people, they collected one corpus. Now, what will happen? Any sailor meets with an accident, any ship drowns, with the corpus you have collected, the money will be settled. This is how the first insurance came into picture. Later evolved into insurance. That is only called as Protection and Indemnity Club, which is popular in European countries. Now you tell me, if someone is giving money to that, should they give? Because today insurance is there. That day you give. I'll not question. Today why? That is the meaning. Understood? That is the meaning of P&I Club. Any money to be given, people, you need to take the approval of Ministry of Finance. Insurance Division. Understood why insurance? Clear? Hello. This is, people, Schedule 2. All the approvals should be coming under CG approval, the respective department. By coming to the last part, sir, capital account transactions. What is capital account, people? Other than current account. It is defined. Don't write off capital account transaction. The most simplest definition. What does it say? Yes, we will remember a transaction which alters assets or liabilities of a person resident in India, outside India, a person resident outside India, in India is called as, people, capital account transaction. In short, I'll tell you, now I am in India, I'm a PRI. I take a share of Netflix. That means what? I have an asset created outside India. Going forward, it's an asset outside India. So I will consider this transaction as a capital account transaction. People, I will borrow loan from a foreign bank. So an liability is getting created outside India. I will consider this as a capital account transaction. Sir, I have not taken loan. Say Sudhir has taken loan. I have given guarantee outside India. If Sudhir doesn't pay, I will pay. What type of transaction is this? Sudhir has taken loan. For him, it is capital. I have said, if Sudhir doesn't pay, I will pay. What type of transaction is this called? Capital account only. Why? I'm just looking for the word. Contingent liability. Contingent, which may. Today it is not, which may happen. That's why I call it as contingent liability. Understood? Insurance. I have taken insurance policy outside India. If anything happens, I will get money, no? Capital account transaction. People, remember all your balance sheet items, people. Everything is capital account transaction. Example, FD, deposits, assets, investments, loans. What else? Contingent liabilities, FDs, and derivative contracts. What else you can think of? Everything, people. A person resident in India, if he does outside India person does it in India. That means outsider invests in Infosys share. It's a capital account transaction because an asset is getting created for him in India. Yes or no? For example, people, I buy a plant and machinery. I import a plant and machinery from outside India. What type of transaction is this called? I import plant and machinery from outside India. What is this called? Capital account transaction or current account transaction? Current account transaction. Eppadi? Plant and machinery, I am importing from outside India. What type of transaction? Correct. Current account transaction. Eppadi? People, what am I doing, people? I am importing plant and machinery. Importing means what? Buying. Okay, buying, okay. Where will that plant and machinery be? Outside India or in India? Or it will come back to India. Correct? Now tell me, what is there for you outside India? You purchase plant and machinery. Macha, very good. Is that plant and machinery in India or outside India? In India. What is the definition of capital account transaction? PRI, outside, outside, inside. Anna plant and machinery. Anna inside came. So what type of transaction? Kavya, sorry. Hey, current account, plant and machinery came to India. Now what do I have outside India? Nothing. Current capital. Okay. For example, I have taken plant and machinery, but I have taken loan from a bank outside India, Standard Chartered Bank. I have taken loan and I imported this plant and machinery. So there are two transactions. What is these two transactions now? Loan is capital. Plant and machinery, current account. Okay, I did one more thing. I asked the plant and machinery seller only, Anna, why Anna bank and all? You only give me credit period. I'll clear it off everything in 5 months. Please. Current account or capital account? Current account or capital account? Credit or short term. Remember, possible exam question. Remember and go. Clear? Hello? Okay, sir, that is your capital account transaction. Section 6 people. Permissible schedule 1, schedule 2, that is the list. Just remember the balance sheet items and go, more than sufficient. Exemption from these rules, people. These rules are not applicable to PRI, Anana, PROI, Anana, inherited, not applicable. What do you mean by this, people? People, simple da. Sundar Pichai is where da? People, is Sundar Pichai PRI or PROI? Okay. He's a PROI, yeah. Okay, PROI, Sundar Pichai. Now Sundar Pichai is from where? India. Don't you think Sundar Pichai is at least one land or one property is still in India? Don't you think his parents or his grandparents or I don't know, I have not done my research and all, but I think someone is there. Someone is from in India because I believe their entire family, according to my knowledge, his entire lineage is in India only. Now let us imagine, people, of course. Touch wood, nothing should happen and all. If anything happens, people, to the family and all, who will be the next legal heir? Sundar Pichai. Now, don't you think all the assets in India is going to Sundar Pichai now? Now, the question is, should I follow these rules? Should I go to FEMA? Should I submit all this? Is it required? Law is telling you, people, remember, if a PROI gets any capital account transaction, meaning you are getting an asset, but how did you get it? Because of an inheritance. These rules will not apply. Hello? Understanding? Sir, second scenario. I am a PROI today, but I went to India. I worked in Google India for 2 years. I made money. With that money, I have purchased shares in Infosys. With that money, I have taken a land. Now, I have come back to US, but I was there 2 years. I have purchased land there. Is this a capital account transaction? They are telling you, whatever you made when you were a PRI, now you went back, but you were a PRI, no? He was in that IIT, no? That time he has earned, no? That time whatever I made properties, what about that? They are telling you, continue macha, the rules will not apply to you. So that is what they are telling you. If you are getting any foreign currency, foreign security, any immovable property, a PROI is getting. How? By inheritance, or when you were a PRI, you made it. Remember, all that is exempted. Same thing, opposite. Today I am a PRI, but my relatives are outside. I inherit from them. Hello? Possible, no? Other way around. No, Sundar Pichai is outside India. Wait, I will not continue the example, but I hope you are getting it. Yes. When he was PROI, I went abroad, I earned money, I came back to India. So whatever I made, most asked scenario is this. Meaning what? Your cousins, your relatives, your family members, your friends, they're going 3-4 years, they are staying abroad. Didn't they get salary? Haven't they opened accounts there? Haven't they made trading and all? Mutual funds they have not invested? Then where? That and all, our Indian law will apply to that mutual fund. They will hit you. If I say, That's why they're telling you, Anna, your money, you earned it. Logic also think, people. I was a PROI. I earned how much ever I want. That is an all me made money. I did not take from RBI reserves. Why will RBI have a problem? Logic, no. That is the logic. Hello? Clear? Huh? Okay. The last one, sir. Prohibited sector. Remember, people, a PROI cannot invest in these things. One is chit funds. Exception NRI. Take an approval. Remember, they may ask you, NRI abroad can invest in chit funds. Just that you need to take the approval of registrar of chits. And you have to send money only in, not in cash, e-mode, banking channels. You cannot send it in cash. Third one, non-repatriation basis, meaning you send, you can't take back. It should be spent in India only. If these three conditions are met, NRI can send money. And few people will have doubt, what is the difference in PROI and NRI? People, for us, Chris Gale is also PROI only. Kohli is also PROI only. But somewhere if we have to say, at least for another 2-3 years, Chris Gale is a PROI, Kohli is a NRI. Why? You are an Indian citizen, but you are staying abroad. We call you as a NRI, non-resident India. If Kohli gives away even the citizenship also, people, then we can no longer call him as an NRI. So whom will we call as an NRI? A person who is staying outside India, but you still have your Indian passport. You should be still an Indian citizen. Then you are called as an NRI. Your Kamala Harris, your Sundar Pichai are no longer Indian citizens. Then what do we call them as? We call them as, PRO is okay, but any other word is there? We call them as OCI or PIO or POI. PIO also. Person of Indian origin or overseas citizen of India. You will get one card. OCI card it's called. If you have that, it's okay. We saw this topic somewhere. Where? Whoever said it, love you, Damacha. Oh, very nice, Daman. He's like, sir, me. Give that love to me only. Love you, Damacha. Okay, now you saw it there. If there is an Indian person coming in, you need to have a OCI card. You will have a OCI card. What is the beauty of OCI card? Now, if Sundar Pichai wants to come to India, because you have your roots here, if you apply for the OCI card, you need not have to apply for visa when you come to India. You can come whenever you want. These are the advantages. Know these things. It is good. Okay, next one. Nidhi company. Already did. Agriculture plantation, you cannot. Real estate construction, you cannot. Exception, development of township, construction of residential, REIT, etc. Next one is trading in TDR, not allowed. What is TDR? Transferable development rights. Next one is other prohibited transactions for PRA. What is other prohibited transactions? You cannot do any trade with a person resident in Democratic People's Republic of Korea. What is that, sir? Kim Anna. Kim Jong-un. Yes, Anna, if at all we are not feeling good, we will play Deepavali Pataki. Kim Jong-un Anna will play nuclear Pataki. We want 2017 people, they became a nuclear devastating country. They literally breached every possible agreement. Who? North Korea. I say no whenever treaties. So when you break, the consequence will be this. Now you cannot do any trades with that particular country. That is what FEMA transaction says. Sir, what if I was already doing a trade, sir? You were given 180 days time to leave everything. Clear? Done. Any doubts, Anna? Investment by
PROI in India.
Hmm.
Is it a capital account transaction or a prohibited transaction?
No, you should see where he is investing. Imagine you are investing in shares. It is capital account transaction. See if it is coming under any of these things. Are you investing in chit funds? Are you investing in Nidhi company? Are you investing in agriculture? Are you investing in Infosys? Allowed. Capital account transaction. Understood? Hello? Yes, that's your FEMA people. Any doubts, as much as yes, people. People. Interpretation of statutes. The first one is people. There's a definition people called as document. What do you mean by document? Document has four things in it. One is called as matter, substance, means, record. Matter means what? Matter means purpose of the document. That means if you take up an partnership agreement, that heading says this is a partnership deed between. That is the purpose. So anything that states the purpose is called as matter. Next one is called as people substance. Substance means on what is the matter written. So it can be people paper, pen drive. Because in court now even pen drive is also accepted as an evidence. Video evidence today. It is a pen drive. Hello? So it is considered as what people? Substance. Substance means on what the matter is written. So example can be, as I told you, and best example I can give you is people, your Ayodhya case. Yeah, we got a very spectacular evidence. I mean, if you can interpret the law as law, and if you can think of it in a very broad-minded way, I can tell you. Now, when you know the Masjid and Ayodhya case, the Ram Mandir case going on for decades, then how did they pass a judgment? Don't you think this, if today the judgment could have been passed, don't you think the judgment could have been passed even 30 years, 40 years before also? Then what was stopping? Lack of evidence. I can't pass an judgment. Supreme Court judge can't pass a judgment. Hey, first day only came, da. Hey, first day only came. Supreme Court judge can't do it. In court, what will win? Evidence will win. Remember, those days are gone. What? 99 people, even if they are culprits, it's okay. One innocent shouldn't be punished. Adella gone. The best thing that we can learn is Papanasanam, Drishyam. What does it say? Don't you think the girl's family killed the boy? Yes? Drishyam 3. Still they are freely roaming around. Hello? Is Mohanlal arrested? No. Mother arrested? Daughter? That small girl also became big girl in Drishyam 3. Hello? Then? Much of evidence will win. Mohanlal know it. That's why I am saying study law. See? Getting it? People in the case of Ayodhya people, why did we pass a judgment today then? What happened? In the judgment copy, it is around 1150 pages. That's the judgment copy of Ayodhya Mandir case. Yeah? So in that people, there is an evidence. To be called as an evidence, we need to call it as a document. Then how did we consider what was an evidence? The evidence, people, was a stone. The stone had a matter. The matter said, this is Ram Mandir on the top, written on the... Whenever you go to any historical places or very old temples, why do you think they carve? That was submitted as an evidence. It was still preserved. In the fights, which they did here, they did for them, they fought. You build, they will destruct, they build, you will destruct, everything is done. So what is left behind? The one thing that was left behind was a stone. Nothing had happened. Which had, now try to put matter, heading, substance, stone, means, symbols. This is why we say Mohenjo-daro is our oldest dynasty. How? How do we say Egypt has the oldest civilization? Figures. Hello? Last one, record. What? How did you write? Was it written? Was it etched? That is called as record. So 4 things satisfied. You will consider it as a document. Understood? Hello? Yes, remember from even General Clause Act, it is important. Next ones are classification of interpretation. Interpretation can be classified into legal, doctrinal. Legal can be further classified into two. One is called as authentic. Next one is called as usual. Authentic means what, people? People, when you are reading the lawmaker only will tell you, Macha, this means this. So I'll give us an example. Associate company, significant influence means what? Lawmaker is only telling you. Significant influence means 20%. He is only telling. Then why do you have to use your brain? That is the meaning of authentic. Whatever is given by the legislator himself is called as authentic. The next one is called as, people, usual. What do I mean by usual? Usual means nothing but, people, we don't know. It is not defined anywhere. However, it is a practice. Sir, give us an example, sir. If I have to give an example, people, the best example I can give you is marriage. Yes? I think all of you would have been, if you guys had your ancestral property, yeah? If any one of your ancestral property was divided, yeah? Divided, your mother got a share? No? Why? Go and fight. Sir, what are you doing, sir? You're coming and splitting our family? What I question, is it right or wrong? Then why didn't our mothers get any share? Where is it written? Was it written? People, customs. Girl child was never eligible for any share in the... Huh? Nowadays, 2016. I think if I'm not wrong, her name is Justice Nazri Wazim or something. She said the girl child should also be eligible. Not only in that, one is the Indian Succession Act. In that, there was an amendment. There they said, going forward, even the girl child should also be a party of the property division. Now it is there. That's why I asked mothers. Now it will get. Everything is there. Yeah, that is one. What? She is like, my God, sir, I took tension. Now you will get a macha. Only child. Okay. Next one is case laws. If it is given in any case law, we will follow. People, customs means understood. Marriage. How is marriage done? How do we say marriage is? How is marriage done? So generally in our religion, how is marriage done? Sudhir is like, sir, no idea. In our religion, we will not marry only. Sudhir, how do we generally get married? Huh? Three. 3 knots. Okay. Why, Mike, what is your name? Da? Gokul, why 3? Why not 2? Strong, sir. Then why not 4? Extra strong. There will be no divorce only. Why 3? Gokul, remember, Saptapadi, why 7? Sir, what is Saptapadi? Okay, Ramacha, Gokul, time irko. First CA inter, next marriage, the next final. Final and marriage. No, sir, marriage and final only. Remember, where is it written that is marriage? Best example, triple talaq. Now it is discontinued. Where was it written that triple talaq is considered as divorce? Where is all this written? Customs. Don't question. Follow. For example, people, black cat goes. Don't go. If you go, you will go. That's a customs. Who cares? If it is rocket, the rocket will go up only if it has 3 chilies and 1 lemon. You will not believe our Rafale, our Rafale jet, which we have got it to bomb Pakistan, Rafale jet. In the front of Rafale jet, we had put 1 lemon and 3 chilies. That is how my country is. And that's how we bombed. Then why do you think we survived that entire war? You think because of any advanced technology? Lemon took the bullet. Seriously? No? If you want to Google it, it is there. For the Rafale jet, we have put lemon and three chilies. Yes? No? Okay, customs. You have to follow. Next one, people, doctrinal. Interpretation can be considered as doctrinal. Doctrinal can be of two types. One is grammatical, one is logical. Grammatical is people nothing but following the exact words. Logical is people nothing but, this is where interpretation comes into picture. At times what happens, people, if you read the law as it is, it doesn't make sense. In such case, what I will do, I will try to interpret. Interpret means, okay, let us try to understand deeper. Even then I am not able to understand. That is when I will try to construct. One best example I can give you is, I will give you two examples. Let us imagine, people, if you go to a park, they might have written in the park, people, no vehicles allowed. Correct? In a park, they would have put a board, no vehicles allowed. Now the question is, when they say no vehicles allowed, let us imagine a mother wants to take a stroller, a kid, stroller. Question 1, is a stroller allowed?
Yes.
Second one, let us imagine there is a person who is differently abled, and this person is having a, that automatic, the mower, that wheelchair. Now he wants to take that inside. Is it allowed? The third one, now there are these cycles, that EV cycles, correct? You can go up to 5 kilometers and all. Now one person wants to take cycle inside. Is it allowed? Correct? You never know. This is only called construction. Interpretation is simple, people. Vehicle. Is vehicle defined? You never know. So according to the definition, I should not even allow the baby stroller also, because it has wheels, it is going forward. Construction is, people, understanding. Okay, what is the person's intention? That means probably polluting vehicles or something which causes harm or which is not for our convenience. We will not allow that inside. Hello? For example, some temples will have no photography. Can I make a video? Let us be very practical. You said no photography. I'll do videography. Is that okay? No. Construction. You can't go with literal words. I have to understand what he's saying. Hello? That is the meaning of construction. Why do we have iOS, people? iOS intention is simple. No law is perfect. There are so many laws that has defects in it. So when the case comes to the court, what can we do? We can't just close our hands and we can't give the judgment. No, the judge has to use iOS. Understood? Okay. Next one, sir. That is the difference between interpretation and construction. Sir, rules of interpretation. Two rules. One is primary, one is secondary. Primary rule, that is the first rule. That is only called as, people, rule of literal construction. What do I mean by rule of literal construction? Absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent. Yen sir, despacito. What is this, people? Absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent. Mean, it clearly says, people, the maxim is so clear. Absoluta, sententia. When the sentence is absolute, expositor, non-indigent. Expositor means, people, the person. Expositor means, people, the person who interprets the law. Non-indigent means, people, not required. When the sentence is clear, you do not need an interpreter. The first rule is, when the law is clear, don't use your brain. You have to read the law as it is. Hello? Understanding? That is the meaning of, people, absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent. That is the first rule, people. When the rule is clear, you are not supposed to use your brain. Clear, all of you? But however, at times what can happen? There can be conflict between, let us imagine, one will be a, what do you say? Okay, say for example, one will be a technical word, one will be a popular word. So you are telling me to read the word as it is. But that word can have two meanings. Now, how do I have to understand? For example, people, there was one case also. Ramavatar versus assistant sales tax officer. What was his case? The case was simple. In one of the towns of Kerala, a person used to sell betel leaves, the palm leaves. So, according to the sales tax people, if you sell any vegetable, there is no tax on it. So, one day one vendor said, I will not pay tax on betel leaves. The sales tax officer said, why? He said, betel leaves is also vegetable. Sales tax officer did not leave. The matter went to the court. The seller did not pay tax. The tax officer is telling you have to pay tax. Now the judge is actually going mad. Why? The person who is selling the betel leaves is saying, sir, according to the law, you need not have to pay tax on vegetables. And he's saying, even what I am selling is also vegetable. Now the problem in front of the judge was, can I consider the betel leaves as vegetable or not? Remember, just don't use your brain and tell of, hey, where sir, betel leaf is not vegetable. He is telling anything you eat is vegetable. Define, show me the definition. Literal interpretation, you have to read what is interpreted. What is written, you have to read. How can I know whether betel leaves are vegetables or not? You have to show evidence, remember, in court. Now what can I say? Sir, I will search. What is betel leaves? If you Google, you will get meaning. It is something which belongs to a pepper family. What do I do with that meaning? It will not help me in anything. When people technical words does not help you, that is where they're telling you, use the popular words. Now if I ask you all, betel leaves, tell me, shall I consider it as a vegetable or not? What do you all think? That is what even the judge said. See, generally, you cannot consider betel leaf as a vegetable. And hence people, it was taxed. You'll not believe in Kerala, even on coconut there is a case. Whether can I consider coconut as a vegetable? You tell me. Is coconut a vegetable? He's like, no sir, definitely no. He's like, huh? Much. He's saying they call it as tengai. Correct. Sensible. Yes or no? You know, huh? Coconut. Yes. Now people, popular, you know what they said here? These are all considered as, it is not considered as a vegetable itself. It's a case law. Why? The court decided coconut as a taste enhancer. Tomato fruit, they say, if we say. I'm telling you, yeah. So I'm saying if tomorrow such scenarios come on these cases, the cases have come. And the interpretation that was taken was, it was considered as a taste enhancer. It is not a vegetable in itself. That is, don't judge me if you are watching from Kerala. I am not saying it. Supreme Court judge said that. I am just telling the judgment. According to me, if you ask me, yes, coconut is a vegetable. Betel leaves also vegetable. Let live, live. Let us be happy. No controversy. Clear? Yes. Okay. So understood. So if there is popular words, you need to understand them in popular sense. Technical words should be understood in technical sense. What are technical words? If you go to a software engineer and say, what do you mean by person? What do you say? Person means me. Now if I go to a commerce student and say person means what? What person means? Lister. Technical words to be understood in technical sense. Understood? That's your first interpretation. Second interpretation, people, rule of reasonable construction. That is only called as maxim utras magis valyat kvam paryat. What do I mean by that, people? If the words are not giving you a sensible meaning, you have to go beyond the words. Hello? Best example, people, is nothing but your chartered accountant, ICAI, disqualification people who cannot be an auditor. In that you have seen the relatives cannot hold more than 1 lakh face value. The relative, is it one person or everyone? Everyone is not written in the law. It is a rule of interpretation, that is reasonable construction. If I see the rule, if I read the word as it is, absoluta sententia expositor non indigent, rule is clear, relative. Why do I need an interpreter? Doesn't make sense. That's why you need an interpreter. That's why this rule came. Hello? Understood or not? Sir, if I read relative as relative, that means everyone can hold. That's why we apply the rule of reasonable construction. Understood? Okay. Third one, people, rule of harmonious construction. What is rule of harmonious construction says? Remember, people, always people, we have to read the law as a whole. At times, what happens, people? Section 5 will say one thing, section 45 will say another thing. Harmonious means, people, you need to live together, you need to read together. You can't say I will only read section 5, I'll ignore 45. You can't say I will read 45, I'll ignore 5. You have to read the law as a whole. But sir, what if they are conflicting? Then what to do? Meaning section 5 is telling go left. Section 45 is telling you to go right. What to do? Go straight. So people remember, always, what is the rule, people? Harmonious construction. What is rule of harmonious construction? It says, people, whenever there is a conflict, one is a general rule, one is a specific rule. Specific rule will prevail over the general rule. I repeat, specific rule will prevail over the general rule. Is this clear, all of you? That is only called as, people, rule of harmonious construction. Clear? Sir, but the lawmaker at times, to give you more clarity, in the section itself, he will try to help you. If there is a conflict, please follow this section or please follow that section. The lawmaker would have given you a hint. How? By using these words. What are the words? If at all the section starts with notwithstanding, that means the lawmaker is telling this section is superior. In such case, if there is a conflict, please follow the superior section. Meaning the section itself will start with nothing withstanding given in any of the act, this section shall prevail. So the entire section will be silent. Next one, people, subject to. Subject to means what, people? You are saying this section is superior. No. If a section starts with subject to, that means I am telling you this section is inferior. When there is a conflict, please don't read this section. Read the other section only. That's the meaning of subject to. The next one is, people, without prejudice. Without prejudice is nothing but, people, without damaging. That means I have to read both the sections in the same capacity. I can't ignore both. They are equal. The lawmaker will try to help you by giving you such hints. This is rule of harmonious construction. Any doubts? Hello? Okay. Next one, people, is called rule of beneficial construction, Hayden's rule, purposive construction, mischievous rule, as the case may be. What is this Hayden's rule or this particular rule, sir? There is one question only. Let us look at the question only and try to understand so that you guys will understand it better. People, this is a question here. Prior to 2024, the State Environmental Protection Act imposed penalties only on factories that directly discharged untreated waste into rivers. over time, several industries began outsourcing waste disposal activities to third-party contractors. Also, although these industries were the ultimate source of the waste, they escaped liability because they were not direct polluters under the existing law. To address this issue, the legislature amended the act by inserting the following provision. What was that? Any person who causes or contributes to the pollution of a river, whether directly or indirectly, shall be liable for the prescribed penalty. Subsequently, Green Earth Limited engaged an independent contractor for waste disposal. The contractor illegally discharged hazardous waste into a river. The Green Earth Limited contended that since it did not directly release the waste, the amended provision should not apply to it. In the light of the principles laid down in Hayden's case, discuss how the court should interpret the provision. Would Green Earth Limited be liable? See, they are only telling you, this is what I told you. In today's date, how is the lawmaker? I'm telling you, IOS is becoming so easy. Why? They will give you which rule to apply. If I go back to, I would say at least 3 attempts prior, they were not telling you which rule to apply. The question used to be vague. Today they will tell you which one to apply. Now all that you need to do, apply Hayden's rule and say whether it is possible, not possible, or pass a judgment. Is it right? It is not right. So write something about Hayden's rule. Are you getting the point? So what does Hayden's rule say? What does this mischief rule say? What does it mean? Simple, people. Whenever a law is introduced, you need to check what is the law introduced for, what is the purpose. Meaning before the law, what was the scenario and why was the law introduced? You need to check the intention. Based on the intention, you need to file a case on the party. Again, if you guys can be a little broad-minded, I'll give you an example to understand the Hayden's case properly. This case is not there in our syllabus. One day what happened, people, there is one, law. This was not in India. This case happened in US. There was a, the case was called as Smith versus Hughes. That's the case. What happened in this case law? There was a law that was passed in one of the city. The law was called as, people, Prohibition of Prostitution on Public Streets Act. That was the act. Public Street, Offences of Public Streets Act. So they basically, what did they say? In that one section was there. If any person tries to solicit a person, solicit means attract a person on a public street towards prostitution, it will be considered as a punishable offense. They wrote a section. Any person who solicits a person on a public street will be considered as a offense. It was written in the section. Now what happened? There was one lady who stood in the balcony of her apartment, which was in 2nd floor. She used to take a glass. She used to take a spoon. Whenever people walk in the street from her home, she used to make noise. And when people see, she used to solicit them. One of the constables saw her. The constable arrested her under the offences of the public street offences. That constable arrested her and he filed a case on this particular section. And he said she is doing an offence under this Public Street Offences Act. Now the case went to court. Now the question was, what the lady was doing, was it legal or illegal? Now when we read the section, what does the section say? Section says, again I'll read that section only for you. Any person who solicits a person on a public street. You have written something. And what does the first rule say? absolute sententia, expositor, non-indigent. I've written public street. The lady said, this is my home. It's not a public street, and hence the law itself will not apply. Understood? That's the scenario. Now you tell me whether what the lady did, is it right or wrong? If you are a judge, what will you decide? Will you arrest her? Will you release her? Arrest? Why?
The intention of the lawmaker is to abolish the prostitution.
The intention of the lawmaker is to abolish the prostitution. That's why we introduced that law. Correct? My framing of law was imperfect. My intention was perfect. Correct? Now I cannot cover everything, right? I cannot write, say for example, street. I cannot write mall. I cannot write subway. I cannot write escalator. I can't write everything in that particular act. So it is evident what is the lawmaker trying to give you as a remedy. What was the law before and what is the law after? Before there was nothing. That's why I made this law. So what is the mischief here? Why is it called as a mischief rule? Mischief rule means, people, before this law came, what was the scenario? What was the problem? The mischief was prostitution. And what is the remedy this law is giving? You have to abolish prostitution, but with the imperfect words. Hello? So in this case, it was considered the lady was liable under this particular act. And who gave this judgment? It was given by the Supreme Court of their country, apex body, applying the rule called as Hayden's rule. Same cut, copy, paste, C. Now they have given you a scenario. What? There is a law, State Environmental Protection Act. According to that, any factory discharges wastes into rivers, it should be punished. What did people started doing? To escape from liability, they started outsourcing that particular activity to contractors. Now, if authorities come and file a case on me, I'll say, sir, it is not mine. Sorry, the department is outsourced. You arrest him, not me. That's why what did the department do? The department amended the act itself. Any person who directly or indirectly pollutes will be liable. So one of the companies saying, we did not do it anything. We have outsourced it to the, the third party. The third party is liable. They are telling you, apply the Hayden's rule and tell whether this Green Earth Limited, will it be liable? Now you tell me, is it liable?
Yes, sir.
Understood? So, Tumblr case, you are trying to do indirectly. Hello? So, applying the Hayden's case, this is what we will say. Yes, Green Earth will be liable. Because the intention of the law is clear. I am not telling you to beat around the bush. My intention, I have not written it properly. But whoever is causing it, you should be liable. That is my main motive. The person causing the, pollution should be held liable. That's the intention of law. And you are getting away with it. Applying the rule of mischief or Hayden's rule, the intention of the lawmaker is to make sure the person who pollutes should pay the penalty, and that person should pay the penalty.
Will the independent contractor be liable?
Independent contractor, for indirectly, yes. He cannot escape. Because they have given that also. Illegally he has discharged. You are liable because you are taking money for it also. But said that I cannot escape as well. I am also liable. Understood? Yes, sir. That's where I am telling you, nowadays they are helping you. They'll give it to you. It is easy for you to answer. Earlier I am telling you, before 3 attempts back, that also they will not give. You should use your brain. Which rule? Understood? Hello? Okay, that is, people, your mischief rule. Next one, people, is easy one we will do. Rule of aegis dim generis. What do I mean by aegis dim generis means, people? Same species or same kind. Example, people, if I have to tell you, imagine 1, 3, 5 dash dash. What do I mean by dash dash here, people? 7, 9. How did you say? This is the meaning of aegistem generis. That means something which belongs to the same kind or same species. So whenever there are general words used after a series of specific words, the general words will take the color of the specific word. Sir, give us an example. Example is, people, when you're traveling in the flights, you're not supposed to carry, let us imagine, guns, comma, arms and ammunition, grenade, etc. Now, what is the meaning of etc. here? Wine bottle? Drugs? Drugs? Can I take drugs here? So, what and all is etc. What and all it comes? Knife, gunpowder, TNT, I don't know what and all you will call it as. Yes, sir. So, people, that is the meaning of aegistem generis. Now, etc. here is a generic word. So, that etc. will take the color of the series of the words that you have used. So, gun, arms and ammunition, and what is that? I don't know what else. That is indicating it's a group. What is a group? Explosives or weapons. It is forming one group. So, anything in that group can be taken in etc. I can't take, say, wine bottle. I cannot take anything, medicine. I cannot take those things here. They do not fit in that particular definition. That's the meaning of, people, aegistem generis. Understood, all of you? Clear? So, remember, that's what is aegistem generis. Enumeration of specific words. Enumeration constitutes a category. Such class or category should not be exhausted. That means what? If I have written everything, people, grenade, TNT, rocket launcher, AK-47, I have written everything, and then I write etc. When I have written everything, then in etc. does not have any meaning. Correct? So it should have written 4 or 5. There are still scope to interpret. Next one is general terms follow the enumeration. General means etc. Such other contracts. These are generic words. That should be in the last. The series of words should be in the first. And no different legislator intent has to be there. Meaning I should not have said etc. here means this. If I have said it, you have to apply that only. Clear? That is the meaning of rule of aegistem generis. The last rule, sir, primary rule is rule of exceptional construction. Exceptional construction can also be called as, people, common sense rule. Why is it called as common sense rule, people? People, can you tell me when is e-voting mandatory? E-voting, when is it mandatory? Public company having 1,000 or more? 1,000 or more members? And who else? Listed company? Hello? People, the words written is, people, like this. Listed company and unlisted company it is written, public company it is written, companies having 1,000 or more members. Correct? Hello? Now, people, tell me, people, I am a listed company. This rule is clear. This is written in section 108. I am a listed company. My company has 600 shareholders. My question to you, is e-voting applicable? Is e-voting applicable? Understood the question? Tell me. Applicable, not applicable? I will apply, people. Applicable.
Listed company for whom they register.
This is how it is written. If you guys want to see the complete section only.
Saying the answer is because.
What is the answer?
Sir, they didn't say for listed companies whose members they didn't mention. So for listed companies and they mentioned.
They've written listed companies and. Correct.
Even listed companies having less than
1,000 also.
can be applicable.
So listed company having less than also is applicable. Okay, read this second point. What does it say? Every company which has listed its equity shares on recognized stock exchange and every company having not less than 1000 members shall provide. Correct? Huh? Now my question, I am a listed company, I am having 600 members. Understood? Huh? Sir, we read also this provision. We never thought in that angle. Remember, people, this is where I say no law is perfect. The intention of the lawmaker here is not listed company should have 1000 members. The intention of the lawmaker here is listed company separate, 1000 or more companies separate. Both of them have to provide e-voting facility is the intention of the lawmaker, but poorly drafted. Hello? Are you understanding? So then what should I read it as? I should read and as and only. Exceptional rule of construction, also called as common sense rule. If I read it and as and, section 108, intention is not served. The purpose is not served. That's why you need to read and as or here. Whether listed company or if you are a company having 1000 or more members, for both of you it is applicable. Hello? That's why we call this rule as exceptional construction. What do I mean by exception? Generally, and should be read as and, or should be read as or. Exception, and can be read as or can be read as and. Understood? Pakana. Like this in Companies Act only, I can give you some 5 examples where there are problems. No clarity. Understood? That is your people rule of exceptional construction. See, and or and. Same thing with the may, shall, may. In some places it says shall, you can read it as may. In some places it says may, you can read it as shall. That's the exception. Yes? Hello all of you. Yes? These are called as what? Conjunctive and disjunctive words. Conjunctive means and. Disjunctive means or. Next one is called as directory and mandatory words. Directory means may. Mandatory means shall. Clear? Done. Last people, secondary rule. The rule is people, doctrine of contemporanea exposito. Nothing but people, effect of usage. There are 2 rules here, people. Remember, whenever you are reading a law, whatever is the interpretation given by the legislator himself or contemporary authority, you have to follow that interpretation. Contemporary authority means, people, example, I'll simplify you. Now, if I have a difficulty in understanding anything with regards to SEBI laws, I'm not understanding properly. The law is silent. I need to see if there is any contemporary authority there. Contemporary meaning those days. If I am trying to find it difficult, do we have any authority there? Yes, we have SEBI only. So if SEBI has given any clarification for the law, that clarification will be valid. Now, Banking Regulation Act, I have some difficulty. Now, FEMA, I did not know whether to consider the student as a PRI or PROI. RBI gave a clarification, contemporary authority. So when a contemporary authority gives you a clarification, please follow that. Hello? Next one is called as, people, effect of usage, which we have already seen, nothing but, people, customs. Custom is the best interpreter of law. Whenever you are confused, please follow with your customs. Next one, people, doctrine of nociter associs. What do I mean by doctrine of nociter associs? Know your associates. That's the meaning of doctrine of nociter. Nociter means people know your, associs means people associates. That means people, simple example, what do you mean by the word orange? Color. Now if I write this, correct, exactly, is called doctrine of nociter associs. When a word is capable of two meanings, the word will get that meaning under which it is surrounded. Know your associates means who are your next two words. My meaning will be derived based on those two words. They will tell, now in English there is a very famous saying, right? What is that? Show me your best four friends, I will tell your character. So, and there is one more saying is that you are always an average of your four of your best friends. Yes, that's a saying. It's not mine. So don't judge me. So that's the meaning of people, doctrine of nociter associs. Any doubt here? Understood? People will get confused between this and existim generis. Don't get confused. Existim generis, it does not have meaning of its own. It's a generic word, etc. Such other animals, such other contracts, in general. It does not have any meaning. That's when existim generis will apply. Doctrine of nociter associs will apply when you have a meaning of your own, but it can have two meanings. Then doctrine of nociter associs will apply. Clear? Yes? Okay. The last one, sir, aids of interpretation. There is internal and external. Internal aid is people, first one is title. The title can help you. Nothing but, for example, when I am reading some acts, it will have long title and short title. Short title can be considered as Companies Act. Long title, example is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, Prevention of Sexual Harassment. So the act itself will be so lengthy, it tries to explain you what is the meaning of the law. They can also help you when you are confused. Next one is called as preamble. Preamble, remember, modern laws does not have preamble. Earlier laws used to have preamble. Yeah, and remember people, whenever the section is clear, you will not refer to any of these. If section is clear, all these are waste. All these won't apply. Only when section is ambiguous, you will come and refer this. They can ask you that question, remember. For everything, when section is clear, section will prevail. These rules will not prevail. Clear? Okay, next one is heading and title of a chapter. For example, if you open Companies Act, it says incorporation and incidental matters. If you are seeing, say I want to know plant and machinery, if it's coming in accounts chapter, that means I'm not talking about a botanical plant, I'm talking about a machinery. So when the chapter name is saying accounts, that means the meaning can also be derived based upon the chapter's name. Next one is people, marginal notes. Remember, marginal notes does not form part of internal aid. What is marginal notes? Side notes. For example, there will be a huge law. Now I'll take Companies Act. Now I know so much. What I'll do? I'll take the entire bare act. I will issue my own law. I'll issue my own textbook on company law. What will I do? There will be huge paragraph. Side, I will write summary. 5 lines, I will define what is the whole purpose. Now, who is defining? Lawmaker is defining. I am defining. I am defining. I am not a lawmaker. Marginal notes are always issued by authors. You were not in parliament. That's why remember, marginal note is never an internal aid. Then why is it given here? To say it is not, they have given here. Yeah? But only in one law, it will become an internal aid. That is Constitution of India. In Constitution of India, the legislator himself has written the marginal notes. That's why Constitution of India is an exception. Hello? Okay. Next one, definitional section. Simple, right? In a definition, whenever it says means, that means dead end. If it is include, you can add extensive. Means exhaustive. Include extensive. Means and include wherever means is there. Remember, it is always exhaustive. You can't add. Wherever means is there, dead end. Hello? Same thing applies to apply and include. It is again extensive. Deemed to include, again it is extensive. Next one is people ambiguous. Whenever, remember, never read the law in isolation. You should always read the law as a whole. You can't read only one part and you cannot try to understand. Next one, illustration. The best example is people Indian Contract Act. You open Indian Contract Act, under every section, lawmaker himself has illustrated that matter with an example. It is a part of act itself. It will form part of internal aid. So if I don't understand the law, try to read the example. You may understand something. Next one, proviso people, nothing but we have already seen in the case of private company. Provided. That means what people? Little deviation from the law is called as proviso. What do you mean by proviso? Little deviation. That means generally, sir, in a company, if two people are holding the shares, I will consider them as two shareholders. But if they are in private company, the joint shareholders will be treated as one. Sir, in generally, even if you are an employee, I will count you in the number of shareholders. Private company, provided. They're telling you don't count them. So little deviation is called as proviso. Exception means people little Allah. It is not applicable at all. Example, sir, section 1012, 107, section 98 to 107, not applicable to OPC. Absolutely. Little deviation, not at all applicable. Exception. Hello? Understanding all of you? Saving clause is nothing but people, nothing without prejudice we already saw. That means I am telling, please do not eliminate that section also, this section also. You have to read both. Nothing but similar to without prejudice. So you have to read this law also, you need to read that law also. Next one, sir, explanation. Explanation is nothing but whenever a lawmaker feels some word is complicated, the lawmaker only will explain it for you. Best example is significant influence in associate company. The word explanation only is written in the law. Significant influence means. That's the meaning of explanation. The next one is schedules. Forms part of the act. Towards the end it will be there. CSR, Schedule 7, Schedule 3, balance sheet, formatter. It forms part of the law. Again, same thing I am telling you. When there is a conflict between the act and the schedule, always act only will prevail. Last one, people, read the statute as a whole. Last one, external aids. You need to refer to, if at all I am having any conflict, please refer to historical setting. Historical setting is nothing but background. For example, I told you that Smith versus Hughes. FEMA you were trying to understand. Background is the British, how, why. Next one is consolidating laws. Now GST, if I have a doubt, GST came in 2016. In 2016, what did we do? We refer to the previous laws. Consolidating means previous to GST, we had service tax, we had excise, we had VAT. Everything was put together and GST was made. Now, if I have any doubt, you can refer to the previous laws. Next one is usage. Usage is nothing but people, again, customs. You can refer it to your, however the thing has been used for a long period of time. 3 knots, your triple talaq, etc. Earlier and later acts, people, always remember the later act will prevail. Whenever there is a conflict between two laws, imagine one law is telling one thing, another law is telling something. Try to read both. But if you are not able to make sense, then please follow the later law. Understanding? Hello? What is the difference between this and harmonious construction? Harmonious construction, it is conflict in the same law. This is conflict between two different laws. Companies Act and SEBI Act. There is a conflict. Hello? Later law will always prevail whenever there is a conflict. Getting the point? Next one, dictionary definition. If your section 2 is silent, then refer to Oxford Dictionary. The last one, usage of foreign decisions. Indian Contract Act for people through CA Foundation route. You guys would have seen, right? What? Carlyle versus Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. Yeah. What else? So many other cases. You have Balfour versus Balfour, Salomon versus Salomon. So many cases you have seen, but none of this says Ningaya versus Timaya and all. We should be there, no? Why that is not there? Reason is Indian Contract Act was passed by Britishers. So their law and our law are same. So whatever is decided there will also prevail here. That's why we took the decisions of foreign and we tried to impose it in India also. But sir, will it be binding? No. But you can refer for clarity. Understood? Yes, sir. That is your foreign decisions. Clear? Hello? Okay, see here. There's a question in iOS. Miss Mona, employed in X1 Corporation, adopted a 3-month-old baby, applied for maternity leave under her company's policy, which provided 26 weeks of paid maternity leave. However, her employer rejected the request, stating that maternity leave applies only to biological mothers as per the law. Mona approached the court against the company's decision. In related to the above case, explain how the rule of beneficial construction can be applied and interpreted as a welfare legislation. This is where I am telling you, they are helping you. What if they have not said that? You will not know which rule to apply, or you will apply every rule. Applying every rule of interpretation of statutes, I'll say Mona will be eligible for the paid leave. So what will we say? How will you guys answer it? I hope you guys understood the question. Yeah. So see, that is where the law is. So what is that they're telling you people? There has been one mother who has adopted a child. Now, according to the company's rules, they're saying you will be eligible for a paid maternity leave. So a lady adopted a child and she applied for a maternity leave. Her boss has rejected it on the ground that this is only available for a biological mother and not for a mother who has adopted. And she has come to the help of the judiciary. Now, how will you decide it? Based upon the beneficial construction. So, you will say here, people, the whole purpose of the beneficial construction, or take it this way, what is the whole purpose of Maternity Benefit Act? It is to make sure that the mother associates with the kid with whatever is a term and tenure. That is point 1. Point 2 also helps the mother to recover from the labor pain. So these are the two whole intentions of the legislation, that is Maternity Benefit Act. So here the whole point of, one is yes, recovery. Second point is the kid getting associated with the mother. It's the same whether you are biological or you are adoptive. That is the legislation, that is the purpose of the law. But when it is written, that day you never thought how and all a person can become a mother. On that day you never knew. But today's date it is a different scenario altogether, right? For example, if we have to think, surrogacy is there today. Technically you are not at all being called as a mother. What is surrogacy? I hope you guys know. Then can that person even apply for a leave? Imagine if she is working. So with time, you did not think of it when the law was made. So sir, how will we apply beneficial construction, people? See here, the intention is whatever I said, the intention is to make sure that the kid, the child and the mother gets associated. That rule is same, irrespective of whether you are a biological mother or you are an adopted mother. And that will be my judgment. Using the beneficial construction, you need to go beyond the law. You need to identify what is the mischief. It is not only because of a biological thing there. It is also to do more with, the child and mother's interaction. That's the major thing there. So using that I will answer, that is your beneficial construction. What a fair idea. See how and all a question can come. See, there is one more question also, let us look at it for your okay, see this question. The central government enacted the Industrial Regulation Act 1985. One of the provisions of the act uses the term processing unit, but the term is not specifically defined in the statute. For the last 30 years, the licensing authorities across the country have consistently treated the small packaging units as processing units under the act. Several industries have been granted licenses also on this basis. The legislature has amended the act multiple times over the years but has never altered this interpretation. Further, in one case, a High Court also accepted this long-term standing practice while deciding a dispute. Recently, a new regulatory authority has taken a different view and denied license to a packaging unit, arguing that the term processing unit should be interpreted strictly as per its dictionary meaning and not according to the past administrative practice. The affected company challenges the decision and contends that long-standing usage and practice should guide the interpretation of the statute. While interpreting a statute, what is the effect of usage, customs, long-standing practice? Explain with reference to the relevant principles and Latin maxims. Yes, this is where I am telling you, iOS it's like a blessing. I hope you guys understood. What is the scenario? The word processing unit is not defined anywhere. But people have been understanding processing unit as the small scale units, whatever it is given as, small packaging units. And even in one of the court's judgment, they have also assumed here the processing units means the packaging units, the small packaging units. But now one of the person wants to challenge it. They're asking you, can you take the same interpretation? Is it applicable? Is what they're telling you. Of course, I told you people, effect of usage. Yes or no? The same thing will apply. Now, that is what I'm trying to tell you. In exam now, what they're telling you is, in iOS, they're trying to give you this. If that is not given, it becomes tricky. So, sir, in our attempt also they will give, I don't know. Maybe, but for the last 3 attempts, if I look at the trend, whenever there is an iOS question, they are trying to give you something with relevant to how to think. That is on which grounds you can think. They are trying to give you that. Yes, sir. Now, sir, what is the interpretation I will give you people? The interpretation I will take it as, one is effect of usage. I can take it in aids to interpretation, that is one thing. Primary rules, secondary rules people, that is also in one place where we saw. One is, there is one, one maxim that is called optima legum interpres yes constitute. That is nothing but the custom is the best interpreter of the law. Next one is contemporanea exposito. We saw no, the contemporary authority, whatever SEBI had given, whatever RBI had given. So these two principles tell us that effect of usage or customs will become the law. So in our case, the processing units will be treated as that small packaging units, whatever is the scenario. Understood all of you? Yes. Now see, few students will ask me, sir, should we remember the maxims and go? Yes. So that's your answer. Should you remember? Yes, you need to remember. Clear? Yes. Hello? Okay. One more thing I'm trying to do is, if I have to send you the, what is that, the mega compiler thing, if I have to send it to you today, in that it is not there. One more thing I'm trying to add is, what is the maxim, what is the English meaning, what is the simplified meaning. Maxim, English meaning, simplified meaning. I'm trying to add it, might take 1 or 2 days. If you guys have that little thing, just give me 1 or 2 days. If not, you want it today only means, I can send it to you, but it does not have iOS. It has general clauses. It has general clause. I was able to add all the sections, but I was not able to add this. Yeah, if you can wait, just wait for another 2 days. Yes. Okay. Done now? Yes. Okay, done. Let us go to the last chapter. Yes, sir. The last chapter, people, the General Clauses Act. What is the whole purpose of General Clauses Act, people? The whole purpose of General Clauses Act is nothing but, let us imagine, whenever there is a problem when you are reading a law, when you are interpreting a law, how to interpret a law, how do I understand a particular word? First thing, people, you will try to understand the word as defined in that particular act. So go and refer section 2. Sir, if I am not able to understand, I am not able to get the meaning anywhere, then people, you will always have two helps for you to understand any particular meaning or a word. What are these two helps called as? One is called as statutory help, one is called as non-statutory help. Statutory means whenever you stuck somewhere, there is some law trying to help you. Which law? So if at all you are stuck in reading some law, there is one more law trying to help you. That law is called as, people, General Clauses Act. Next one is called as non-statutory. It is not a law, but it will still try to help you. That is only called as IOS. So whenever you are confused and if you are not able to read a law properly, there are two types of laws available for us. Two types of helps available for us. One is called statutory help, one is called non-statutory help. Statutory means given in the law, general clauses. Non-statutory, IOS is not a law, it's just rules. Hello? Understood? Sir, what is the whole purpose of General Clauses Act? The whole purpose is, people, I'll tell you in short, is, now there are so many words, people. Financial year. In general, there are so many acts, central acts, so many are there. Don't you think so? Now in every act, is the word financial year prescribed? Have they written? In every act, is it possible? They might have missed in some acts. Now for example, there will be word called as good faith. Is it written in every act? It is not. There will be so many words like that, right? It might not be possible for the lawmaker to write it in every act. What if it is not written? They'll tell you, remember people, we will write it in one act. It will apply to all the central acts. That means if the word financial year is defined here, it applies to all the central acts. Now imagine if I am reading some act, people, Consumer Protection Act. In that, sir, they have not defined financial year. Come and read here. It is defined here. No. Same financial year will apply to that also. Sir, I am reading Consumer Protection Act. They have not defined what do I mean by a person. They have not defined, come and read here. Whatever is written here will be applicable there also. So I am reading Income Tax Act. They have not defined what do I mean by document. This is defined. Same thing, record means substance. Same thing is defined here. So if something is not defined somewhere, it will be defined here. Same meaning will apply to that particular act. Which act? Every central act. So what was the whole thought of General Clauses Act? Why did they make it? To make sure, imagine we have 3000 acts. If I just don't define financial year in every act, I am saving 4 lines in 3000 acts. I am only talking about financial year. Now you take how many words are there. So indirectly what happened? Because it is defined here, all those laws started becoming little thin. If not, it would have become big. The words used in General Clauses Act is to make the law not superfluity. Superfluity means voluminous. So General Clauses Act helps you to avoid a law becoming superfluity. Superfluity, this is the objective. So come and define it here. It is like defined in every act. Sir, still we didn't understand. Okay, one example I'll give you. There is a law that says within, okay, take it this way. Okay, there will be a law which says within the 200 yards, you're not supposed to have any tobacco or tobacco related products. There can be a law where in the vicinity of a school, educational institution, it should not be there. There is a law. Now, how do I have to take this 200 yards? How do I calculate? So now, for example, let us imagine if there is one educational, some college is there here. Yeah, this is the college. There is a road here. Yes, let us imagine here there is a shop. Yes, Sam. Here there is a shop. Now, sir, within 200 yards it should not be there. I ask, hey, you shopkeeper, how are you keeping the shop here? Da? The law says within 200 yards you are not supposed to keep any tobacco thing. Now, people, that person says, sir, in that law they have not defined what do I mean by 200 yards. How do I take it? So, sir, shall I do one thing? College, sir, this is one way. You can't go this way. So, if you look at it, sir, if you want to come to my shop, you have to come like this. Go like this. Go to Gandhipuram. Take flyover. Come. Sir, this is 3 kilometers. Now, is this okay? Is this how the 200 yards is calculated? Now, where is it defined? It is not defined. Now, for example, even if you look at your Urban Development Act, wherever there are 10 lakh or more citizens living, you cannot have any industrial area within 10 kilometers. There is a rule. If there are more than 10 lakh residents, you are not supposed to have an industrial area within 10 kilometers. It's a rule. Sir, how do I take 10 kilometers? Imagine if I go to Kerala. There is a factory here. Underneath mountain, people are living here. How do I take 10 kilometers? Sir, go on the top, take circles. It will be 80 kilometers. Is that how I calculate? So, how do I take the distance? It is given here in General Clauses Act. How do you take it? You have to take it straight line. You should not take zigzag and all. Unless if any act has defined it that way. If act says no, you have to take zigzag only. You take it. See, you will not come and read General Clauses Act if your act is clear. You will read it when your act is not clear. Example. So it is defined in General Clauses Act. Every act, wherever distance is given, this rule will apply. It is always taken on a straight line. You cannot take like this. So, for example, when we are reading Companies Act, it says, what is that? Who shall maintain books of accounts? Managing Director, whole-time Director, CFO. It is written, sir. Sir, what if they leave? My Managing Directors today, my CFO today, my whole-time Director today, they leave. So, I need not have to maintain books of accounts. Should I not maintain? We have to maintain. Now, where is it written? It is written in General Clauses Act. Sir, in General Clause Act, it is written, if at all a person does any non-compliance, he shall be liable with 25,000 rupees penalty per day. No, continue, 1,000 rupees per day. Who? He. Now, she did a penalty. She is telling, sir, law says he is liable. I am not he. Hence, I am not liable to pay money. Can she say that? Where is it written? Understood? So, these things are written in one act, applicable to all the acts. That's the whole purpose of General Clauses Act. Understood? What a fair idea. Yes. So, they have given you that particular rules. That is what is sections. Let us see. So, object people to shorten the language of central acts, to provide uniformity of expression. So, distance is same in every place. Good faith means same in every place, etc. To state explicitly certain convenient rules for construction and interpretation. Convenient rules, as I told you, he means she means he, singular includes plural, plural includes singular. These are convenient rules for us so that we can understand the law better. to guard against the slip and oversights by importing into every act certain common clauses. See, what do you mean by guard against slips and oversights? What if a lawmaker has not defined any word? In such case, what to do? Because it is defined here, you need not have to worry, it will apply to you. In the case of Chief Inspector of Mines versus Karamchand Thapar, the word superfluity was used. What is the purpose of General Clauses Act? To avoid superfluity of language. Clear? Going to General Construction. Okay, let us start with section 5. What are the rules, sir? Coming into operation of enactment. So whenever a rule is passed, whenever an act is passed, what will be the effective date of the act? When is it effective? From the date of? First thing, the date mentioned in the act. If it says this act comes into force from 1st of Jan 2027, that is the effective date. Sir, what if the date is not mentioned? Then from the day the president signs. Whenever the president approves, from that day the law comes into force. Done. That is your section 5. Next one, people. Section 5 has one more thing, people. Presumption against retrospectivity. What do you mean by retrospectivity? Now, people, I cannot say if you are late. For how many ever days you are late, people, let us imagine I'll say you will have to pay a penalty of 50 rupees. Yeah? Now, for example, for you guys, 4 months class is done. I will tell people this rule is not from today. This rule will start from people 1st Jan 2026. Now, will you guys be okay with it? Sir, from tomorrow means I will make sure I will not repeat it. How can you make me liable for whatever has happened in the past? It is out of my control. That is the meaning of presumption against retrospectivity. In general, remember people, all laws, whenever a new law is made or whenever an amendment is made, all the laws are effective prospective in nature. Meaning if I make a rule today, it is effective from today. I can't make you liable from the past by default. Sir, no sir, I want to make you liable from the past. Can I? Lawmaker has a power. If they want, they can say this rule is effective from 1961, I can say. Do I have that power? Do I have? Yes, you have. You have to give a justification. But people will scold you. People might go against you. But do you have power? That's the question. Answer is yes. Sir, what if nothing is given? Nothing is given now. Always it is assumed prospective. Prospective means future. Sir, law wants to make you very clear. I want to make you liable from 1961. I can make you liable. If time allows, please go through Vodafone versus income tax. Our Indian government made a law, which is, they passed the law, they made an amendment in Income Tax Act and they used the word called, this is retrospectively effective from 1961. One of the journalists even questioned Pranab Mukherjee. What is India making? You can see it's a good interview also. Next one, people, effect of repeal. What do I mean by effect of repeal? Sir, let us imagine Companies Act 1956 came to an end. Now, Papa Infosys was incorporated in the year 1981. They got license and all. They got certificate of incorporation. Now, imagine Infosys might have Infosys Foundation, Reliance Foundation. Now, because Companies Act 1956 is repealed, will all my licenses go back? Will all my certificates go back? Will my assets come to an end? Imagine some investigations had started against you. Some cases are going on against you. Will all that cases come to an end if the law is no more? What do you think? Remember people, nothing will change. Whatever started will continue. Just because something is repealed, licenses given to you, registrations given to you, that will not by default come to an end. Unless specifically written by the lawmaker. No, everything is revoked. If it is written, then yes, it is revoked. If not, by default, whatever licenses you got, whatever you got, it shall continue. Clear? Hello? Yes? That is what is section 6. Understood? Effect of repeal. It will not affect any of your liability, privilege, penalties, punishments, any previous operation of any enactment. What do I mean by that? Whatever I had done in the past, that and all will not change. It will still continue to be valid. Hello? Any inquiry, litigation, any remedy, any privileges, nothing will change, people. Everything will continue. Done, na? Simple. Done. Section 6A. What does it say? Huh? Section 6A. Huh? Section 6A says what, people? First, let us read section 24 and come to section 6A. What does section 24 say? Section 24 says, I would have given you cross references, read it like that only, easy to read. Continuation of orders issued under enactments repealed and re-enacted. What do I mean by that, sir? Sir, let us imagine there are some, orders, some notifications. All of these are passed in some what do you mean by repealed and re-enacted law, people? Heard of it? Okay. Companies Act repealed to? Repealed means, people, something which is deleted. Repealed and re-enacted. For example, this we will see. I'll come back to section 6. First, understand this. Now, what do I mean by this revival of repealed enactment? What do I mean by this? For example, people, repeal means delete. Revival means restore, get it back. They are telling you the lawmakers can, if they want, they can delete a law, and if they think they want it back, they can again bring it back, whether in whole or in part. If I have to give you best example, people, the best example can be section 11 of Companies Act 2013. When Companies Act 2013 was passed, section 11 was already there. What does section 11 say? Certificate of commencement of business. In 2015, we felt a wide unnecessary section. They deleted section 11 from Companies Act. Which one? Certificate of commencement of business. In 2019, they felt, that is such an important provision. Why did those people delete on that day? We want it back. Again, it was revived. Revived means, people, restored. But remember, once a section is deleted, the same section cannot be inserted again. That number will always be deleted. That's why they reintroduced the same content in a different section, and that's how today's date you guys have your section 10A. Repeal, reenact. Understood? So you can revive. Basically, you can bring it back. Possible. I'm giving you one example of in part. You can even bring back the whole law. If at all something was deleted, I can bring it back in whole as well. Possible. Understood? Yes, sir. Hello. Okay. Now try to understand this one. Where is that? Section 6A. What does it say? Sir, repeal of an act making textual amendment where any central act commencement repeals any enactment of this repeal by which the text was amended by express insert amendment, then under the different appears, the repeal shall not affect the continuous understood? What do you mean by this, people? In simple, I'll tell you. In Companies Act 1956, people, we have amended Companies Act 1956 lot of times. In 1980, we have amended, meaning we introduced some amendments. In 1990, we have amended. Even in 2010, we have amended. Now the question is, 1956 is repealed. What about these amendments? What will happen to them? Will that also come to an end, or will that continue? The law is telling, if at all the lawmaker wants, he can say even that particular amendments, even that will also come to an end. If he wants, he can say. Or he can also say the repeal will come to an end, act will come to an end Amendments may continue. Sir, what if nothing is given? If nothing is given, people, remember, just because the law is deleted, amendments will not come to an end. Amendments shall continue to exist. That means, if I have to tell it to you in today's language, let us imagine Companies Act 2013 is there. In Companies Act 2013, when we passed, small company definition has been amended even until last year, 2025 December. Now, Companies Act 2013 gets repealed. The small company definition continues to exist. Unless the lawmaker tells, no, that is also deleted. If nothing is said, we assume the amendments will continue to exist. Sir, only amendments. What if any notifications are given? What do I mean by notification? Notification means during COVID, MCA gave a clarification. What is that? Macha, AGMs cannot be conducted because of social distancing. Until 2020, AGM was a mandatory physical meeting. Mandatory. In fact, there was a rule, Rule 3, which said you cannot conduct certain matters in electronic means. In that, one of it was adoption of accounts. You cannot do it in electronic means. There was a rule. In COVID, they gave a relaxation. There was a notification passed by the MCA. You can conduct e-meeting. Notice. It was a circular. They passed it for 2020. In 2021, again they passed the circular. 2022, again they passed the circular. 2023, they deleted that rule only. Which rule? Accounts cannot be. I said no, discussed in e-meeting. They deleted that rule. That's why today, no company, whichever is listed, not even one company is conducting AGM in a physical meeting. Everyone are conducting an e-meeting. Everyone. I'm saying even including the giants like Tata's, Reliance, Infosys, no one are going back. Why? If you look at it, people, there is something called as letter of law, spirit of law. I feel, my interpretation, they are all following letter of law. Because book said, don't conduct, they are not conducting. If you ask me, that is one place where people can come, they will know what is happening in the company, one-to-one interaction will be there. There will be no controlled environment, right? Here it is everything controlled. Who to speak, who should not speak. So today that is gone, but yes, they are all following the letter of law, not spirit of law. Because of that one amendment. Sir, what will happen to the circulars? Will circulars come to an end if the act is repealed? Continues. Understood? Where is it given? Section 24. Section 6A says amendments will continue. 24 says rules, notifications, circulars, orders, everything will continue even if the act is repealed. Understood? Simple? I hope you are understanding. Yeah. Why do they not continue? Why are they not conducting in physical meeting? Because people, for example, I have only gone for, I invested in Infosys share when I was 20 to 21 year old. Yeah, I'm attending their AGM from that day. You can imagine how many meals they would have had. Yeah, pakka they used to give a meal, proper buffet, including one dessert. Nice gulab jamun they used to give. How much was the share price? When that time when I had invested, it was around 600 odd rupees. For 600 rupees for full year, my buffet covered, I'm happy. Who cares dividend is paid or not? Who cares if capital appreciation happens or not? Why did I do it? For me, the easiest thing was people learning curve. Why? I was learning how AGM is happening, voting, e-voting. I'm learning everything practically. Literally, what chairman is doing, what is quorum, what is voting by show of hands, poll, scrutinizer, what is he doing, everything practically you can see. That was the intention. I used to tell even until 2020, every student I used to tell, keep aside 500 rupees. Any listed company in your city, invest. You will get it back in the way of lunch. And that is for your education. You will learn a lot. You will get reports. financial statements, audit reports, notice, explanatory statements. They have to send you. You will learn everything. Ordinary business, special business, e-voting, 5 p.m. In fact, in my class, we actually do e-votings. We open the portals, we cast a vote. We will see how it is done. IPOs, we participate. We can see everything, right? So that's why I say, whenever possible, invest in one company share. All of you. You will learn all of this practically. Yeah, easiest way, buy S-Bank shares, 17 rupees or 18 rupees, one share. Vodafone Idea, 8 rupees or 9 rupees. Less than your tea.
The AGM will be conducted
I'm telling, even if it is conducted in South India, now it is e-meeting, it doesn't make sense, but at least I'm telling you, you will get reports. Now lunch, macha 9 anyways, you are saving 9 rupees, noda. The other company means 1000 rupees. You invest that in ticket, go and come. Yeah, but no one is conducting. That is what I'm telling you. Okay. Yes, Sam. Next one, people. Construction of references to repealed enactments. People also read section 28. What does section 28 say? People, I'm telling you here only. It says nothing but people. One act can give a reference to another act. What do I mean by that? For example, in Companies Act 2013, the word securities is not defined at all. It just says, please refer Securities Contract Regulation Act. Income Tax Act does not define a foreign company at all. Income Tax Act says, what do I mean? Forget about foreign company. It does not define company only. It says, company means a company as defined under Companies Act 1956. Who says? Income Tax Act says. So can one act give a reference to another act? Is it possible? Yes, possible. You can save time. Possible. That is what is given in section 28. One enactment can give a reference to another enactment. Possible. But sir, we have a problem. Income Tax Act has said company means a company as defined under Companies Act 1956. But sadly, 1956 is no longer there. But Income Tax Act still says company means a company defined in Companies Act 1956. That's why we have section 8, which says, remember, whenever an act is repealed and there is any new act in its place, Companies Act 1956 is repealed, in its place 2013 is there. So any references given to the old act, you need to read it as if the reference is given to the new act. It is deemed, assumed. That is what is the purpose of section 8. Understood? Done. Clear? It will be easy, people. Say General Clause Act. Next one, commencement and termination of time. They can club these people left and right. They are clubbing this section with all the sections of Companies Act and LLP. Based on this only, they are asking you to calculate timelines. How do I calculate time? If the company is declaring the dividend on, say for example, 1st September 2026, how do I calculate the time? Don't count 1st September. Start counting the days from 2nd September. From here it will start. Calculate 30th day. So first don't count. 30th day, whatever you are getting, that is included in 30 days. First day not included. Last day included. Clear? Hello? Done. Computation of time, people. What do you mean by this? Sir, whenever the law says you have to go to the court within 30 days, 60 days, they say no. What if on the 30th day the court is closed? It's a Sunday. The court is off. Remember, even though I have given a reference as 30 days, if on the last day the tribunal or the court is closed, then the reference will be taken as if you can go on the next day when it is open. Even though that is your last day, it's okay. They can, I don't know, they have not done it yet, but if someone feels it's the most difficult attempt, no, that time they will combine this. This and section 57 can be combined. What does section 57 say? Transfer and transmission. Whenever I give my application to the company has to reply to me within 30 days. If they don't, if they say I will not register the transfer, what can I do if I'm a private company? I can go to tribunal within 30 days. If they don't reply, I can go to tribunal within 60 days. What if on the 60th day the tribunal is closed? They can combine. How? Timeline also questioned. This is also questioned. Hello? Remember and go. Measurement of distance, straight line, horizontal plane. Again, unless a different intention appears. Law says take zigzag, take zigzag. Yes, done. People, see, they have asked one question, how do you calculate 5 kilometers? Answer was straight line, horizontal plane. That's all. Clear? Next one, duty to take pro rata in enactments. They have asked once. What is this? They say no in law, foreign company, if you do a default, how much is the penalty per day? 50,000 rupees per day. Sir, what if I do 2 days? 3 days? That is what is called as pro rata. Law gives you one. The rest of the calculation you should do. I can't give you everything. That is only called as pro rata. Understood? Yes. Done. Next one, people, section 13. Gender. Singular includes plural. Second thing is he includes she. Yes, sir. Hello? Masculine includes feminine. Feminine includes masculine. Of course, you should not defeat the purpose of the law. Meaning tomorrow you can't go and say, sir, I also want maternity benefit. I also want 6 weeks maternity leave. That you can't say. So you cannot defeat the purpose of the law. Purpose of the law is that is made for women. So that you can't defeat it. But whenever it is can be taken, you can take it as masculine includes feminine, feminine includes masculine. Here, sorry for females, but see, women, in the one case, the word male descendants was clearly written and it was held not interpreted to include. This is what I said, Indian Succession Act. It clearly said it was not. Hey, my mother only didn't get because of this law. Understood? Because they were not eligible. After that is when this particular thing changed. Yeah? Prospective. Next one, power conferred to be exercisable from time to time. What do I mean by that? In 2013, people, the central government has given power. You would have seen, no, in Companies Act, the power has been delegated to RD. The power has been delegated to ROC. Is it delegated only for that one day? Or is it delegated for all the days until I take it back? It is delegated for all the days. So RD can use that power whenever time to time the situation arises, RD can utilize that power. That is the meaning of power conferred to be exercisable from time to time. RD can use that power whenever the situation arises. Next, where power to appoint includes power to appoint ex officio. People, simple. Government authorities, if they want, they can appoint like this. Okay, what? I hope you know ex officio. Ex officio is nothing but, let us imagine, people, the FM teacher of ArivuPro will become CFO. We can appoint, this is one way. The second way, who is the FM teacher? Let us imagine Sandesh sir. Sandesh sir is appointed as a CFO of ArivuPro. First way of appointment. Second way of appointment, whoever is the FM teacher of ArivuPro will become the CFO of, ArivuPro. Second way of appointment. First way, directly appointed by name. Second way, remember, FM teacher changes, CFO will also change. Ex officio means you are getting the right because of you holding some other position. If you leave that, you will have to leave this. Example, who is the chairman of IEPF? Chairman of IEPF, secretary of MCA is the chairman of IEPF. Tomorrow the secretary of MCA changes, even the chairman of IEPF should change. You can't question. Understood? Huh? So government can appoint directly, government can appoint through authorities also. Understood? Done. Next one. Power to appoint include power to suspend also. Correct? Always remember, when I have a power to appoint you, I would have written that you have a power to appoint. That means I have a power to suspend as well. I need not have to write it again specifically. Remember, this can be questioned. Like a person has been given a power to appoint. He also suspends a Section 8 company for non-complying with the law. The Section 8 company is coming and challenging that you only have a right to give license, but you do not have a right to withdraw the license. Power to appoint will have power to take, suspend, dismiss, everything. Clear? Done. Next one, Section 17, substitution of functionaries. What do you mean by this, people? Nothing but the best example I can give you is, people. Now, for example, let us imagine if at all anyone has to comply with the law. Okay, let us imagine this way. Who can incorporate a company? I can say today's date, who is the ROC Coimbatore, ROC Chennai, I will check. Who can incorporate a company in Chennai? I'll write. Say Mr. So and so is a person who is eligible to incorporate a company in Coimbatore. I can appoint him one way. Second way, I can write Coimbatore ROC will have a right to incorporate a company. Same like we saw, here you can give a power to functionary. Substitution of functionary means nothing but, people, tomorrow anyone comes in his position will enjoy the same power. Are you getting the point? That means, let us imagine we are appointing Sudhir as today's ROC. Sudhir will enjoy all the rights. Tomorrow Sudhir leaves. Someone comes. Even he will enjoy all the rights as ROC. So, government need not give one rule book, power book, every person appointed. I will write one power book for ROC. People can keep on substituting. Power book applies for everyone. That is the meaning of substitution of functionaries. Whoever is the officer at present will enjoy that power. That is what is this. He changes, next one comes, he will enjoy. Understanding? Hello? Simple? Done. Next one, successors. Same thing, people. Tomorrow someone else comes, they need to do. Someone else comes, they need to do. Whether in law or even in the company also. Sir, give us an example. Same thing, people. In Companies Act, we have written whose duty is it to, say, maintain books of accounts. We have written managing director, whole-time director in charge of finance, CFO. What if CFO leaves? Successors. Next CFO will be applicable. What if he leaves? Next person will be applicable. That's the meaning of successors. That's all. Done. Next one, official chiefs and subordinates. What do I mean by that? People, it may so happen, ROC, maybe he has some personal commitments. He wants to go on a trip. He wants to apply a leave of 1 month. He is not available. In such case, what will happen to all the work ROC needs to do? Will it go forward? If it's 1 or 2 days, we understand. What if 1 month, 3 months he is on vacation? What to do? Remember, in his place, the subordinate will take up his role. That is, assistant ROC will step into the role of ROC. So now you think, principal, vice principal, are their both powers the same? Principal will have higher, vice principal will have little lesser. But imagine when principal is not there, I am telling vice principal will go and sit in the position of principal. But what will be the power of that person at that point of time? Imagine the principal is not there for 2 months. At that time, I am telling vice principal, you go and sit in his position. So vice principal is going and sitting in the principal's chair for 2 months. Now, what will be your power for the 2 months? Will it be like a principal or will it be like a vice principal? They are telling you, when the subordinate is going and sitting in the position of a chief, your power will also be that of a chief. whatever a chief can do, meaning whatever ROC can do, assistant ROC can do everything. No one can question that. Tomorrow no one can come and question, you did not have the power, you are just an assistant. How can you do this? No one can question. Everything he did in that position will be valid. Remember, they can ask you.
The difference between 19 and 17.
19 and substitution of functionaries. Substitution of functionaries is if you leave, when next person comes, you're leaving permanently here. In the case of 19, you're temporarily absent, but you will come back. So your assistant will assume the role of the chief. Understood? Important exam point of view, remember. See, they have asked also once. Yes? Hello? Answer is that, people. Whoever is enjoying, no one can question. Yeah? Next one, construction of orders issued under enactments. What do you mean by people? When people in small company amendment came, recently. Small company amendment. In that amendment, people, they are telling any public company, any company other than public company, which is having a paid up capital not exceeding 10 crore and a turnover not exceeding 100 crore, excluding holding subsidiary, excluding section 8, excluding statutory companies. This is the definition of small company. They gave an amendment. They are calling this as an amendment. People, now I was confused. What do you mean by public company? I saw the amendment, nowhere they have given. What do you mean by subsidiary company? I am seeing the amendment, nowhere they have defined. Now, where will I get the meaning of this subsidiary company? Where will I get the meaning of public company? Where will I get it? In the amendment, they have not defined anything. Where will I get it? The law is telling people, remember, whenever any orders, notifications, circulars, rules, amendments, anything is passed under the law, any words used in this will have the same meaning as used under the act. Again, we will not define. That is what is written in section 20. Done. Understood? Yeah, understanding or not? General Clauses Act, I am telling you, when you guys get the video, open it simultaneously, read it, you guys can revise it in half an hour. And I am telling you, there is nothing that they can ask beyond this. If you are trying to read on your own, it will be like jalebi. Sir, this is where I started, I am here only. Same thing with iOS also. Yeah, buffering, it will be buffering. Open, clear? Okay. Power to issue include power to add, amend, vary, resign notifications, orders, etc. What do you mean by this, people? Same thing, people. What is that? Whereby any legislation or regulation, a power to issue notification, order, like mass, sanction, condition, event. Understood? What do you mean by that, sir? Nothing but, people. If you remember, I told you what is the difference between rules and regulations. You remember I told you? That is nothing but, people. Power to include, that means we have given SEBI a power to make law. I am repeating, central government has appointed SEBI and it has given SEBI a power to make law. Power to make law will also include power to amend it, vary it, cancel it, issue orders, you can issue rules, you can issue bylaws, everything is included. That is what they are telling. Understanding? Yes, that is what is section 21. Next one is section 22. How do you make rules, people? What is the procedure in making rules or okay. Section 22, making of rules or bylaws and issuing of order between passing commencement of what is section 22, people? Simple, people. Try to understand. What does it say? Remember, people, if at all the law wants, the entire law can come into force on the same day. If the law wants. That means, if say in Companies Act there are 470 sections. If the law wants, the entire 470 sections can come into force on the same day. I can say from 1st September 2013, entire 470 sections is applicable. That is one way. Or the law can also say the law will come into force in It will come in force into installments. Example is people, Companies Act only. You guys have also studied one. People, NCLT came into picture in 2016. NAFRA came into picture in 2018. Hello? So a section can come immediately also. A section can come even in the future also. That is what is section 22. See, best example is this. The Companies Act received the assent. Okay. And it says section 1 came into force on 30th August. 98 sections came into force on 12th September. 143 sections came in 1st April and so on. NCLT itself came in December. NAFRA came in 2018. So, sir, that section will be valid from that day only. Understanding? But when Companies Act, when you guys went and purchased in 2013, when I purchased the Bear Act, in that all 470 sections were there. But Parliament said, in that only these many sections are effective today. So just because it is there in the Act, it doesn't mean all sections are already operative. It will be effective only from the day the Parliament mentions. If it is clearly written it is effective from 1st April, it will be effective only from the 1st April. Not even once they have questioned this, remember and go. Yeah, just because it is there in the Parliament, it is there in the book, it doesn't mean that section is effective. It will be effective only from the day they say. Example is NCLT. It said it will be effective from December 2016. So even after Companies Act 2013 came, NCLT was still not there. Understanding? Yes, okay, done. How is the law made, people? Again, I am not taking that. You will first publish a draft and then what will you do? Pass the bill. And generally what happens, people, let us imagine if any authority wants to pass a law, one is they will form a committee, you will draft a bill, and what you will do, let us imagine, I will first publish a draft. If any parties may get affected, they will give their representation. I'm just telling you, Companies Act 2013, even today if any amendment has to be passed, in MCA there is something called as e-corner. We can go and respond on an amendment. As a person, I can go and respond. It is not right. So they will take all the possible comments. After taking, they will think any changes to be made, they will make the change. And any authorities wants to comment, they will also comment. Now if MCA comes with an amendment, ICAI will comment, ICSI will comment, CMA will comment. MCA will take all these matters and they will make according changes and they will publish everything in the official gazette. Yes, sir? That is your way of making law. 24 we saw. What is 25, people? Recovery of fines. What is the recovery of fines? You can recover the fines in two ways, people. The first way is, if your act only clearly says how to recover. For example, Companies Act says this is how the penalties will be, this is how much is the fine, who will collect it. If act only says, you will follow your act. If act is silent, people, on how to collect the penalties, the fine will be collected as per IPC and CRPC. But today it is replaced. Your BNS and BNSS is there. But because just now we saw now one enactment can give another enactment. Repealed, you have to take it as BNS and BNSS only. Understood? Hello? Okay, next one. Provision as to offense punishable under two or more enactments. What is this? They can ask you, what is this? Remember, people, the same person cannot be punished twice for the same offense. Again, you cannot be punished twice. For example, I do some non-compliance under prospectus. I can't be punished under SEBI also. I cannot be punished under Companies Act also. That is only called as, people, double jeopardy. You cannot be punished twice. It is even prohibited in Constitution of India also. You cannot be punished twice. Understood? Hello? Yes. But you can conduct a trial Meaning in the court, Companies Act also will be heard, SEBI will also be heard, but you cannot be punished twice. Remember. Next one, meaning of service by post. Remember people, when something is sent by post, whether it reaches you or not is absolutely none of my concern. I will only ask 3 questions. If these 3 questions are, you say yes, that means whether the post reached you or not is irrelevant for me. What are the 3 questions, sir? First one, did you properly address? Have you paid the postal charges? Third one, was it a registered post? If these 3 things are yes, whether the post reached you or not is irrelevant. According to me, the post has been properly delivered. Hello? Understanding? Yes. Next one, sir. Citation, we saw section 28. Section 29 is nothing but the provision of this act respecting the construction of act, regulation, rules or bylaws made after the commencement of this act shall not affect the construction of any act, regulation, rule or bylaw is continued or amended by act made after the commencement of this act. What do you mean by this, sir? Any act which is passed after this law shall not affect the construction of General Clauses Act. Yes, sir. So there are so many laws passed after that, right? After this particular law, all those things will not affect the General Clauses Act. But if you have your own meaning, you follow. But that doesn't mean it will affect the General Clauses Act. Clear? Yes, sir. And in this, focus on some 3-4 definitions which is very important. That is, document we have already seen, financial year we have already seen. What is good faith? A thing shall be deemed to be done in good faith, where it is in fact done honestly, whether it is done negligently or not. Yeah. Here there is a controversy, but for now I leave it. What is the controversy? If you read the whole thing, no. The answer is, it says both. What do you mean by that? A thing shall be deemed to be done in good faith, where it is in fact done honestly, whether it is done negligently or not. Now, for example, people, I was teaching this particular mic. I was teaching with this mic. Everything is working properly. You have been seeing it for the last 10 hours, 12 hours. Correct? Now, people, I say people go for a break income. You guys go for a break income. While you guys go for a break, accidentally people, this mic falls. None of you have seen this. After coming back, people, I'll say, people, this mic is for sale. Does any of you want to buy? Say, Sudhir says, I'll buy it, sir. Now, Sudhir did not care to check. He believed everything is true. Now, the question is, people, is this sale valid? Or can I blame Sudhir that you were ignorant? You should have acted in with due care. You should have checked. Now, can Sudhir come and cancel this contract and ask back the money? Read that and tell me. Whether he acted negligently or not, law says he has acted in good faith. If he has acted in good faith, people, the law will try to protect him. So what do you mean by good faith? According to the first 2 lines, he has been honest. Forget he is negligent or not. Honest fellow. Honest means he does not know anything. Whether he checked or not is irrelevant. My only question I'll ask, do you know? No. Whether it is working or not, I'll ask him, do you know that? He assumes it is working only. He does not know about the fact it has fallen, right? Hello? But did he care to check? Answer is no. So he was technically negligent, no? Law says even if you are negligent or not, forget. I will say you have acted in good faith. So Sudhir will get a what? Compensation. He can cancel the contract according to the first 2 lines. Hello? Go to the last 3 lines. Nothing is said to be done in good faith, which is done. as is expected with a man of ordinary prudence. An honest purchase made. I said controversy, this is the controversy. Sir, which one should be right? I don't know. Law. Your book has given both. I say answer is this. Yeah, because it is also given under multiple acts. And you have one very famous rule only. Caveat emptor, let the buyer be aware. You should check. It is your responsibility. This will not hold good. Hello? Yes? Okay. No one go. What is immovable property? Land. Things attached to land, that can be building. Permanently fastened, anything attached to the land, that is, it can be windows or anything like that. Everything is considered as immovable. And benefits arising out of the land. Example, people, soil, right to conduct fishery. Imagine I have a pond. I will give the right to do the fish breeding to you. You guys can do. Now this right, I'm not selling you fish here. I'm selling you the right to conduct fishery here. That is called as immovable property. Now I have a land. On that there is soil. I'm telling you, you can take the soil. Is the soil considered as movable or immovable? They're telling you any benefits arising out of the land, the soil is considered as immovable property. Sir, I have a 10-acre land. On that there are mango trees. And I'm telling, if you want, you take a mango tree on lease. That's how, I don't know if you guys know. Mangoes are done like that only. No one goes and buys mangoes directly. It will become very expensive. What does the middleman do? They go to the farmers and they fix a price for a tree. For example, 2,000, 5,000 per tree. How many ever mangoes come? That's mine. I may get 50, I may get 500. Now, did I sell mangoes to you? I sold you the right to get the mangoes. If I sell the mangoes, I should be able to tell you the price. How do I know the price now? I don't know how many mangoes are there. But what did I sell you here? The right to take the mangoes. How many ever it is. Sir, why is it important? Remember, if you consider it as immovable goods, the law will change. If you consider it as movable goods, law will change. If I say you are selling mangoes, Sale of Goods Act will apply. If I am selling, you are selling the right to get mangoes, Immovable Property Act will apply. Law itself is different. Understanding? For that you need to know. Clear? They can ask you, remember and go. Tree, until it is agreed to be cut, it is immovable property. The moment you enter into an agreement to cut the tree, it becomes a movable property.
Benefits arising out of the tree.
No, you are asking tree or mango? Mango is here only. Benefits arising out of the land. I'll explain you in two ways. I take mango, I sell you the mango. Movable goods. Sale of Goods Act will apply. I will not touch anything. I will tell you, do a bidding. You take one tree for a lease. Only for this yield, this year's yield. Whatever mangoes come, you take it. We both enter into a contract. Now this contract is regulated by which law? It is regulated by a Transfer of Property Act, because it is considered as immovable property. Sale of Goods Act will not apply. Understanding? Now is tree considered as movable or immovable? The tree is considered as people. As long as it is inside the land, it is considered as immovable. The moment you enter into an agreement to cut it, it becomes movable. There are some trees which are grown to cut it only. Timber it is called. You will consider timber as movable goods, because this is grown only to cut. Example is people, your oak, all these, teak. For the purpose of furniture only it is grown. What else they will use it for? You will consider them as movable. Remember, sir, in exam point of view, what to do? Remember these two things. If timber is given, movable goods. Sir, in general, tree is given. Only thing you need to write. If an agreement is made to cut, it becomes movable. Until an agreement is not made, it is immovable. Clear? Hello? Okay. Next one, sir. Imprisonment. What is imprisonment, people? Imprisonment. Main thing for you to know here, people. Imprisonment can be, it is defined in IPC that imprisonment can be of two types. One is called as simple. One is called as rigorous. Simple means, people, imagine you do a pickpocket. The imprisonment is different. You kidnap someone and you take money. The imprisonment is different. Whatever Sanjay Dutt underwent is called as rigorous imprisonment. He had to do labor inside the jail. He was paid daily wages. I think 40 rupees per chair. He was making chairs. Sanjay Dutt, your actor. So what he underwent was a rigorous imprisonment. Understood? Yes, sir. Indian law. Month, you have to follow British calendar. Why should we say British calendar? Because this is, I'm talking about General Clause Act, 18th century. We used to follow our, we still, I think our household, we still wish our people with nakshatra, according to star sign. I think we wish, no, birthdays. No? Chaitra, Vaishaka and all they say, no? No? Okay. Official Gazette is nothing but Official Gazette, which is published by Department of Publication, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Remember and go. Not even once they have asked. They may ask you the definition. Remember and go, important. Person shall include company, association, body of individual. People, company, association, body of individual. What about LLP? Is it a person? Is it a... No, it is not defined, no, here. Person. They are telling person includes any company, association, body of individuals. So is LLP a person? Is LLP a person? No, yes. Why yes? Extensive. You can add. That's how they club. Swear means I promise. Writing means writing. Year means British calendar. Done. Okay now. Yes, people. Okay, what we'll do is we'll end it up with regards to RTPs and MTPs. I'll be doing it as a separate recording only. I'll be combining it and doing it. Please watch the RTPs and MTPs again. Yeah, I'll keep it as a different recording altogether. Please go through. Yeah, so I'll be uploading a lot of other videos also until your exam. Everything relevant to your exams only. Please have an eye on the channel. Yeah. So yes, that's it from my end. From exam point of view, remember certain things never miss. One is attempt is more valuable than. There is never a perfect attempt. Never miss an attempt. Attempt is more valuable than result. Yes, and you can never be 100% prepared. Second thing, people, always remember, have a stable mind. Whether you pass or not, result is not something that is there in your hand. So do not judge, do not isolate, do not take something very seriously. What is there in your hand is your effort. Never feel bad after you get a result. You should never feel bad for the negative result. It's okay. But you should feel bad for not putting the right attempt. It's not for your bad result. Result is not in your hand, but attempt is in your hand. For people who are doing as repeaters, remember, repeating is not bad, but repeating the same mistake is bad. Whatever you have done in the past attempt, please don't repeat that. I don't know, but you know what or where you have went wrong. Don't repeat it. People who are giving your first attempt, please speak to your friends and know the mistakes that they have done so that you need not have to learn from your mistakes. It's already done, so speak, you can get it sorted. The next one, people, remember, please practice at least 2 questions every day in law so that you will have the practice of writing. The next one, for all the papers I'm telling you, before taking up the final exam, before going for the exam, at least practice writing 3 mock papers. With the time, you have to have the time in front of you and write 100 marks paper, at least 3 papers. I'm saying this is for all the subjects. If 3 is not possible, at least write 2. Remember, the exam you write in your final exam, that should not be the first exam you should write, because remember, your BP will not be in your control. Anxiety will definitely take it over. That's why you need to make yourself more acclimatized with the scenario. You should know that you have been in this scenario in the past. So writing the mock is very important. Are you getting the point? And try to follow whatever is the answer we saw. Practice in that way only. Underline wherever it is important. Do not leave it. Yes, all of you. I think that's it. Thank you so much. I hope you guys learned something. I think it made at least some little percentage of difference in your life. Wishing you the best. Let me know if you guys get a good result or a bad result. Always here to help you. Yep. Thank you. Hope to see you in your next levels, not in the same levels. Yep. Thank you, people. See you all. Bye bye.